Chapter 101. Decisions Made, Chapter 101 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kensei's home. A week had passed since Jiraiya's visit. Hiruzen and Kensei were sipping tea as they discussed how to move forward. The Hokage also expressed his desire to have Daichi leave the village and train under Tsunade Senju. So, you want Daichi to travel with her for the next 3 years? The Hokage nodded. Yes. To the public, Daichi will be going with you to the capital so he could learn about your business and its operations. But privately, he'll be training in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade. Kensei thought about it for a minute and found a problem. Your plan has a flaw. You know full well that Danzo has spies all over the country. It won't be long before he gets wind that Daichi isn't with me. And if he suspects something, then things will become much more difficult and dangerous. I've taken that into account. Hiruzen's face remained unchanged. I've already thought of that, and I've figured a way around it. Daichi will stay with you at the capital for a couple months, and at that time, Tsunade will visit the capital and meet Daichi. A pure coincidence. Daichi will impress her with his talents, and due to his eagerness to learn medical ninjutsu and her unwillingness to let go of such a talented child, she will take him with her and teach him till he becomes ready to graduate. And you, being the good grandfather, lets Daichi go with her for training. Hiruzen took a sip of the herbal tea and continued with a small smirk. Or at least, that's the story I'll tell Koharu and Homura. And it won't be long before this information reaches Danzo. He must be aware of Daichi's talents, so he will believe the story. Hiruzen stopped and took another sip of his tea. Kensei went through the plan in his mind. This could work. Even if Danzo suspects something, he wouldn't be able to tell what it is. Unless he learns of the investigation. Kensei sighed and stared at the Hokage. Seeing the still unconvinced face of Kensei, the Hokage spoke. Daichi will learn much more under Tsunade's tutelage. It will be beneficial for him. Hiruzen said as he looked at his former Anbu captain. Kensei was a bit apprehensive about the whole thing, but he knew that Daichi would be relatively safe under the Slug Sannin's protection. Do you really think she'll agree to teach him? She will. Once she sees the boy's talents, I'm sure she'll take him in. Kensei leaned back, crossed his arms, and looked at his Kage. And what about the academy? Hiruzen already had an answer for that. I'll have an instructor at the academy conduct a private test for Daichi at the end of each year. I'll also have them prepare a special curriculum for Daichi at the beginning of each year. Kensei narrowed his eyes as he listened. You're going through a lot for a single student in the academy. Why? Hiruzen was silent as he heard the question. Daichi's inborn talent is far beyond normal, and his strength is growing at an exponential rate. I need to make sure he forms some strong ties to the village. And there is also that. He then looked at his friend and replied, I don't want Daichi to waste his time and potential. If I hadn't implemented the age restriction, then Daichi would have graduated from the academy in his first or second year. For someone with his talents, I believe this much is appropriate. Kensei looked at Hiruzen for a few seconds and then nodded his head. And what about Isen? Kensei asked. I have a plan, but it will require Tsunade's help. Hiruzen freshened his cup and spoke. Kensei patiently waited for the Hokage to elaborate. Hiruzen, instead of explaining, took a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Kensei. The man took it and examined it. You'll understand once you open it. Kensei was about to open and send chakra through the scroll, but Hiruzen stopped him. Not now. The contents of that scroll are delicate. You need to meet with Tsunade and hand her the scroll. She'll know what to do. Kensei looked at the scroll and nodded. When? Around 3 weeks from now. She'll meet you at the Silverstone safe house in the capital. Kensei's eyes slightly widened. Isn't that? Hiruzen nodded in affirmation. Yes, it was Lord Second's safe house. Only myself and Tsunade have access to it. Until now. Hiruzen then handed a small square paper seal to Kensei. That seal will get you inside. Kensei nodded, and both of them sat down in a comfortable silence for a minute. Hiruzen then finished his tea and got up. I better head back. Hiruzen was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. He looked at Kensei and had a serious expression. Kensei, when Daichi gets back, I know you'll tell him about the trip to the capital, but under no circumstances can you tell him about your investigations. The less people know, the better." There was a sharp edge to the Hokage's tone. Kensei narrowed his eyes. He stared silently for a while and then slowly nodded. Hiruzen looked at the man for a few more seconds and seemed satisfied. He left the place and headed to his office. Kensei slowly paced around the house thinking about the meeting that just took place. It would be a few more hours before Daichi returned home from the academy. He sat down on the porch and thought about what he would say to his adopted grandson. Hiruzen is right. I'll keep everything about Danzo to myself for now, but Daichi will need information to make informed decisions. If I feel the need arises, then I'll tell him. Kensei then thought about how Daichi would react when told that he will be training under a Sannin. A smirk formed on his face. He'll be absolutely floored. No. I'll tell him that he'll have someone teach him medic techniques, but I'll keep Tsunade's name a secret. It'll be a surprise. Kensei spent his time mediating and exercising. When it was evening, at the usual time, he sensed Daichi's presence. Daichi greeted his grandfather and went to his room to freshen up. He returned a while later, and Kensei beckoned him over. "Daichi, I need to tell you something." Kensei began his explanation. He told Daichi that he would be leaving with him to the capital for 3 years, and would learn medical ninjutsu under a special trainer, and that he was to keep the whole thing a secret. Daichi was surprised at the information. This is a lot to take in. That's what she said. Kensei chucked to himself at that. He then got serious and agreed with Daichi. Yes, take your time to digest the information. I'm sure you'll be ready. Daichi nodded and got up for a walk. He had a lot to process. The next day. The academy classes had ended, and Daichi took his bag and was about to leave, but was stopped by Naruto and Kiba. "Hey, we're gonna play Find the Spy? Come on, you want to be the spy or the ninja?" Naruto asked with a wide smile. Daichi had been spending time with his friends, and they were happy with the change. But today, Daichi had other plans. "Not today, guys. Got something to do." "Another time." Naruto and Kiba let out a sigh. "Fine, but next time you better join us." Daichi left them with an apologetic smile. He walked through the streets of the village with several thoughts running through his mind. His journey took him to the forest where he first met Ren Uchiha. Before long, he reached the spot in the forest with the round wooden targets. Daichi was thinking about what his grandfather had said yesterday. He had some concerns, mainly regarding his quests. If I leave the village and the academy before I become a genin, then will my quest become invalid? Will it be considered a failure? Then again, the old man did say someone would conduct special tests at the end of each year. So technically, I'll still be training and be part of the academy roster. Daichi sat down under a tree and thought about the most likely outcome. It's not me quitting. This decision was made by Kensei and the Hokage. I could reject it, but the chance to travel outside the village and learn medical ninjutsu, it's too good to pass up. The most likely outcome would be that my quest would be modified to suit the situation. At least that's my assumption. But if somehow this quest is marked as a failure because of this decision, then the penalty is death. Daichi frowned as he thought about the consequences of failing the quest. Path to the strongest. Daichi opened the quest and looked at the description. The system will help the player on his journey to become the world's strongest. Complete a set of tasks to receive system rewards. Failure to complete any task will result in activation of the penalty dungeon. It doesn't specifically say that I have to stay in the academy. As long as I complete the tasks, it looks like I'll be fine. I think. Daichi made his choice. He was going to the capital and train for the next few years. Daichi became excited. I'll finally see what this world has to offer. I wonder what kind of people I'll meet. At that moment, another thought struck his mind. I'm sure I'll meet a lot of people, but at the same time, I'll miss Naruto and the others. Not to mention Rio. I'll miss her the most. I won't even be able to make it to her birthdays. Can I really trust Aiko with her safety? Daichi went through all the memories he had of the woman. Yes, I can trust her. And right now, to everyone, Reo is just another ordinary kid. The only proof of her Uchiha bloodline is her Sharingan, and that will only awaken in stressful situations. something that won't happen anytime soon, with how careful Aiko is with the children. And by the time she joins the academy, I'll be a chunin at the least. I'm sure I'll be strong enough to handle any problems that arise. Daichi let out a breath and relaxed. With his concerns about the quest and Reo faded, Daichi's mind went to his training. I've mastered 2 elements. 3 more remain. I'll train the water chakra nature and increase my genjutsu and ninjutsu arsenal this year. I'll also need to refine and max out as many skills as I can. I'll train the lightning and wind chakra natures in the coming years. I suspect that completing them will take time since I'm going to be training in medical jutsu as well. With a somewhat more solid training plan in mind, Daichi sat there and started meditating. He found that meditation always greatly improves his mood. Even passively, his senses were now much more enhanced. Daichi could hear the various life forms scurrying about through the forest. He felt the wind blowing through the forest and the scents of various animals, plants, and flowers. Half an hour went by as he sat there in his meditative trance. At that moment, Daichi's senses picked up something. The first thing Daichi noticed was the unique scent. Then he heard footsteps. Daichi was not alone in that forest. The footsteps were getting closer to Daichi's location. Daichi was well accustomed to the person with this scent. I wonder what he's doing here? A few meters away from the mediating Daichi, Sasuke Uchiha stood behind the cover of the trees. He didn't know why he came to the place where he once used to train with his brother, and it was even more of a surprise to find his classmate here. It has been over a year since the massacre, and Sasuke had been training even harder than before, but he felt like he hadn't made any progress. In fact, fighting Daichi made him feel like he was getting weaker. Sasuke cursed his weakness in his heart. He walked through the forest near his compound to clear his head, and he accidentally found his rival meditating under a tree. Sasuke stood behind the tree without making a sound. He clenched his fist as he looked at Daichi's peaceful face. Suddenly he heard Daichi speak. Are you going to just stand there, or are you going to say something? Daichi opened his eyes and looked at the number 2 in his class. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Donors may suggest a novel for narration. If it meets our restrictions policy, we will consider posting the first 100 chapters. Chapter 102, Sasuke's Ordeal, Chapter 102 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't know Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Sasuke stared at Daichi with an almost unreadable expression. Almost. Daichi was watching every minute expression that crossed the young Uchiha's face. Daichi saw the efforts Sasuke put into concealing his emotions. As he observed, he saw the telltale signs of someone who was furious, but trying hard to keep that emotion under wraps. What are you doing here, Daichi? There was an aggression to Sasuke's tone that he couldn't hide. Daichi let out a short breath. To meditate. I had something on my mind, and this was also where I met a friend. Sasuke was surprised by the slight downcast expression Daichi had as he said that. He knew most people didn't come here, and those who did would most probably be from the Uchiha clan. Who? He couldn't help but ask. Daichi looked at Sasuke and was contemplating whether or not to tell him. After a few seconds, he made a choice. Ren Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes widened. He didn't know that Daichi had befriended someone from his clan. As he stood there, not knowing what to say, Daichi got up. I'll take my leave. Good day, Sasuke. Daichi said, turned around and walked a few feet. Stop. Sasuke's voice stopped Daichi in his tracks, and he turned around to face the Uchiha. He said nothing and waited for the other to speak. Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Fight me! He all but shouted. It was something Daichi half expected. So damn predictable. He's the same. The only difference is I took Naruto's place, something I have no interest in. Sasuke, you should know the outcome of that fight already. So why? I know you're stronger than me right now, but I want to know just how much stronger you are. Fight me and don't hold back." Daichi looked at Sasuke for a few seconds and replied, "No." The Uchiha gritted his teeth and quickly tossed several shuriken at Daichi. The action was much quicker than what most from the academy, even in their last year, could achieve. But Daichi saw every move the boy made. He saw Sasuke's hands move to the pouch on his thighs and the launch of shurikens, all with clarity in slow motion. Daichi sighed and took a single kunai and parried all the projectiles with ease. Daichi kept the same nonchalant expression on his face as he looked directly at Sasuke and parried his first attack wave. Daichi looked at the boy. "You really want to get beat up that bad? Let's see you try." Sasuke entered a stance and launched himself at his opponent. Daichi stood with his left hand folded behind his back. He parried the fast and precise strikes with just his right arm. Sasuke launched his strikes targeting different parts of Daichi's body. When Daichi blocked his fists, Sasuke sent a fast kick, which got blocked by Daichi's leg. No matter what tactic was used, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't land a single successful hit, nor could he budge Daichi an inch from where he stood. The one thing Sasuke noticed was that Daichi was only defending himself, just like the last time they fought, and it only made him more furious. "Fight back. I don't have to do anything you say," Daichi said as he tilted his head and dodged another fist. Sasuke's blood boiled as he heard the cool, dismissive tone in Daichi's voice. The young Uchiha was furious. He jumped back a few feet and looked at his enemy. Daichi was in perfect condition. Unlike Sasuke, he wasn't panting or sweating. He looked just as calm as he did when he meditated. Sasuke gritted his teeth. "No, this is not over." He took several kunai and tied ninja wire to them and tossed them at Daichi. Instead of a straight-out attack, the shuriken went around Daichi's body. At that moment, Sasuke pulled the wires, and the weapons changed paths. They quickly surrounded Daichi and circled him, and the wires tightened. Daichi was trapped, or so it seemed. Daichi knew what was going to happen the moment Sasuke took out the ninja wire. After all, it was the same tactic he used against several enemies in the dungeon. Yet he did nothing and let the wires trap him. Sasuke, seeing Daichi's still calm face, went through several hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flaming ball shot out of Sasuke's mouth and got bigger and headed for Daichi. Sasuke knew there was a great chance Daichi could escape. He used the fireball jutsu so that Daichi would escape and think Sasuke would let his guard down, thinking the attack hit. Sasuke was counting on Daichi to attack him at that moment, so he could launch a surprise counter. At least that was his plan. Daichi saw through Sasuke's childish tactic. He believes that I would make it look like I got hit and then attack him from behind. And his plan is to counterattack at that time. What an amateur move. Then again, this is normal for someone with no real battle experience. Real ninjas won't fall for such simple tactics. All these thoughts quickly flew through his mind. Daichi decided to do things a bit differently. He secretly took a shuriken from his inventory and coated it with wind chakra. Need to train the wind chakra nature next year. Right now, I'm changing my chakra to wind nature based on the different wind jutsus I used. But the result is too crude. Daichi cut apart the wires and got free, but the fireball was right in front of him. Daichi didn't plan on dodging. Instead, he was going to face the attack head-on. He quickly gathered some chakra to his right palm and vertically slashed down at the fireball. The chakra gathered in Daichi's palm was changed to fire nature before he made the move. And due to his change in chakra form and nature training, Daichi's chakra was far stronger than even some of the jonin. Daichi's fire chakra was more powerful, and it clashed with the fireball. The struggle only lasted a second before Sasuke's fireball was split in half, and in a few seconds the flames flew to Daichi's sides and fizzled out. Daichi had a slight smirk as his experiment proved successful. The old man told me that some in the Hyuga clan who are more attuned to chakra than others can read the chakra flow of a jutsu, and are capable of dispersing the chakra in the ninjutsu. But he also told me that this can be accomplished by someone who doesn't have the Byakugan. It will be extremely difficult without the special eyes, but if someone has high sensitivity towards chakra, absolute chakra control, and can understand the flow, this feat can be achieved. Looks like I'm in that rare category. Sasuke was shocked to see his attack be reduced to nothing like that. He unknowingly let go of the kunai in his hand, and it fell to the ground. His hand had a slight tremble. If it was a Chunin or Jonin who did this, then I would understand. But how did Daichi? He's the same age as me. How is he so much stronger than me? Sasuke's confidence and will was shaken for just a second with that display. When Daichi destroyed those flames, it was as if he reduced the roaring flames of Sasuke's anger, hate, and the will in his heart into a feeble, smoldering fire. But at that moment, the image of his parents' dead bodies came to his mind along with Itachi's words. My foolish brother. The tremble in Sasuke's hands stopped. If you wish to kill me, curse me, hate me. The hands became steady and slowly clenched into a fist. Run away and cling to your pitiful life, and then when you have the same eyes as mine. The flames that were about to go out in his heart came roaring back stronger than before. Come find me. The steel and vigor in Sasuke's eyes returned with a vengeance. Daichi noticed the change. It wasn't just Sasuke's expression. For one moment I saw him lose his confidence, but it's back. And it's not just that. His chakra. It's gotten slightly stronger. Daichi, who was much more sensitive to the changes of a person's chakra, noticed this even though Sasuke didn't. Sasuke bent down and picked up the kunai. He then looked at Daichi and spoke. Daichi, no matter how strong you are, I will beat you. You want to know one of the earliest lessons my father had taught me? Daichi was silent. He didn't have the same nonchalant expression as before. He was serious as he looked at the Uchiha. Sasuke looked at Daichi with a steely gaze and spoke. He taught me that no matter how tall a wall stands, there is always a way to knock it down to size. Sasuke threw the kunai much faster than before. Daichi sidestepped and dodged the weapon, but the next second the Uchiha was in front of him. Daichi sent a punch aimed for Sasuke's solar plexus, but he missed. Sasuke disappeared and reappeared behind him and attacked. But Daichi could easily track him, and he blocked the kick aimed for the side of his head with one hand and stopped the fist headed for his face with the other. Daichi was shocked at the speed and the force of the punch. He's much faster than before, and not only that, he's applying chakra to enhance his speed and strength. I don't think he's even aware of it. Somehow he's subconsciously channeling his chakra to his arms and legs to make himself stronger. It's not perfect, but this guy, someone needs at least tree-walking level chakra control before even attempting this. But this guy, he's doing it without even realizing it. He's truly incredible. Both of them began exchanging blows at a rate much faster than before. This time Daichi not only defended himself, but also fought back. He parried and deflected Sasuke's punches and landed several dozens of his own. Even with Daichi fighting back like this, Sasuke was able to last much longer this time. Daichi sensed Sasuke's chakra fluctuations. What's going on with his chakra? It's rapidly decreasing, but there is something else. It's getting stronger. Is he about to awaken the Sharingan? As Sasuke fought, he felt himself get stronger. I may not be able to beat you today, Daichi, but I will one day. Just you wait. Sasuke fought as hard as he could, but he couldn't injure Daichi. And what's even more, the force of Daichi's blows and the speed and force of his attacks was rapidly draining his stamina. It wasn't long before a punch Daichi sent to his midsection took his breath away and sent him flying several feet back. Sasuke landed on the ground and he laid there looking at the clouds. He didn't look like he was about to get up. A few seconds later, he started to chuckle, and then it turned to full-blown laughter. Daichi was looking at Sasuke as if he was seeing a different person. What the hell, did I knock his screw loose? At that moment, a notification popped up in front of Daichi, and he was taken off guard reading it. Reputation increases with Sasuke. What the? Daichi was confused as to why the system showed the message of a reputation increase rather than a decrease. Daichi walked near Sasuke and sat down on the ground. Neither of them spoke, but it wasn't an awkward silence. Thank you, Daichi. Daichi almost missed those words due to the low voice with which they were said, but when he registered them, his eyes almost popped out of his skull. Are you feeling all right, Sasuke? Oh god, did my punch do any brain damage? Daichi dramatically yelled and displayed a shocked expression. Shut up! The scowl on Sasuke's face returned. But after a few seconds, it lessened. A few seconds later, he spoke. All this time, I trained hard, but whenever I fought you, it felt like I didn't make any progress at all. I was afraid that if I couldn't even defeat you then... Sasuke didn't elaborate and fell into silence. Daichi looked at Sasuke with a new perspective. A few moments later, Sasuke continued. But now I realize, that's not true at all. I have gotten stronger. It's just that you've also been getting stronger at a much faster rate than me, haven't you? Daichi didn't bother to answer, and Sasuke wasn't looking for one. I will defeat you one day, Daichi, and then I'll be one step closer to achieving my ambition. Daichi sat there for a few more seconds, but the Uchiha didn't say anything else. He got up and was ready to leave, but then looked down at the young Uchiha. Good luck with your goal, Sasuke. And if you want to spar with me, I'll be back here at the end of every month. Daichi said the words as he looked into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke slightly nodded, but didn't say anything else. Daichi left the forest, and a plan was slowly forming in his mind regarding his Uchiha classmate. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 103. Water Affinity. Chapter 103 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was walking home, thinking about what had just happened. His chakra had gotten stronger. Uchiha always get stronger the more emotion they feel and the more dangerous the battle, but it still wasn't able to reawaken his Sharingan. I know that he awakened his eyes that night, at the massacre, or at least I think so. Not so sure because of my presence, and since I didn't see it happen, I can't be too certain. But if he did, his brain must have buried that memory deep as some sort of protection for his fragile psyche. Daichi thought about what he should do next. I need to be careful. If I fight and help him awaken the Sharingan too early, it could help in the long run or screw things up. Things could go either way. Daichi ran his hand through his hair. Gah! This is so frustrating. The future I know is bad, but it's better than the one I don't. The safety of my life comes first, and before everything else. Things have already derailed somewhat. I'm not going to cause any more ripples in this pond. With a sigh, Daichi made his choice. He then thought about Sasuke's reaction as he lost the fight. This is strange. I never would have expected him to show me respect, of all things. I wonder what changed. He thought about the Sasuke he knew in this life and the one he had seen through a screen in his old one. And after several minutes of comparison, Daichi came to a conclusion. In the show, Sasuke had no one to match him in the academy. He was the best. And Naruto was the last in the class. So when Naruto the Dead Last started to rapidly catch up to him, he felt that his improvements must have stalled. He was angry and jealous that someone he could easily defeat got to the same level of strength as him. Daichi walked through the streets and was a few minutes away from his home. But here that didn't happen. I took first place, and he was always second. He now has someone he could measure himself against. This fight was the most intense one we had till now. And he must have felt his growth in power, and he even started to open up. This Sasuke, he is still a child who's in pain and looking for help, and not the giant angry ball of mess that is the Jonin Sasuke in the show. I think what he needed the most was to vent his frustrations on someone. At least that's my theory. Or I could be wrong, and it could be something else. Daichi thought about his actions and thought about the changes his involvement would bring to Sasuke's mental state. If I could help him, would he turn away from the path of vengeance when he learns the truth? Most likely not. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't try, right? Can I truly influence him? Well, whatever the case, if I can help him and make him form meaningful relationships with the other future rookies, then this endeavor would be worth it. Daichi reached his home and soon made his way to the backyard. I need to start the next nature chakra. I can't let Sasuke get ahead. Daichi looked at the pond and saw the water rippling about due to the movements of the wind and fishes. I have earth and fire. Water seems like the best choice to master next. He went to the nearby tree and sat down. He picked up a fallen leaf and stared at it as he remembered his conversation with Kensei regarding the water nature chakra. Flashback. Kensei drank a cup of tea and spoke. Water is a very versatile element. It depends on the person to bring out the full power of this nature. The second Hokage's prowess with the water abilities was unlike any before and after him. Even now, there's not one that can use water-style jutsus the way the second did. I've seen you take a few books from my study. What have you learned and understood about the water element? Tell me. Daichi thought about everything he learned, and he understood several aspects of this nature. Water is the element of change. It's formless and shapeless, but it can also take the shape of anything depending on its surroundings. It can flow gently, or it can become as destructive as a tsunami. Daichi replied. Kensei nodded. Yes, it's true, but that's the most basic thing. I want you to tell me what someone who has absolute control over this element would be capable of. I know you came to a few conclusions and have some theories. Let's hear it. Daichi knew what his old man was asking. He had taken books on water nature and even on Kekkei Genkai and read through them. More specifically about the ice users from the Yuki clan. Daichi wanted to learn as much as he could about an element so he could come up with various techniques in the future. Daichi looked at his grandfather. Someone trained in the 2 steps of water chakra nature would be able to manipulate 2 main properties of water: viscosity and density, changing the liquid into thick and adhesive or as thin as oil. Kensei nodded in agreement. Yes, the jutsus like starch syrup binding rope and starch syrup capturing field perfectly match that. Daichi nodded. But there's more. A true master can condense vapor particles and liquids enough to be tangible to the point where they are solid and hardened, and the water molecules have high heat capacity and coolant capabilities. Kensei thought about that point. He was a smart man and quickly realized Daichi's point. You're talking about using water molecules as a medium for heat exchange, aren't you? Daichi nodded and continued. A true master can decrease the surrounding temperature and can even change water to ice or steam by manipulating it at a molecular level. Kensei raised an eyebrow at that. He didn't think such a thing was possible without the help of a Kekkei Genkai ability. And you believe this can be done with just training and no Kekkei Genkai? Daichi smiled and nodded. I believe so, yes. Kensei was impressed with the goals Daichi set for himself. If you can do something like that, then you would have gone 1 step beyond the second, and that would be truly incredible. Flashback end. Daichi placed the leaf in his hand and concentrated. The trick is to let the chakra flow like water. Daichi knew what his chakra was like due to using several water-style jutsus. He focused on that and tried to make the leaf damp with high chakra. Several minutes passed by, and he opened his eyes when he heard the sound of the system notification. He opened his palms and looked at the leaf. A small portion of the leaf was slightly wet. A new skill is created with a specific action. Water, leaf dampening technique, active-passive, LV1. A water chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to a leaf and making it wet. A basic technique to help the user increase the strength of their water nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill, water affinity. Effects, 1% increase in water chakra control. Yeah, seems about right. At that moment, Kensei came out of the house. So you've begun training your 3rd element, huh? Yeah. There was something that Daichi wanted to ask Kensei. Hey, do you know the training techniques the other villages use to train the chakra natures? Kensei looked at Daichi questioningly. I doubt the Sand Village has trees or waterfalls to help their ninjas train. And the same goes for the rest of them. So they must have different types of training unique to their villages. Do you know what they are? Kensei nodded. I do, and you are right. Each village has their own unique type of training methods to master the chakra natures, but I'll tell you about them another time. Daichi slightly pouted, but didn't say anything else. He created 2 shadow clones, and all 3 of them got to work. Days passed with Daichi training the 1st step of the water chakra nature. He would spend his mornings with Lee, working out, and would spend the evenings with Naruto and the others. He would then train once he reached home till midnight, and the routine continued. Daichi was able to build a balance between training and spending some time on his hobbies, and just playing around. He knew that next year he would have to leave the village, so he was enjoying as much as he could with his friends, while he had the chance. A couple weeks had passed, and one evening as Daichi was training in the backyard, Kensei came to meet him. "I'm headed to the capital. I won't be back for a week or two," Kensei said. Daichi was slightly confused at that. "I thought you usually go only once a year. Didn't you just get back from the capital a few months ago?" "Yes, but something has come up that needs my attention. Don't worry about it." Daichi nodded and watched his grandfather leave. "Strange. Does this have anything to do with my trip to the capital next year?" Daichi was suspicious as to why he had to leave the village to learn medical ninjutsu from someone, and even more that the Hokage was allowing him to stay an academy student even while he's outside the village. One of the reasons he accepted was because he knew the Hokage had a hand in this decision, and he was curious as to what that man had planned. "I know that Kensei wouldn't let any harm come to me, and if I oppose this decision, then it might ruin my goodwill with the Hokage. Not that I care about that, but I rather have someone as influential and powerful as him as an ally than an enemy." Daichi let the matter go for now and got back to his training. Now with the whole place to himself, he was free to train without restraints. Daichi started to increase the intensity of the training and got to work. Hokage office. It was nighttime. Hiruzen was looking over the various mission reports and filing them. As he got down with the last document, he let out a breath of slight relief. "I need to find a successor. I'm getting too old for this." He took his pipe and filled it with some tobacco and lit. He stood and walked to the window of the room and stared at the night sky. "Kensei left for the capital today, and Jiraiya has informed me that Tsunade has agreed to a meeting. Good. At least that's something." The Hokage then thought about Daichi and one of the main reasons why he decided to go through with having him learn under his student. Tsunade and Jiraiya are the only ones strong enough to take this position. But Jiraiya has his various duties, and he won't take the hat. So that leaves Tsunade. But I know no matter what I say, she won't take the position, and I can't exactly force her. But if she comes of her own will... Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke and thought about the reasoning. Right now, her only attachment is the girl Shizune, and she travels with her. But if Tsunade forms a similar attachment to Daichi, then she might be more willing to come back. With Daichi's talents, he'll be able to pick up everything needed from Tsunade before he becomes a genin. I know Daichi wants to become a ninja, and if he comes back, then she might also be willing to return. Or at the very least, I'd have a better chance at convincing her to take my place. I was surprised just how much Kensei changed because of Daichi. I just hope he'll be able to accomplish the same thing with Tsunade. Hiruzen hated the fact that he had to resort to manipulating his students, but he justified his actions with the reasoning that desperate time calls for desperate measures. He also wanted to make sure that Daichi had solid attachments in the village. It's not just Tsunade, but Daichi would also form an attachment with them. Kensei must have warned Daichi about Danzo, and told the boy about our relationship. I'm sure of it. But if Tsunade becomes the Hokage, then Daichi would feel more comfortable and trusting towards the village, or at the very least, the Hokage's seat of power. And Kensei would also trust Tsunade a lot more than he does me. I hate that I have to manipulate them like this, but this is necessary. I see no other way. Hiruzen then thought about the plan he set in motion regarding Isen, and he let out a sigh. I just hope everything goes according to plan. Hiruzen stood there staring at the stars as he thought about several things. A while later, he left the tower and headed home. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 104. Follow the route, Chapter 104 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi and Lee could be seen doing push-ups next to each other. So you'll be leaving at the end of this year? Lee asked as he stretched his arms and pushed himself up from the ground. Yeah, Gramps wanted me to learn about his business in the capital. So I'll be gone for about 3 years. I'll come back by the time my class is ready to graduate. Daichi replied as he exercised alongside the boy. I see. Daichi could hear the hidden sadness in that reply. He didn't know what to say, so for the moment, he decided to keep quiet. Suddenly, Daichi saw Lee smile a big grin. "Yosh, when you come back, I'll definitely be a genin and we should spar. I can't wait to see how strong you will become after 3 years." Daichi laughed, hearing his excited tone. "Yeah, that sounds fun. 499, 500. Yosh!" Lee and Daichi got up from the ground and then walked through the forest. "How's your classes?" Daichi asked the boy. "I'm concentrating on the taijutsu and theoretical classes, as you said. My grades have slightly improved, but it's still not enough. And those classes are sometimes confusing," Lee replied. Daichi thought about that for a moment and had an idea in mind. Everyone learns differently. How about this? When you're trying to learn a difficult subject at home, I want you to put the book down and do 100 handstands or push-ups as you read. I have a feeling that kind of method might work for a training nut like you. I'm not 100% sure it'll help you memorize everything, but it's worth a shot." Lee's eyes widened in excitement as he heard that. "Yes, that's a most brilliant idea. Thank you, my friend Daichi." He ran and gave Daichi a tight hug. "Gah, easy there." Daichi pried Lee's hands off him. "We need to get ready soon, or we'll be late." "Yosh, let's race and see who makes it out of the forest first," Lee shouted. Both of them ran as they counted to 3. It was a usual thing, and unsurprisingly, it was Daichi who came first. Both of them went their separate ways afterwards. Daichi headed home and freshened himself and got ready. He created 3 shadow clones to train the first step of the water chakra nature and left his home. He arrived in his class a few minutes before the bell, and the classes started as usual. He listened diligently and answered whatever questions were asked of him. As he listened to a lecture about a subject, he already knew his mind drifted to his grandfather. "I wonder what that old man is doing right now?" Near the fire capital. Kensei was inside a 2-story house he had only heard about and never been to before that day. He looked around and found several rooms with different types of equipment in each room. So this is the safe house created by Second Lord Hokage. Locations-wise, the building isn't in a bad spot. It is not easily found or accessible, and it is hidden and protected by seals that take energy from the surroundings. What kind of a seal does that? Kensei waited for the arrival of certain people. I wonder, will she come? Hiruzen sent word that she agreed to a meeting. It seems the only thing I can do is wait. Kensei looked around the place. Might as well look around. Hiruzen told me he disabled the traps inside the place. Kensei opened the door to a room and saw several shelves of scrolls and documents. All that information, I'm half tempted to take it all with me. Kensei suppressed his desires and looked inside another room. This one was like a small laboratory. It didn't have any advanced machine, but there were several glass beakers and jars with various substances inside, all labeled and neatly preserved. As he looked around and waited, Kensei suddenly sensed the presence of 3 other people. They entered the barrier and opened the door to the safe house. Kensei saw a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight blonde hair enter first. She wore a green haori and underneath had a gray kimono and matching dark bluish pants. Her most notable features were her sizable cleavage and violet diamond-shaped seal on her forehead. One of the 3 legendary ninjas. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade Senju. She's certainly aged since the last time I saw her. But that transformation technique is impressive, and behind Tsunade was another woman with average height, slender build, and jet black hair, wearing a black kimono. She was holding a small pinkish-colored pig, and the last one stepping inside was a tall, well-built man with spiky long white hair. The second of the legendary 3, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Shizune and Jiraiya. It seems all of them are here. Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately recognized the man inside the safe house. The blonde Sannin had a smirk as she looked at Kensei. And here I thought you retired a long time ago, not to mention your dislike of Sarutobi-sensei. So why exactly are you here doing this? I'm not here to help Hiruzen. I want to save Isen, and I'm going to create problems for Danzo, so there is a difference. Tsunade smirked and said nothing else. How is the young sapling you've adopted? Jiraiya asked as he stepped forward. He's fine. He started on his 3rd nature training before I left. There is no point in hiding it from him. They will eventually know what Daichi is capable of. Jiraiya was surprised when he heard that. Looks like Sensei was right. Only 9 years old and already training in a third chakra nature, his talent and potential might be immeasurable. They looked around the place. Tsunade looked at the rooms with slight nostalgia. She had only come here a couple times, and it was in the presence of her granduncle and grandmother. Kensei looked at Tsunade's apprentice. "You must be Shizune." "Yes, and you're Kensei Yasagi, right? I've heard a lot about you," the girl politely replied. The old man nodded and then turned towards the approaching Sanin. "I have something Hiruzen gave me. He said you would know what to do." Kensei took out the scroll and gave it to Tsunade. She took the scroll and opened it. A glass jar twice the size of a human head appeared. Inside it were several of the same flowers. Each flower was 3 to 5 centimeters long in diameter. They were violet-purple and had greenish-yellow spots. Kensei looked at the flowers and was confused. He didn't know why Hiruzen gave those to him, but he knew it had some significance to the plan. "What is that?" Kensei asked. Tsunade examined the glass jar for a few seconds and replied, "It's a beautiful-looking flower, isn't it? But it's quite dangerous. Rhododendron ponticum. It has the ability to create toxic chemicals, making it a poisonous plant. The nectar produced from the pollen of this flower can be poisonous. It can cause hypotension as well as bradycardia if consumed in certain quantities." Kensei slightly tilted his head. "Meaning?" Tsunade sighed and answered, "Meaning it can cause low blood pressure and slows down the heart rate." Kensei's eyes slightly widened at the implications. "How long will the effects last?" Tsunade thought about it for a few seconds and replied, "If I make a few adjustments and add a couple other ingredients, then about 4 hours. The heartbeat will be slowed down to about 1 or 2 beats per minute. The person will be in a near-death state." Kensei thought about the plan proposed by the Hokage. 4 hours, huh? That's more than enough time for the whole thing to work. What do you need to make the poison? "I need a medical lab, and a week." Kensei looked around the place. "So that's why he told us to meet here." "Yes, Uncle Tobirama conducted several experiments here. He was a ninja, but he was also a scientist at heart." Kensei nodded and completely agreed with that. Academy. The classes for the day were almost over. As Daichi was sitting there completing his works, a new quest box appeared in front of him. Quest created. Follow the route. Follow the route ninja Tuma Asai. Find the location of the route base. Time limit, 1 5-hour. Conditions, must not be caught. Locate the entrance to the route base. Identify Tuma Asai's contact. 2500 XP. Failure. Reputation decreases with Danzo Shimura. Accept. Daichi went over the details of the quest and immediately accepted. This quest doesn't have death or being forced to join the route or anything like that as failure. That means even if Danzo finds out that I followed his spy, he wouldn't be able to do much about it. Must be because of Kensei and the Hokage. Not that I'm going to let something like that happen. Daichi also noticed something strange. Why is there a time limit on this quest? Does that mean he'll meet his contact in that time limit, or will he personally go to the base? I guess I'll find out. Once the classes were over, Daichi went to the bathroom and quickly created a shadow clone. Once the clone left, he took out his invisibility cloak and put it on. Daichi found his classmate leaving the grounds and followed him to his home. It was some ways from the academy, and once Tuma reached his home, Daichi moved to the opposite side of the building. He cautiously entered the building through an open window. He went to a corner of the room and sat while under the protection of the cloak. Daichi saw Tuma preparing a report. Must be about me, Naruto and Sasuke. It seems someone will come here and pick up the report. Daichi glanced at what was being written. It was an evaluation of his attitude, class performance, strength, behavior, and friends. He waited, and after some time he saw Tuma finish writing his report and sealed them in a small scroll. Tuma left the scroll near the window and went to another room. Daichi waited patiently, and after about 15 more minutes, he saw a small black cat jump into the room and grab the scroll. It swallowed the scroll and jumped out the window. What the? Daichi didn't waste any more time gawking at what had just happened. He jumped out the window and followed the cat. The black cat took a path through the forest and kept to the shadows. Its movements were silent, and if one wasn't paying attention, they would miss it. Daichi followed behind it and took a closer look. He found that it was not a real cat, but something else. Is that thing made of ink? Daichi's eyes widened in surprise as he realized the implications. If that thing is made of ink, then that means the one behind this... Daichi didn't have to wait long for an answer. The cat suddenly jumped up a tree and reached its creator. Daichi saw two people, and he immediately recognized one of them while he had a vague recollection of the other. The first was a child with short black hair and pale skin. He had a small backpack and was painting something in his notebook while the cat jumped and landed near him. That's definitely Sai. And unless I'm mistaken, the other one must be Shin. Daichi got close and listened to their conversation. Well, look at that. It looks like your ink ninjutsu is a success. Now you know you can make creatures that can move on their own instead of inanimate objects. Well done. The boy Daichi knew as Sai smiled. Come on, let's head back, Shin said, and both of them left. Daichi followed. So Sai is only beginning to learn how to use his ink ninjutsu style. Daichi followed them to the base of a cliff near the forest. Daichi saw Shin making a seal and saw the rock part ways, and both of them went inside. Quest completed. Daichi was debating on whether or not to follow them, but he decided against it when the question completion notification appeared. Rewards: 2,500 XP, 375 XP. You have found a hidden location. Added to the minimap. Daichi looked at his holographic map, and it expanded, and it indicated the new location by highlighting it for a few seconds. It looks like this venture wasn't all that bad. I found the location of a root base and got some XP. Not a bad way to spend an evening at all. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 105, Conquer the Castle. Chapter 105 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi spent his time training and improving his skills. He refined his techniques and concentrated on increasing his chakra volume. Daichi gained several points in several stats over the course of the last few months. Kensei had returned home after 3 weeks. Daichi noticed that his grandfather was in a better mood when he returned from the trip. He didn't pay much attention to it, and chalked it up to the old man's business doing well. Daichi kept his promise and sparred with Sasuke at the end of every month. Both of them noticed the Uchiha's improvement. Daichi's goal was to subtly influence Sasuke and have him not become a threat to the village or him. It was slow, but over the course of a few months, there were some small changes. Several months passed, and Daichi mastered the first step of the water nature skill and was halfway through the second step. He and his clones used their chakra and pushed it forward from their palms. The water in front of him stopped off for several seconds before it resumed its fall. Skill Water, Waterfall Control Techniques level has risen by 1. Skill Water Affinities level has risen by 1. Daichi dispelled the clones. He felt the immediate fatigue enveloping his body. Level 50. Slow, but it's not a problem. By the time I become a genin, I'd have all 5 chakra natures mastered. Daichi sat down and meditated. He felt the cool water splashing on his body, and he felt refreshed. After an hour of deep meditation, Daichi got up and went back home. He was in a bit of a dilemma. Now that the October exams are over, I have 2 weeks before class starts for the second term. Should I do an instant dungeon, or should I try the academy dungeon? In the instant dungeon or key dungeons, the player can stay inside the dungeon for as long as he wants, and only a few seconds would pass in the real world. The strength of the enemies would depend on the color of the keys, so one can estimate the strength of the strongest opponent they might face in the dungeon. In a location dungeon, once the dungeon is activated, it will be open for a year and will close after 365 days. There are several restrictions to the dungeon as well. Moreover, the enemy could be weak or unbelievably strong. After weighing the pros and cons and the fact that he would be leaving at the end of March, Daichi decided that starting a location dungeon would be just a waste. He took out the key to the Kikyo Castle dungeon key. This thing used to be black, but now it's red. So my opponents will be 15 to 30 levels higher than me. My strength has grown considerably. I can do this. That night, Daichi waited for the clock to reach midnight, and he took out the key. He clutched it in his hand and activated it. He felt the familiar sensation and in seconds landed on the stone floor. He looked at the hallway, and he was surprised at what he saw. The hallway was much larger than the ones he encountered in the other dungeons, and this had artworks and gold-colored lining throughout the walls. Daichi slowly walked and brushed his fingertips against the exquisite patterns on the wall. Wow, it feels like I'm in some sort of a castle. But then, I suppose, that's stating the obvious. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon, Kia Castle. Would you like to enter? Yes. The key rotated and the door opened. He stopped through the door and was surprised. Several meters in front of him stood a large castle, and there was nothing else in the surroundings. The title, Dungeon Warrior, is now active. All your stats are increased by 15% while inside the dungeon. Observe. This castle was created based on the one built in the Leaf Village. There are several ninjas inside that guard the castle from intruders, and there is a king that resides at the top floor. There are 10 floors, and each floor has a certain number of guards. Quest created. Conquer the castle. Condition. There are 10 floors inside the castle. Defeat your opponents and climb each floor till you reach the top. Defeat the king residing on the top floor and conquer the castle. Time limit, none. Rewards, 55,000 XP. Red potion. Death. Daichi accepted the quest and walked towards the entrance of the castle. But before he entered, he had to do something. Daichi opened the Options tab and looked at the Gamer's Mind on-off button. Without wasting a second, he turned it off. Daichi was perfectly calm and was his usual self. Due to facing his fears, he was now much more in control of himself, both mind and body. With unyielding skill, I won't have to worry about external mental attacks. And it's not like I'm going to have a mental breakdown here. So I'm good on that front. With this, I'll be able to increase my indomitable stat, but should I deliberately let myself get wounded on the chance that it would increase my persistent stat? After thinking about it for a few seconds, Daichi decided against such an idea. If I get myself hurt, and then suddenly a new enemy comes, then I'll be in trouble. It's not worth the risk. He looked at the giant door and pushed them open. He slowly walked inside, prepared for an ambush, but he didn't find anyone. Daichi looked around and found no living creatures inside. What the? There isn't anyone here. Then again, this is the ground floor. Daichi then took the stairs and walked up to the first floor. The first floor was vastly different from the ground floor. It was a giant room with a wide space. There were several pillars and decorations on the wall, but nothing else. Wow. This place is big. I wouldn't have thought that looking at this castle from the outside, but I don't see any steps that would lead to the next floor. It was at this moment, Daichi's senses alerted him to an attack from behind. Daichi pumped chakra through his legs and jumped. As he easily avoided the slash from a sword, Daichi took out a kunai with a ninja wire attached and sent it towards his attacker. The kunai struck the enemy ninja, and as Daichi was about to unleash a fire jutsu, he sensed movements and attacks coming from 4 different directions. He yanked on the kunai stuck to the first ninja and got himself out of the way, just in time. I really need to learn to fly, or at least maneuver in midair. I'm pretty sure if I get my telekinesis strong enough, I can accomplish that. The first ninja took the kunai buried in his shoulder and tore it out. He disappeared from his spot and joined the other 4. Daichi stood and looked at the 5 enemies in front of him, and a second later he sensed more opponents appearing in his back. The enemy ninjas wore a black outfit and it covered most of their face as well. The only thing notable was the silver light shining from their eyes. Damn, 5 in front and 5 more in the back. It looks like this floor has 10 enemies. Assuming there isn't any more hiding and waiting to ambush me. Daichi was in the middle of 2 teams of dungeon ninjas and he was extremely cautious. He immediately used Observe on them. All of them are level 58. They each have an HP of a little over 6,000, and their chakra is in the 4,500 range, and it says here their strength lies in taijutsu and swordplay. It doesn't say anything about ninjutsu or genjutsu. Good. That's good. Daichi used Mana Scout skill to make sure these were the only enemies on this floor. Daichi smiled as he looked at the dungeon ninjas. I'm going to the second floor and you guys won't be enough to stop me. His enemies stood still in silence and watched him. After a few seconds of calm, chaos erupted. The moment Daichi made signs for a shadow clone, the ninjas attacked. Daichi dodged the swings of their weapons and successfully created 3 clones. He took a few daggers and kunais from his inventory and threw them to his clones, while he kept the sword for himself. Daichi's clones were able to deposit items into the inventory, but they were unable to take it out. It was something he found out when he was first testing the shadow clone jutsu. Back to back, make sure not to get dispelled. Daichi spoke to the 3 clones. Unlike Naruto, I can't use shadow clones to overwhelm the enemy. But my clones are far more skilled than him, and they wouldn't easily get dispelled. Daichi and the clones formed 2 teams. One of them attacked, while the other provided support. During the last several months, Daichi learned several ninjutsu and genjutsu to his ever-expanding arsenal. Daichi's stats increased due to the Dungeon Warrior title, and he also got a boost due to the Executioner title. It was a title that increased his stats by 7% when fighting enemy ninjas. As Daichi was fighting one opponent, his clone kept anyone attacking at bay. The clone used Disorientation Genjutsu, Wind Style, and Fire Ninjutsu to blow the other enemies from getting close to Daichi. Daichi easily evaded the sword swings and slashed at his enemy. Several skills were triggered, and within a dozen seconds, he finished off his first enemy killed. Plus 105 XP, enemies killed. 1 down, 9 to go. He turned his attention to the rest and resumed his battle. Daichi and his clone used taijutsu and genjutsu in tandem to take down their opponents. Enemy killed. Plus 700 exp. Plus 105 exp. At that moment, he got the notification that his 2-man clone team had also finished their first enemy ninja in the dungeon. As Daichi dodged a sword swing and punched the enemy, his clone body flickered and slashed the enemy from behind. Daichi then blocked a sword thrust and sidestepped another from 2 more enemies. He rushed and easily got through their defenses. He sent a kick that sent one flying while he slashed at the leg of the other enemy and severed it. He went through hand seals and let out a small but concentrated fireball that reduced the enemy to ashes in seconds. 700 XP, plus 105 XP. Daichi's senses and battle skills had been refined to the point that even opponents several levels higher than him couldn't easily wound him. As the battle continued, the number of opponents on the first floor was decreasing minute by minute. Daichi's clones worked perfectly as a team and covered their backs. They would carefully dodge or deflect attacks that would have them reduced to smoke. But there were still moments when the attacks got through and the clones dispelled. Daichi created a new clone the second he got the memories of the vanished one. Due to his large chakra reserves, this was not a difficult task. It wasn't long before the fight on the first floor became a one-on-one battle between 8 people. The clones primarily used genjutsu to distract or disorient the dungeon ninjas, and then they would deliver the finishing strikes. Daichi mainly used taijutsu and swordsmanship to improve and perfect it. Due to learning Advanced Leaf Academy Taijutsu, his hand-to-hand combat skills have also gotten a boost. Daichi parried a punch and sent several strikes to the joints and weak areas of his enemy's body. It slowed down the dungeon ninja, and Daichi quickly slashed and reduced his health points to 0. Enemy killed. Plus 700 exp. Plus 105 XP. Enemies killed. It wasn't long before his clones also finished their enemies. Enemy killed. Plus 700 XP. Plus 105 XP. Enemies killed. You have leveled up. Daichi looked at the several notifications indicating the level increase of several skills, ninjutsu and genjutsu. He went over them all and quickly closed the blue system message boxes. At that moment, a new notification appeared. You have cleared the first floor. You can now move to the second. A portion of the wall on the far side of the room slid open and revealed white marbled stairs. It looks like I'll have to defeat every enemy on the floor before I can get to the next one. Daichi sat down and started meditating. Once he was back to his full strength, he stood up and started making his way towards his next challenge. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 106. Battle on the 5 Floors. Chapter 106 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't know Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. As Daichi walked up the stairs, he checked his status page and skill list. His thoughts drifted to the speed of his progress. Now I'm at level 42, but my level progression has considerably slowed down. Looks like until I become a Jainin and take missions, I won't have many ways to increase my EXP other than dungeons. And this is the last key dungeon I have at the moment. I haven't found any more. Daichi looked ahead and saw that he was almost at the entrance to the next floor. Even though the enemies were almost 20 levels higher than me, I defeated them without any lethal injury to myself. The passive skills are doing a great job, but that alone wouldn't have been it. Their stats must not be that high compared to their level. It's the only explanation I can think of. Daichi reached the top of the stairs and opened the door to the next floor. The room was large, just like the one in the previous floor. Daichi glanced at the mini-map and saw no red dots. My map isn't registering any enemies. Looks like these guys can hide from the mini-map, but it's a good thing I have other ways of finding my opponents. Daichi immediately used Mana Scout. Along with that skill and his exceptional senses, he was able to deduce that there were 9 enemies in the room, all hidden waiting for their chance to strike him. Never give your opponent the chance to dictate the battle. Make the first move, Daichi. Daichi created 3 clones, and the next moment all 4 of them were evading shuriken projectiles. Several shuriken appeared between Daichi's fingers, and he threw them at 4 of the enemies hidden in the shadows of the room. The next second, several black shadows moved, and the dungeon ninjas appeared before Daichi. 9 of them in total, and all of them are level 59, and it seems there are swordsmen. Daichi quickly analyzed them, and the battle began. Each ninja had 2 swords strapped to them. Daichi took out his sword and clashed with his opponent. This time, there was a change in the battle tactic. Daichi would battle alone while his 3 clones would work as a team. Daichi thought about this as a way to improve his coordination so he can fight better alongside his clones when he goes up against stronger ninjas. Sparks flew, and the sounds of swords clashing could be heard everywhere. The dungeon ninjas didn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, but their taijutsu and swordplay was impressive. Daichi was able to narrowly avoid serious lethal injuries to himself, but there were some small cuts on his body. He deflected a strike with his sword and evaded another and punched the dungeon ninja closest to him. Daichi's speed allowed him to get inside their defenses, and he unleashed several lethal strikes. In seconds, the first guard ninja of the 2nd floor was destroyed. Enemy killed. Plus 850 XP plus 127, 5. Enemies killed, 1155. Unlike Daichi, his clones used everything they had, from taijutsu to genjutsu and ninjutsu. Since one precise blow from the enemy could reduce them to smoke, they were careful. This also helped them increase the level of skills such as body flicker jutsu, telekinesis, chakra enhancement, chakra flow, and more. A clone would restrain the enemy with chakra threads, while another deliver finishing blows, or they would use telekinesis to shift the trajectory of the sword swings, helping them evade it easier. Enemy killed, plus 827. Daichi and his clones slowly but steadily defeated their opponents and reduced them to smoke. It took time and effort, but after an hour of battle, it was over. Daichi had to create new clones a few times, but it was expected. In the end, he was the last one who was left standing on the 2nd floor. Enemy killed. Plus 850 XP. Plus 127. 5 XP. Enemies killed. Enemies killed. You have cleared the 2nd floor. You can now move to the 3rd. As the battle came to an end, a wall slid open to reveal the path to the next floor. Daichi closed the notification boxes and sat down on the ground and meditated. As his meditation skill activated, his wounds slowly began to heal. A few hours went by, and Daichi had restored his CP, HP, and SP. All my injuries are gone, and I'm back to full health and chakra. Man, this gamer ability is awesome. Only 9.5 years old, and I'm stronger than most Chunins. Daichi sat there thinking about the battle he went through. In the first floor there were 10 ninjas, and here there were 9. So if the pattern holds, then the next floor should have 8 enemies, and the one above should have 7. But as the number of opponents decrease, their strength would no doubt increase. Maybe I could use my clones like this for another 2 or 3 floors, but can they hold on for more before they get taken out? Daichi let out a sigh and stood up. One step at a time, Daichi. He climbed the stairs and soon reached the entrance to the next floor. Before entering, he created 4 clones. Make sure not to get dispelled too soon, Daichi told his clones. Daichi changed his battle style and fought alone, because in addition to his clones learning to coordinate attacks, he wanted to learn to fight and defend against attacks coming from his blind spots as well. He didn't want to create any negative habits or anything even close to it by even slightly letting his guard down by thinking he would have a clone watching his back. He pushed open the doors and slowly stepped inside the room. His sense of smell, hearing, mana scout, and chakra sensing alerted him to the presence of his enemies. I was right. I can only sense 8 ninjas in this room, and since it's unlikely that they can evade mana scout skill, I'm pretty sure I'm not missing anyone. The fight on the 3rd floor soon began. Daichi and his clones battled the dungeon ninjas, but this battle lasted for much longer than the others. Daichi blocked a punch aimed at his midsection and retaliated with a swift kick. These guys are all level 60, and their stats are much higher when compared to the 1st floor ninjas. There were ninjas using swords, daggers, kunai, shurikens, and some fought using taijutsu. Daichi battled 2 ninjas while the clones took on 6. Daichi had to create new shadow clones more than the last time, but due to his larger chakra reserves, he was able to endure it. Enemy killed. Plus 1100 XP, 165 XP. Enemies killed. You have cleared the 3rd floor. You can now move to the 4th. It took over 3 hours for Daichi to defeat them all, but he was successful in the end. Daichi breathed hard and sat down. This tactic won't work for much longer. Even though the numbers are reducing, the guards are getting stronger and stronger. Daichi meditated, and while his body healed and his stamina and chakra replenished, he thought of ways he could fight more effectively, maximizing the utility of his skills. At that moment, a memory of a certain ninja came to his mind. If I can use that skill like he did, then I would undoubtedly be able to win my battles, or at the very least, not die. When he was ready, Daichi headed to the 4th floor. This time, he created only 2 clones. Reaching the entrance, he stopped. You 2 know what to do. Buy me some time and make sure to keep most of the enemies at bay. We'll finish this one by one. Daichi spoke. His clones nodded, and all 3 entered the room. The moment they did, several kunai and shuriken were coming their way. Daichi saw the spinning stars and knives coming at him, and he slightly smirked. You won't get us like that. He flooded his body with chakra and supercharged his muscles. It was using his chakra the same way he would use the body flicker jutsu, but this was more controlled and precise. Daichi and his clones vanished in an instant, and they appeared at the other side of the room. Shisui the teleporter. His use of the body flicker was so great it allowed him to battle multiple powerful enemies. I'll be borrowing your tactics, Shisui. I'm not proficient in this jutsu yet, so I have to be careful. Daichi immediately sensed his surroundings and found that there were 7 ninjas this time. I was right. The number decreases the more you climb, but the strength will definitely be increasing. Daichi used Observe on one ninja that appeared out of the shadows and saw that they were level 62. The fight began with Daichi's clones using genjutsu and short-range ninjutsu to distract most of the enemies, while Daichi fought the others in hand-to-hand combat. He used chakra to supercharge his cells and muscles, and he easily evaded the multiple strikes of his enemies. Daichi used a dagger and landed several critical strikes in seconds on his opponents. The dungeon guards had a hard time landing a successful strike on Daichi due to his new speed. Daichi landed several strikes on a ninja and decapitated the head while dodging a spear aimed at his heart the next second. Due to his powerful senses, Daichi was able to accurately keep track of his surroundings. While the dungeon ninjas fought back, they were unable to completely keep up with Daichi's speed. Before long, the outcome of the battle was decided. Daichi and his clones also used the body flicker technique to increase their speed, and Daichi and his 2 clones were able to defeat the enemies much faster than the last time. Enemy killed, plus 1300 XP, plus 195 XP. Enemies killed, 3455. You have cleared the 4th floor. You can now move to the 5th. Daichi checked his XP status. Level 42, 3,265, 46300. A little over 16,000 more, and I'll be able to go up another level. Not to mention the reward XP once I clear this dungeon. That's another level. Looks like I'll be level 44, or at most 45 by the time I leave here. Daichi had been going without sleep for over 14 hours. His mana was down to a little less than 600 points. While Daichi's HP, CP, SP can be regenerated through meditation, his mana points can only be restored through sleep. After giving it some thought, he came to a decision. I'll sleep after I'm done with the battles on the next floor. Once Daichi was ready, he created 2 clones and headed upstairs. Daichi reached the 5th battleground and looked around the place. The decorations were more unique and stylish than the other 4 floors. He quickly sensed the guards hidden in the room. 6. I'll have to be careful. Daichi went through several hand seals and fired several small fire bullets at the hidden ninjas near him. The shadows moved and easily evaded the ninjutsu and sent several strikes at Daichi. Thus, the battle on the 5th floor began. HP 6270, CP 644, Stu14. CP1. $61,666. When Daichi used Observe on them, he found that, unlike the floors, these ninjas vary in level, chakra, and health. Their outfits are also different. Some wear armor while some are wearing normal kimonos, and 2 of them don't even have weapons. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Daichi's analysis of his enemies was correct. There were ninjas capable of using genjutsu on Daichi. But due to Daichi's skills, the mental attacks didn't affect him. I was right. These guys can use more than just taijutsu and swordsmanship. The battle began, and it wasn't just genjutsu, but ninjutsu as well was used by the floor guardians. Daichi used the earth wall to defend against fire and wind bullets, and the moment he was out of their sight, Daichi used the body flicker jutsu and swiftly moved to their location. Due to his senses, he was able to accurately ascertain their positions and was able to launch attacks from their blind spots. But the dungeon ninjas were capable. They were able to defend against Daichi's attacks, and for a short while, it was as if the 2 sides were in a stalemate. Due to the strength and speed of the ninjas, Daichi's clones weren't able to do much damage, and they got destroyed by the ninjas quickly. Daichi had to create more to buy himself time. As the battle continued, Daichi used his sword and dagger, and this activated the dual mastery skill and its effects. It was a difficult battle, but he endured and pressed forward. Daichi mainly used guerrilla tactics. He created several stone walls inside the large room obstructing the view. But due to Daichi's senses, he was able to ascertain everyone's position. He and his clones were able to take out 3 and reduce the health of the other 3, but the battle was getting more and more difficult for Daichi. His chakra was rapidly decreasing, and he was beginning to feel his muscles strain from the constant use of the body flicker technique. The floor guards fought hard and pressed Daichi to his limits. When Daichi's health lowered to less than 25%, the persistence stat activated. Due to the 16 points in the persistence stat, Daichi got a 16% boost to all his other stats for 3 minutes. And with this increase in strength, he was able to defeat all his opponents, and he finally cleared the 5th floor after 4 hours. Enemy killed, 1550 XP, plus 232, 5 XP. Enemies killed, 455. You have cleared the 5th floor. You can now move to the 6th. Daichi had a ragged breath as he closed the blue system messages. He looked at his progress. Level 42, 465, 46300. Damn! I thought this level would have helped me in reaching 43. Whatever. I need some sleep right now. Daichi let out another tired breath and took out his small mattress from his inventory. He took out some gauze and wrapped them around his wounds. Don't want the bed to get too bloody. That was Daichi's last thought as he went to sleep. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 107, Reaching the 9th Floor. Chapter 107 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi closed the box and let out a small yawn. He stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Daichi clenched his fists and felt the power coursing through his entire body. He put his sleeping bed back in his inventory and looked around the room. Daichi then saw a large open window and went near it. The view outside took him by surprise. The sky was full of dark gray clouds and blocked most of the sunlight. As Daichi looked, he saw nothing but an open field surrounding the castle, a barren land with a majestic castle in the center. That was the structure of this dungeon. Daichi felt the windowsill on his palms and then looked at his hands. He felt several different emotions at once. Disbelief, amazement, excitement, and more. I was supposed to die. But instead, I got reincarnated into a fictional world with one of the greatest abilities. And now I'm in a dungeon battling enemies that could kill me, and yet I don't feel scared. Wariness, maybe. But not fear. But more than that, I feel excited. Excited about the battles, the opportunities, about this world. Still, sometimes I wonder if this is all just an elaborate dream my mind conjured up to keep me alive, until I heal from my wounds and wake up to my dull, boring life. Daichi shook his head and sighed. Turning off the gamer's mind always makes me more emotional. Daichi sat near the window and started meditating. He needed to be at his best for the battles in the next few floors. After about an hour, Daichi was in a much better and peaceful state of mind. He opened his eyes and stood. He was ready for battle. The next floor would have 5 enemies, but they would be much stronger. I doubt my clones would be able to distract them for long, much less beat them. Still, I have to try. Speed is my greatest advantage against power. There is also the option of using stat points. But I don't want to do that unless I absolutely have to. He created 4 clones and they made their way to the next floor. As Daichi entered the 6th floor of the castle, he felt the presence of 5 powerful ninjas. His ears alerted him to the shurikens coming at his back. Daichi and his clones split up. Due to Daichi training every day and pushing himself, his stat points increased steadily. It was a slow but steady progress. Thus, he was far stronger than someone of the same level. The hidden ninjas appeared and the battle immediately began. Daichi and his clones extensively used the body flicker jutsu, and due to the effects of several skills, their speed was unmatched. 3 of them are level 64, and 2 are 65. Daichi analyzed his opponents and quickly attacked the one that showed the highest health and chakra. The clones used ninjutsu and genjutsu and attacked their opponents from a distance, while Daichi was in close combat with his foe. The clones used the body flicker jutsu to dodge attacks or keep their enemies in check, while Daichi attacked and finished them off one by one. Daichi slashed down vertically and sliced off an arm and jumped back to dodge the wild sword swing from his enemy. His hands blurred through several seals and he fired several small volleys of fast but powerful fire bullets. Enemy killed. 1700 XP plus 255 XP. Enemies killed. You have leveled up. Yes! About time. Thanks to the level up, Daichi's stamina was restored to almost 70%. At that moment, another notification alerted him to the enemy coming from behind. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Daichi turned around and parried the short blade that was about to stab him. He then used telekinesis to shift the enemy's attack path and sent several fierce sword slashes. With each battle, Daichi was learning to fight different types of opponents, and his experience grew faster than anyone could comprehend. Before long, the battle on the 6th floor came to an end. Enemy killed. Plus 1700 XP, plus 255 XP. Enemies killed. You have cleared the 6th floor. You can now move to the 7th. Daichi meditated, and once he fully recovered, Daichi went to the 7th floor. The 4 enemies were of level 65 and 66. Due to their speed and strength, it took Daichi considerably longer to defeat his enemies. He was wounded several times, and his health even dropped to less than 10%. It was only due to his multiple passive skills that increased his speed and the damage reduction skills that reduced the damage he took that he was able to hold on. Enemy killed. Plus XP, 277. 5 enemies killed. You have cleared the 7th floor. You can now move to the 8th. Even though he won the fight, his health, chakra, stamina, and mana points were in the low double digits. Daichi bandaged his cuts and took out his bed. He fell asleep in seconds. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi's eyes opened and he slowly got up from the bed. Oh man, if I didn't have the gamer's body, I don't think I could have lasted long fighting like this. Daichi thought about the power of the ninjas he just faced, and after giving it some thought, he decided to add 10 points each in his strength and agility stats. I don't like using points so early, but if I don't, I might not make it out alive from the next 3 floors. With the stat points distributed, Daichi made his way to the 8th floor. He made 4 clones and walked up to the next floor. When he opened the door, he saw 3 ninjas in heavy armor waiting for him at the opposite end of the room. They weren't hidden like the ninjas in the previous floors. Daichi used Observe on them. It looks like they have a title. The 3 Guardian Knights, and their levels are all 68. Their health is 7,000 and chakra is 6,700. And it looks like each of them specializes in one of the ninja arts. The 3 knights wore distinctive armor, green, blue, and red. The information on Daichi's observation showed that the green-armored ninja was a taijutsu specialist, while the blue was a ninjutsu and red a genjutsu master. I'll finish the red one first, then the green one, and save the blue for last. Genjutsu won't have any effect on me or my clones, but I should finish him first. Then the taijutsu master while my clones wear down the ninjutsu specialist. Daichi created the plan in mere moments after going through the information and the battle began. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Direct genjutsu attacks against Daichi were ineffective, and Daichi didn't give the red ninja a chance to figure him out. With the increase in speed and combined with the body flicker jutsu, he was able to get behind his enemy in an instant. Daichi thrust his sword, but the red ninja used substitution and escaped the attack. Daichi immediately sensed his enemy's new location and used a balance disruption genjutsu. While the enemy was able to quickly negate the effect and escape, Daichi was already on him. Using sword and dagger, Daichi activated the dual mastery skill, and with speed boost he sent several strikes in quick succession. At that moment, a wall suddenly sprang up behind him, protecting him from a fireball. I need to finish this guy quickly. The genjutsu ninja blocked a few strikes, but several got past his defenses and reduced his health. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Daichi smirked as he saw the system message. Genjutsu won't help you against me. While the red ninja was a master of the genjutsu arts, his skills in the taijutsu and ninjutsu were only just a little above ordinary. Thus, Daichi was able to quickly finish off his first enemy on the 8th floor and moved on to the taijutsu master. 3 of Daichi's clones concentrated on keeping the Blue Knight busy, while the last one helped Daichi in restraining or distracting his green-armored enemy. The clone used telekinesis, genjutsu, and chakra strings to reduce the enemy's fighting capabilities. But even then, it was a difficult battle. Damn, even with my clone getting in his way, he's still pushing me to my limits. If I hadn't increased my stats, I'd probably be dead right now. I need an opening. Just one chance to turn the tides. Daichi evaded the fist to his head and sent one to his enemy's shoulder. It took some time, but it was the opportunity Daichi needed to win. The strike took the opponent off balance, and Daichi capitalized on it. His clone restrained the knight with shuriken wire, while Daichi went through hand seals and coated his arms with rocks, increasing his attack power. Daichi's fists were like a blur, as he rammed into the restrained and struggling enemy. The fast attacks were precise and aimed at specific parts of the body to keep the Green Knight from fighting back. Once Daichi reduced the health to a little over 300, he jumped back, and at that moment, his clone sent a fire dragon jutsu that engulfed the knight. Daichi joined his clone and used the Earth Dragon Bomb jutsu, and the combined attacks finished the second knight. At that moment, he received memories of his two clones fighting the blue ninja, and it gave him a surprise. He can use shadow clones? Daichi and his remaining clone turned to face the blue knights. There were 3 of them. Earth style, mud wall. Daichi's clone created a stone wall defense, while Daichi created 2 new clones. Daichi used Mud River Jutsu to destabilize the floor near the knights. Daichi and his clones attacked with everything they had, but the knights were able to defend themselves. Daichi rushed to one of the enemies and began fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Realizing that the one he's fighting was the real one, Daichi's clones used genjutsu to distract and chakra strings to slow down his movements. Daichi didn't let him use any ninjutsu attacks, and after several powerful strikes, the battle soon came to an end. The moment Daichi defeated the real one, the clones also disappeared. Enemy plus 2000 XP, plus 300 XP. Enemies killed. You have cleared the 8th floor. You can now move to the 9th. While Daichi didn't receive any life-threatening wounds, his chakra and stamina and mana was almost completely drained. Daichi was breathing hard. The mental and physical fatigue he accumulated throughout the fight left him completely exhausted. Daichi laid down on the ground and took several long gulps of air. Even with the stat increase, it took everything I had to win. If I fight without adding some more points, I'll definitely lose on the next floor. This was the conclusion Daichi came to after thoroughly analyzing the strength of all the fighters he faced till now. Daichi took his bed and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, he added another 10 points to strength and agility stats. Daichi used a total of 40 points to increase his speed and strength, but he felt that it was necessary. Daichi created 3 clones and headed to the 9th floor. He was about to push the doors open when they opened on their own. What the? That hasn't happened before. Daichi looked at the 2 armored ninjas standing in the middle of the vast empty floor. One was wearing a black armor, while the other had a snow-white one. From head to toe, they were covered in protective steel. Their most noticeable feature was the blue flaming ember burning from their eyes. Observe. White HP 7500, CP 7000. One of the twin generals that protects the 9th floor. Prefers speed over power. 7000. One of the twin generals that protects the 9th floor. Prefers power over speed. This is going to be tricky. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 108, 4th Dungeon. Completed. Chapter 108 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi looked at the 2 imposing enemies guarding the 9th floor of the castle. It doesn't matter how much power one has if you can't hit your opponent, it's no use. So, I'll go for the one who's the speed type first. I need to distract the black one while I deal with the white general. All these thoughts passed through Daichi's mind in a second. After quick, careful thinking, he decided to fight the white armored general first. Daichi tensed, and the moment he made the first seal to create the shadow clone, a sword was coming straight for his head. Daichi's eyes widened, and from his perspective, everything slowed down. He saw the sharp, gleaming edges of the sword about to bisect him in half. If I don't dodge it, I'll die. Daichi flooded his body with chakra and used the sprint skill in combination with his body flicker. The white general brought his sword down and cut through Daichi. But the next instant, the cut Daichi vanished like a mirage. Daichi was on the other side of the room. His heart was pounding in his chest. Sweat was dripping down his forehead as he looked at the white armored ninja. Fuck! Holy fuck. If I had been even a moment late, I'd be dead. I haven't felt like this since my battle in the 1st and 2nd dungeons. At that moment, Daichi's senses alerted him to another enemy coming near him. Daichi jumped to the side and evaded the fist. The spot Daichi stood on cracked and slightly caved. Daichi skidded a few feet back and looked at the second enemy. If the other one's speed is anything to go by, then this guy's power must also be insanely high. Daichi kept both his enemies in his field of view. I need to decrease the white ninja's mobility. I have an idea, but I can't do it alone. And I can't fight both of them at the same time. I need to create a few shadow clones. Daichi slightly narrowed his eyes and discreetly took several smoke bombs from his inventory. The moment he dropped them on the floor, he saw the white speedster ninja coming for him. Daichi was ready for him this time. He evaded the sword strikes, and at that moment the smoke bomb went off around them. Daichi retreated and created 4 shadow clones. "You guys know what to do," Daichi spoke as he kept his senses on his enemies. "Yep, leave it to us." The clones replied and disappeared. The smoke was blown away and the white general rushed towards Daichi. The boy took a dagger and a short sword and readied himself. Both of them began their fast-paced battle. Even though the enemy had a higher level, due to Daichi's many passive skills, he was able to match the general's speed. Both Daichi and the armored ninja evaded strikes from the other and tried to cut their opponent. Daichi was completely focused on the ninja in front of him. He trusted his clones to keep the black armored ninja busy and to enact the plan. Daichi looked at the blue embers burning in the enemy's eye holes. "It feels like I'm fighting death itself. What a frightening presence." Daichi evaded the sword swings and parried the next couple that came after. Half-dozen strikes were sent each second. Each swing and sword strike the pair unleashed was precise and deadly. It also was a precursor to the next strike, and so on. A chain combination attacks. But if a strike is sent that the enemy can get through completely or leaves the person exposed, it would be the end. Both of us are mostly dodging the attacks, but sooner or later, one of us will make a mistake, and the other will capitalize on it. The one who makes the first wrong move gets destroyed. A precise, deadly, fierce, and fast battle. This was Daichi's fight with the white general. On the other side of the room, several small explosions could be heard. The clones were keeping the other general occupied. Daichi had something else up his sleeve. He was slowly leading the enemy to the middle of the room. As the fight continued, suddenly for a second, the white general seemed as if his limbs were petrified and he struggled. Daichi smiled as he saw the general restrained by numerous chakra threads. Daichi used his speed and vanished from the enemy's view. The general coated his sword with chakra and cut through the strings. At that moment, he sensed an attack coming from behind. The general quickly turned around and parried the sword strike and sent a fierce counter. The white general twisted Daichi's sword away from his body and rushed at him. Once he got close, the general stabbed his sword through Daichi's chest all the way to the back. Daichi looked shocked and dropped his sword, but the next instant, he exploded in a sticky substance and completely covered the general. The general struggled to get free, but the adhesive properties were too strong. The real Daichi rose out of the ground a few meters away from him. He went through several hand seals and fired several earth dragon bombs at the retrained ninja. The clone joined Daichi and started using fire-style jutsu. The plan worked. 3 clones distracted the other general, while the 4th created a sticky syrup clone and then waited for an opportunity. The moment it restricted the general's movements, I rushed to his blind spot and substituted with the clone, and when the clone was destroyed, the syrup completely covered him, immobilizing him. Both Daichi and the clone unleashed powerful ninjutsu, and before long a notification appeared. Enemy killed. Plus 2300 XP, 345. XP. Enemies killed, 55. Time to finish the other one. Daichi didn't waste any more time and joined the other fight that was going on. Due to the enemy's strength, the clones had to fight from a distance. They used genjutsu and ninjutsu, but were unable to do serious damage to the black armored ninja. Daichi put the sword and dagger back in his inventory and equipped his knuckle dusters. He rushed at the ninja and attacked the joints and weak spots of the enemy. Man, this guy is powerful. Even with my strong blows, his health is only getting reduced a bit. Daichi increased his speed and attacked from several directions, while the clones tried to keep the general tied up. The black armored ninja stomped the floor and sent a shockwave, but Daichi successfully evaded. You think you can get me with my own trick. This was something Daichi tried when he fought several enemies in the previous dungeons. The battle lasted a while, but due to his speed, Daichi was slowly able to chip away at the general's health points, and at last he reduced the ninja to smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 2300 XP. Plus 345 XP. Enemies killed. Daichi's knuckles were bleeding, and he was breathing hard as his stamina and chakra were almost depleted. It took everything I had to take him down. His legs shook, and Daichi dropped to his knees. Daichi took several large gulps of air. His body was sore all over. He took his bed and went to sleep. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi opened his eyes and let out a small yawn. He slowly got up from his bed and looked at the several notifications piled up. Daichi went through each blue system message and his smile widened. Wow, that's a lot of skill and stat increase. Daichi closed all the boxes. At that moment, a thought entered his mind. I've killed 54 ninjas in this dungeon, and yet my plunderer skill hasn't been activated once. It seems the skill acquisition rate is even rarer than I thought. He then looked at the passage that opened when the fight ended. The last one. The boss of this dungeon. Daichi took a deep breath and then slowly let it out. He created 2 clones and then started climbing the stairs. They were surprised when they reached the top. There was no door blocking the entrance to the last floor. Daichi stepped inside and looked at the majestic interior. The room was decorated in gems, rubies, gold, and diamonds. The floor was made of white marble. At the opposite end of the room was a throne, and an imposing figure wearing a red and black-colored armor was residing in the throne. 2 red glowing eyes looked directly at Daichi. The king had a black cloak and a red long mohawk on his head. Daichi didn't look away from the gaze. Observe. King Egrian HP, 8,000 CP, 8,000. The strongest ninja of the dungeon and the ruler of the Kikyo Castle. Proficient in combat and capable of using all 3 forms of ninja arts. He wants to kill the intruder that barged into his domain. You have sensed killing intent. At that moment, Daichi sensed a pressure descending on his body as if trying to make him submit. Daichi raised his chakra to show his defiance. The king stood from his throne and slowly descended the steps, his black cloak smoothly flowing behind him and his mohawk gently waving in the air. Daichi narrowed his eyes and looked at the ruler coming down the steps. He could sense that there was someone different about this enemy. This guy is different from the others. His presence itself is imposing and formidable. One wrong move and my journey till now would be for nothing. Daichi readied himself. The moment the king touched the marbled floor, he disappeared. Fast! But due to his powerful senses, Daichi was able to follow the movement. He swiftly leaned back and avoided a lethal slash. The next instant, a thin line of cut appeared in Daichi's chest. I thought I avoided that attack. So how did he get me? Daichi looked at the sword and saw a faint blue chakra hue coating it. This bastard. He used chakra to increase the range of his attack, but kept it minimized, so I couldn't pick up on it. Daichi didn't waste any more time. He took his sword and dagger and rushed towards his final enemy. The clash between the king of the castle and the gamer ninja began. Daichi's clones used genjutsu, telekinesis, and attacks from the blind spots to limit the king's movements. Daichi coated his dagger with fire chakra and slashed downwards, aiming at his enemy's legs. The king quickly escaped and shot several fire bullets at Daichi. Daichi used body flicker and evaded to the side. Daichi looked at his enemy and came up with a plan. I need to limit his movements. He looked at the clones and they immediately understood what Daichi wanted. Daichi engaged the king while his clones got to work. The 2 clones went through several hand seals and placed them on the ground as Daichi fought the enemy. The entire floor suddenly ruptured. Daichi and the king leaped away as the floor got destroyed. Now with this wrecked floor, he won't be able to move as fast as he did. Due to the light step skill, Daichi was able to adapt to the terrain quickly, and he used this to his advantage. Daichi's clone sent a fireball which was overpowered by a water wall jutsu by the enemy. King Egrian sent several quick flying sword slashes from where he stood. One of the clones dodged, but the other got dispelled. This guy is no joke. He quickly gets out of genjutsu and he's able to fight me and my clones without much problem. I can see now why this guy is the king of this place. Daichi created 2 new clones and ran at the enemy. Both the king and Daichi engaged in a fierce battle. Both were evenly matched in strength and speed, but due to Daichi's clones, he had the upper hand. As the battle continued, Both of them slowly chipped away at the other's health. During the fight, Daichi deliberately left an opening for the king to strike, and when just before Egrian struck Daichi, he substituted with a syrup clone. The strong adhesive covered the king from head to toe. Now's my chance. As Daichi moved in for the kill, he suddenly felt uneasy. He immediately substituted himself with a shadow clone. The next second, a long sword pierced right through him. Daichi looked at the king that emerged from the ground, and the one coated in sticky syrup vanished in a puff of smoke. This guy, he used the same strategy as mine. He lured me into a false sense of security to finish me off. That was too close. If it weren't for my senses, I'd be a goner. Daichi and his two clones surrounded the king. Daichi used the swift skill to increase his speed, and the battle resumed. I just need another shot. Daichi parried and slashed at the enemy's strikes. He made sure the king's attention was on him. At that moment, several chakra threads and ninja wire immobilized the king. Before he could escape, lightning flew through the wires, paralyzing him. Daichi jumped back and went through several seals. This will drain most of my chakra, but I have no other choice. Since he's not a shadow clone, I have to go all out. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The water dragons emerged and swallowed the king. With the water pressure and lightning coursing through, King Egrian was petrified. His health slowly depleted. The chakra of Daichi and his clones were also quickly being drained. It was a matter of what would give out first, Daichi's chakra or the king's health. Daichi concentrated and compressed the water dragons around his enemy to increase the pressure several folds. If he survives this, then I won't have any choice but to use my stat points. Come on, come on. At last, the battle came to an end. Daichi was the first to have his chakra be depleted. He fell to his knees and took several breaths of air. Daichi looked at the standing king. Damn it! Just as Daichi was about to increase his chakra points, something happened to the king. The king stood still, even after the lightning water dragon disappeared. It was only several seconds later that the king slowly took a step forward. But that step was his last. He fell down and was reduced to smoke. The compressed water dragon completely crushed every portion of his armor and drained away the king's heath. Enemy killed. Plus 3000 XP. Plus 450 XP. Enemies killed. 50. You have defeated King Egrian. Reward: Night Gaze Armor, Blueprint 101. Quest: Conquer the Castle completed. Rewards: 55,000 XP. Red Potion. You have leveled up. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. Daichi was on his hands and knees, taking large gulps of air as he heard the blue system messages pop up. He didn't care about any of them at the moment. Due to the level up, his stamina was half restored. Daichi took another breath of deep air and took out his comfy small bed. Time to get some shut-eye. He went to sleep, completing the Kikyo Castle dungeon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 109. Hypotheticals. Chapter 109 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi woke up from his sleep after a few hours. After he opened his eyes, he just laid there on his bed and thought about the battles he went through. Daichi raised his fists and clenched them. He accurately felt the powerful force he could exert from just his fist alone. A small smile appeared on his face. My time, my pain, my training, they are not in vain. Each day I'm getting a step closer to my goal. Daichi then saw the piled-up notifications in front of him. He started going through them one by one. His eyes landed on the reward for defeating the last boss of the dungeon. Knight Blueprint? An armor blueprint? Is it for the one he was wearing during our battle? Daichi took out the pages of blueprints from his inventory. Each page had details on how to create the armor and what materials were needed. Observe, Night Gaze Armor. Blueprint. Rare item, a blueprint for a rare rank C armor. This armor was created for King Egrian. Due to the black design of the armor, it was given the name Night Gaze Armor. This armor increases defense of the wearer by 25%. It reduces ninjutsu damage by 8% if the jutsu is B rank or above. If it's below, the ninjutsu damage reduction increases to 35%. This armor increases strength by 5% and agility by 3%. Physical attack damages are reduced by 15% or more, depending on the force of the attack. Note, to create this armor, a master blacksmith is needed. Wow, it's not bad armor. And it's a percentage increase in strength and agility. Still, this is only a rare rank C item? Then is it possible that there are better armors out there? Whatever the case, all I have is a blueprint right now. I need a blacksmith to create it. And based on the description, not an ordinary one. Daichi then looked at the other new item that was in his inventory. It was a small round bottle the size of an adult's palm. In it was red liquid. System, please tell me this is what I think it is. Observe. A potion created by the system to help the player. This potion was created using rare medicinal ingredients from around the world. Due to the powerful effects of the potion, it is a unique rank B item. Once the player consumes the potion, it will instantly heal all wounds, restore health, chakra, stamina, and mana to 100%. If anyone other than the player consumes the potion, it will take up to 24 hours for the wounds to be healed and be restored to 100%. Note, negative status other than wounds, CP, HP, SP, and MP exhaustion will not be removed. Yes! I can't believe I got my hands on a healing potion, and an instant healing one at that. And if an emergency arises, I can give this to someone in need. Not that that's going to happen. Daichi was happy with the items and rewards he got for completing this dungeon. I've leveled up. Time to check out my stats. Status. Class Student. Age 9. Title, Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Beast Slayer, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner. Level 43, 3789 5065, HP 9555, CP 13088, SP 9858, MP 5065. Primary stats: Strength 144, Vitality 135, Dexterity 118, Agility 148, Intelligence 125, Chakra 192, Wisdom 128. Special stats: Sense 94, Stamina 139, Indomitable 17, Charisma 43, Persistence 19, Dignity. Luck. Daichi was happy with the stat increase. Wow. My chakra is now in the Jonin League. By the time I graduate, I'll only need to fear people of S rank or Kaja level. Daichi looked at the chakra stat. 192, huh? So close to 200. Just a few more. Should I add the points now? No. I'll train and see if I can't increase it in the next 2 months. Can't use points before absolutely necessary. As Daichi went through everything, he noticed that several of his skills have also leveled up. Mainly his sprint, sword mastery, dual wielding mastery, and body flicker jutsu skills have gone up by several levels. After going through everything, Daichi got up from his bed, put it back in his inventory, and slowly descended the castle floors. Daichi looked at the battle scars on each floor. He remembered the enemies he fought, and he was filled with gratitude. Thank you for helping me get stronger. He soon reached the ground floor and left the castle. Daichi used the return key and in moments returned to his bedroom. December. Academy. Daichi was in the back with his head resting on his palm as he barely listened. God, this is so boring. Wish I could do something exciting. Iruka was almost finished with his lecture. The class was about the nature of a shinobi. Some say the true nature of a person is revealed when he is about to die. I personally believe this to be true. And it's not just the shinobi. I believe our true heart will be revealed the moment we learn about our death. You really think so, Sensei? A student asked. Iruka nodded. Yes, if we learn that we have only a few moments here in this world, then most of us would want to spend our time with our loved ones. No way. I don't buy it. Iruka sighed. How about this? If the world were to come to an end tomorrow, who would you like to spend your time with? The moment Daichi heard this question, a memory came to his mind. He immediately straightened in his seat. This question? No way. This scene. It's from. At that moment, Naruto spoke up. Oh, give me a break. That's not gonna happen. Iruka let out a small, exasperated breath. It's a hypothetical, Naruto. Just imagine if the moon suddenly began to fall and we were going to die tomorrow, who would you like to spend time with? At this moment, an idea sparked in Daichi's mind. He remembered memories of looking up what would happen if the moon were to fall in his previous life. A devious idea came to Daichi's mind, and an equally devious smile came to his face. This class is so boring. Time to spice things up. Shikamaru, who was sitting near Daichi, saw the smug smile on his friend's face. He instantly recognized that expression. That's the same smile Naruto has when he's up to no good. What are you planning, Daichi? Daichi raised his hand, getting Iruka's attention. Yes, Daichi. What is it? Sensei, your question is actually more interesting than you think, Daichi replied. Iruka raised an eyebrow at that. What makes you say that, Daichi? The whole class turned to Daichi. Seeing that he had everyone's attention, Daichi began his explanation. The Earth's gravity pulls everything to the ground, so why isn't the moon already falling towards us? Iruka didn't have an answer for that. Daichi continued. It's because of its sideways motion, the moon's orbit, and to change that orbit would require enormous force and power. Yes, Daichi. And as I've said to Naruto, this is a hypothetical question. Daichi nodded. Right, and your question is what would happen if the moon falls to Earth tomorrow? The answer to that is no. The moon won't fall on us in a single day. If by some reason the moon starts falling towards Earth, it will take over a year to reach the Earth. Now Iruka was intrigued. All right, what would happen then, if it takes a year? Iruka unknowingly took the bait Daichi laid out. Time to traumatize them. Daichi hid his smirk and answered. Well, for the first few days, nobody would notice a thing. But then as the moon gets closer, the ocean tide gets higher and lower depending on the position of the moon. After about a month, islands and coastal areas would be underwater. Now by the end of month 2, the world's coastal areas and nearby places would be completely flooded. The seawater would flood in and contaminate the clean groundwater with salt water. This continues for a couple more months, and the intensity of the sea waves increases. By the 5th month, the whole world would be underwater, including this village and the Hokage Mountain. But this is only the warm-up. In about 5 months, the gravitational pull of the moon will cause volcanoes to erupt and also start massive earthquakes. The volcanoes will spit out smoke thick enough to block the sun. This will cause acid rain and snow all over the world. Now, after about 8 months, the surface of the moon will be near the Earth, and it'll start cracking. The whole world will experience meteor showers that destroy everything. And if anyone does survive, they'd go hungry soon because of no sustainable ecosystem. And in the last month, the moon will get completely destroyed due to the Earth's gravity, and it'll rain all over the world, killing us all. Daichi finished his long-winded explanation, and he was met with complete silence and wide eyes. Some students were looking slightly green. Even the usually stoic Sasuke was looking uncomfortable. Iruka opened and closed his mouth several times before finally saying something. Thank you, Daichi, for that graphic explanation, and for giving everyone nightmares, Iruka muttered under his breath. Please sit. I want to see my mom right now. The voice of the girl could be heard by everyone in the quiet room. Why don't we move to a different topic? Iruka said tiredly. Daichi sat down in his seat, and a wide grin was on his face. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Daichi looked towards the voice and saw Shikamaru's narrowed eyes. Daichi put on the most innocent smile he could and replied, I have no idea what you mean. Shikamaru was incredulous as he looked at Daichi. This guy. He shook his head and then looked ahead. Sasuke crossed his arms and blocked the punch aimed at his chest. The force pushed made him grunt and pushed him back several feet. Sasuke shook his arms and felt them slightly tremble. He looked at Daichi and narrowed his eyes. You've gotten stronger again, haven't you? It was more of a statement than a question. Daichi smirked. You're not the only one training hard. The spar between the two continued for several more minutes before Sasuke fell down completely exhausted, signaling the end of the fight. He was breathing hard and covered in bruises. Daichi walked near him and sat down. Your speed and strength have certainly increased. Daichi gave his assessment. But it feels like I'm standing still, and I still haven't awakened my Sharingan, Sasuke said with a clenched fist. Give it time. Nothing can be accomplished in a single day. The Uchiha merely grunted and became quiet. Both of them sat like that for a few minutes before Daichi spoke. I'll be leaving the village for a few years at the end of March. What? Sasuke turned to Daichi in surprise. Gramps wants me to learn about his business operations in the capital. I'll be leaving after taking the finals this year. What about the academy? Gramps told me an instructor would meet me at the end of every year to assess me and test my curriculum knowledge. I'll be back here in time for the Genin exams. Sasuke was slightly angry that he was going to lose his sparring partner, but more than that, he was also reminded of the fact that he was now alone in the world with no family other than a traitorous brother. After a short while, both of them went their separate ways. Daichi was looking forward to the day he could leave the village. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 110, 4th Year End Chapter 110 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi and 7 shadow clones stood on the stone bridge. All of them were still, and the only noise that could be heard was the sound of the raging waterfall. The next second, all of them thrust their palm as one and expelled their chakra. The water falling in front of them was quickly stopped, and it stayed that way. Skill waterfall control techniques level has risen by 1. Congratulations, you have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 exp. 75 exp. Daichi opened the skill list and checked the results. Waterfall control technique, active passive, LV, max, an advanced water chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to control the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their water nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill water affinity. 200% increase in water chakra control, 300% increase in power of water chakra nature. CP cost? It's the same ratio as my fire affinity. Still, not bad. 3 natures down, 2 to go. January 29th. Happy birthday, Rio. Aiko held Rio in her arms as the small child blew on the 2 candles on her birthday cake. The matron and the children were having a small celebration, and Daichi was hanging in the back of the crowd. He had a smile on his face as he watched the small child try to blow out the candles. It was Rio's 2nd birthday, and Daichi made sure to not miss it since he'll be away from the village for the next few years. Daichi made sure to bring candies for everyone and a gift for the child. By the time the celebrations were over, the sun was already setting. Jozu took the child from Aiko and took little Reo to her room, while Daichi and Aiko headed to her office. She seems happy, Daichi spoke. Yes, despite being an orphan, she's happy here. But then again, she's only 2 years old. Aiko spoke as she sat down behind her desk. Why don't you spend more time with her? Aiko asked Daichi. Daichi shook his head. It's not the right time. Aiko didn't pressure the boy. She knew this was new territory for him as well. When the time comes, she'll be happy to learn who you are. Daichi nodded, and both of them entered a comfortable silence. Aiko had a smile as she looked at the boy in front of her. She knew Daichi had a good heart. She was happy that Reo had someone like him looking out for her. There was another matter Daichi needed to discuss with the matron. I'll be leaving the village with Gramps at the end of March. Aiko was surprised when she heard that. Why? What about your studies at the academy? Gramps wants me to learn about his business operations in the capital, and I'll have an instructor assess me at the end of each year. I'll be back by graduation time, Daichi replied. I see. You're going to miss her, aren't you? Aiko asked, knowing the answer. Daichi merely nodded. He then took out a scroll and handed it to the matron. This is from Gramps. It's for Rio's expenses and for the orphanage. Aiko nodded, took the scroll, and placed it inside her desk. Both of them talked about various things, and after some time, Daichi left the place. He reached his home and saw Kensei on the porch, waiting for him. How is Rio? Happy considering her circumstances. Kensei nodded. I gave Miss Aiko some of the money Ren trusted me with, and I've added some of mine to the pile as well. Told her it was all from you. Daichi told him as he sat down on the porch. Now no one would be able to use lack of money as leverage against her. The old man shook his head in agreement. It would be an extreme situation, but always be prepared. I know. Daichi finished Kensei's sentence. Both of them watched the sun disappear and then went inside the house. March. The final exams at the academy concluded. Daichi and the future rookies minus Sasuke were hanging out in their usual place. Oh man, I didn't do too well on the tests this time. My mom's not going to be happy. Kiba spoke while Akamaru, who was on top of his head, whined. Yeah, the tests Iruka-sensei prepared were somewhat more difficult than I expected. Shikamaru gave his thoughts as he laid down looking at the clouds. Ino, who was next to Daichi, was smiling. No matter how tough it was, I'm sure you got everything right, didn't you, Daichi? Daichi had an awkward smile as he agreed with her. Except for Sasuke and Lee, he hadn't told anyone else in the academy about his long trip. He decided that leaving without saying anything would leave a bad taste in his mouth, so he made his decision. I told Sasuke yesterday. It's time I told them too. Hey guys, I need to tell you something. The group focused on Daichi. Daichi took a breath and let it out. I'll be leaving the village for a few years. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. What? When? Ino asked him. Tomorrow at dawn. What? Ino and Naruto shouted. Why didn't you say anything? I thought we were friends. Yeah, what gives, man? Naruto and Kiba got in Daichi's face and shouted at him. Daichi calmly placed his hands on Kiba and Naruto's shoulders and made them sit. We are friends. And I didn't tell you because I didn't want you guys to make a big deal out of this. At that moment, Akamaru jumped into Daichi's lap and started licking his hand. When will you be back? Ino asked. Daichi could hear the sadness in her voice, even though she tried to mask it with curiosity. I'll be back by graduation. Daichi replied as he rubbed Akamaru's belly. Where exactly are you going? Choji asked as he put down his chips. The capital. Gramps has some business there. He figured I should learn about its ins and outs. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as he looked at Daichi. A sudden trip? Not suspicious at all. Still, I'm gonna miss the guy. Not that I'll ever admit it to anyone. There's no way you're learning of this trip just now. I can't believe you didn't tell us sooner. Naruto crossed his arms, pouted, and looked away from Daichi. Daichi chuckled awkwardly. He's a lot smarter than people give him credit for. I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys sooner. Look, as an apology, I'll take you all to Yakiniku Q. How about that? My treat. Daichi offered as he smiled at everyone. Some of them were looking forward while others were still miffed. Looking at their faces, Daichi spoke again. Look, we can sit here and you guys can be angry at me, or we can have a great dinner and enjoy ourselves. Come on, what do you say? Unable to say no, all of them got and headed to the restaurant. Daichi got them a private fancy booth and gave the waiters several orders. This booth needs to be reserved a few days in advance. You planned this, didn't you? You knew we would say yes. Shikamaru, who sat near him, said in a low voice, I'm gonna miss you too, Shikamaru. Daichi replied with a small laugh. Daichi managed to make sure the group was in a good mood. The 9 students spent the time reminiscing about their adventures together. The food arrived before long and everyone was having fun. They also talked about the academy and how Daichi's departure will affect the class. Now with you gone, that jerk, Sasuke will be at the top. Naruto said as he stuffed a slice of beef into his mouth. Hey, Sasuke isn't a jerk. And don't speak with your mouth full. Sakura lightly admonished him. Sorry, Saku. Naruto started coughing, and he frantically pounded his chest. After a couple seconds, he was able to safely swallow the food. Shh. Here, Naruto. Hinata held a glass and gave it to the blonde. Naruto gulped down the glass of water as quickly as he could. Oh, thanks, Hinata. Everyone laughed at Naruto's antics, and it was a fun night for them. There was even a small fight between Choji and Kiba for the last piece of the beef. In the end, Choji was victorious. Daichi looked at everyone and then spoke. I am going to miss you guys. The future rookies looked at Daichi and smiled. Ino, who was sitting nearby, hugged Daichi. We're going to miss you too. The small party winded down, and after a short while, everyone exited the restaurant. Daichi bid his farewell and soon left. Hinata had a guard from the Branch family keeping an eye on her since she left the academy, so she would safely return home. Shikamaru and Choji left with Ino and Shino. Kiba and Naruto escorted Sakura to her home. There was one more person Daichi had to see. I've been so busy training that I haven't seen Lee in over 2 weeks. Right now, I'm sure he'll be at the usual training spot. Daichi had bought takeout for him and Lee. He figured the guy would be training like crazy and would be hungry. When Daichi reached the place, he saw something unusual. Lee was punching into the thick wooden stumps much harder than usual, but that was not what Daichi focused on. Tears were falling down Lee's face as he continued with his punches. Daichi could see the anguish on his friend's face. He could also see the torn skin and the bleeding knuckles. "Lee, stop! That's enough!" Daichi said as he rushed in and held Lee's hand, stopping him. "Daichi?" Lee looked at his one and only friend. He then shook his head. "Let go. I need to train." "You're not training. Not like this. And I'm not letting go until you tell me what's wrong." Daichi firmly held Lee's hand and spoke. "You wouldn't understand, Daichi. Try me." Lee gritted his teeth and then let out his frustrations. "You're a genius, Daichi, the best in your class. Everything comes so easy for you. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu. You're the best at everything. So you wouldn't understand." "What don't I understand?" "That it doesn't come as easy for the rest of us." Lee shouted as his tears kept falling. Daichi was quiet as he looked at his friend. He's usually so upbeat, letting nothing get him down. But now, something's happened. And I have a feeling it happened at the academy. "What's wrong? I'm not leaving here until you tell me what's bothering you." Daichi's gentle voice gave Lee a small comfort. Lee gritted his teeth, looked down, and was quiet for a few moments. Then he spoke in a low voice. "I couldn't beat anyone in my class in taijutsu." He looked up at Daichi. "I tried so hard. I trained every day, but I still couldn't beat anyone in my class in taijutsu today. I only barely passed with my written scores, but I'm the dead last in my class." Daichi's gaze softened. "Lee, you can't beat yourself over that. You can get stronger if you—" "It's not just that." The tears stopped, but Lee was downtrodden as he recalled his experience at the academy. "Neji said I would never graduate from the academy, let alone be a ninja. And after being beaten by everyone in the taijutsu spar, how can I believe otherwise? All my pain, effort, and training, it's all for nothing." Lee choked up as he remembered the mocking faces of his classmates. Daichi was angry hearing that. "That Neji, right, he's an asshole right now." Daichi let go of Lee's hand. He looked at his friend and saw that his self-confidence was broken due to what had happened, and it made Daichi furious. "He's wrong," Daichi said to Lee. Lee looked up and saw the angry expression on Daichi's face. "Daichi, Neji is wrong. He's a fool, and you are too if you believe him." Lee's eyes widened as he heard those words. Daichi continued, "No one is born without talent. The only question is whether or not a person can identify their talent and bring it out. Lee, if you believe in yourself, give it everything you have. Then even if everyone tells you you can't do it, even if the whole world is against you, you have to stand your ground. Plant yourself like a tree and tell them they're wrong." Lee's eyes widened as he heard those words. Daichi placed his hands on Lee's shoulders and looked him in the eye with as much seriousness as he could. "You'll face adversities, challenges that will bring you to your knees. You'll feel pressure. But you can't stay on your knees forever. Be strong and stand up. Endeavor and believe in yourself. Because I do." Tears began falling once more from Lee's eyes. But this time, Daichi knew they were not tears of sadness. Reputation massively increases with Rock Lee. Reputation increases with Might Guy. When Daichi saw the second notification, he was surprised. But at the moment, he didn't care about the hidden jonin. "Oh, Daichi." Lee hugged Daichi and cried, "Thank you." He whispered to his friend. Daichi comforted his friend, and a short while later, both of them were sitting down under a tree. "So you're leaving tomorrow?" Lee asked in a small voice. Lee was happy that he found such a good friend, and sad that he wouldn't be able to see him for several years. "Yeah. Here. I thought we could have a meal together." Daichi took out the dishes. Both of them ate their meal in a comfortable silence. After a while, Daichi got up. "It's getting really late, and I need to pack a few things." Lee nodded, hearing him. He then looked at Daichi and spoke with a confident voice. "I won't ever give up. I'm going to train as hard as I can. When you come back, I will be a ninja." Lee gave a wide smile. Daichi laughed in delight when he heard that. "I look forward to sparring with the future taijutsu master when I come back." Daichi left, giving Lee the strength and motivation he needed. Nobody realized it then, but these two would one day become the strongest tag team duo in the world, taking on an enemy no one else could. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 111. Leaving the Leaf Village, Chapter 111 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was in his bed after packing the necessary items for his journey. He asked for a few books and scrolls in Kensei's library, and the old man provided them without hesitation. The different scrolls contained information on several fields of the ninja arts. This is going to be my last night in the Leaf Village for a while. I didn't expect things to go this route. Whatever the case, I have to be ready to face all obstacles that get in my way. Gramps said he had a medic who will train me. I wonder who it could be. Time flew by as Daichi laid on his bed thinking about the future. At midnight, the rewards for the long-running quest appeared. Ongoing quest, Path to the Strongest. 4th year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the special reward for clearing a dungeon. Distributing new skill for successfully improving at least 6 skills to LV. Max special reward. A-grade item blueprint, 2/3. Stealth, passive, active, LV1. This skill increases your ability to move undetected. It also gives you the ability to perform actions unobserved or undetected. This skill helps with pickpocketing, sneaking around, and lockpicking. Damage dealt to targets also increases when stealth is active. Holding breath increases the effects by a small margin. Note, this skill is divided into 5 grades. Current grade, average. Effects: removes footstep sounds. % chance of successfully lockpicking doors, safes, and containers faster. Plus 2% chance of pickpocketing an unsuspecting target. A skilled pickpocketer is less likely to be caught and more likely to loot valuables from the target. Plus 1% chance of successfully moving unseen and unheard. Highly skilled sneak can even hide in plain sight. Daichi's eyes slightly widened as he saw the new skill. A stealth skill. Definitely one I needed. I've been trying to get this skill for a while now. I can't always rely on my cloak. Daichi read the effects of the skill and came to a conclusion. I need to level this up fast. Right now, it's not all that good, but once it reaches a high level, I'll be able to get in and out of anywhere. And it looks like lockpicking and pickpocketing are attached to this skill. Nice. Daichi then looked at the special reward. I still have no idea what it could be, but it seems only one more piece is needed. Since it's an A-grade item, it should be on the same level as a Tamagai's cloak. Time to get some shut-eye. Tomorrow is a new chapter in my life. Daichi went to sleep with a small smile on his face. The next day, he woke up bright and early. He completed his morning rituals and workouts within a couple hours. He was then getting ready to leave. Once he got dressed, he put on his backpack after double-checking everything. Daichi felt a slight sadness as he looked at his room. It was his space ever since he came to this world. It was unknown why, but Daichi always felt safe here. He let out a short breath and headed downstairs. As he walked down the steps, he could hear his grandfather talking to someone. Daichi couldn't recognize the second voice and was curious as to who it was. I wonder who he's talking to. Based on where the sounds were coming from, Daichi deduced that Kensei and the mystery person were on the front porch. Daichi reached the porch and was completely surprised. His eyes widened as he looked at the second figure. Is that it? It was a large white tiger. It was as tall as Kensei and had snow-white fur with black stripes. It was wearing a black body jacket that covered most of its body and had steel armor plates that completely covered its tail. So this is the boy, huh? Meh. A deep, gruff voice came from the tiger as it looked at the small boy. Kensei looked at the stunned Daichi and smirked. Good to know I can still surprise him. Daichi, this is Raiga, my summoning partner. Daichi quickly gained his composure. Hello, nice to meet you. Daichi slightly bowed his head and greeted the summon. Come closer, boy. The tiger Raiga spoke. To Daichi it sounded more like a command. He looks like he'll make a delicious snack. Daichi saw the tiger lick its long, sharp teeth. It was the first time Daichi saw a tiger in person. Ever. So he was a little nervous when the carnivorous animal was looking at him like he was its dinner. Despite his apprehension, Daichi stepped closer and stood near the giant white feline. The tiger slowly came near Daichi and lowered its head to Daichi's stomach. Daichi watched the tiger sniff a few times, and then it raised its head and took a couple steps back to look at him. Strong. For a small cub. Raiga spoke. Thank you. Daichi spoke, not knowing what else to say. So what do you say, Raiga? Is he qualified? Kensei asked, looking at his summoning partner, and then to Daichi. The tiger was quiet for several seconds as it looked into Daichi's eyes. Daichi, not one to shy away from a challenge, stared right back into the eyes of the large jungle cat. After a few more seconds, it spoke. He has potential, but he will need to be tested. Kensei let out a sigh. I understand. I will speak with the elders. If they agree, then he can take the trial, but only after he becomes a ninja. Raiga looked at Kensei and said. Kensei nodded and agreed. Fair enough, thank you for your time, Raiga. Of course, old friend. The tiger then looked back at Daichi. I hope you won't disappoint when the time comes. With those words, the summon animal vanished in a smoke. Daichi blinked a few times and looked at his old man. I knew you had a summoning contract, but I didn't know it was a tiger contract. I didn't advertise it, and you didn't exactly ask me for the details. Kensei shrugged. It was at that moment that Daichi remembered something. Come to think of it, his nickname is the Calamity Tiger. Huh, so that's why. Daichi then focused on his grandfather. So you want me to sign a contract with the tiger summons? Due to the conversation between Kensei and Raiga, it didn't take a genius to figure that out. Yes, if you're interested. Daichi's eyes widened. Yes, I'd like that. Oh, wow. This opens so many possibilities. The old man smiled, looking at the boy. It's not going to be easy. There will be a trial to see if you are qualified to be their summoner. And it's not something you need to worry about until you become a genin. Daichi nodded. Oh, and before I forget, tiger summons are very territorial. They won't like it if their summoner signs another contract. So if you come across any other summoning contracts, don't sign them. Kensei told Daichi. Daichi was confused at that. But I haven't signed the contract yet. And what makes you think I'll come across a summoning contract? Those things aren't exactly easy to come by. True, getting a summoning contract is rare, but you're going on a long trip. Anything could happen. And trust me when I say this, the tiger summon will be more suited to you. Kensei emphasized the last part. Daichi looked at the old man and agreed. All right, I'll wait until I'm genin and then take the trail. Good. Kensei smiled. After Tsunade takes him as a student, I have no doubt she'll be impressed with his potential. And there is a possibility she'll offer him a chance to sign with the slug summons. They have excellent healing capabilities, but they are not suited for Daichi. The Tiger Clan is the best for someone like him. This was Kensei's reasoning for introducing Daichi to his summoning partner. Did you get everything you needed? Kensei asked his grandson. Yeah. I'm ready. Both of them left their home. They closed the gate and Kensei reactivated the barrier. At that moment, Daichi received new notifications. Ongoing quest. Take care of the garden. Failed. Reputation decreases with Kensei Asagi invalid. Daichi looked at the notification that popped up. Huh. I almost forgot about this quest. This task would only be marked completed after 6 years. There was still 1 more year left. But since I won't be here for the next few years, it looks like the system has considered this quest a failure. But due to outside interference, it seems the failure part of this quest won't affect me. Good to know. Both of them headed for the gates of the village. After reporting their departure, they left the village. Their journey was to the capital. Both of them enjoyed the view, and Daichi asked his grandfather about the locations in the capital. A direct road led to the fire capital, and it only took half a day to reach the place. There were several guards in armor at the entrance gates. Kensei and Daichi showed them their documents and soon entered the place. Wow! Daichi was amazed as he looked ahead. The capital was more bustling with people than the Leaf Village. Daichi saw many shops with colorful designs. New location. Minimap updated. At that moment, Daichi received a new quest. Explore the fire capital. Explore and find out more about the fire capital. Find the different buildings and places in the capital, 07. Time limit, 7 days. Rewards, 1000 XP. Complete quest in 3 days. Bonus reward. Failure, rep slightly decreases with Kensei Asagi. Accept. I knew it. I had a feeling this quest was going to appear. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation. Kensei had a small house in the capital, comfortable for 2 people. They entered the small home. You have found Kensei's residence. Quest progression. Daichi looked at the blue box. This will be easier than I thought. You can take that room during your stay here, Kensei said, pointing to a room at the other end of the house. Same time, Leaf Village. Hiruzen was looking over the reports and stamping several documents, but his mind was elsewhere. Kensei and Daichi left early this morning, so they must have reached the capital by now. How will things go from here, I wonder? Based on Jiraiya's reply, Tsunade wasn't exactly happy that I'm making her take another student. She'll most likely test him and see if he's capable. I have no doubt that Daichi will find a way to pass, but will she be a good teacher to him? I guess time will tell. Hiruzen took a break from important files and documents and took the report that Iruka had dropped off a few hours ago. Hiruzen quickly went through the scores of every student in Daichi's class. He noted the ones with potential. His eyes then landed on the reports of Sasuke Uchiha. Daichi will retain the top spot for the 4th year as well, but now that he's gone, Sasuke will take that place. And just as Daichi is far ahead of Sasuke, Sasuke is far ahead of everyone in his class, but now he has no one to compete against. Will this stagnate his growth? Hiruzen knew he had to wait to see the answer to that question. His mind then drifted to his 2 former students. Based on Jiraiya's reports, he and Tsunade should be at the capital right now. I hope everything goes all right. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 112, Fire Capital Chapter 1 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi unpacked his bag and freshened up. He took a look around the small house and saw that there were only the most necessary items present. The old man sure lives a Spartan life. After taking a look around, Daichi decided it was time to take a trip through the capital. A few minutes later, Kensei came to him. Daichi, I'm heading to meet a colleague of mine. Would you be all right here, or would you like to explore the capital? I'm gonna go sightseeing. Take in the view. Daichi replied with a smile. Kensei nodded. If you're going to be late, make sure to eat something. I'm sure you can find a restaurant. The boy nodded, and they both went their separate ways. Daichi and Kensei left the Leaf Village that morning, and now it was already evening. The sun was slowly coming down. Daichi walked through the streets of the fire capital. The road itself was made with clean, clear-cut stones. The whole street was bustling with people. Merchants from all over the world have some businesses here. All the stores were well-maintained and they had colorful designs. Observe Hoski Street, one of the biggest and busiest streets in the fire capital. A part of the Hoseki Street is dedicated to classic tea houses, many of which houses mesmerizing geisha performances. Several small restaurants, clothing stores, other shops, and the shrine at the end make up Hoseki Street. You have found Hoseki Street. Quest progression. The business here is booming. Whoever could set up shop here would be able to make a lot of money. As Daichi walked, he saw a few ninjas wearing the Leaf Village uniform roaming the capital as well. Not that surprising. There are many missions that require the Leaf Ninjas to come here. As Daichi walked through the streets, he used his observe skill on several people. He didn't find anyone that stood out or were interesting. I need to see if I can find some dungeons here. I'm sure this place has got to have at least a few. Daichi kept walking and didn't bother to buy anything. Currently, he wanted to explore the place and was more interested in completing the exploration quest first. As he kept walking, he soon exited the crowded, noisy street and came near a calm, serene garden. The garden had a large pond with crystal-clear water. Daichi could see several beautiful fishes swimming in the large pond. Daichi could also see a couple small houses that naturally blended with the large garden. You have found Kanazawa Garden. Quest progression. 3/7. Observe Kanazawa Garden. This garden was created on the orders of the wife of the first fire daimyo. This garden is also known as the Garden of 6 Aspects. These 6 aspects, which were considered vital to create this garden, are subtlety of design, coolness, scenic view, respect and wisdom, spaciousness, and finally serenity. This garden features ponds, natural landscape features such as hills and streams, and structures such as pavilions and tea houses. You have witnessed a work created by several master craftsmen. Daichi was surprised at the new notification and stat increase. Wow, that's unexpected. Wait, so that means if I see works that were made by masters of other fields, does that mean I can increase my other stats as well? Will I be able to increase my strength or agility stat by witnessing great battles? No way to find out right now, I guess. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. But not unwelcome. With a smile, Daichi slowly roamed the garden. The craftsmen were able to create a garden that truly fulfilled its purpose. The place made Daichi feel relaxed and comfortable. It was so peaceful that Daichi wanted to enjoy the feeling more. He found a tree and sat down under its shade. He closed his eyes and meditated. When Daichi opened his eyes again, he realized the sun was about to disappear over the horizon. I didn't even feel the time flying. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. As Daichi got up, his stomach grumbled, letting him know that it was time to eat. He walked through the streets and soon found a large restaurant. The restaurant had a red, fiery bird resembling a phoenix, decorated on its front. The large signboard read Red Phoenix Restaurant. Daichi looked at the whole thing. The design and aesthetic quality of the place was impressive, but the name, it's kind of on the nose. Whatever. Observe. A traditional sake house restaurant created 61 years ago, located at the heart of the fire capital. The owner of the restaurant is Fujimoto Kizo. This restaurant boasts excellent, flavorful dishes made with the finest ingredients. The dishes made by the chefs of this restaurant are even able to impress the daimyo. This restaurant has over 100 unique cuisines. The restaurant is divided into 4 floors. Commoners are only allowed on the ground floor. Ninjas affiliated with the Leaf Village are allowed on the first floor. Officials, diplomats, and important dignitaries are seated on the second floor. The third floor is reserved for only the daimyos, kages, and other equally ranked or important personnel. The higher the floor, the more expensive and tastier the dishes. Wow, that's impressive. After reading the description, Daichi was looking forward to their dishes. You have found Red Phoenix Restaurant. Quest progression. Daichi stepped inside and found the place packed. He patiently waited, and after a while he was escorted to a table. Daichi ordered the dish roasted duck and some accompanying dishes to go along with it. As he waited for the food, he took a look around the place. Even though only commoners and ordinary people ate on this floor, it was quite clean and well kept. There were people standing by in a corner who efficiently cleaned the tables after each diner. Daichi thought about the structure of the restaurant and he figured out the goal of the owner. The owner is smart. There's another meaning in creating different floors and separating the customers. Each floor represents someone's rank, financial standing, or political power. This is the fire capital, and the people here are mostly politicians. They would want to keep their image and prestige, so they would definitely opt to go to the higher floor, which would no doubt bring more revenue to the restaurant. Eating on the higher floors would also make them feel more important than the rest, giving them a certain satisfaction. And if someone from a good background or high standing who usually eats on the higher floor ever goes to the lower floors, then it would present an image of a decrease in wealth or political status. So people who eat on the higher floors would definitely not try to go down. The owner is certainly cunning to come up with this idea. Daichi patiently waited for his food, and after a short while it arrived. The dish was a small roasted duck that had an excellent fragrance, and it looked quite delicious. There were several other complimentary dishes accompanying it as well. Daichi, not wanting to waste time, took his chopsticks and took a bite out of the dish. Oh wow, this is delicious. Daichi was pleasantly surprised at the flavors of the food. With Daichi's extremely sharp senses, he could clearly pick out the different flavors blended in the dish. This dish is almost as good as those expensive ones in Shi's restaurant. If this is the quality of dishes on the first floor, then I wonder how good the ones on the higher floors would be. He enjoyed the dishes and after some time left the restaurant with a smile. It was getting late and Daichi soon reached Kensai's residence. Due to having absolute recall skill, Daichi was able to memorize the paths without any difficulty. As he entered, he saw Kensei on the nearby desk, writing something on a scroll. Kensei finished writing and closed the scroll. "How's your first trip through the capital?" Daichi smiled as he sat down on the nearby chair. "It's incredible. I especially like the Kanazawa Garden and the Red Phoenix restaurant. The garden has a mystical and calming effect on a person's psyche. Or at least that's what most people say. What do you think?" It certainly was an incredible sight, and yeah, I think there is some truth to it. Kensei smiled and nodded. That garden was one of the favorite places of his late wife Fumio. "So not that I mind a short break from my training, but when do we meet this medic trainer?" Daichi asked, and Kensei could sense the hidden curiosity and impatience. "Soon. In a day or two, maybe," Kensei replied. "You're not going to tell me who it is, are you?" The old man had a smug smirk. "Why ask questions you already know the answer to, Daichi?" Daichi sighed at Kensei's antics. Kensei couldn't help but laugh, seeing Daichi's face. Daichi slightly pouted and spoke. "Good night, Gramps. I'm going to head to my room. Since I'll be free tomorrow as well, I'm going to check out the capital some more." "Sure," replied the old man, and both of them retired to their rooms. "You have found Fujima Castle?" Also known as the Emerald Castle due to the green-colored stones used in constructing the castle. It was created 103 years ago. The daimyo of that era built this castle as a gift for an unknown great warrior who came and saved them from a calamity. It is regarded as one of the 3 most elegant and visually spectacular castles in the Fire Capital. The great warrior has imprinted his presence on the castle long ago. Visiting the castle will grant you a one-time stat increase. +2 STR, +2 AGI, +2 STM, +2. Daichi woke up early in the morning and walked around the capital. The first place he went to was the majestic green-colored castle at the northern part of the city. Daichi was shocked as he read the information. A permanent increase in stats just by visiting the place? Wow, never seen anything like that before. Even the Hokage Tower didn't show anything like that. Who the hell was this great warrior? You have witnessed a work created by several master craftsmen. You have found a key dungeon. Retrieving the key to the dungeon, the key to this dungeon has been placed in the inventory. Fujima Castle Dungeon Key. Restricted. With this key, the player can enter the dungeon in the Fujima Castle. This key can transport the player to its corresponding dungeon from anywhere. This key is restricted, and the player cannot use the key until he is above level 60. A level restriction? I never saw that on any of the other keys. The other keys indicated that they were higher than my level, but I could access them whenever I wanted. But this... Daichi looked at the giant, majestic castle. That castle is no ordinary one. I'm sure it holds some great secrets. Should I check it out now? No. It might have traps. I need to be ready. It's not going anywhere. Once I level up and become a ninja, I'll be back here. That time, I'll pay you a visit. Daichi also paid a visit to the Imperial Palace, the home of the current daimyo. He could not enter due to the guards and could only look from the streets. You have found the Imperial Palace. Quest progression. You have found a key dungeon. Daichi looked at the black key he got from the Imperial Palace. This doesn't show any restrictions. If I use this key, the opponents I face will be 30 levels higher than my current level. At least. But it doesn't show that it can't be used. So why the difference in key with the Emerald Castle? Daichi decided that he would find the answer one day. He walked around the city for a while. He had a lot on his mind. When I visited the Kikyo Castle, it didn't show any increase in wisdom stat, but here I've already encountered 3. What's the difference between these places? Or is the Kikyo Castle nothing compared to these in terms of craftsmanship? Well, compared to the castles here, the Kikyo Castle is indeed lacking. Anyone can see that, but is that all there is to it? Daichi decided not to ponder on these questions and moved on. As he walked, he saw a large building in one of the corners of the street. He went near the place. A renounced smithy belonging to the master blacksmith Hiroi. He inherited the smithy from his father 7 years ago. There are over 24 blacksmiths working in the smithy at all times. Armors for the daimyo's guards are made from this smithy. Several strong weapons were made from this smithy that is currently all over the world. Wow. A blacksmith shop, just what I needed. Daichi thought about the blueprints he had for the Night Gaze armor. Daichi became somewhat excited at the thought of going to the smithy and showing him the blueprints. No, if I go there and show him the armor blueprints, he might get suspicious. I'm just a child after all. I should go when I have a good reputation or a strong backing to make sure the guy doesn't swindle me in any way. I'll show it after I meet the guy and have a better understanding about him. You have found Hiroi's smithy. Quest progression. Quest Explore the Fire Capital completed. Rewards 1000 XP, 150 XP, bonus reward 2000 XP, 300 XP. A bonus of only 2000 plus XP. Guess I should have expected that. This was a simple quest after all. Daichi opened his status page and looked at the experience points needed to reach the next level. Around 1,000 points to reach level 44, huh? That'll be easy with the next dungeon. Daichi spent the entire day exploring the capital. By 3 in the afternoon, Daichi came to the Kanazawa garden to relax. He could see some people on their own enjoying the calming atmosphere of the garden. Daichi sat down under a tree away from everyone and meditated. He always felt peace and tranquility when meditating. Hours passed by and Daichi only opened his eyes when the sun went down. He stood up and stretched himself. Red Phoenix Restaurant, here I come. I wonder what I should order today. Daichi was captivated by the dishes and couldn't wait to taste more. He reached the restaurant and, like yesterday, a young, beautiful waitress greeted him at the door. After waiting a while, Daichi was escorted to a table near the back. Daichi didn't pay attention to the other customers, as his mind was occupied with what he was going to have tonight. As he sat down thinking about what dish to order, he heard the sound of a woman and a waitress arguing in the booth behind him. "Miss, we won't serve you any more alcohol today. Please leave." The sound of the waiter was low, so only the people in that booth and Daichi heard it. Then he heard the voice of another woman arguing with the waitress. "I'm not properly drunk yet, so another bottle now." The sound of a sake cup being emptied and roughly slammed on the table was heard. "No, you already drank so much, miss, and you have a debt here," the waitress argued. Daichi was planning to ignore the commotion behind him, but at that moment he heard a name that shocked him. Lady Tsunade. "Please, enough. You've already had too much to drink, and we're out of money again." That was going to be Daichi's first meeting with one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 113, Meeting the Sannin, Chapter 113 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Daichi sat there in his booth not sure what to do. He decided to listen to the ongoings behind him and then take action. "Bah, you worry too much, Shizune. That pervert will take care of the bill. Where is he anyway?" Tsunade Senju said in a slightly slurred voice. "Lord Jiraiya isn't here. He said he had to do some extremely important research and left a while ago. I'm sure it's something important and urgent." Shizune said, oblivious to the true nature of the man known as Jiraiya. Tsunade snorted when she heard that. "Important research, my ass. That idiot is probably at one of the bathhouses." At this time, Daichi's eyes widened as he heard the exchange between the two. Jiraiya is here too, and based on the context he accompanied these two here. Or maybe it's the other way around. Regardless, 2 of the Sannins are together here. Did this happen in the series? Or is this a butterfly effect from my interference? Daichi heard the waitress denying Tsunade service. After thinking for a few more seconds, he decided to step in. "I don't know why she's here or what's going on, but I need to make a solid impression. Forming a relationship with her would be beneficial in the long run." Daichi turned his head to the waitress behind him. "Excuse me, miss." His voice attracted the attention of the 3. "How much does the lady owe the restaurant?" "I'll pay for her," Daichi said with a smile. Tsunade looked at the boy who barged into their conversation. He had black eyes and shoulder-length light brown hair and a broad chin. Tsunade looked him over, and she estimated that the child was around 10 or 11 years old. She slightly narrowed her eyes, but didn't say anything. Shizune was surprised and was about to reject the boy's offer, but the waitress of the restaurant beat her to it. She was polite even to someone as young as Daichi. "Please, sir." "There's no need. The lady was just leaving." As Daichi heard this, he turned to look at Tsunade. Both the Academy prodigy and the legendary Sannin looked at each other for a couple seconds. Neither said a word. Daichi turned to the waitress and had a polite smile as he spoke. "I came here for some delicious food and to enjoy it in peace. But if this continues, that's not going to happen." He then looked back at Tsunade and continued, "And she doesn't look like she has any intention of leaving here anytime soon." He turned back to the restaurant staff. "So I'm doing this for me, not her. So I'll ask again. How much does she owe?" At that moment, Shizune spoke. "It's sweet, but there's no need. We're just leaving. Isn't that right, Lady Tsunade?" Shizune thought the boy was the son of a wealthy official in the capital, and if he pays and the news of this incident spreads, her master's reputation may take a nosedive. She wanted to avoid any potential problems for her master, but said master had other plans. Nope, he said he's going to pay, and he doesn't look like he has any problems. So calm down, enjoy the food and drinks," Tsunade said in a nonchalant manner. "Lady Tsunade," Shizune was dismayed. Daichi slightly laughed. He looked at the waitress. "You heard the lady. How much?" Daichi could see the struggle of the staff and used mana puppetry on her, and he got his answer. 97,439 ryo, the waitress replied with a smile. Hearing the amount, Daichi put his hand in his pocket and took a thick stack of bills from his inventory. He gave the amount to the waitress, with a cool smile on his face. Shizune and the waitress were surprised at the stack of bills. The slug Sannin's apprentice began to look at the boy with caution. Why is a child carrying around that much money? The restaurant staff quickly regained her composure and took the money. Daichi had a charming smile on his face. "That's 100,000. And keep the change. Oh, and I'd like to place an order." He winked at the cute waitress. Due to the increase in charisma stat, his ability to charm people, especially women, was increasing. The waitress had a small pink shade of hue on her cheeks, proof that she was falling for the boy's charms. At that moment, Daichi got up from his small booth and invited himself over to where Tsunade and Shizune sat. "Since I'm paying for your booze, it's only fair that I join you." Daichi sat down without any intention of taking no for an answer. He sat near Shizune, and across from him was the best medic ninja currently alive. "Listen, kid, if you want to pay, that's on you. But I didn't invite you over," Tsunade said, looking at the boy. Daichi smiled. "No, you didn't." He then turned to the waitress as if there was nothing wrong. "I'd like to place my order if that's all right," he said. Tsunade and Shizune were surprised at the boldness the child displayed. "Oh, of course." The waitress took out a small notepad and a pen. "The roasted duck I had yesterday was delicious, but I think I'll have something else today. I'm looking forward to the wafu pan-fried lamb chops and maybe something to go along with it. Surprise me. And your most expensive sake bottle for the lady." Daichi politely gestured to Tsunade sitting in front of him. He then turned to Shizune sitting beside him. "What would you like to have, miss?" Shizune was surprised. She didn't expect things to go this way. She was still a little apprehensive about the whole thing. I'm fine. Are you sure?" "It's on me." Daichi kept his charming smile on his face, but it wasn't able to change Shizune's mind. "I'm sure," she replied. Daichi turned back to the waitress. "That will be all. Thank you." The girl slightly bowed and left. Daichi turned his attention back to the female Sannin. His smile never left his face. Tsunade looked at the grinning child in front of her. He was watching her with rapt attention. Unknown to her, Daichi was using his skill, observe, on her, but it didn't have any success. Tsunade decided to bring the boy down a peg. "Don't you know it's not polite to stare?" Daichi replied without any nervousness. "It's hard when I'm in the company of beautiful women." "Aw, have you fallen for my charms?" "Sorry, kid, but I'm not into little boys," Tsunade said, taking a swig that emptied the bottle she had. Daichi kept smiling as he listened. "All right, you want to play like that? Game on. Time to troll." Daichi smirked, hearing her. "Oh, thank God for that. You're beautiful. There's no question about that. But I'm not into old grannies either." Reputation slightly decreased with Tsunade Senju. Tsunade had a twitch above her eye. She looked at the smirking child and knew he was looking for a reaction. Shizune was shocked at what the child said. She looked at her master and saw the signs of anger. Oh, Lady Tsunade is mad. I better calm things down. At that moment, she noticed the child turning his attention to her. Wow, you're gorgeous. Do you know CPR? Daichi had a charming smile as he looked at the girl next to him. Shizune was surprised and gave a short answer. Yes. Good, because you just took my breath away. Daichi slowly took Shizune's right hand and gave it a small kiss. It's a pleasure to be in the presence of such an elegant and beautiful lady. Reputation slightly increased, reputation slightly decreased with Tsunade Senju. Oh my! Shizune was shocked. A small pink shade was formed on her cheeks. People usually ignored her while her master was present, so this felt kind of nice to her. Tsunade was gobsmacked at the audacity of the child who was blatantly flirting with her apprentice. You brat, don't you have any shame flirting with a woman almost thrice your age? Daichi looked at Tsunade for a few seconds before replying. Nope. You're a naughty child, aren't you? When the occasion calls for it. Yes! But if it's any consolation, Daichi smirked and turned towards Shizune. I'd be happy to let you spank me. The poor apprentice's eyes widened. What? Looking at her flustered reaction, Daichi burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. After a few seconds, he calmed down. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I was just teasing you. Daichi, having had his fun, then looked at Tsunade and properly introduced himself. This time, he kept a polite face. I was just having some fun. Please bear it no mind. My name is Daichi Hekima. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade, and you too, Miss Shizune. Reputation returned to neutral with Tsunade Senju. Tsunade looked at the change in the boy's manner and was surprised to see a serious and dignified expression. It's impressive you recognized me. Even more impressive, you recognized my assistant. A child born in the capital knowing my name and face is a coincidence, but I doubt that's the case when it comes to my apprentice. Information about her is easily available, but that wasn't the case for her student. Based on the observations Tsunade made, she concluded that the child was not from the capital. Daichi nodded in agreement. You're right. I'm not from the capital. I'm from the Leaf Village. I came here for a business trip with my gramps. I always try to learn more about the strongest ninjas of our time. Your name, along with your former teammates, came up in my study. During my research, I found out that you have an apprentice. Shizune Kato. Daichi finished his explanation and looked at the apprentice. Tsunade nodded and was somewhat satisfied with that answer. It's nice to meet you, Daichi. Shizune spoke with a smile. At that moment, the dishes Daichi ordered came, and Tsunade got her hands on some more alcohol. She didn't say anything else and started drinking again. Daichi looked at the glazing lamb chops in front of him. The smell and the visual aesthetics captured Daichi's attention, but he didn't ignore the person sitting on his side. Would you like to join me, Miss Shizune? No. Thank you. Maybe another time, she replied, smiling. Oh, is there going to be another time? Daichi asked with a grin and winked at her. Shizune giggled at the child's antics. Maybe when you're older. Daichi shrugged and slowly ate his food. He made small conversations with Shizune while Tsunade didn't look like she was interested. Some time went by and Daichi's plate only had a few small bites left. So you've completed your 4th year in the academy, huh? Unless I'm mistaken, the classes for the new year start in April, right? Yeah, but I don't have to worry about that. I won't be going back for the next couple years. Why is that? Shizune asked in slight confusion. It's nothing. I'm sorry, but I can't say. Daichi knew his medic training was to be kept a secret until the appropriate time. But now looking at the person in front of him, Daichi knew he would be disappointed with the person Kensei assigned to him. She's the best medic in the world. The things I could learn from her. Daichi let out a small sad sigh. What's wrong? Shizune asked him. Daichi thought about what he should say. If I can get Tsunade to be my teacher, if there is any chance, shouldn't I take it? Daichi decided to tell them the real reason he was here. Even if I do tell, who are they going to blab to? Daichi spoke. The truth is, I'm interested in learning medical jutsu. Tsunade and Shizune's eyes slightly widened as they heard this, but they quickly schooled their faces. Daichi, who was looking down at his food, failed to see their reaction. I told my gramps about it a couple years ago, and now he's managed to arrange someone to train me. He didn't tell me who, Just that I would meet him or her tomorrow. So that's why I'm here. To get lessons in medical ninjutsu. But meeting you two here. Daichi looked up from his food. I know I'm going to be a bit disappointed tomorrow. I'm certain they wouldn't be as good as you two. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she looked at Daichi. She glanced at Shizune, and her apprentice knew what the look meant. Keep quiet. Without giving any of her intentions away, Tsunade asked Daichi a question. Who is your grandfather? Daichi replied without much hesitation. Kensei Yasaji. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 114. The Test. Chapter 114 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hearing the name, Tsunade's eyes slightly narrowed, but other than that, there was no change in her expression. She remembered the conversation she had with the man several months ago. Tsunade had told him that she would only meet the boy, and only after assessing him would she even consider taking him under her. She made sure to emphasize that she was only doing this as a favor to her old sensei. Kensei agreed and said that he would keep her identity secret. He wanted to surprise the kid. So this is the boy, huh? It seems Kensei really didn't tell him about me. Well, I'm not going to spoil the fun. Tsunade looked at the child who was finishing his plate. At first he came off as rude, but he surprisingly has a respectful personality. Still, I need to see if he's as good as Sensei makes him out to be. Tsunade took another swig from her bottle. Kensei, huh? You're his grandson? Daichi looked up at that. You know him? We've met. The medic Sanin didn't elaborate any further and continued her drinking. Daichi had a thoughtful face. In hindsight, I should have guessed that. Kensei is from the third Hokage's generation, and he was strong and formidable enough to have a nickname, so it stands to reason that she knows him. Daichi looked at the woman who was currently more concentrated on her alcohol than anything else. Is it possible? A thought appeared in Daichi's mind, but he dismissed it, thinking it was absurd. Daichi looked out the nearby window and saw that it was getting late. I better head back, and I don't want to overstay my welcome. Daichi got ready to leave. It's getting really dark out. I should get back home. Again, it was an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade. Miss Shizune. Daichi nodded to the two of them. Tsunade didn't even bother looking at him, and just gave a small wave of her hand indicating her dismissal, while Shizune was more courteous. Good night, Daichi. Get home safe. Daichi left the restaurant after paying the bill for the table. So that's the child Kensei and Lord Jiraiya were talking about, huh? Shizune spoke after Daichi left. It seems so. Tsunade looked at the exit and then turned to her apprentice. Did you notice? Shizune's face turned serious. Yes, his footsteps. It didn't make any sounds. And his presence? It was similar to those who conceal their chakras. I wouldn't have even noticed him if he hadn't spoken. Shizune was there during the meeting with Kensei. She was surprised that the Hokage was making her teacher take on another student. Tsunade nodded with her student. She knew a capable ninja when she saw one. From just this one interaction, she knew Daichi was more than he seemed. A smirk slowly formed in her face. Looks like this trip will be more interesting than I thought. Daichi walked through the illuminated streets of the capital. The lights coming from the fancy lanterns gave off a festive atmosphere. My observe didn't show anything on Tsunade, but I was able to get some information on her apprentice. Based on her stats, I'd say Shizune is currently in the middle of the Jonin spectrum, a student of a Sanin and a talented medic ninja that very few can match. Daichi thought about the entire interaction, and there were many things he was now unsure about. He walked home with several thoughts running through his mind. It's just a coincidence that she and Jiraiya are here, isn't it? Daichi couldn't get rid of the feeling that he was missing something. He soon reached his home and greeted his grandfather, who was enjoying the calm atmosphere in the small backyard. How was your second day at the capital? Kensei asked him. Very interesting. More than I thought, actually, Daichi replied. Oh, Kensei raised an eyebrow at that. Daichi decided to tell his grandfather about Tsunade's visit. He wanted to know if the presence of two Sanin here was just a coincidence or not. I met Lady Tsunade and her apprentice. Daichi looked at Kensei for a reaction, but he didn't get one. Kensei kept an impassive face, but he knew that a non-answer was also an answer. Looking at the boy's expression, he sighed. Kensei decided to tell the boy about his soon-to-be teacher. Daichi saw Kensei let out a small breath, and his eyes widened. No way. Is it possible that she's the one who's going to train me? Daichi didn't want to jump to any conclusions, and decided to hear it from Kensei's mouth. I think you've dragged the suspense on for too long. Will you tell me who's coming to train me? Daichi asked him. I wanted to keep this a surprise, but, as you may have already guessed, it's the woman you've met. Tsunade Senju, the most proficient medic ninja in the world. Daichi's eyes widened. But I thought she wasn't interested in taking any students, and she's not currently an active ninja. Did I change something, or am I wrong? What you've said is true. And normally she wouldn't have agreed to take another student under her wing, but this was a special order from Hiruzen. She's doing this as a favor to him. I also told her that she would be doing me a favor as well by teaching you. Kensei replied. Daichi was surprised. I understand, Kensei, but the Hokage ordered her to as well, so that's why she's here. And the fact that Jiraiya is here as well. Gears started turning in Daichi's head faster, and he deduced several things. Kensei must have told the Hokage about my training plans, and since he knows my talents, the Hokage must have decided to send me to the best medic out there. He must have made contact with Tsunade through Jiraiya. That also means Jiraiya knows about me, and is at least aware of my talents. Daichi crossed his arms and thought about the whole thing. When I saw her in the restaurant, for a split second I thought that maybe she was the one Kensei had arranged to teach me. But I dismissed that thought immediately. Currently, she's someone who doesn't like responsibilities and hates the position of Hokage. Someone who's haunted by the memories of her loved ones and stuck in the past. I thought for sure that she would never agree to being a mentor for anyone. So I concluded that her being here now was just a coincidence. Looks like I was wrong. Did she change, or is there something else going on? Did she really agree to train me in medical ninjutsu? Daichi asked with anticipation. Kensei slightly winced. Well, technically, all she said was that she would give you a shot, so there is a great chance she could reject you. I see, Daichi nodded. That makes more sense. Based on what I understand from the series, she still has some respect for her former sensei, and is probably meeting me out of obligation. She has a strong temperament, and this is the best deal Kensei could make with her. Kensei got up from his chair. We're going to meet her tomorrow. At that moment, she'll decide if she wants to be your teacher or not. Daichi nodded. I'll be ready for whatever she throws at me. Kensei looked at the confident child, and his worries lessened. Whatever tests she puts him through, I'm sure he will get past them. It was morning, and Kensei and Daichi were in front of an apartment. Kensei knocked on the door and waited for a few seconds. The door opened and Shizune appeared. Good morning, Kensei. Hello, Daichi. She greeted the two and led them inside. As Daichi stepped inside, a voice spoke addressing him. So you're the kid Sensei talked about, huh? You don't look like much. Daichi looked in the direction the voice came from and saw that it was Jiraiya. He was sitting on the balcony at the other end near the open window. Daichi looked at the other son and, sitting in the corner of the room, and the small pig near her. He's just a little brat. What exactly did you expect? Tsunade gave her thoughts. Daichi, that's Lord Jiraiya, and you've already met Lady Tsunade. Kensei gave a simple introduction. Jiraiya looked affronted with that introduction. Hey, that's not how you introduce someone as great as me. He jumped and landed in the middle of the room, right in front of Daichi. A smoke suddenly appeared covering his entire body. When it cleared, it showed that Jiraiya had summoned a human-sized toad and was standing atop its head in a strange pose. Listen well, young one. Wherever I go, men gaze at me with admiration and respect, and women all over the world fall for my charms. I am none other than the holy sage of Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya. The man stood on one leg with his hands extended and shook his head in an exaggerated fashion. Daichi looked at the man with wide eyes, and his mouth was slightly open. He was excited to meet the legendary warrior, and it showed on his face. Oh wow, this is really happening. Jiraiya looked at Daichi for a reaction and saw the awe and admiration in Daichi's eyes. He thought he had impressed the kid. Yes, be it awe in my presence. Ha ha ha. Tsunade looked at her teammate and then towards Daichi, and couldn't help but let out a tired sigh. Don't tell me that kid fell for that. I thought he was smart. Daichi immediately bowed and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Jiraiya. My name is Daichi Hakima. Jiraiya laughed merrily. Proper respect from the young ones is rare these days. I'll let you have some signed copies of my books. Please don't. Kensei interrupted him and gave Jiraiya the stink eye. He was one of the few that resisted the temptations of the book, make-out tactics. You don't look surprised to see us. So your grandfather told you why I'm here? Tsunade got up and asked Daichi. Daichi nodded his head. I mentioned our meeting, and he told me that you would be my teacher. That remains to be seen, little boy. Jiraiya stepped back and dismissed his summon. Tsunade looked at Daichi and came to a decision. Sensei knows what I've been through, so what would prompt him to suddenly make this decision? I have to find out. Raise your hands and gather some chakra in your palms. Keep the chakra flow steady until I tell you otherwise. And stop suppressing your chakra. Tsunade said to the boy. Daichi obeyed without asking any questions. He had been using the chakra suppression skill and had been steadily leveling it up. Since it's come to this, I won't hold back. I need to make sure she will take me as a student. Daichi raised his hands with his palms facing upwards. He concentrated his chakra on his palms and stopped the suppression skill. Everyone in the room felt the large chakra flowing through the boy. The adults in the room were shocked when they sensed his chakra volume, but they kept a neutral face. Shizune was shocked as she looked at the kid. This child. His chakra reserves, it feels even larger than mine, and to suppress it to such a degree, his control is no doubt beyond average. Kensei looked at his grandson beside him, and even though he expected it, he was still surprised. His growth rate is incredible. Jiraiya had a lifetime of practice in maintaining a poker face. He had heard about the boy's capabilities, but seeing it felt entirely different. This kid isn't from any clan, and he isn't holding a tailed beast. So for him to produce this much chakra at his age, only Jonin-level ninjas and above have this much reserves. Looks like Sensei wasn't kidding about this kid's strength. Tsunade kept a calm face, but was now intrigued about the child's capabilities. Time to see what you're made of. Daichi's test to become a medic ninja under Tsunade had begun. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 115, The Bet with Tsunade, Chapter 115 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. As Daichi focused his chakra, he saw Tsunade bringing her hands over on top of his palms. She held her hands just a few inches above Daichi's, and a second later it started glowing green. Daichi looked at the green chakra, and at that moment he received a system notification. Unharmful foreign chakra detected. Daichi saw the message and came to a conclusion. So Tsunade is using her chakra on me? But it doesn't seem to be medical jutsu. My guess is she's most probably checking my chakra level and control, and it seems my body won't reject even ordinary chakras that aren't harmful to me, just like medical ninjutsu chakras. Daichi dismissed the blue box and focused on his current task. He kept the chakra flow steady and was in complete control. Tsunade kept a neutral face as she injected a bit of her chakra into Daichi. Her goal was to understand the boy's chakra levels and his current control over his chakra. At first she kept a neutral face, but after a short while, her expression changed. Tsunade frowned and narrowed her eyes. The green glow between her palms got bigger, and she looked far more serious than before. Kensei, Jiraiya, and Shizune sensed the change in her. They all kept quiet and didn't say anything to interrupt the medic nin. Jiraiya crossed his arms and looked at his former teammate. Looks like she found something interesting about him. It must be something big. I can't remember the last time she looked so focused. Shizune held the pet pig Tauntaun and looked at her mentor. She knew what her master was doing right now, but was confused about something. It's been over a minute since Lady Tsunade started. She should have an accurate assessment of his chakra volume and control by now. So why isn't she stopping? The occupants aside from the Senju patiently waited for her to finish. After several minutes, the green glowing chakra faded, and Tsunade took a step back from Daichi. She looked at Daichi with an astonished and bewildered face. She opened her mouth a couple times as if to say something, but no words came out. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju. Daichi had a guess as to what impressed her about him. Looks like all that chakra control training paid off. Seeing that the test was done, Daichi cut off the chakra flow to his palms and put his hands down. After a few more seconds, Tsunade took a deep breath and regained her poker face. Your chakra control is adequate, and you have excellent reserves considering your age. And the fact that you can keep a steady flow of chakra for several minutes tells me just how well you're trained. You certainly have the capabilities to become a medic ninja. Shizune was shocked at that assessment, and Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He knew what his teammate was most proud of was her precise chakra control and medical skills. Adequate control. That's high praise from her. For her to admit that much means this child's control is beyond good. Then again, he mastered the Rasengan in a week. So I suppose I should have expected this much. Daichi's face had a smile as he heard her. Yes, looks like things are going to be easier than I thought. Just as this thought ran through his mind, Tsunade burst his bubble. But that doesn't mean I'll take you on as a student. Wait, what? Why? Daichi was sure his control skills had impressed her, so he was confused about her refusal. Listen, brat, I don't have to explain myself to you. Just because Sensei said so, doesn't mean I'll do it. I'm sure you can find another medic back at the village who will be more than happy to teach you. Tsunade spoke in a hard tone. She knew he couldn't go back to the village for the time being. Jiraiya had filled her in on the ongoings of the village and her sensei's secret investigations. She was just saying it to see Daichi's response. Daichi was not someone who gave up that easily. But you're the best medic nin in the world. I could learn far more from you than anyone else. Tsunade smirked at that. You do know how to flatter a girl, but sadly, that won't work on me. Still. Tsunade paused and looked at the boy, and after a few seconds continued. Considering your above-average chakra control skills, I'll give you a chance. If you can complete the next task, I might take you as my student. Daichi nodded. All right. What do I have to do? Tsunade smirked and looked at her apprentice. Shizune, bring it here. Yes, of course. Shizune left the room and after several seconds quickly came back with a scroll. Tsunade took the sealed scroll and held it in front of Daichi. She put it down and released the seal. A smoke suddenly appeared, and when it cleared, Daichi saw over 24 books atop the scroll. All of them several inches thick. There are 24 books here. These textbooks contain the necessary information a competent medic nin needs. These were all written by me for those looking to become more than an ordinary medic ninja. I'll give you 2 months to learn all the information in these books. Tsunade had a devious smirk on her face as she said this. Daichi's eyes widened as he heard the insane time frame given by the woman. He looked at the titles of some of those books. Medicine, toxicology, biology, biochemistry, physiology, battle medics, pharmacology, microbiology, animal anatomy, human anatomy, rules for medic ninjas on the field, surgery, poisons, herbs, chakra techniques and their effects on the human bodies, medical equipment's managements, medical forensics, and more. Oh man, that's a lot of books. Shizune, who was standing nearby, was also shocked. The amount of information contained in those books. It would take a normal person years to learn and memorize all that. It would take someone motivated and highly intelligent at least 9 to 12 months. But she's only giving him 2 months to understand all that? There's no way that's possible. So she really doesn't want him as a student after all. Kensei, who was standing behind Daichi, also came to the same conclusion. He was upset that she wasn't even giving Daichi a fair shot. Tsunade. That's not fair. The blonde woman scowled. I said I'd give him a chance. Never said I'd be fair. That's... Kensei was about to argue, but Daichi slightly raised his hand, stopping him. The boy took off his glasses and looked directly into the woman's eyes. A playful smile appeared on his face. I heard you like to gamble. Would you like to make a bet with me? Daichi smiled and spoke in a polite tone. Oh, What kind of bet? Tsunade was intrigued. If I learn all the information contained in all these books in 7 days, will you take me as a student? That question shocked everyone. The moment Tsunade heard that, her smile vanished, and she narrowed her eyes. Reputation massively decreases with Tsunade Senju. Daichi ignored the blue system box. Tsunade looked at the smiling boy in front of her and became slightly angry. Che, I didn't know you were so arrogant. I'm not going to teach someone who's just going to take this as a joke. Daichi shook his head. I never said I took this as a joke. I can assure you I'm dead serious. And besides, you didn't answer my question. Do you want to make that bet with me? The lady smirked. First rule of trying to get someone to make a gamble. You need to have something the other person wants. If you want me to take the bet, you need to have something I want. And it doesn't seem like you do. Daichi slightly laughed. I wouldn't be too sure of that. He took a small scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the ground. He pressed his palm and injected some chakra. The next second, the contents of the scroll became visible to everyone. From the scroll, several stacks of money appeared. The adults in the room were astonished. Daichi stood up and looked at Tsunade. That's 500,000 ryo. My savings from the last 5 years. Still think I don't have anything you want? Reputation increased with Kensaji. Reputation increased with Shizune Kato. Reputation increased with Jiraiya. Reputation slightly increased with Tsunade Senju. Tsunade looked at the confident smirk on Daichi's face and wanted to refuse the boy, but her gambling addict side took over. She smirked and spoke. Well, things just got interesting. So if you can't memorize everything in all those books in 7 days, all this money is mine, and you stop bothering me? Daichi nodded. Ha! Easiest money I ever made. Tsunade laughed and wondered which gambling den she should go to once she wins. When I win... Daichi spoke up at that moment, interrupting Tsunade's daydreams. You accept me as your student and teach me everything about medical ninjutsu you know. Give me your word that you will hold your end of the deal. The smile on Tsunade's face disappeared as she saw the seriousness in Daichi's eyes. She was quiet for several seconds and then nodded. You have a deal. Daichi smirked and sealed the money scroll and the book scroll and took them with him. He smirked as he looked at the female Sannin. I'll be back in a week. Make sure not to skip town. Now, Lady Tsunade, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of reading to do. Miss Shizune, Lord Jiraiya. Daichi slightly bowed, bid his farewell, and left with Kensei following him. Daichi headed back to Kensei's house with the old man following him. Daichi had a simple yet efficient plan in mind. And the 7-day challenge he proposed wasn't something done out of impulse. Daichi looked at the quest that was created when Tsunade said she would refuse to be his teacher. Quest created. Win the bet. Make a bet with Tsunade Senju and win. Study and memorize all 24 books within 7 days from now. Conditions. Memorize all the books. Complete the task within 7 days or less. Rewards. Reputation massively increases with Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, Shizune Kato, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kensei Yasaji. Odds of becoming Tsunade Senju's apprentice increases massively. Completing 1/2 of the conditions required to open the special stat luck. Failure. Will never become Tsunade's student. Reputation decreases with Jiraiya, Tsunade Senju, and Shizune Kato, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Completing 1/2 of the conditions required to open special stat luck. As Daichi looked through all the details of the quest, the failure part confused him for a moment. Even if I fail the quest, I still complete half the conditions needed to open the luck stat? Daichi thought about it for a few seconds and he came to a conclusion. He now had an idea as to what was required to open the special stat luck. Tsunade has some kind of a strange relationship with luck. When she wins at something, it indicates a terrible omen, and when she loses, everything is fine. A strange relationship with luck that's beyond reason or understanding. This must be why the system chose her. I think I understand now. To open the luck stat, I need to make 2 bets with Tsunade. One that I win, and one that I lose. That's the logical conclusion I can reach from this. A large grin appeared on Daichi's face. I'm going to win this bet. Then I'll have plenty of time to make another one with her, where I can lose. The two of them quickly reached their home in the capital. Kensei hadn't spoken since Daichi made the bet. He knew his grandson's tenacity and intelligence. He believed Daichi could do the impossible. Still, he couldn't help but be slightly anxious. "Looks like you have a tough 7 days ahead of you," Kensei spoke. Daichi looked at his grandfather, smirked, and shook his head. "No, not really." Watching Kensei's confusion, Daichi made a single hand seal. "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Kensei's eyes widened as he understood Daichi's plan, and a wide grin that matched his grandson's appeared on his old face. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 116, The New Apprentice. Daichi Hekima, Chapter 116 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. A few minutes ago, Tsunade's apartment. The last Senju watched the child seal the money and books back into the scroll. "I'll be back in a week. Make sure not to skip town. Now, Lady Tsunade, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of reading to do. Miss Shizune, Lord Jiraiya." With those words, Tsunade watched Daichi and Kensei leave the room. As she quietly stood there, Jiraiya spoke up. "He's really talented, you know, and he's right. He could learn a lot from you. You said it yourself, his chakra control is excellent." At those words, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya noted that she had an unusually serious expression which was unlike her these days. "What's wrong?" Seeing her master's face, Shizune couldn't help but ask. Tsunade didn't utter any words for several seconds. She was still trying to digest the information she learned after examining the boy's chakra network. After a while, she answered, "His chakra network and his control, it's perfect," Tsunade said in a low voice. While Jiraiya only looked on in confusion to that statement, Shizune's eyes widened because she knew what her master was talking about. "What? Lady Tsunade, that can't be!" the young apprentice almost shouted. "Are you saying I made a mistake?" Tsunade slightly narrowed her eyes. "Of course not. But something like that, it should be impossible, right?" Tsunade sighed and answered her apprentice. "Yes, it should be impossible. But I've checked, thoroughly. His chakra control is precise, absolutely perfect." At this point, Jiraiya interrupted them. Yeah. For those of us not well-versed in medical ninjutsu, do you mind explaining? What exactly are you guys talking about?" Tsunade looked at her former teammate and began to explain the situation. When someone uses chakra for anything, they unknowingly waste a lot of it. So to reduce this wastage, and to use chakra more efficiently, we came up with chakra control exercises. These exercises help one improve their control over the chakra their body expends. Jiraiya agreed with that. "Right. Techniques like tree walking and water walking and such." "Yes. The tree walking and water walking are just those for the standard ninjas. For medics, there are even more difficult control refining techniques that they need to master." Shizune spoke. Tsunade nodded and continued. "Now these techniques help increase a shinobi's chakra control and bring it to their absolute highest level as possible. But there will still be some small amount of chakra wastage. It's not something that we can overcome." Jiraiya frowned at that. "Isn't your chakra control perfect? You're the best medic in the world. Some of the techniques you use can't be accomplished if you don't have perfect control. Right?" Tsunade shook her head in disagreement. "My chakra control is only near perfect." Seeing Jiraiya tilt his head in confusion, Tsunade elaborated. "How do I put this? Over the course of the last decade, Shizune has mastered all the control techniques she could and brought her chakra control to the highest level she could achieve. If I had to put it in mathematical terms, I'd say that her control over her chakra is over 90%. For reference, an ordinary ninja who learned tree walking and water walking would only have about 75 to 85% control." "Wait, I thought by learning those techniques we would reduce wasting chakra completely." Tsunade replied. "No, we only limit the wastage and only learn to use it more efficiently. There is a great difference in the amount of chakra wastage between someone who hasn't learned the techniques and someone who has. But even after we learn those techniques, there is still a small bit of chakra leakage. With more control training, this problem can only be reduced. And those being born in certain clans also have an advantage, and their bloodline can help with minimizing the chakra loss. You can say that while Shizune's control is over 90%, mine is about 95%. An advantage of being born in the Senju clan. But still, it's impossible to completely control our chakra without wasting even the tiniest bit. At least that's what I thought till now. Jiraiya crossed his arms and kept quiet. Unlike what he liked to portray, he wasn't an idiot. He was starting to see where Tsunade was going with this. So you're saying that, child? Yes, he has 100% control over his chakra. I couldn't detect a single speck of his chakra leaking. He had absolute control over his energy the whole time. The astonishment in Tsunade's voice couldn't be hidden. Still, it's only just a small difference. Is it that hard to increase your control to 100%? The Toad Sage asked his friend. The female Sannin sighed and answered. The difference between each of those last 5% is like heaven and earth. It's not something that can be done with training. She took a deep breath and let it out. That child, his chakra control, it's even superior to mine. In fact, I don't think there is or has been anyone alive who has such absolute mastery over their energy. Jiraiya and Shizune's eyes widened at that statement. Lord Jiraiya, is he part of some clan? Shizune turned to the Toad Sage and inquired. Not that we know of. He was an orphan. They found him buried underneath some rubble during the rescue operations after the Nine Tails attack. Jiraiya replied after recalling the details he read in Daichi's file. The answer is in his genetics. Something like this can't be achieved with training. He must have some kind of a special mutation or gene that helps with his chakra control. I'm also sure this is also the cause for his abnormally large chakra reserves. Although this is just a theory, I believe this is the most likely answer. Tsunade spoke up after a few seconds. Hearing that Jiraiya thought about the things the boy was capable of. So that's how he learned the Rasengan and other nature transformation techniques so quickly. Still, just because he has a natural advantage doesn't make his achievements any less impressive. Even with his advantage, I'm sure that without a great amount of hard work, he couldn't have learned those things so quickly. If he's so impressive, then why did you initially reject him? Why give him that insanely short time in the first place? The Toad Sage asked Tsunade. The Slug Sannin sighed and replied, I just wanted to see how he'd react. I wanted to see if he would give up or take up the challenge, and at least try and learn as much as possible before the deadline. Truth is, I'd be impressed if he was able to learn 4 or 5 books at most within that time. Jiraiya smirked at that. Well, that didn't work out the way you wanted, did it? Tsunade replied with confidence. He's an arrogant brat if he thinks he can learn all of that information in 1 week. I'm not going to teach a brat with a big head and overconfidence just because of a lucky break he was born with. He might have been able to master chakra control techniques easily, but that was due to his inborn special ability. Learning the mountain of information on those books, on the other hand, that's an entirely different thing. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Do you really believe he wouldn't be able to do it? Yes, since he arrogantly made the bet to memorize all 24 books, I won't be satisfied even if he learns 23 books by the end of the week. And he won't even be able to do that. It's an impossible task. At that moment, Jiraiya thought about the conversation he had with his sensei almost a year ago. But that can't be. Did he really master the Rasengan to that degree? Hiruzen nodded. I saw it myself, and he claimed he did it in 1 week. I have no reason to doubt him. Jiraiya was speechless when he heard that, but that's impossible. Well, he did it. That boy did the impossible. Looking at his sensei's serious face, Jiraiya knew the Leaf Village now had another immeasurable talent growing inside its walls. A week from now, I'll be 500,000 Ryo richer. Hey, Shizune, should we go to the upper floors of that fancy restaurant? Or maybe. I wonder if I can find a good gambling den here. Tsunade's voice brought Jiraiya out of his thoughts. He looked at his former teammate, already making plans as if she won. Tsunade, a fair warning. I wouldn't count on your victory just yet. Jiraiya had a smile on his face as he said those words. Tsunade was surprised. Oh, really? You really think he can do it? The Toad Sannin shrugged. Anything is possible. You should wait and see the results for yourself. With those words, he turned around and headed outside. Now, if you ladies will excuse me, I'm off to find some inspiration for my new book. Having said those words, he jumped off the balcony and disappeared. Lord Jiraiya seems to believe in that boy. Do you really think he is capable of such a task? Shizune asked her master. The slug Sanin waved her hand as if it wasn't any big deal. Bah, that idiot is wrong. There's nothing for me to worry about. With those words, Tsunade left the place and Shizune followed. She entered a local watering hole and drank to her heart's content. A couple days slowly passed. It was very early in the morning and Tsunade was walking around the quiet streets. As she turned a corner, she saw Daichi jogging. He was coming towards her from the opposite direction. Morning, Lady Tsunade. It's a great time for a walk, isn't it? Daichi had a polite smile as he conversed with her. The female Sanin looked at the kid in surprise. She expected him to be stressed out and buried in his books, trying to learn as much as possible, not running around looking like he had no cares in the world. Shouldn't you be studying? Tsunade asked the kid. Daichi's smile grew at that question. Oh, I am. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be ready when the time comes. Good day, Lady Tsunade. With those words, Daichi took off again. Has he already given up and this is just a bravado? Whatever. If he wants to lose on purpose, that's not my problem. Tsunade didn't think much of it and resumed her morning walk. The next few days, during her morning walks, Tsunade saw him jogging and then exercising near an abandoned field. She was surprised as to what trick he had up his sleeve that made him so confident in his victory. Days passed and it was the 6th night. Tsunade was in a small bar quietly drinking her sake. Tomorrow is the day. Would he really be able to do it? Doubt was slowly forming in her mind. She quickly finished her drink and headed home. She had to prepare for tomorrow. Tsunade quickly reached her home and took a pen and several sheets of paper. At that moment, her apprentice walked in. Lady Tsunade, you're early. What are you doing? The young apprentice asked. Preparing a questionnaire for the brat. I'm going to put the most difficult and complicated questions in those books. She smirked and started her task. Shizune winced at that. Don't you think maybe you're going a bit too far, my lady? Tsunade stopped and looked at her student for a second before replying. Nope, and she went right back to her work. Oink, oink! The pet pig Tauntaun in Shizune's hands said. Shizune turned around and replied in a low voice to her pet. Yes, I also think she's only doing this for the money. You say something, Shizune? Tsunade had a small tick mark on her forehead as she looked at her student from the corner of her eyes. Of course not, my lady. Oink, oink! With that, the poor student of the slug Sanin got out of the house with her cute pig as quickly as she could. The day of judgment was here. All the parties had gathered in Tsunade's apartment. To the adults, Daichi looked nervous and looked as if he was trying to hide that fact. Tsunade's confidence grew as she saw that. So you've memorized everything in all those books? The slug Sanin asked. Yup, all that. Yes, I learned it, Daichi answered. His answer created frowns on Shizune, Kensei, and Jiraiya's faces, but made Tsunade a lot happier. More confident in her victory, she proceeded with her plan. I'll be the judge of that. Tsunade took out several pages of paper and handed it to Daichi. There are 300 questions on those pages that cover the contents of the 24 books I gave you. That's a lot of questions, Daichi mumbled as he bewilderingly looked at the pages in front of him. Yes, you have exactly 5 hours to complete the test. Starting now. Wait, what? Daichi looked shocked, but then scrambled to the nearby table and chair and started writing the answers to the questions in front of him. Oh, and one more thing. If you get even a single question wrong, or if you fail to answer any one, you fail the test and I win. The smug tone in Tsunade's voice couldn't be masked. Daichi looked like he was in panic and was quickly writing down the answers. Jiraiya winced at the conditions of the test. Yeesh! That's some harsh conditions, Tsuna. Maybe we should give the kid some space so he can write those answers in peace. Not a chance, I'm staying right here. Tsunade sat down on a nearby chair and focused on Daichi. Shizune sighed as she looked at the kid and then at her master, who was watching said kid like a hawk. A test with difficult questions and a very limited time to answer the questions. He only has 1 minute to answer each question. If he misses one or gets one question wrong, he loses. And more than that, he is no doubt feeling the pressure of being watched by so many eyes. Lady Tsunade placed the chair in the middle of the room, so Daichi would feel the pressure from those present. He has to recall the information and write it in such harsh conditions. I would never be able to do it if I was in his place. If he had something like the Sharingan, then it wouldn't have been a problem for him, but the outcome is already decided. He'll fail. Jiraiya was curious as to the outcome, so he decided to stay put. He and Kensei were quiet and sat down. Shizune also took a seat near her master. Time quickly flew by, and everyone had their eyes on Daichi. He was writing non-stop at an excellent pace. 4 hours and over 40 minutes had gone by. Suddenly, Daichi put his pencil down and stood up with the pile of sheets in his hands. "I'm done." Everyone was surprised at that exclamation. "Already? Daichi, do you need to look over your answers? You still have some time left." Kensei asked his grandson in concern. "No need. I'm done." Daichi had a smug smile on his face. He handed the papers to Tsunade and sat back in his chair. Everyone was curious as to the results. Tsunade started going through his answers one by one. She had a smug look on her face at the beginning, but as she graded the answers, the smile slowly vanished. Around 40 minutes went by, and Tsunade finished her evaluation. She looked at the papers with a stunned expression. She then looked at Daichi and asked, "How? How did you do it?" The question shocked the adults in the room, as they could already guess the results of the test. "How did I do what? You're going to have to be more specific." Daichi said it in such a fake tone that small veins started popping up on Tsunade's forehead when she heard it. "You little brat. You got all the questions right. How did you do it?" Daichi shrugged and answered, "Like I said, I memorized and understood everything in those books these last few days." "I'm asking how." At that, Daichi's smile widened. "I have the ability to recall all my memories with perfect clarity, and I mean all my memories. And I also abused the hell out of shadow clone jutsu." The adults, Kensei included, were surprised that Daichi had such an ability. Kensei looked at his grandson. "This is the first time I'm hearing that. It feels like every day he's displaying new abilities." "I made good on my end. I memorized the whole thing and I aced your test. Guess this means I'm your apprentice now, huh?" Daichi spoke with a small laugh. Tsunade's eyes widened in realization. "You tricked me." Those words came out before she could stop them. "I didn't trick you. I just didn't mention that I had the capability to win the bet. Come on. Did you really think I would make a bet as important as that without having confidence that I could absolutely win? Did you really think I'm such an idiot? Then why did you look so nervous at the beginning?" Jiraiya asked Daichi. "If I didn't and I came here all confident looking, then she might have pulled out another trick that would have made things even more difficult for me than it already was. I needed her to let her guard down." Daichi replied, "And you didn't feel the need to share any of this with me because it was Kensei who asked that question. The best way to fool your enemies is to first fool your allies. You taught me that, remember." Daichi was smiling as his plan worked. Kensei's genuine reaction to Daichi's nervous act at the beginning made Tsunade drop her guard. Reputation increased with Jiraiya, Shizune Kado, and Kensei Yasagi. Reputation massively increased with Tsunade Senju. "You little brat, I'm seriously pissed off right now." Tsunade said one thing, but her face showed a different emotion. Daichi looked her in the eyes. "If you're angry, then why are you smiling?" Yes, despite saying she was furious, Tsunade had a wide grin on her face as she looked at the child. "So what do you say, Lady Tsunade? Do I have the honor of becoming your second student?" Daichi slightly bowed and was polite as he asked this question. Tsunade reined in her emotions and looked at the boy. She thought about his perfect chakra control, his absolute memory recall, and his cunningness. She also remembered the things Jiraiya and Kensei said about the boy. After several seconds of silence, she spoke. "A deal is a deal. From now on, call me Tsunade-sensei." Daichi raised his head and gave a wide smile. "Yes, Tsunade-sensei." The slug Sennin walked forward and placed her hand softly on Daichi's head. "But before we begin, there's one thing I need to do." "What's that?" Daichi asked with great curiosity. Tsunade gave a sickly sweet smile that sent shivers up Daichi's spine. "You have sensed killing intent." This warning notification did not help Daichi at all. Jiraiya and Shizune instantly recognized that smile. Only one thought went through their minds. Oh, Don't ever hustle me again." With that, she flicked her finger on Daichi's forehead, sending him flying out of the building. "Oh my god, Daichi!" Kensei yelled and ran after his flying grandson. "Shizune!" Tsunade shouted. Yes, my lady. Go and heal that brat if he's injured," Tsunade said, and went to her room, and Shizune took off as well. "Was that really necessary?" Jiraiya asked his friend. "Yes." Tsunade gave a single-word reply and started on her first drink of the day. Jiraiya slightly grimaced and looked at the holes in the walls left by the flying Daichi. "Yeesh, Tsunade, you haven't changed one bit. I hope you're prepared, kid." Author's note, a rare 4 K-words chapter. I just didn't want to drag this on for another chapter. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 117, 5th Year and Medic Training, Chapter 117 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. A few days had passed since Daichi took the test and successfully became Tsunade's newest apprentice. She told Daichi that his training would begin only after he received his academy assignments for the current year. Yesterday, a chunin from the village brought Daichi a scroll containing the curriculum and assignments he needed to complete for the 5th year. It was specifically designed just for Daichi by Iruka on the Hokage's orders. Daichi went through everything in the scroll that night and found that it wasn't all that difficult for him to complete it. After making a mental training plan for the year, he went to sleep. April 1st. Daichi woke up early in the morning. The long-running quest was updated. Ongoing quest, Path to the Strongest, updated. Let's see what I have to do this year. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. Training clothes in your inventory have been modified. Wear them when completing the daily quests. Conditions: complete 500 push-ups. Complete 500 squats, daily. Complete 500 punches, daily. Run 30 kilometers. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of March next year. Train under Tsunade Senju and learn over 15 different medical ninjutsu techniques. Learn advanced chakra control techniques. Complete academic assignments before the final exam of this curriculum. So the conditions were modified according to the situation, huh? Learning 15 different medical ninjutsu, advanced chakra control, academy assignments. I've got a lot to do. Rather than be intimidated by the sheer amount of goals he needed to complete, Daichi was excited. His desire to improve himself was greater than one could understand. After reading the conditions needed to clear the quest this year, he looked over the rewards. Random reward, +3 stat points weekly, +3000 XP clearing a dungeon. Reward for clearing additional dungeons. New skill for successfully completing all tasks. The daily and weekly rewards are the same, but the reward for dungeon clearing is now different. Instead of skill or title, it's XP for the first dungeon I raid. New skill, huh? Please don't let it be anything like the last one. Failure. Penalty dungeon. Death. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation and looked at the training gear in his inventory. Weighted training clothes. Rare item. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow, each weighing exactly 10 kgs. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes, each weighing exactly 30 kgs. Wow, 100 kilos. The system is starting to increase the weights by a large margin. Still, it's nothing I can't handle. Daichi began his morning workouts. 100 kilos may seem like a small amount when working out, but it's a different story when I'm wearing these weighted clothes all the time. Daichi diligently completed each of his daily exercises and was done within an hour. He freshened up and went to meet his new teacher, Tsunade Senju. Daichi arrived at the slug Sanin's apartment and was greeted by Shizune. He entered and saw Lady Tsunade looking out at the balcony wistfully. Noticing his arrival, she became serious and came near him. "Before we begin, I need to know a few things from you." Tsunade spoke with an authoritative tone. Daichi stood straight and looked at her. "What do you want to know?" "Show me the Rasengan." Jiraiya said you mastered the jutsu, and based on my observations on your chakra control and the strength of your coils, I'm inclined to agree with him. But still, I want a demonstration. Daichi nodded and brought his right hand up. In an instant, a round ball of spinning chakra gathered and was rotating on Daichi's palm. Tsunade looked at the jutsu for several seconds. That's enough. It seems you have the change in chakra form down. How far have you come along in change and chakra nature training? I've completed the 2 steps of earth, fire, and water nature, Daichi replied. Shizune, who was standing behind Daichi, was astounded. He's only 10 years old, and yet he already mastered 3 elements? His talent is incredible. Tsunade looked at the kid and was surprised as well, but she kept a calm face. Jiraiya wasn't kidding about his talents. This kid could be on the same level or even greater than the late 4th. Let me guess. You plan to master the remaining 2 as well? Tsunade asked Daichi, but it was phrased more as a statement than a question. Daichi nodded in agreement. I was thinking of completing lightning nature this year and wind nature by the end of next. The female Sannin frowned as she looked at the boy. Do you really think you can learn medical ninjutsu while also completing your academy assignments and master lightning chakra nature? Yes, Daichi replied without hesitation. The resolute reply stunned the woman. Then she thought about his accomplishments so far and decided to move forward. You plan on becoming a frontline fighter, don't you? Yeah. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and looked at the boy. There are 3 rules I taught Shizune before I started her training. If you're going to be a medic ninja trained under me, then you'll have to obey those rules. Daichi narrowed his eyes but said nothing. He knew what she was about to say. Rule 1, a medic ninja must never give up on treatment until their patient's dying breath. Rule 2, a medic ninja must never go to the front lines. Rule 3, a medic ninja should always be the last of their platoon to die. Tsunade paused to see the kid's reaction to her words, but Daichi was as still as a statue. If you want to learn medical ninjutsu from me, you'll have to forget about fighting on the front lines. Tsunade was saying these words to test Daichi. She wanted to see his reaction. After a few seconds, Daichi spoke with a slight cold tone. You seem to have misunderstood something, Lady Tsunade. I'm a ninja first and will be a medic second. I have no intention of staying away from the front lines. Then you won't be learning from me. Tsunade crossed her arms and spoke. Did you stay away? Daichi asked. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Did you stay away from the battlefield, knowing that your presence there could change the outcome? Tsunade was quiet for a few seconds, but then sighed slightly and replied, No. I went to war side by side with my teammates. Daichi nodded. Then you understand. Besides, isn't there one more rule? Tsunade looked at the child in front of her and smirked. Yes. Rule 4. A medic ninja who masters the ninja art of mitotic regeneration, the 100 healings, may ignore the first 3 rules. Daichi smirked as he looked at his teacher. I want to learn medical ninjutsu under you. All your techniques and skills. I want to learn them all. But I will also be fighting in the thick of the battle at all times. Tsunade tilted her head to the side and spoke. It seems there is only one solution for that problem. Yeah, I'm going to learn the mitotic regeneration 100 healing technique before I become a genin. Daichi was absolutely confident that he could achieve this. Shizune was shocked at the declaration, but Tsunade merely snorted. Do you really think you can do it in just a few years? It's a special forbidden jutsu created by me. The level of difficulty of mastering that is not something to be taken lightly. Daichi smiled as he looked at the woman in front of him. Are you still underestimating me, Lady Tsunade? The smirk on her face vanished as she looked at Daichi's confident face. Can he really do it? Can he learn that jutsu in just a few years? She sighed. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Let's see if you can pull off your magic trick one more time. Want to make that a bet? Daichi asked with a devilish smile. A tick mark formed on Tsunade's head as she heard the boy's cocky tone. Do you want me to send you flying again? Daichi immediately straightened and bowed. No, Tsunade-sensei, I'll be good. The horror of what he experienced that day won't be forgotten for a long time. Ha! That's more like it. Now, come on. There's no point in delaying it any longer. We'll begin your training today. Tsunade said and walked with Daichi and Shizune following her. The trio plus Shizune's pet pig were walking down the streets of the capital. Where are we going? Daichi asked the woman. You'll see when we get there. Tsunade didn't elaborate anymore and kept walking with the other two following her. Before long, she reached the destination. The trio was in front of the Fire Capital's hospital. Tsunade quickly led them inside. There she met an older man wearing a white doctor's coat. He was tall, had tan skin and a white beard and mustache, and was wearing round glasses. Lady Tsunade, you're here, the man spoke. Thank you for indulging me, Karuizawa. I appreciate it. Daichi was surprised at how polite Tsunade was when speaking to the man. The man waved his hand as if it was no big deal. Think nothing of it. This is the least I could do for all the help you've done over the years. The man, now identified as Karuizawa, looked over to Shizune. Oh, Shizune, you've grown up so much. I hear you're an excellent medic, just like your teacher here. Shizune slightly bowed and answered, Thank you, Karuizawa-senpai. The man then looked towards Daichi. He rubbed his chin as he looked at the boy. So this is the kid, huh? He's a bit young, isn't he? Do you think he's ready? He asked, turning his attention to Tsunade. Trust me, he's capable. Don't let his age fool you. Karuizawa nodded. Well, if he has your seal of approval, then I approve. What's your name, young man? Daichi Hekima, sir. Karuizawa smiled as he looked at Daichi. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Karuizawa. I'm the head of the hospital here. Lady Tsunade came and told me about you a couple days ago. This is where you'll be training for a while. Daichi had a feeling it was something like that. He bowed and replied, Thank you for the opportunity. Come on, I'll show you to your room. With those words, the man turned around and started walking. He led them to a medium-sized room with an examination bed, table, and sufficient equipment. I believe this will do. Don't you think so, Lady Tsunade? Yes, this will do nicely. Thank you, Karuizawa. No, please. It's my pleasure. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to my work. The head doctor of the hospital smiled at everyone and left the room. Daichi looked around the room. A private room just for my training? Tsunade must have some serious pull here. He knew about Shizune as well, so this must be where she trained too. So what do I start with? Daichi was excited. Before I begin you on medical ninjutsu, you need training in healing and handling wounds and injuries without the use of chakra. This is basic stuff that the academy teaches you before you become a genin, Tsunade replied. Daichi recalled the information in the books and understood what she was talking about. You're talking about first aid and proper basic procedures. The Senju nodded in agreement. That's right. Many times out in the field, you'll run out of chakra due to different reasons. You can't stop treatment because of such a lame excuse. And treating the different patients here will also give you some experience before we get into the real gritty part. You may have learned everything in those books, but knowledge and experience are two different things. I see. All right, I'm ready. Let's do this. Shizune will handle things from here. Listen to her and do as she says. With those words, Tsunade went to the other side of the room and sat near the small open window. At that moment, Daichi recalled the crucial information about the woman. Right. She's afraid of blood. She has hemophobia. Daichi just nodded and didn't say anything. He saw Shizune getting ready and mentally prepared himself. Let's do this. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 118, The First Step of a Medic. Chapter 118 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Just as Daichi made a determined face, a new quest box popped up in front of him. Quest created, heal the patients. Successfully identify the injury and treat the patients that come to you. Time limit, today before 5 p.m. Successfully treat at least 30 patients. Rewards 6,000 expa. New skill. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju, Shizune Kato, Karuizawa. Reputation slightly increases with the people of Fire Capital. Failure. New title. Reputation decreases with Tsunade Senju, Shizune Kato, and Karuizawa. Reputation slightly decreases with the people of Fire Capital. Accept. Daichi held his breath and then let it out. He accepted the quest and got ready. And like that, Daichi's medic training officially began. Shizune went outside the room and brought the first patient. Remember, Daichi, communication, diagnosis, and treatment. Tsunade gave a few more words of advice and then sat quietly. Daichi nodded and looked at his first patient. It was a teenage boy. Daichi gave the kid a once-over the moment he walked through the doors. Based on his outfit and the scars on his palms, I'd say he's a carpenter. Or a trainee one. He's holding his right wrist. I don't see any external injury other than swelling, so probably a sprain. Hello. Daichi politely greeted the kid. The boy looked at Daichi and was surprised. Aren't you a little young to be a doctor? Daichi had a slight twitch in his eye. I'm that good, so what seems to be the problem. With that, Daichi's day at the hospital began. Just as he observed, his first patient came with a sprain. Since it wasn't a serious injury, Daichi gave the basic treatment and dismissed him. Daichi remembered all the procedures, steps, and treatment methods written in the books Tsunade gave him, and he perfectly applied them. Shizune stood a few feet from Daichi and had a critical eye on everything. One after another, patients of all ages came to Daichi. Most of them were surprised to see a child treat them, but some didn't care. Daichi diagnosed a patient with blisters, pain, and swelling. A minor second-degree burn. Apply antibiotics to kill bacteria and elevate the burn area to reduce swelling and pain. At the beginning, Daichi was somewhat unsure of the steps, even though he memorized them. But as he got used to the situation, his speed increased and his confidence grew. Shizune was surprised at how calm and methodical Daichi was. His hesitation has disappeared, and the way he perfectly applies the medicine, he truly did memorize every book Lady Tsunade gave him. Incredible. He's doing a lot better than I did on my first day. As Daichi successfully treated more and more people, the severity of the injuries slightly increased. The next person that came to Daichi had a bleeding arm. Daichi was focused on the patient, but at that moment, Shizune discreetly looked at her mentor. Tsunade turned her head and looked outside the window the moment she saw the patient. Daichi didn't pay attention to the two. He quickly analyzed the arm and came up with the remedy. It's a superficial wound, non-critical. So, capillary bleeding. Apply pressure and stop the blood flow. Clean the wound and apply antibiotics to stop any infection and dress the wound. Daichi quickly moved with precision. He calmed the patient down and gently eased the man's worries and quickly completed his treatment. Once that was done and the patient left the room, Shizune stepped forward. Well done, Daichi. Why don't we take a break? Daichi, not sure why, but nodded. Sure. He then looked at the Sanin Tsunade sitting near the window clutching her green gem necklace with a slightly shaky arm. His eyes widened in realization. She must be reliving some traumatic memories. I better give them some space. Yeah. A break sounds good. Why don't I get something to drink? Do you want any, Miss Shizune? Daichi asked as he turned his attention to his senpai. I'm good. Go, she replied with a small smile. Daichi nodded and left the room. Shizune turned to her master and was slightly saddened at the sight. I really must be in a pathetic state for you to look at me like that. Tsunade looked towards her apprentice and tried to smile. Come on, cheer up. I'll be fine. Shizune slightly frowned. That's a poor lie. You're far from fine. You're not happy. And haven't been for a long time. I haven't seen you smile like you truly mean it in a long time. Do you think he's already figured it out? Tsunade's question brought Shizune out of her thoughts. About your... Tsunade merely nodded to the incomplete question. Shizune thought about it and replied, He's smart. He must have seen the state you were in and came to some conclusion. And even if he hasn't, since he's training under you, it won't be long before he figures it out. Tsunade smirked at that. Something tells me he already knows, or at least figured it out. He probably left the room to give me some space. Cheeky brat. You think he knew about it before today? Do you think Kensei would have told him? Shizune asked with a surprise. The slug Sanin shook her head. Kensei isn't the kind of person to tell someone something like that. Not even to his grandson. If Daichi did know, then he must have found out some other way. But if he didn't, then I'm pretty sure he must have suspected it after seeing my reaction to the last patient. Shizune nodded. Meanwhile, Daichi was roaming the halls of the hospital. He got something to eat and was feeling mentally refreshed after taking a break. He reviewed the events of the day and smiled. I'm getting better and better. I haven't made a mistake so far and must keep it that way. Tsunade really is a genius when it comes to medical stuff. Her books contained information that made everything I learned about the field seem like nothing. The precise and most effective methods of treatment and medicine were her creations. She truly is a master of the field. After a while, Daichi got back to the examination room and continued treating his patients. Daichi gained experience with treating burns, bleeding, concussion, setting a split, and more. He learned and experienced how to stitch up and close wounds and set the dislocated bones right. His basic skills and overall experience and understanding improved at tremendous pace. As Daichi treated each patient, his reputation with said patient would also slightly increase. The day soon came to a close. Daichi successfully completed his quest and got a new skill that paired well with his current needs. Quest Heal the Patients completed. Rewards, 6,000 exp. New skill, First Aid. Reputation increases with Suzune Kataho. Reputation slightly increases with the people of Fire Capital. You have leveled up. First Aid Passive 1, a basic and necessary skill for any ninja. This skill enables the user to heal themselves or others and remove poisons and other non-critical debuffs. With more proficiency, the user can create a variety of bandages from different clothes and increase the HP restored. Higher level increases faster HP recovery. Effects: 10 HP restored when applying First Aid. 35% increase in successfully identifying normal poisons. 35% increase in successfully creating antidotes. 2% increase in recovery speed. 5% in successfully identifying unique and engineered poisons. Daichi looked at the rewards and was happy. A level up and a new skill. Nice, he went over the effects of the skill First Aid. A passive skill, huh? With higher levels, I can increase the HP restored and the recovery speed. And this says it applies to everyone I use it on. So people I heal in the future will recover faster. That's going to come in handy when I'm in a team. Only 35% in identifying poisons and creating antivenoms. I learned all the poisons and antidotes written in those books, and I'm pretty sure I can follow the steps and create antidotes. So shouldn't it be 100%? After thinking about it some more, Daichi came to a conclusion. Tsunade only gave me a portion of the books. She must still be holding out the important stuff. Now that I think about it, that makes sense. Looks like there is still much I need to learn. Not bad. You did well on your first day. But things will only get harder from here, so don't get overconfident. Lady Tsunade's voice brought Daichi out of his thoughts. He nodded. I understand. You're done for the day. Meet us here tomorrow morning at the same time. Let's go, Shizune. I need a drink. With those words, the Senju left the room. Daichi gave a small bow and spoke to Shizune. Thank you for the guidance. I'll see you tomorrow. The woman nodded and smiled at the boy, and they both went their separate ways. Without wasting time, Daichi headed straight home. He met Kensei, who was going over some documents. So how was your first day as a medic ninja trainee? It felt a bit overwhelming at the beginning, but I got used to it pretty quickly. The day passed without any problems. Daichi replied. Kensei nodded. Well, it's your first experience, many hardships, but if you can persevere and move forward, you can become something truly great. Daichi smiled at the encouraging words. I plan to. Daichi went to his room and started on his academic assignment that was given to him. There were many he needed to complete, and he got to work. Sake! Another bottle of sake. Tsunade emptied another bottle and yelled at the waiter. Shizune, who drank with her master, was passed out on the chair near her. You seem to be having a good time. The voice of Jiraiya came. His eyes then went to the woman passed out next to his former teammate. Looks like Shizune is done for the day. Tsunade looked at her apprentice. Even after all this time, she still can't handle her booze. What a wimp. Ha ha ha! I doubt anybody can hold a candle to you when it comes to booze. The Toad Sage laughed and sat down. You look more and more beautiful each day. What do you want, you pervert? Shouldn't you be off somewhere doing research for your trashy book? Not tonight. Jiraiya took out a bottle and poured himself a cup, and then handed Tsunade the bottle. They both drank and stayed quiet for a while. How's the brat? Jiraiya asked her. Tsunade took a few moments before answering. You weren't kidding. He has enormous talent and potential, and it's not just that. He has a strong mind. His mental focus, his concentration, it's far above normal. Jiraiya nodded. I told you Sensei wasn't wrong about him. He made a good choice sending the kid to you. I'll hold up my end of the deal. I'll teach the brat as much as I can. But after that, I'm done. Jiraiya only nodded to the words and didn't say anything else. They enjoyed each other's company in silence. For Daichi, a routine slowly formed. Each day he would wake up early and complete his morning workouts, and then would go to the hospital and train under Tsunade and Shizune for about 6 hours. He learned how to treat several types of injuries and became adept at identifying different diseases and poisons. His skills steadily leveled up. After his time at the hospital, he would go home and complete the academy assignments for the day, and then train his ninjutsu skills with the remaining time, or just roam the capital. Tsunade and Shizune were impressed with Daichi. They were surprised that he could keep his composure even under great stress and correctly make a diagnosis. He was always so calm and in control that they sometimes felt as if they were looking at a professional medic and not a trainee. The days turned into weeks and soon a month passed. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 119, Seek the Hidden Truth of the Necklace, Chapter 119 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't know Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was the last day of April. Daichi had spent every day training in the hospital and improving his basic medical skills. He also didn't neglect his other chakra training. The day was coming to a close, and Daichi was just about to complete his shift when an emergency occurred. Lady Tsunade, we need your help. A nurse at the hospital barged into the room. She had a patient with her that seemed to be in agony. Lay him down. Shizune and Daichi laid the patient down on the examination table. He came in with severe pain in his abdominal area. We ran a diagnostic and sensed abnormal chakra fluctuations. We'll take it from here. Shizune told the nurse, and after giving them the relevant information, she left. Well, Daichi, you're up. He is in pain, and his chakra network is behaving erratically. So identify the problem quickly and solve it, or Shizune will step in. Tsunade spoke at that moment. Daichi nodded and looked over at the patient. He ran a medical diagnostic jutsu created by Tsunade and quickly identified the problem. He has a parasite in his abdominal area, and it's leeching off his chakra. He needs surgery. Daichi spoke and quickly put on the gloves and took a clean scalpel. The room they were in was clean and was capable of such a situation. Daichi prepared the patient and he cleaned the area and cut into the person's body. He quickly reached the intended area where the parasite was laying and carefully cut it out. It wiggled and sent the drops of blood on its body flying everywhere. Daichi placed it in a container and quickly closed the wound. He was calm the entire time and moved with precision. His high dexterity helped in making it a perfect surgery with no mistakes. Done, Daichi said. He called the nurse back, and she took the unconscious patient out of the room. It was only then that Daichi turned around to look at his mentors. He saw a few drops of blood on Tsunade's hands, and she was shaking like a leaf. Shizune calmed her down in a low voice and quickly wiped the blood of her master. Tsunade looked at the two people in the room. Her eyes fell on Daichi, and she felt like a failure at that moment. How pathetic. At this point, a child is a better medic than me. I need some air. With those words, she quickly left the room. Daichi sighed at the scene. Trauma like that, it's not something that can be overcome with ease, well, unless you befriend the protagonist of the series. His eyes then went to Shizune. Even though he knew the reason, he still asked. She has hemophobia, doesn't she? What happened? Shizune let out a small breath and looked sad at that question. It was something that happened a long time ago. She had two great loves in her life, the two most important people to her. The first was her brother, Nawaki Senju. He had dreams of becoming Hokage. On his 12th birthday, after learning his goal, Lady Tsunade entrusted him with the green gem necklace and hoped he would achieve his dreams. The necklace once belonged to her grandfather, the first Hokage, so she thought Nawaki deserved it. He died the day after in an unfortunate accident during a mission. Daichi nodded slightly and didn't speak. If I remember right, then his body was blown up, and the only thing that was intact was the necklace. Shizune continued without knowing Daichi's thoughts. It took a long time for her to recover from that. The second person she loved was my uncle, Dan Kato. He too had the same dream of becoming Hokage, and he was the second person she entrusted the necklace to. Shortly after, during the Second World War, his team was ambushed and he was gravely injured. Lady Tsunade couldn't save his life, and he died in her arms. From that day, she became afraid of blood. She holds on to the necklace because it reminds her of her loss. So that necklace represents the two great losses of her life, huh? If she wants to recover and move on, then she should entrust the necklace to someone else. Daichi said this because he wanted to see if he could cure Tsunade of her phobia, and he felt that the person who should have the gem was Naruto. Daichi had no interest in becoming Hokage, and he had no interest in getting the green gem from the Sannin. Shizune shook her head hearing that. It's not that easy. There is more to that necklace. Lady Tsunade believes it is cursed. She believes anyone who wears it other than her will die, so she won't give it up to anyone. Daichi crossed his arms as he thought about that detail. Right, there is that. At that moment, an unexpected quest box appeared. Seek the hidden truth of the necklace. Tsunade and those around her believe there is a curse on the first Hokage's necklace that would kill anyone who wears it other than Tsunade Senju. But is this the truth? Investigate what happened in secret and find the hidden truth of the necklace. No time limit. Once you've found the truth, you have two options. Option 1. Reveal the truth to Tsunade. Rewards, 15,000 XP. Reputation might increase or decrease with Tsunade, Shizune, and possibly others. Note, revealing the truth to Tsunade will have unknown consequences. Option 2. Keep what you've learned to yourself. Rewards, 15,000 XP. Failure. If you are caught investigating the incidents, then certain dangerous individuals will have their eyes on you. Possible death. After telling the story, Shizune left the room to find her master, but Daichi was standing still, staring at the quest box. He read the contents and was astonished. What the hell? There's more to the story behind what happened. And the failure part of the quest, certain dangerous individuals and possible death, so does that mean? Several thoughts went through Daichi's mind, and he came to a conclusion. The death of Nawaki Senju and Dan Kato, they weren't accidents. It was both planned. 2 assassinations disguised as accidents. After thinking about it for a few more seconds, Daichi accepted the quest despite the risks. He was far too curious now. He decided he would think about it more once he got home. He washed up and stepped out of the room. He saw a much calmer Tsunade and Shizune waiting for him along with the head of the hospital, Dr. Karuizawa. I'm impressed, young man. You passed the month without any problems. You treated every patient correctly. A perfect record, which is unheard of for a trainee and even some doctors. The man spoke with a large smile. Reputation increased with Karuizawa, Tsunade Senju, and Shizune. Your basic training has now come to an end. If you wish to practice your medical arts, you are welcome here. Daichi gave a small polite bow and thanked the man for the opportunity. Thanks to Tsunade's books, I know every part of the human body, the problems that can arise, and how to treat them efficiently and correctly. And with the gamer's mind keeping me calm and my absolute recall skill treatment is no problem. Add in my observe skill in diagnosing and accurately identifying a patient's illness was easy too. Once Karuizawa left, Daichi turned to his 2 teachers. Come on, brat. Let's go. We're celebrating tonight. My treat. Tsunade said with a smirk and led the way. They made their way to the Red Phoenix restaurant, and this time went to the first floor. They found a quiet, private spot and gave their order. Tsunade looked at Daichi and was deeply impressed with his skills and talents. She never met a child with as much raw potential as him. He didn't make a single mistake throughout the month. He was able to correctly identify the problem and solve it every time. Even I made mistakes when I started out. But then again, I didn't have the knowledge he had. But still, to apply that knowledge into practice correctly, his potential is vast. You've completed your training for the first month and performed the tasks perfectly. I have to admit, you have some skill. You know, You could become an excellent medic and spend your days in minimal danger and lead a comfortable life if you become a medic at the hospital here. Tsunade said as she looked at the boy. I know, but that's not the life I want, and you already know that. The Senju merely smirked at that reply. Take a few days off to rest. After that, we'll get started on the advanced stuff. It will only get difficult for you from this point forward. Daichi nodded. Finally, I'll be able to learn medical ninjutsu and can master it much faster thanks to my perfect control. Based on the speed, I should be able to learn everything she can teach me in the next couple years. The food soon arrived and everyone enjoyed themselves. So Daichi, what are your plans for the next 2 days? Shizune asked the boy. Daichi paused for a moment and thought about it. After a short while, he had an answer. I'm thinking about starting on the first step of the change in chakra nature for lightning. Since I have the next few days off, I'll be able to start on that and complete it in a month or 2. The slight Sannin smirked and looked at the boy. You really think you can master the first step in just 2 months while training in medical ninjutsu and completing your daily academy assignments? Yes, I would have mastered it in less than 2 or 3 weeks if I had nothing to do, but as you've said, I have plenty on my plate already. That's why I said 2 months. Daichi had a smirk on his face as he replied, You're a cocky little brat, aren't you? You're only now figuring that out? Daichi looked at her and took a bite of his food. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she looked at the smug grin on the boy's face. Why this little... Shizune awkwardly laughed, looking at the scene. Daichi, please don't antagonize Lady Tsunade. I really like this restaurant. Don't you have anything else to do? Don't you have any hobbies? Tsunade asked him as she drank some sake. Well, I cook when the mood hits me and I occasionally paint. But, now that I think about it, I haven't had much time for those recently. Daichi pondered on that, though. I need to enjoy myself. I can't spend all my time training, even though I like it. I need to experience more in life. Wait, you paint? Shizune asked him. Daichi nodded, and Shizune made a request for a portrait of herself. Daichi accepted and told her he would make one in a couple weeks. A couple hours later, the small party winded down, and Daichi went home. When he got home, he noticed that Kensei wasn't around. Must be on a trip outside the capital again. He's been going out a lot more lately. Wonder why? Daichi didn't think about it more because he had something else in his mind. He completed his daily assignments and just laid in his bed. He thought about the recent quest that was created. Seek the hidden truth of the necklace. It's the first time I got a quest with different options like this. Not telling Tsunade and nothing happens, but telling Tsunade can create some kind of ripple effect. And what's more is the reward for telling her. My reputation might decrease. How is that even possible? Just what kind of secret is it? Daichi went over everything he knew about the deaths and about the 2 characters. Nawaki Senju and Dan Kato. To the show, they were just side characters that were created to move the plot forward. But this isn't a show, it's real life. At least for me. Daichi took a deep breath and thought about the situation. It looks like their deaths were planned murders instead of some accident that happened on a mission. So who would benefit from the death of a Genin and a Jonin? Is it the work of one individual or 2 individuals? Or is it an organization that's behind their deaths? Is Danzo involved in this? Both of them wanted to be Hokage? Is that the reason? No. Nawaki was just a kid. He wasn't a threat. And I doubt Danzo would order the assassination on the grandchild of the first Hokage. Still, can't completely rule him out. Daichi frowned as he looked at the ceiling of his room. There are too many variables. Dan, Nawaki, Tsunade, the Senju clan, Hokage, the necklace. There are too many things connected. But what was it that caused their deaths? Daichi thought about it some more and made a decision. I need more information. In the meantime, I need to come up with some theories that connect all the dots. I've seen the show in its entirety. The clue must be hidden in there somewhere. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 120, Sculpting Skill and Lightning Nature. Chapter 120 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi woke up precisely at 4 a.m. He was used to waking up so early, and he began his morning workouts. Daichi completed them and meditated for a couple hours. He had several thoughts running through his mind. I have a couple days off, so should I start lightning nature training today or tomorrow? I'll begin on that tomorrow. Before I start that training, I need to check my skill list and see what level all of them are at, and see if any of them needs leveling up. Daichi opened his skill list and went through each skill. As he went down the list, his eyes reached a certain skill he hadn't truly started on yet. Creation, active LV3. This skill is used for creating an item. As the skill increases, items with greater quality can be created. This skill can be used to even create legendary and mythical items, but blueprints are required for such creations. The items are divided into 5 grades: common, rare, unique, legendary, and mythical. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 5% chance when creating common grade items, 1% chance when creating rare grade items, 0% chance when creating unique grade items, % chance when creating legendary grade items, chance when creating mythical grade items. This is an extremely important skill, but I haven't had the time to use it. But it still managed to reach level 3. The answer quickly came to him. It's most likely my painting skill. I created several artworks, and it's a crafting skill, so it is possible it will have an effect on this skill. Daichi got up and went for a walk around the capital. He had several ideas in mind, but he wasn't sure if he should follow through with them. The gamer ability is truly an OP ability. I could learn a lot of non-shinobi related stuff in a short amount of time. But should I do it, or just focus on the chakra and ninja skill aspects? As Daichi walked through the streets, he came near a sculpture shop. Terracraft's House. It was the name of the shop. Daichi saw several sculptors working on various materials. At that moment, a thought went through Daichi. I can learn important skills like sculpting and blacksmithing, and it would definitely increase my creation skill level. Now that I think about it, I'll be able to create different weapons and armor as well if I can level it up to a high degree. And these are important life skills I'll need in the future, so it's not a bad thing to learn them. Daichi made a decision and entered the shop. He quickly found the owner of the place. Daichi asked the man if he could just observe the workers that were in the shop for the day. At first the man refused, but Daichi was able to change his decision with the promise of 2,000 ryo. The man's eyes went to the money in Daichi's hand, and he changed his mind. You only want to see how they work for the day, right? Daichi nodded his head. Yes, just for today, and I'll only be observing them. I promise I won't disturb them from their work. Fine. The head sculptor, Mormon, finally agreed. Daichi gave him the money and created 2 clones. Each clone, along with himself, picked the 3 most talented workers in the place and started observing them. Daichi and his clones carefully memorized everything the workers did, from the way they used the tools to the movements of their wrists, hands, and body. Daichi had the ability to memorize everything, and it greatly helped him. By the time evening came, Daichi had a solid understanding of the sculpting arts. He knew what tools to use and how to use them. He bought a set of carving knives and tools and a couple blocks of wood. He headed straight home and began his work. Daichi had an image in mind and he began carving the wood in front of him. He worked slowly and methodically. He carved the wood away bit by bit, and a short while later the image he had in his mind began to appear in it. The image of a man started to appear, and with each minute and with more delicate details added, the identity of the man became clearer. Kensei Yasaji. Yes. Daichi was creating a small sculpture of his grandfather. After an hour, the work was done. But the sculpture had a great resemblance to the old man. The details Daichi added to it were so accurate that one might think it was a miniature Kensei. At that moment, Daichi heard the system message sound. A new skill is created with a specific action. By carving the wood and creating a good sculpture, the skill sculpting has been created. Sculpting, passive, 1, a production skill that helps the user create sculptures of various shapes, sizes, and designs. This skill helps the user in carving or engraving on various types of materials, although this is limited at the moment due to the low level. Artworks created in the future that have high artistic value can be worth a fortune. Sculptures created at higher levels can be imbued with some effects. This skill is divided into 4 grades: common, great, epic, masterpiece. Mastering this skill can increase the level of other crafting skills. Current grade, common. Effects: 5% increase in visual appeal of the sculpture, 5% increase of accuracy when sculpting, 1% chance of engraving unique patterns when sculpting, increase reputation throughout the land. Yes? Daichi had a wide smile. I knew it. I knew I would get the necessary skill if I made a good sculpture. Daichi looked at the small statue in his hand. This will make an excellent gift for the old man. Daichi placed the statue in a safe place and went over the new sculpting skill. I can make a lot of money with this skill, and the ability to add effects to my works. That'll definitely come in handy. This is definitely an excellent skill. At that moment, another notification appeared. Skill creation's level has risen by 1. Just as I suspected, creation is an ultimate crafting skill which can be used to make legendary or mythical items, like the blades of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, or even something like Itachi's spirit weapons. I need to level up the creation skill fast, and the best way to do it is to level up the production skills, like painting and sculpting. I also need to learn blacksmithing at a later date. With that skill, I'll be able to create armor and weapons that this world has never seen before. A grin formed on Daichi's face as he thought of the different possibilities. When the time comes, my name will be known to everyone. They will know me as not just the greatest ninja, but a man of many talents. I will spread my name throughout the world. Daichi decided to add sculpting and painting to his training. He would create 3 or 4 sculptures and artworks each week and improve the level of the related skills and the creation skill. With each day, I'm adding more and more things to my to-do list. Leveling up, medical ninjutsu training, chakra training, academy assignments, dungeons, and now sculpting. But even though there are a lot of things I have to do, I don't feel overwhelmed at all. All I'm feeling is excitement. With a wide smile and a satisfying day, Daichi went to sleep. The next day, after his morning routine, Daichi was in his backyard sitting under a tree. He picked up a leaf and held it between his fingers. I shouldn't delay it any longer. It's time to train the change in chakra nature for lightning. Daichi remembered the information on the lightning training methods from Kensei's books. For the lightning nature, I need to separate the chakra into many pieces and make the chakra bounce and hit each other. This will generate spark and heat, and then I have to rejoin the chakra and concentrate it on the leaf. Daichi held the leaf between his palms and began the 4th chakra nature training. Daichi closed his eyes and focused. Concentrate. With each chakra control technique and chakra nature mastered, Daichi's chakra affinity and chakra manipulation skills have also leveled up. This in turn made it easier for him to utilize his chakra with each passing day. Daichi gathered his chakra and was able to quickly split it into many pieces. He started bouncing the tiny pieces of energy and made them hit against each other. Daichi visualized and concentrated on how his chakra felt when using lightning jutsu and focused on it. It was a success. After a minute, Daichi rejoined his chakra and poured it to the leaf. The sound of the system alerted him to the outcome of his experiment. Ding! A new skill is created with a specific action. Lightning, leaf scorching technique, act passive, LV1, a lightning chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to a leaf and scorching it. A basic technique to help the user increase the strength of their lightning chakra nature. Note: increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill lightning affinity. Effects: 1% increase in lightning chakra control. Leaf scorching technique, huh? Well, the name is apt, I suppose. Daichi looked at the leaf between his palms and saw that a small portion of it was scorched black. It's a bit different from fire. With fire, the leaf would burn, and the burned portion would immediately crumble to ash. But now, when using lightning, the portion of the leaf is scorched. Black. Almost charred. Daichi examined the leaf with a critical eye. An incomplete combustion due to being subjected to high heat. The heat removed the hydrogen and oxygen, and now the only thing remaining in the charred portions are primarily made of carbons. Daichi thought about the applications of the lightning chakra nature. Just as water can be boiled and turned to vapor or cooled and turned to ice, lightning can be used in various ways. Right now, I need to master the 5 different natures. Then I'll see if I can start on creating ninjutsu and combine different natures. Daichi created 10 clones, and 2 of them went to meditate while the others picked up some leaves. If I want to stand above the rest, then I need to fight on a higher level, create techniques that they never even thought of. Daichi then opened his skill list and checked the Lightning Affinity skill. Lightning Affinity, active passive, LV20. Lightning Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Snake Hand Seal. Once the skill crosses level 85, the user can manipulate all forms of electricity dwelling in all matter known as charged particles. This will boost the user's lightning powers several times. Once the skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities, which have also crossed level 90. Effects: 40% increase in lightning attack jutsu, 40% increase in lightning defense jutsu, 18% increase in success when creating lightning-style jutsu, 10% decrease in chakra cost when using lightning-style jutsu. Level 20, huh? It's low, but that will increase to at least level 75 by the time I'm done with the first 2 steps. And thus, Daichi began his change in chakra nature training of the year. He and his clones spent every second of the day on nothing but training, and by midnight he was able to level up the leaf scorching technique to 16. Daichi freshened up, ate some food, and went to bed. As he laid there, he thought about his plan for the year. I will have to resume my medical training tomorrow, so I won't be able to make such fast progress on chakra training. But still, leaving 2 clones for training and 1 for meditation and gathering chakra each day won't be a problem. I'll also have to finish the dungeon run quickly. He thought about the many things he had to accomplish this year. With several plans for the future in mind, Daichi quickly went to sleep. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 121, Medical Ninjutsu, Tests and Skills, Chapter 121 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Wait, you made this? Kensei asked Daichi in disbelief as he looked at the miniature version of himself in his hand. Yup, when? How? Since when do you know sculpting? I learned it a few days ago. Daichi shrugged and replied. Kensei's jaw slightly dropped as he heard the nonchalant answer. A few days ago? This is something that takes months and years to learn. I thought this kid was talented in just the ninja arts, but it seems I was so wrong. His natural talent is unbelievable. Kensei looked at the small statue and a happy smile formed. Thank you, Daichi. This is wonderful. Daichi just smiled as he looked at the old man. So how is your training with Tsunade? Kensei asked the boy. Well, flashback. Daichi was in Tsunade's apartment. There are several components when it comes to being a medic. The first and foremost is knowledge. Then comes basic applications. Since you've done well on the first 2 parts, we'll move to the next stage. The slug Sanin and her apprentice were in front of a table that held 3 tall glass jars. The first jar had 2 different colored sands mixed in. The second one had liquids of 2 different colors mixed, and the third had 4 types of colored liquids. Tsunade looked at Daichi and spoke. All right, brat, listen up. Your task is simple. I want you to separate the solids and liquids in the 3 containers into different layers. In the first jar, it's the same compound, sand, but with 2 colors. In the second jar, it's the same concept, but instead of a solid substance, you have to separate 2 liquids. In the third, you have to separate not just 4 types of compounds, but each one is similar, yet unique. They might look the same, but the substances are different from one another. Daichi nodded in understanding. He looked at the 3 glass jars on the table. You want me to use chakra and separate the compounds, huh? This is similar to how one separates poison and other foreign materials from the tissue or blood, the woman agreed. Precisely. The antidote jutsu. Now get to work. Daichi stepped near the table and went to the first jar. The container had green and blue sand mixed in. Daichi placed his palms above the container and concentrated his chakra. The sand in the container started to swirl. Due to Daichi's precise control over his chakra, his sharp eyes and the knowledge of different compounds, he was able to quickly finish the first task. Within a couple minutes, Daichi separated the two colored sands into two layers. Green on the bottom and blue on top. Done. Daichi took a step back and Tsunade placed her hands on the container and used her chakra and started inspecting the jar. Shizune was surprised at how quickly Daichi was able to finish the exercise. Even I couldn't complete it that fast on my first try. Lady Tsunade was right. His chakra control is unbelievable, and along with his knowledge and ability to quickly identify unique substances, Daichi's truly incredible. Tsunade finished her inspection and stepped back. All right, start on the next one. The Sannin watched the child step forward and place his hands atop the second jar and concentrate chakra to his palms. Separating liquids compounds will be much more difficult than solids. She crossed her arms and let the kid focus on the task. Daichi concentrated his chakra and the blended water of yellow and red began to swirl in the jar. He focused. This is a bit more difficult than before, but I got this. It took a minute longer than before, but Daichi was able to successfully separate the two colored liquids into different layers. Start on the last one, Tsunade ordered as she stepped forward and checked the results of the second jar. She examined everything with a critical eye. Perfect. He perfectly isolated them down to the most minute point. It took a bit longer than the other two, but Daichi successfully completed the third task as well. He took a step back and let out a breath. Now I know why medical ninjas are so rare. This is tough, and I'm only just beginning. And if it's tough for me, I can only imagine how difficult it must be for others. For Sakura to learn from Tsunade in just 3 years. Her talent for the medical arts is outstanding. But then again, it wasn't just her talent. She had a purpose for her training. Tsunade examined the third container and was satisfied with the results. Not bad. Your chakra control is precise, and that's going to be your greatest advantage when it comes to learning medical ninjutsu. At that moment, Shizune brought a white doll and placed it on the examination table. Tsunade quickly made a large cut on its chest. She pointed to the doll and spoke. This is a special doll capable of mimicking the reaction of a human body when medical chakra is used on it. Your next task is to rejoin the wounded area on the chest. This is the healing jutsu. Daichi stepped forward and concentrated chakra to his palms. He identified what part was damaged and quickly followed through on the healing. He accurately applied his chakra, and the cut on the doll's body began to close. Daichi kept a steady flow of chakra, and after a short while he completely closed the wound. Shizune and Tsunade examined the doll and were impressed. Well done. 2 more and we'll be done for the day. Shizune quickly brought the last 2 items and placed them on the table. It was a small branch with flower buds, and the last was a fish. Daichi's next task was to bloom the flower buds in a small branch. Tsunade spoke. This is similar to applying chakra to someone in life-saving emergency situations. If you can make the buds bloom, you've succeeded. Daichi once again began his work and focused. He sensed chakra in the small branch and more so in the flower buds. All things in nature have chakra, so even if it's cut off from the tree, it still has chakra. For it to bloom, I need to concentrate on the yang aspect of the chakra and apply it. Can't use too much or too little. It must be accurate. Due to Daichi's sharp chakra control and the skills associated with it, he was able to easily alter the yin and yang ratios in his chakra. And the results showed. The flower buds slowly started to bloom. A few seconds later, the green chakra between Daichi's palm died down, and he held the small branch with several bloomed flowers on it. The eyes of the other 2 occupants in the room widened. Tsunade looked at Daichi and slightly smiled. He already figured it out. The fact that he can make the buds bloom means he can even alter the ratio of his spiritual and physical energy with absolute control. And he got it on the first try too. His talent. It's far beyond Shizune and possibly even me. Daichi moved on to the last one. Reviving the fish, huh? Let's get to it then. Green chakra lit up around Daichi's palms and he sensed the life force of the fish. Too much chakra and it'll burn the cells and disrupt the circulation, and too little, there won't be any effects. I need to measure the amount of chakra needed accordingly. Daichi had to take several aspects of the fish into account. Its size, the strength of its chakra coils and tissue, and more. He calmly and carefully stimulated its cells with chakra, and before long the fish started to move, and a few seconds later it started wiggling on the table. Congratulations! You've completed the necessary requirements to begin healing patients using medical ninjutsu. The fact that you got it so quickly, it's impressive. Tsunade didn't hold back in her praise. She respected someone's talents, and she could see that Daichi had an abundance of it. Today's session is over. Tomorrow we'll begin with medical ninjutsu on the patients, and I'll show you the different techniques. Tsunade headed out after giving her instructions. Shizune came near Daichi and had a smile on her face. You did well, Daichi. Your skills are very impressive. Your first day as a true medical ninja will begin tomorrow, so make sure to get plenty of rest. Daichi nodded. As he was about to leave, Shizune invited him. Would you like to join us, Daichi? I'm sure Lady Tsunade wouldn't mind. No, thank you. I'm currently working on the first step of my lightning nature transformation. I'm a third of the way there. What? Already? But it's only been like 4 days since you started on it. Shizune was shocked at his progress. Daichi awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and slightly chuckled. I probably don't need to tell her that I only started on it 3 days ago since I spent the first day sculpting. What can I say? I'm really good at that stuff. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Daichi left the place and headed home. Due to Daichi completing the task so quickly, he was able to reach his home before noon. As he reached home, Daichi looked at the 4 new skills that appeared after he completed the 4 tasks. Antidote Jutsu, Healing Jutsu, Regenerative Healing Jutsu, Mystical Palm. Daichi checked the skill list and he saw that it had been rearranged. Just like his arsenal of ninjutsu and genjutsu were listed in different tabs, a new list was created with the name Medical Ninjutsu. This makes things easier. But then why isn't that the case for taijutsu? Why is it marked with the other skills? Daichi quickly came up with an answer. I have several ninjutsu and genjutsu, and now I've learned 4 different medical techniques. So for there to be a separate section for taijutsu, I need to learn at least 3 or 4 different types of taijutsu style, huh? At least that's the one that makes the most sense. Daichi went over the 4 new skills. He checked the effects and utilities of each skill. All are active skills at level 1, a C-rank jutsu with dangerous capabilities. The antidote jutsu helps with identifying complex poisons and creating the necessary antidotes. It also increases my chance of making a custom poison, but that's only after I level it above 75. With each level up, the effects of the poisons or antidotes I create will increase. That will definitely come in handy. Healing Jutsu. It's a simple jutsu which treats non-critical wounds. The user gathers healing chakra and moves it around the injured area. Cuts and bruises are healed at a fast rate, while deeper wounds take time, used for treating external injuries. It was created for ordinary ninjas who have average reserves. The jutsu uses less chakra, so it can be used by many, but it's not as effective as the mystical palm jutsu. Daichi had an idea as he read the details of this technique. If Lee and I ever train together, then this would be perfect for him. It can heal his body's wear and tear, and he'll be able to train much more. And it doesn't affect the growth and strengthening of the tissues or muscles. With this jutsu, his recovery time could be drastically reduced. Daichi then went over the details of the regenerative healing jutsu. An advanced A-rank jutsu only used in severe life-threatening situations. It's supposed to be performed on a patient alongside several other competent medic nines. An extremely difficult procedure, and it has a great chakra cost, but I'll be able to do it on my own once I have enough proficiency in it and a large enough chakra reserve. The effects of this skill will be much better once I level it up. Making that flower bud bloom was just the tip of the iceberg. It was to see if I was capable yet. There is still a long way to go. His eyes then went to the last jutsu he acquired for the day, Mystical Palm Jutsu. The user applies chakra to the wounded part of the body and accelerates the body's natural healing process. Can be used to treat both internal and external injuries. With each level up, the HP recovered increases. Even though it requires a delicate chakra control, it's on the low end of difficulty for an A-rank jutsu. It seems due to my knowledge and perfect chakra control, the success rate of all the jutsus is over 80%. And since my gamer ability would auto-correct any small mistakes, I don't have to worry that much. After going through everything, Daichi closed the skill list and went to the backyard. He dispelled his clones and the level-up notifications for the leaf scorching technique appeared. Daichi spent the day training, and by evening, Kensei had returned home. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 122, 5th Year. Life in the Capital, Chapter 122 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Concentrate. Keep the flow steady and hold. Tsunade was standing near Daichi and giving instructions as he healed the patient in front of him. A minute later, the green chakra between Daichi's palms died down. You have successfully healed your patient. Daichi let out a breath as he saw the notification. One step closer to completing the quest. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a deep breath. He mind went to the quest he received after the first month of basic training. Quest created: become a prodigal medic ninja. Successfully heal the people that come to you for help. Time limit: before the end of March next year. Heal 10,000 people using your medic ninjutsu within the given time limit. Rewards: 4,000 exp, 20 stat points. Level of all medical skills that have not reached maximum would increase by 3. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju, Shizune, Kensei Yasaji, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and People of the Fire Country. Failure. New title. Reputation decreases with Tsunade Senju, Shizune, and People of the Fire Country. Daichi was unsure when he first saw the number of people he would have to treat, but after thinking about it for a while, he knew that it was possible. 20 stat points is the equivalent of 4 levels, and level increase of my medical skills by 3. There was no way I would have rejected the quest, even with its penalty. Daichi focused on the present and looked at the sedated patient he just treated. He stepped back to let his sensei examine his work. Tsunade checked the condition of the person on the hospital bed and nodded in approval. His internal bleeding has stopped, and you've set the bones perfectly. You healed most of the damage. Well done. The nurses will handle it from here. Daichi and Tsunade then left the room, and they were joined by Shizune. She had a wide smile as she looked at the boy. It's only been 3 weeks, but your skills have improved so much in such a short time. You're a true genius, Daichi. Daichi had a small blush as he rubbed his head and smiled. Thanks, Shizune-senpai. Now that today's work is done, I'm going to hit the casinos. Shizune, you coming? Tsunade asked her former student. Yes, of course, my lady. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. Wait, aren't you forgetting something, sensei? Daichi looked at the Sannin and with a small smirk. Tsunade groaned as she looked at the boy. I was hoping you'd forget that, but with that perfect memory, that's not going to happen. The three left the hospital and went to Tsunade's apartment. She sat down on the tatami mat and looked at Daichi, who sat down opposite her. He took out 3 dice and put them in a small cup. He shook the cup and quickly placed it on the ground upside down. Ladies first. Daichi had a smirk as he looked at the woman. 12, Tsunade called. I'll go with 5, replied Daichi. He slowly lifted the cup and saw the results. 1, 2, and 4. Makes 7. Looks like I win again. The blonde woman had a slight twitch in her eyebrows as she looked at the boy, who was trying to look innocent but failing due to his smug grin. She let out a breath and went to her room and took a book from the shelf. She returned and gave them to Daichi. There are advanced medical techniques in there that I developed a few years ago. Return it by the end of the week. Yes, sensei. Daichi nodded and took the book. Shizune let out a sigh as she watched the scene. She still remembered the event that led to this moment, 3 weeks ago. So you want to make another bet with me? Tsunade asked Daichi. Yes. Why? I want to, and I really like it, Daichi replied with a smile. Not interested, brat, Tsunade replied and drank her sake. How about this? Daichi opened a scroll and stacks of money appeared. The bet is for 500,000. Shizune was appalled. Daichi, you're too young to gamble. You shouldn't do it. It's not a gamble if I know I'm going to win. Daichi said this to provoke the slug Sanin, and his strategy worked. All right, brat. What's the term? But my lady... Not now, Shizune. I'm about to win us some money. Tsunade said, keeping her eyes on the boy. If you win, you keep the money. If I win, I get another book on medical techniques you wrote. I know you haven't given me everything the last time, and if I win, we do this again next week, until you win. But I doubt that's going to happen. You cocky little... Deal. So what's the game? Daichi took out 3 dice and a small cup. Each of the dice is a standard dice with 6 faces, so the highest number would be 18 and the lowest would be 3. I'll place them in the cup, shake them, and place the cup upside down. Whoever calls the number, or the number closest to the total of the 3 numbers on the dice, wins. If it's a draw, we do it again. Deal? Let's do it. Daichi shook the cup and then quickly flipped and placed it upside down. So want to do the honors? You're going to lose, and I'm going to enjoy spending your money. I call 7, Tsunade said with a confident smirk. I'm going to go with 14. Daichi then slowly lifted the cup and saw the outcome. 5, 6, and 2. A total of 13. The number closest to it was 14. Daichi's eyes widened. Ha ha! I won. It was at that moment that Kensei came to the apartment. He opened the door and saw a grumpy Tsunade, Daichi with a wide smile and hands up in the air, and between them were stacks of money and 3 dice. His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you teaching my grandson to gamble? Kensei asked as he gave the woman a nasty look. I did no such thing. And why are you criticizing me? Shizune, who looked at the whole situation, could only sigh. Present time. Oh, before I forget, I have something for you two. Daichi took a storage scroll from his pocket and took out its contents. There were 2 paintings, one of Shizune and the other of Tsunade. Here. I know it's not much, but this is a small token of my appreciation. Shizune took the painting of herself and was impressed. It was as if she was looking at a real live person. Wow, Daichi, it's incredible. Thank you. Not bad. Tsunade looked at the image of herself and spoke. Reputation increases with Taisenju and Shizune. Daichi smiled and left the place a few moments later. He had several things running through his mind. In the next couple years, she should encounter at least one good luck moment and win against me. That way I will complete the second half of the conditions required to open the luck stat. But her winning would also mean bad luck and danger. Have to be ready for that too. Daichi made the bet so he could open the luck stat and to get more information and knowledge. A win-win from his point of view. He quickly reached home and completed the daily assignments and went to the small training area behind the house. He sat down and thought about everything he had to do and how to fully utilize his gamer ability. I learned several ninjutsu, genjutsu, and medical techniques, and now it's best to improve the level of those skills. I'll create or learn more skills during my genin days. Daichi then thought about the other important skills he would need. I can create weapons that this world has never seen. But I would have to learn blacksmithing. And if I want to create objects like the Atamagai's cloak, then I'll need to learn tailoring and sealing arts. But that's not all. My combat skills and weapon skills are lacking. I also need to learn different taijutsu styles to improve my hand-to-hand combat, and I need to learn to handle different types of weapons. Daichi let out a breath and looked at the sky. There are so many things I have to do. With this year focused on medical training, I won't be able to focus my attention on anything else other than the chakra control training. Next year it will most likely be the same, and I have to start on the creation rebirth technique, so I'll have to postpone everything non-critical until after I become a genin. Daichi let out a breath and took a leaf between his index and middle fingers. He ran chakra through it, and in a second the entire leaf was in a wrinkled, charred state. Proof of mastery of the first step of the lightning nature. Lightning, leaf scorching technique, active-passive, a lightning chakra affinity training skill obtained. Effects, 100% increase in lightning chakra control. CP cost, 5 HEC. I'll start on the second step in a couple days when Kensei comes home. Daichi started on the second step of the lightning nature. Unlike the others, where Daichi had to train by separating the waterfall, this time Daichi had to cut through a giant boulder. Kensei stood near him and spoke. For the earth chakra nature, we blocked the waterfall. For the fire, you separated, and when training water nature, you had to control the flow of the water and stop the waterfall. But this time we won't be training on the waterfall. Kensei created a giant, sturdy, long earth wall. It was over 12 inches thick and over 3 meters long. Your goal is to pierce through the rock wall. Coat your hands in chakra and change it to lightning nature. Then slam into the wall and release the energy. You need power and precision for this. When you release the chakra, make sure not to spread the lightning chakra. It will reduce the power. Daichi nodded in understanding. He began training. The natural advantage that lightning has over earth won't matter much here. This wall is far stronger than normal. The old man used quite a bit of chakra to create it, so it's going to be especially strong. Daichi quickly coated his hands in lightning chakra and thrust his palms forward. The moment he made contact with the rock surface, he released the chakra with the intent to pierce through. But his efforts only resulted in creating small scratches on the surface of the rock. I need to concentrate the lightning to a point and increase the piercing power. Created a few clones and resumed his training. A few minutes later, he got the skill lightning, rock piercing technique. Daichi attended medical training at the hospital and worked on his chakra training at home. He also worked on his sculpting and improved his painting skills as well. Daichi was able to create unique sculptures of various animals and sold them to TerraCraft's house owner and head sculptor Mormon. The man was surprised that Daichi knew sculpting and was able to make such detailed sculptures. Since his impression of the boy was good, and recognizing another talented artist, the man bought the sculptures from Daichi at a reasonable price and sold them at his shop. Daichi made sure to mark every sculpture with a small, unique signature because he knew its value would increase in the future when his fame increased. That's how it went for him. Daichi was busy almost all the time, and he was happy about it. With each passing day, his various skills improved, and he was getting stronger and stronger. Months passed by, and it was December. Tsunade gave Daichi a few days off, and he was currently alone in his house. In his hand was a dungeon key. Daichi got it as a random reward after he completed the daily exercises. The key was white in color, indicating that it was a normal dungeon, and the opponents would have a level gap of +5 or -5 with Daichi. Without wasting time, he activated the key and disappeared from the room. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 123, Unknown Skill, and New Title. Chapter 123 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't know Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi quickly walked to the locked dungeon gate and inserted the key. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon, Hidden Mercenary Guild. Would you like to enter? Yes, yes! Let's get on with it. The gates to the dungeon opened, and Daichi entered without wasting time. The titles Dungeon Warrior and Executioner are now active. All your stats are increased by 15% while inside the dungeon. All your stats will increase by 7% when fighting enemy ninjas. When I was studying the history of the capital, I came across a few mentions of a mercenary guild that operated here. They were prevalent before the time of ninja villages in their system, so this dungeon must be created based on that long-forgotten guild. In front of him was a large district with dozens and dozens of houses, and a small castle could be seen at the back. It's a bit strange. I thought the level would be much higher, but based on the color of the dungeon key, the strongest opponent I would face here would only be 5 levels higher than me at most. Based on my stats alone, there is no way I would lose. Daichi had been rigorously training every day. He only slept the bare minimum, and on the days when his grandfather wasn't home, Daichi would even forgo sleep. But due to his great vitality and meditation techniques, he would be able to perform his daily tasks without any problems. He opened his status page and looked at the stats that had grown for the last several months due to his sheer hard work. Primary stats. Strength, 194. Vitality, 196. Dexterity, 147. Agility, 191. Intelligence, 141. Chakra, 288. Wisdom, 149. Special stats. Sense, 98. Stamina, 179. Indomitable, 20. Charisma, 47. Persistence, 22. Dignity. Lucked. Lucked. All the stats that got a boost were due to Daichi's relentless hard work. On top of the weights he already had, he would pick up giant rocks and complete several exercises. He would train until his body dropped to the ground. The increase in strength, vitality, stamina, and agility stats were proof of that. Daichi's eyes then fell on the stat with the highest points. I would never be able to complete the quest of healing 10,000 patients without a large enough chakra reserve and stamina. It was as if the system was telling me to invest some points in the chakra stat. I put 50 points in the chakra stat, and due to training in medical ninjutsu and lightning nature, my CP was reduced to single digits every night, and this helped in increasing that stat even more. Tsunade has definitely noticed the increase in my reserves and kept pushing me. I had to heal at least 25 to 40 patients a day. Some of them would only have minor issues that would take a few minutes to heal, but some would take almost an hour. And most days I would spend up to 15 hours at the hospital. Daichi looked at the dungeon with cautious eyes, but he had a smile on his face. Thanks to the intensity of my training, I was able to push myself. I had wondered if I would get another boost if my stats reached 200, but since my chakra stat didn't give any after reaching 200, I'm not hoping the others would. Maybe the next awakening is at 300 points. Whatever the case, I need to increase my sense stat to over a 100. Quest created, destroy the mercenary guild. Condition, defeat the 300 enemies lurking through the district. Time limit, none. Rewards, 35,000 XP, red potion. Failure, death. Accept. 300 enemies, huh? Daichi accepted the quest that was created and began to raid the dungeon. On the first couple days, Daichi fought the dungeon ninjas in a pure frontal assault. He observed the enemies he fought, and all of them were between level 40 and 46. Daichi dodged a sword swing and attacked his opponent's hands with chakra scalpel. My stats and skills overwhelmed them by a large margin. Even though we are nearly the same level, my power is on a different scale than theirs. Speed, strength, vitality, recovery, skills. I'm above them in all these. Daichi was using some of the offensive medical ninjutsu and improving their level. He then finished the fight with several small but precise and powerful fireballs. Enemy killed. Plus 200 XP. 30 XP. Due to the strength difference, each dungeon kill only gave Daichi 200 to 300 XP. And even when the dungeon ninjas attacked Daichi in groups, the result was an overwhelming defeat for the black-clad ninjas. On the third day, Daichi decided to switch tactics. He looked at the skill that would become an important asset the moment he became a genin and started going on missions. Stealth, passive active LV1. This skill increases your ability to move undetected. It also gives you the ability to perform actions unobserved or undetected. This skill helps with pickpocketing, sneaking around, and lockpicking. Damage dealt to targets also increases when stealth is active. Holding breath increases the effects by a small margin. Note this skill is divided into 5 grades. Current grade, average. Removes footstep sounds. 2% chance of successfully lockpicking doors, safes, and containers faster. Plus 2% chance of pickpocketing an unsuspecting target. A skilled pickpocketer is less likely to be caught and more likely to loot valuables from the target. 1% chance of successfully moving unseen and unheard. Highly skilled sneak can even hide in plain sight. Instead of brute forcing through this place, I need to use this as a training exercise. This is an ideal dungeon for that. Since the level is so low, I won't have to worry about getting ganged up by several powerful enemies. I have to train my stealth skill and level it up, and improve my sense stat and get it above 100. I'll increase the level of skills like Chakra Scalpel too. And so Daichi began using his stealth skill, shadowing his enemies, and attacking them from their blind spot when they least expected it. But due to this tactic, the speed of Daichi's hunt considerably slowed down. In the beginning, the dungeon ninjas would be able to sense Daichi easily, but as the days passed by and the level of the stealth skill increased, it became harder and harder for the enemies to find Daichi. Daichi learned many things as he attacked the ninjas from the shadows. He learned how to blend into his surroundings, steal things from his enemies before they noticed him, control his intent when going for the killing strike, and learned when to strike the enemy and how they would react. Once the stealth skill passed level 20, the grade of the skill changed from average to good. A new effect was also added when the skill reached level 21. Anyone 5 levels below your level would not notice you when you're in active stealth unless you want them to. That wasn't all. For Daichi to successfully kill his foes, his senses had to work at peak efficiency. The moment his special stat sense had reached 100 points, something strange happened. Your sense stat has reached 100 points. You have received an unknown skill. Note: information about the unknown skill will be revealed to the user only after a certain condition is met, and only after the specific condition is met can the skill be used. What kind of skill is this? Why would it be unknown? Daichi was confused as he read the notifications. He looked at the existing skills related to his senses but didn't see any change. But he was certain about one thing. This skill definitely has something to do with sense, and if the system is setting a condition for the skill to appear, it must be something huge, an extraordinary skill that needs a certain trigger. It's too bad the system hasn't told me the condition required, but... A wide smile appeared on Daichi's face. I can't help but get excited. The days slowly went by as Daichi fought in the dungeon. Daichi's goal was to efficiently finish off his enemy before they knew he was even there. Despite the difference in power, it was a difficult task. But Daichi persevered. He had to focus on his senses and find his opponent, track the ninja without having his presence discovered, and wait for the perfect time to strike and then land a killing blow. It was an arduous task, and it took him weeks to finish most of the enemies in the dungeon. You have leveled up. But with each kill, he was slowly increasing his experience, and he had another level up which brought him to level 45. Daichi was currently hiding his presence in the dark corner of a room and was looking at his next target with a critical gaze. The dungeon ninja was sitting in the middle of the room with both hands placed at his sides. It didn't seem as if the ninja sensed any enemy in the room. This enemy was of level 49, the highest level enemy he had seen so far. Daichi controlled his breathing and didn't let any emotions hinder him. He was as calm as he was when meditating. For Daichi, it felt like an hour, but only several minutes had passed. The next instant, Daichi was only a hair's length behind the enemy and slashed down. He cut his enemy's head off in a single clean, swift move, and during the entire instance there was no sound made other than the small sound of a sword swiftly severing a bone. It faded away just as quickly as it came. A fatal strike that took the enemy down in a single second. The dungeon ninja turned into smoke before he realized what had even happened. Enemy killed. Plus 500 XP, 75 XP, enemies killed 200. You have killed 100 ninjas without letting them sense your presence. You have acquired the title Assassin. Wow, a new title. Assassin, huh? All right. Daichi checked the details of the new title and was impressed. New title, Assassin. This title can only be triggered when you're in active stealth. 100% increase in potency when using poisons. 200% increase in damage when using a dagger. 100% activation of Fated to Perish when landing a critical strike on enemies of the same level or below. 75% active activation of Fated to Perish when landing a critical strike on enemies up to 5 levels above you. 50% activation of Fated to Perish when landing a critical strike on enemies 6 to 10 levels above you. 10% activation of Fated to Perish when landing a critical strike on enemies plus 10 levels above you. Wow! Fated to Perish. What's that? Fated to Perish, a one-shot death skill that kills the enemy in an instant. The activation of this attack when facing higher-level ninjas depends on the user's condition, attack weapon, the enemy's condition, level, and defensive and resistance skills. Daichi's eyes widened as he read the details. Oh, man, that's one hell of an attack. Would definitely come in handy in the future. All that time stalking and painstakingly waiting for the enemy to let the guard down. My efforts weren't in vain. Daichi had been hunting his enemies like this for the past several weeks. He sometimes had to hold back the urge to just fight like he normally does, and punch and blast everything into pieces. But he resisted the temptations in the name of increasing his stealth skill. It was now at level 36, but now after receiving the new title and looking at its effects, he left the place with a happy smile and resumed his hunt. There was no boss in this dungeon. It was just a mob of 40 to level 49 ninjas that roamed the place. Daichi quickly finished off his last enemy and completed the quest the very next day. Destroy the Mercenary Guild completed. Rewards, 35,000 exp red potion. You have leveled up. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. Time to get the hell out of here. After activating the return key at the dungeon entrance, Daichi vanished. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 124, 5th year, and Chapter 124 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Once he was back in his room, Daichi opened his status page. Name, Daichi Hikima, the gamer. Class, student. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner, assassin. Level 46, 277 and 500. H-stand CP 417, MP 6120. Primary stats, strength, 194, vitality, 196, dexterity, 155, agility, 191, intelligence, 148, chakra, 288, wisdom, 160. Special stats, sense, 110, stamina, 179, indomitable, 22, charisma, 49, persistence, 24, dignity, lucked. Stat points, 730. Aside from wisdom, intelligence and dexterity, none of the other primary stats have increased. And in the special stats, the only one that got a boost was the sense stat. I suppose I should have seen that. This dungeon was an easy one, so those other stats wouldn't see any growth. Still 2 level ups and a title. That's worth it. Even though only a few seconds passed in the real world, for Daichi, it had been a long time. He had been in the dungeon for over a month. He took a look around the room and got up. He got out of the house and went for a walk. It was nighttime and the end of December. It was the time of the Fire Festival in the capital, an annual end-of-the-year holiday that people enjoyed. Daichi walked through the streets of the capital, admiring the views of the various decorations that hung outside the shops. He went to a small barbecue stall and bought a few kebabs. My lightning nature training will come to an end by next month. Progress on it has been so slow due to my time in the hospital, and I haven't been able to learn any other craft-related skills. But the good news is that I've learned most everything that Tsunade has to teach me. She said she would take me out of the capital next year for special training. Wonder what that's about? Daichi stopped and sat on a bench as he enjoyed the delicacy in his hand. He watched the fireworks in the sky, and a smile was present in his face. If I was in my old world, right now I would be home with my family for Christmas. Daichi had made peace with what had happened to him, but the thought still made him a little sad. He slightly shook his head and just enjoyed the moment. Once the festivities came to an end, he headed back home. Whatever special training Tsunade has planned, I'll be ready. And along with that, I need to work on the last chakra nature. Wind. I'll also need to begin on the creation rebirth technique. I already know that's going to be a pain. So much to do. Daichi let out a small breath of exasperation. He had a lot on his plate, but he also knew that with each day he was getting closer and closer to his goals. Daichi was at the hospital in an operating room surrounded by Karuizawa, a few medic nurses, and Shizune, who was by his side. His hands had green chakra and were atop the chest of a middle-aged man. Daichi was at the end stage of completing a complicated transplant surgery and was in the process of healing the patient and closing the incisions. Under his green healing chakra, the flesh and skin slowly but perfectly melded together, and after a 2-hour-long surgery, he was finally done. Daichi let go of his healing chakra and checked the vitals of his patient. You have successfully healed your patient. You've leveled up. The notifications indicated to Daichi that everything was a success. At that moment, Shizune spoke up after looking over the man on the table. All vitals look stable. The wounds perfectly closed. Well done, Daichi. Reputation increased with the medics of the hospital. Thank you, Shizune-senpai. The head doctor of the hospital, Karuizawa, stepped forward. You are truly talented in the medical arts, Daichi. What do you say about joining us? I'll make sure you'll have all the comforts you want here. Daichi smiled at the offer, but politely declined. Thank you for the offer, Dr. Karuizawa, but becoming a ninja has been my goal for a long time. Can't let it go now. The old man sighed sadly, but then smiled. I know you want to become a ninja, but I just can't help but be selfish. We might never see another talented kid like you in our lifetime again. All the medics at the hospital hold Daichi in high regard. Each day at the hospital, Daichi kept proving his talent. Techniques that would require months to learn would be mastered in less than a week. He would work just as hard, if not harder, than most medic ninjas at the hospital. And due to his young age and prodigious medical skills, even a few important people in the Fire Capital's daimyo court became aware of him. His reputation had grown quite a bit during the last year. Daichi and a smiling Shizune left the operating room and got themselves cleaned up. After a short while, they met with Tsunade, who was waiting for them outside. Tsunade was about to ask how things went, but based on the smiling faces of her former and current apprentices, she knew the results. Reputation increased with Tsunsunu. I have to admit it, Brat. I am impressed. Tsunade had a big smile as she looked at her student. I never imagined you would come so far in such a short amount of time. You're truly something else. It's all because of you and Shizune. Thank you. Daichi bowed his head and replied. His deep gratitude was clear in his voice. Bah! Don't get so formal with me, you brat. Tsunade laughed as she ruffled Daichi's hair. Over the year, she had grown to like the brat. She admired his tenacity and willingness to work for his goals. Shizune smiled as she looked at her mentor and mother figure. She was grateful to Daichi for bringing such joy to her master's face. Come on, you two. Tonight we're celebrating. Tsunade led the way, and all of them left the hospital for the famous Red Phoenix restaurant. It was evening by the time Daichi and the other two left the hospital, and they spent the remainder of the day at the private booth on the upper floor of the restaurant. Hours had passed by, and it was almost midnight. Tsunade and Shizune were drunk, but Daichi was calmly eating a few barbecue chicken pieces. He was hungry and had a very large appetite. He sighed as he looked at the two drunk ladies who were passed out in front of him. Tsunade had been so busy training me that she hadn't had time for her vice. I suppose this was the perfect opportunity for her to get drunk. Tomorrow is the day an instructor from the academy arrives and tests me. Based on what the old man told me, my test will be a bit different from the ones my classmates will take. It'll be much more difficult, but it won't matter. I'll be ready. At that moment, Daichi decided to check the rewards he got for completing the healing quest. Quest: Become a Prodigal Medic Ninja completed. Rewards: plus 20 stat points. Level of all medical skills that have not reached maximum would increase by 3. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju, Shizune, Kensei Yasaji, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and people of the Fire Country. This title increases the expa gain by 10% for medical skills. Increases the effects of all healing skills by 15% when healing a patient. The effects further increase by another 5% when the player uses healing skills on himself. Awesome. Stat points in this alone are the equivalent of 4 levels. And that title. Mighty Healer, huh? I like the sound of that. Daichi then opened his status page and checked the level progress. Level 47, 37 of the boy. Almost 47,000 to go, huh? Not bad. Once Daichi was done eating, he woke the two from their drunken slumber and bid farewell for the night. Tsunade looked at the vanishing figure of the boy. She had been studying him the whole time he was with her. His growth is extraordinary. He has a very steep learning curve, and his perfect chakra control helps mastering any technique far too easy. And it's not just that. I've seen him train his body most days to its utmost limits. His chakra reserves had grown much faster than I anticipated. Only almost 11 years old, and he already has high Jonin-level reserves. Is it because of the stress he put himself under? I know he was training the second step of the lightning nature and using shadow clones to do it. Then again, he never made that a secret from me. Now that I think about it, that's actually kind of brilliant. Then again, only someone like him with his unique abilities would be able to train like that. Tsunade took one swig from her sake bottle and leaned back in her chair. She thought about the observations made on Daichi and came to some conclusions. His chakra must have been exhausted, and he should have been tired, unable to move properly for at least a few days. But after a night's rest, his body completely healed, and his reserves were back to full capacity. He has extraordinary recovery and regenerative abilities. And for his chakra to increase at the rate it did, his body must have a strong adaptable ability. And coupled with his sheer will and an almost unbreakable concentration, he will one day be a force to be reckoned with. Tsunade's hands slowly went to the green jeweled necklace. Should I give it to him? It was only for a moment, but Tsunade immediately banished the thought from her mind. No, absolutely not. I won't end another life with this curse. And besides, he doesn't even have any interest in becoming Hokage. Tsunade once asked Daichi what his dream was. When he told her that he wanted to be the strongest, Tsunade thought his dream was to become Hokage, but she was surprised to hear that becoming a leader was not his ambition. She was even more surprised at the conversation that followed. Nah, I'm not interested in being Hokage. That position belongs to a friend of mine. One day he's going to reach that goal. The slug Sanin was surprised at the confidence Daichi had in this mysterious friend. You really think there's someone who's more talented and stronger than you in your generation? Daichi laughed at that and shook his head. Oh no, he's nowhere near as talented as me. In fact, if I'm right, he's currently in the middle of the class rankings. And that's being generous. He can be a moron and a goof most of the time, and he's not that smart. But sometimes he can be quite cunning. Tsunade was bewildered as she heard Daichi describe his friend. You do realize that someone like that would never make Hokage, right? Oh, you'd be surprised. Sure, he sounds like a mess now, but he's got a will that very few can match. He has a lot of potential just waiting to be unleashed. And once he sets his mind to something, he's not going to stop. Ever. Guys like him are a pain to fight. To be honest, I'm looking forward to challenging him to a battle once he gets strong enough. I can't help but be excited just thinking about that. Tsunade saw the smile Daichi had on his face. She understood that Daichi held this person in great regard. Do you really believe he can be Hokage one day? Yes, I believe he can do it. And strength isn't the only thing needed to become Hokage. The leader of the village needs charisma. He has a charm that brings people together. That makes me want to believe in him. Tsunade's eyes widened as she heard those words. The emotions Daichi felt were almost the same as the ones she felt a long time ago. Who is this kid? Tsunade couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. At that question, Daichi had the mysterious smirk which sometimes infuriated her. You'll find out one day. Why, you little brat? Tsunade shook her head and brought herself to the present. She then looked to her side, and the face of the drunk, passed-out Shizune brought a smile to her face. Since he's almost done with the medic training, I might as well teach him my fighting style. At that moment, the image of another person came to mind. A taijutsu master she met and helped a long time ago. He owes me his life. A life debt in his words. I think it's time I cash that in. If Daichi can train with him and improve his taijutsu skills by fighting that man, then maybe he might be capable of learning and using that style. It's a slim possibility, but it's worth a try. If there is anyone who can master that style, then I believe it's Daichi. Tsunade sat there making plans for Daichi's training for the next few months. The next day at Kensei's home, Daichi completed the academy final exams under the supervision of a qualified chunin. Daichi would mail his academy assignments every 2 months, so he had nothing to worry about on that front. And with the written test completed, and after a brief spar which showed the examiner Daichi's taijutsu level, he was marked as the top of the 5th year. Even though he was absent from the academy, he still retained the position of first in his class. The month of March was halfway done. Daichi meditated in his room, and after midnight, the rewards for the year appeared. Ongoing quest. Path to the strongest. 5th year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the reward for clearing a dungeon. Distributing new skill for successfully completing all tasks. Plus 450 XP. Health manipulation. Active. This skill allows the user to manipulate the health, the state of physical, mental, social well-being of the target. The user can manipulate the healing process by speeding up any or all aspects of regeneration or slowing or blocking the healing of the target. Can sense the health of anyone within a certain range and identify the causes of wounds, although this has certain limitations. Note, this skill is divided into 5 grades. Currently can only manipulate the physical health of the target. More effects will be added as the skill level increases. The restrictions will be removed as the user increases his level and the level of the skill. Current grade average effects can sense the health of anyone within 5 meters. There are certain limitations. Can increase or decrease the healing of your target by 2%. 5% chance of manipulating the biological chemicals or bioelectrical signals of the target. There are certain restrictions. CP cost, cooldown time, wow, holy shit. This is incredible. It's not much at the moment, but after I level it up, this is going to be one hell of a skill. Damn it, I wish I got this last year. That way I could have leveled it up a lot by now. Daichi let out a sigh and consoled himself. Better late than never, I suppose. This is the first time I've seen a skill with such high chakra points cost and a cooldown time. I have a feeling this is going to be an OP skill one day. With a big happy smile, Daichi closed the blue notification boxes and went to sleep. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 125, Interlude 05, Rescue Mission Uchiha Bloodline. Chapter 125 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. A year ago, it was nighttime. Tsunade accepted her second student and sent him flying a few hours ago. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, and Kensei were at the Slug Sannin's apartment to discuss various matters. You could have killed him with that stunt. Kensei had a frosty expression on his face as he looked at the blonde woman. Tsunade snorted with a small laugh. If you really thought that, then you've definitely lost your touch. Kensei knew what she meant. He knew Tsunade had absolute power and control over her attacks, and moreover, from all the spars he had with the kid, he knew just how strong and sturdy Daichi's body was and how much punishment it could take. Even though he was disgruntled about the whole thing, he decided to move on since his grandson only had a few minor injuries which were quickly healed by Shizune. Try to rein in your temper, princess, at least when the kid's around. Kensei let out a breath and moved on to the most important topic. Are they completed? Tsunade nodded her head. She took out 2 scrolls and tossed them to Kensei. One of them has the concoction that you'll need. The other is a body, medically altered right down to the smallest details. How long do I have once the poison is in Isen's system? It was Jiraiya that asked this question. The concoction I created will slow down Isen's heartbeat to 1 beat per minute. It will also reduce his chakra to the very bare minimum his body would need to survive. He will be in a near-death state. After the poison takes effect, he will immediately fall unconscious. You'll have a maximum of 2 hours from that moment. That's the best I could do without giving him any permanent damage. After the 2 hours, his vitals will begin climbing back up, but he'll be out of it for another couple days. It's the side effects of the drug, Tsunade replied. 2 hours, huh? That'll work. Jiraiya spoke after thinking about the plans. Sensei's agent in the prison has been slowly giving Isen the drug you created. It will create all the appearance of an incurable disease. So when he gets knocked out, there won't be much suspicion. That still leaves the seal Mui placed on him. Kensei had heard how troublesome the chakra-sealing jutsu placed on the prisoners by the warden Mui can be. Don't worry about it. The contact at the castle knows how to deactivate the seal. And since Isen would be in a near-death state and the seal would deactivate upon the user's death, there wouldn't be any doubts about his death. They would quickly move to destroy the body. During that time, I'll switch Aisen's body with the corpse and escape from the prison. I'll be waiting at the rendezvous point. Kensei spoke. Jiraiya nodded, and both he and Kensei made the preparation. A few days later, Kensei and Jiraiya left the capital and headed for the grass village, while Tsunade and Shizune began training Daichi. Kensei was able to gather the entry points of the castle and the guard details. With this information, Jiraiya, with his infiltration expertise and the help of the Toad Summons, was able to get inside one of the most secure prisons in the world, the Hozuki Castle, also known as Blood Prison. Jiraiya easily made contact with the spy the third Hokage planted inside the large castle. It wasn't long before the plan was enacted. Isen, a former ninja of the Leaf Village, close friend and ally of Kensei. He is a man of large stature, broad shoulders, and long white beard and hair. He had an unfocused expression on his face and had drooping eyes. He suddenly collapsed as he was walking along the corridors. The guard near him happened to be the spy Hiruzen placed inside the prison. He discreetly released the seal and checked the man to make sure he showed no vitals. The guard then took him to the medical examiner of the prison. After declaring the man dead, he left the room. At that moment, Jiraiya appeared from the corner of the room and quickly unsealed the scroll containing an identical corpse. Summoning a special toad and stuffing the real Isen in its mouth, Jiraiya quickly made his escape. A few days later, Aizen was sleeping on a comfortable-looking bed while Tsunade was checking his condition. Everything seems normal. No serious or permanent damage. The drugs in his system should clear out in a few days. If you're going to unseal his memories, I suggest you do it now, Kensei. This is the best time. Tsunade said as she took a step back. Kensei nodded and placed a paper seal on the sleeping Aizen's forehead. He then went through several hand seals and gathered chakra on his index finger and touched the seal. Memory seal. Release. A complicated seal formula spread from the paper and covered Aizen's head. Sensei told me it would take a few hours for the memories to be acclimated. We should give him some time. Let's step outside. Jiraiya said. You two go ahead. I'll be here. With those words, Kensei sat on a nearby chair and stared at his sleeping friend. Tsunade had already left, not wanting anything to do with the matter, and shortly afterwards Jiraiya followed her. Several hours went by and the seal formula on Isen's head disappeared. It took a few minutes, but the man was slowly regaining his consciousness. Where am I? With a blurry vision, Isen asked. Kensei stood from his chair and slowly went near his friend. Hello, old friend. Isen looked at the man standing near him. It took several moments before he recognized the person. Kensei, is that you? The old man just nodded and smiled. He saw Isen then looking around the room. I'm not in that prison, am I? Isen asked. No, and you won't ever be going back there. Don't worry, you're safe here. We're in the fire capital. Right now you just focus on getting some rest, Kensei said as he held his friend's hand. Isen nodded, but then suddenly made a panicked face. Kensei was alarmed when he saw that. What is it? He asked Isen. Danzo, we have to warn the Hokage. Calm down, Isen. Don't worry about Danzo. Hiruzen has already sent his men on the task. Hiruzen is investigating Danzo, Isen asked in disbelief. There's a lot that has happened since your incarceration that I need to catch you up on. Isen calmed down and just laid in his bed. He then looked at his friend. How is Benami? Kensei smiled. She's fine. Don't worry, and you'll be in for a surprise. Kensei had an almost teasing tone in his voice. Just knowing that she's safe is what matters most to me. Kensei, I need to see him. Kensei looked at the man questioningly. Hiruzen, I need to see him. I need to look him in the eye and get some answers. Kensei sighed as he heard that. Get some rest right now. After that, after you hear everything that's happened, if you still want to meet him, then I'll make the arrangements. Isen nodded in agreement. It wasn't long before he went to sleep. His body, due to many years of inaction and the ordeals it went through, was at the moment weak. Somewhere in a secret laboratory. Marvelous. Subject 24 shows no rejection or any major malformations in the body. His chakra signature has changed. It's now vaguely similar to Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru muttered to himself as he looked at the small child with pale white skin sleeping inside a large tank. The snake Sannin took the child out of the container and placed him on the examination table. He used his medical equipment to keep the eyelids of the child open. He placed a seal on the boy's body and forcefully activated the chakra throughout the boy's pathways. Orochimaru directed the chakra to the head, and more specifically, the eyes of the head. The black eyes slowly turned into red with a single tomoe, the signature of someone with the Uchiha bloodline. Artificial activation of Sharingan in the clone is a success. Single tomoe present in both eyes. At that moment, the Sharingan disappeared due to the small reserves of the boy. Chakra volume is below average, extracting eyes from the subject and preparing for dissection. Orochimaru carefully cut out the eyes and placed them in a preservation jar. He then cut open the child and examined every part of the body. As he examined the body, a frown formed on Orochimaru's face. Chakra pathways are smaller than expected. Muscle and bone density is also slightly lower than average. Based on the current structure of the body and estimated growth developments, the subject would have been a genin at minimum, but chunin at average and low-level jonin at very best. Conclusion: not viable for transference ritual. Orochimaru extracted as many valuable body parts for studying as he could before disposing of the boy. At that moment, the door to his laboratory opened, and a teenager walked in. The most noticeable feature about him was the single Sharingan in his right eye, and the 4 embedded on his right arm. "Ah, Shin! Excellent timing. I have something for you." With those words, Orochimaru gave the boy the container that held the 2 Sharingan that was extracted a short time ago. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. I hope my clones will be able to help you with your research." The boy named Shin replied. He was one of the many devotees of Orochimaru. He was also a test subject for Orochimaru's various experiments. "Yes, I gained plenty of data examining each of the subjects. Tell me, Shin, how goes your experiment? Were you able to advance the power of the Sharingan?" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. It took some intense battle with Kimimaro, but I was able to increase the tomoe of all Sharingan eyes. They are now in the 2nd stage. However, they consume more chakra, so I can't maintain them for long." Shin replied as he looked at the 4 tomoe Sharingans in his right arm. "As expected. Come, I'll implant these into your arm as well. Your body will acclimate to the increased chakra usage in a short time." With those words, Orochimaru led Shin to a table and began the transplant. After an hour, 2 more eyes were added to Shin's arm, making it 6. Once the operation was completed, and after taking some genetic samples from the boy, the Snake Sanin dismissed him. As Shin left, Orochimaru noted down the observations he made on Shin's body and the Sharingan in his arms. Sometime later, he was in front of another tank with green liquid, which had another clone that was created using Uchiha blood and the genetic samples from the boy Shin. "Itachi! I'll make you pay for what you did to my arm." Orochimaru had left the Akatsuki organization a few months ago. He tried to take Itachi's body for himself and lost an arm for his troubles. He fled the organization and was now conducting experiments using the blood Danzo gave him. "At first, I thought I could create a clone or an army of clones with the Uchiha bloodline and awaken Sharingan and transfer my soul into them. But the clones I create are just cheap imitations. Then again, there is Subject Z07. Orochimaru closed his eyes and thought about the masterpiece he was currently working on. "But that's not possible right now. I don't have enough data. It will take far too long for that project to be completed. A clone won't have the power I want, even if I make the necessary augmentations, and Subject Z07 will take at least a decade to be completed, and that's only if everything goes accordingly. There could always be complications and the project could end in failure. I need a pure, fresh, living Uchiha body soon." A wicked smile was on Orochimaru's face as he thought about his greatest target. "I may not have been able to get you, Itachi, but I'm sure your brother would show just as much potential as you. That will also be my revenge. Just you wait, Itachi. Once I have Sasuke's body, you're dead." He then walked to the next most important test subject, Subject Z07. Orochimaru placed his hand on the glass and looked at his latest creation. There is still more work to be done on Z07. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 126, Interlude 06, Danzo's Plans. Chapter 126 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Leaf Village. Somewhere in the Leaf Village, deep underground, the construction of the Root's new base of operations was near its completion. An elderly man with an eye bandaged and arm in a sling was walking the dimly lit hallway. He had much on his mind. It took a long time with Hiruzen keeping an eye on everything, but at last it's done. The construction is completed, and with the new added measures, not even the Hyuga and their Byakugan would be able to see in here. Things are proceeding according to plan. The man Danzo Shimura, leader of the Root, soon reached his office. He saw a red scroll with the insignia of the Hozuki Castle on his desk. Danzo opened the scroll and read its contents. So Isen has passed away, huh? Serves right for that traitor. Because of Kensei, Hiruzen had been far too merciful with Isen's punishment. But now that's no longer a concern. He is now no longer a threat to me. At that moment, the child he assigned to keep tabs on certain students in the academy appeared before him and knelt. Lord Danzo, I have an urgent update. Without a word of acknowledgement, Danzo closed the scroll and placed it inside his desk. Only then did he turn towards the child Tuma Asai. Report. The cold tone couldn't be mistaken for anything other than an order. Daichi has left the village. Danzo's one visible eye slightly widened. It was the last thing he expected. Tell me everything you know. He needed to find out everything behind Daichi's departure. It has been a month since Isen regained his memories and freedom. He had learned that the Hokage was the one who convinced Danzo to spare his life. At Isen's insistence, Kensei sent word to the Hokage and arranged a meeting. Nighttime, Hokage residence. Hiruzen was in his home waiting for the man to arrive. Because of the secrecy of the meeting, he had dismissed his guards. Before long, he sensed a foreign presence in his home. He turned around and met Isen's eyes. After a few moments of silence, Hiruzen spoke. You look better than I thought. Isen was silent for a moment as he looked at the old Kage. Am I supposed to say thank you for saving my life? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Yes. What you did was reckless, stupid, and could have put a serious strain on our relationship with the daimyo. Prison and the memory loss was a mercy compared to what Danzo would have done. Isen let out a sigh as he heard those words. Thank you. Hiruzen looked at the man and then nodded his head. At that moment, Isen spoke again. Just to be clear, I'm not thanking you for saving my life. I'm thanking you for what you did for my wife, Benami. Kensei told me that you made sure she had a new identity, provided safe passage to the capital, and gave her the sufficient funds needed for a new life. I remembered you telling me she was pregnant a few weeks before the whole mess. I didn't want her to get caught up in all that. Hiruzen took his wooden pipe and lit up the tobacco. I see you haven't quit that habit. Everyone has a vice. This is mine. Isen was silent as he looked around the house. He noticed the absence of two important people in Hiruzen's life. I'm sorry about Biwako. Kensei told me what happened. She was a good woman. The old Kage merely nodded his head, appreciating the sentiment. You know, after everything that's happened, I thought you would be angrier with me. The old Kage said as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. Make no mistake, I'm angry about what happened. I spent 17 years in that place, and I missed the first 17 years of my son's life. So yeah, when I learned everything, I was pissed. But I can also see the bigger picture. You did what you could. And it was my decision that landed me in that prison. Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth and let out some smoke. He asked a question that has been bugging him for some time. That brings me to another question. What exactly did you find out about Danzo that he went through all that trouble just to get rid of you? I was under your command in Anbu, but what you didn't know is that I was also part of the Root. Hiruzen was startled at that admission. Explain. During one of the missions, I discovered that Danzo had sent several spies to most of the villages disguised as merchants, bandits, or mercenaries. Yes, I know about them. After the loss of Lord Second, Danzo and I decided that it was imperative that we had an intelligence-gathering network throughout the nations in place. Yeah, well, what you don't know is that his network does a lot more than gather intelligence. He has created an extensive network that launders money, trafficking rare materials, weapons, and people. People? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Aizen nodded. More specifically, those with special bloodlines. Kekkei Genkai users. That's right. And that's not all. He's also interested in tailed beasts. The old Kage's eyes narrowed. Do you have any proof? Just my memories. It still doesn't explain how you became part of Root or how you found out about these things. Danzo is a very careful man. He would have had safeguards in place for all his Root members. I felt that something was wrong when I was on a mission in the Sand Village. I found a merchant selling some of our secrets to the Sand Village. But the thing is, he was not from the Sand and he was keeping tabs on the One-Tails as well. At first I thought he was from another village, but later I found out that he was from the Root. I felt that something was wrong, and when Danzo came to recruit me, I accepted. I joined the Root to see if someone had been compromised in Danzo's organization, but what I found was that I was wrong. The man was under Danzo's orders to leak some intelligence to the Sand Village. For what purpose? The Root wanted the magnet bloodline of the royal family. Rumor had it that the Kazekage was planning on starting a family. Danzo's plan was to plant a spy near the family and kidnap a child of the Kage, or at least get enough experimental materials. He also had the spy send him regular updates on the tailed beast of that village. Throughout my time in the Foundation, I learned that he has conducted several missions that I'm sure you wouldn't have approved of. He is invested in recruiting talented people and bolstering his forces. Near the last few years of the Third World War, I learned that he planned to kidnap the Seven Tails from the Waterfall village and assassinate the child of the Earth Daimyo and frame another village for it. What? Something like that could have had unimaginable consequences. The war would have gone on for much longer. The old Kage was shocked. He never imagined that Danzo was so out of his control. Yes, it was a plan he hatched with a high-ranking member in the Fire Daimyo court. During the chaos, Danzo and his faction at the capital would convince the Fire Daimyo to make a move on the Earth country. There would have been plenty of chaos and death if this plan had moved forward. I had to stop it. If you learned all this, then why didn't you come to me? It was too late by the time I learned what was really happening. At that time, Danzo found out about me spying on him. He had to move forward with the plan. He framed me and bought some time, so I had to make a commotion loud enough that would draw the daimyo's attention to Danzo and the people under him in the capital. The old Kage had a realization. That public attack on the minister. That wasn't the act of some rage-filled fool. You did that on purpose, didn't you, knowing full well the consequences? Yeah. I knew if the daimyo found out that we were interfering in the affairs of the royal court, the village would lose his backing. And I also needed him to be vigilant of external influences. I had a contingency in place if I died, so I knew you would learn the truth soon after my death. What I didn't expect was for me to lose my memories. Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke as he took in the information. There were many ways this could have been handled differently. I was out of time and options. I did what I could. The old Kage sighed. After a short silence, he asked the man a question. Are you willing to work under me again? No, but if you want my help with Danzo, then I can work with you. Hiruzen looked into the man's eyes and relented. I suppose that would have to do. I have a task for you. Leaf Village. In an underground laboratory, Shigaraki, the researcher and scientist of the Root, was performing experiments on a certain specimen using the genetic materials acquired from Orochimaru and Danzo. At that moment, Danzo walked into the laboratory and inspected the specimen. How much progress have you made? He asked the scientist. The sample Orochimaru provided is truly incredible. It can combine to any foreign DNA without rejection and can adapt its properties, although the effects produced are not as powerful. What are the results of the merger with the blood sample of the first Hokage? The DNA has adapted to the blood, but there were some small mutations. With those words, Shigaraki led Danzo to a certain area of the lab. In a glass container filled with nutritional fluids, a small child was kept suspended. There were several monitors connected to the child. Half his body was made of wood, and the face of the first Hokage was present on the left side of his chest. But even with these mutations, his vitals were reading normal. The first Hokage's blood contains too much power. More precisely, yang chakra. We need equally potent yin chakra, or something that requires the large reserves of chakra to keep the balance and the power of the first Hokage in check. I have something in mind. In a few months, Orochimaru will be here with what I need. I need you to assist him with the surgery and graft the first Hokage's blood into my body when the time comes. Danzo told the man. I understand, Lord Danzo, but... What is it? It's just, no matter how well the surgery goes, there will be some small mutation on your body. The power of the first Hokage is just too strong. Shigaraki bowed and spoke these words with slight fear. Danzo was quiet for a few moments. I'm aware of the risks, and your duty is to minimize the risks as much as you can when the time comes. Yes, Lord Danzo. Danzo walked away from the lab and made his way to his home. If I had the best medic nin in the world, then I could reduce the dangers of the operation down to 0. But Tsunade would never perform the operation on me, and if she learns that I've been using Lord Hashirama's blood for research like this, she'll be furious. She might make a rash move and bring Jiraiya and Hiruzen's attention to me, and I don't want that right now. But then again, I don't necessarily need her. She has a new apprentice after all. Should I delay the surgery and wait for her to teach Daichi everything before I go after him? No, that will take too long. This must be done as soon as possible. The moment Danzo learned of Daichi's departure from the village, he used his contacts and found out what had happened. He learned that Kensei wanted Daichi to learn about his business operations and took the boy to the capital. But Hiruzen, not wanting to let Daichi go, made a deal with Kensei. Danzo learned that the plan was for Daichi to come back by the time his class graduates and become a genin with them. A month later, Danzo learned from his sources in the capital that Tsunade happened upon the child and took him as her student. The boy leaving the village is a perfect opportunity. Once she's done training him, I'll make my move. Kensei won't be able to protect him. But the mission needs to be covert. I can't have anything connecting me to it. With that thought in mind, he summoned a few of his people and gave them a certain mission. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 127, Interlude 07, Daichi's Training, Rookie 9's Exam, Chapter 127 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't know Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Fire Capital. Several months had passed since Tsunade accepted Daichi as her student. He completed the basic training within the first month, and Tsunade started him on medical ninjutsu training. Right now, Shizune and Daichi were in the operation theater, going over the medical history of Daichi's new patient. Tsunade was several feet behind them in a chair, looking over the patient's medical files. Patient 47 years old, condition critical. Has sustained minor injuries on the left leg, bruises on left arm and torso, but has a severed right arm. Daichi spoke as if giving a report. What's the next step? Shizune questioned Daichi. Daichi carefully looked over every injury the man had, and quickly came to a conclusion. Give priority to the critical wound and create a viable treatment, and then proceed to the other minor injuries. Good. Examine the injury and determine the damage. Daichi examined the severed limb and the arm on the table in great detail. It took a few minutes, but he completed his analysis. The skin, bone, muscles, blood vessels, and tendons have a clean cut. The weapon is most probably a thin but sharp sword. Restoring blood flow. Chances of a successful surgery is over 88%. Beginning limb reattachment surgery. With those words, Daichi began operating on the man. He carefully attached the severed arm to the man's limb and started joining the bones. He then started to reattach the blood vessels, nerves, and muscles. It was a delicate process. Daichi's perfect chakra control greatly helped him with the complex microsurgical procedures. Once everything was done, he used chakra and created new skin above the cut. Once the critical injury was dealt with, Daichi moved on to the other wounds. He was able to quickly heal them, and once his work was done, he took a few steps back and let out a breath. Shizune had her eye on Daichi the whole time. She was impressed he had reached so far so quickly. Well done. Everything looks good. He can now be taken to the observation room. Daichi nodded, and then turned to look at Tsunade. She looked at the boy and nodded her head. Good work. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Tell me, Daichi, if you were on the battlefield right now with this man, how would you proceed? Moreover, his arm was destroyed in the battle. How would you treat him? Tsunade asked him. Shizune stayed silent and looked at Daichi. Daichi stayed silent and thought for several seconds and then answered. If there are enemies present, I would heal the wound, stop any blood leakage, and treat for any infections or poisons present. If no enemies are present, if there are fresh bodies available for a donor arm, then I'll see if I can find one for limb transplant. But when matching a donor hand with a recipient hand, there are several things you need to consider. Would you have the time for that? Tsunade asked him. I have to quickly check the blood type, tissue type, skin color, age and sex of the donor and recipient, hand size and muscle bulk, and make sure they're a match. So I would use the cell scanning technique and quickly assess the conditions of the limbs and then proceed, replied Daichi. What are the risks of such a transplant? Risks such as infections, bleeding, and blood clots can be minimized with medical ninjutsu, but rejection of the donor arm and long-term immunosuppression risks will be present. Daichi replied, That's right, you have to be prepared. You have to evaluate the situation and make a decision on whether or not to have the transplant. You will have to make decisions that may not be the one your patient wants. You need to be ready. During battles, you have to make split-second choices that could have life-changing effects. These are all things a battle medic must be prepared for. The seriousness in Tsunade's voice told Daichi just how difficult this path would be for him. I will be prepared. Daichi gave a simple reply. He had an iron will that wouldn't break under pressure. Tsunade looked at the boy's determined face and slightly smirked. We'll see. With those words, she left the room. Daichi and Shizune followed after her. Tsunade walked into another room and saw two Daichis working on their patients. One was healing a minor injury, while the other was extracting poison from the unconscious child on the table. As she looked at the two shadow clones, she couldn't help but be impressed and become more curious about him. His chakra level has increased explosively during these last several months. He's using shadow clones to heal the wounds of people with non-critical injuries. 2 months ago, he could only use one clone, but now he can use two. Moreover, he has to create 2 clones that have enough chakra to heal those that come to them. He must have incredible recovery ability as well. He hasn't missed a single day since he began training under me. And I know for a fact that he goes to bed completely worn out from training. So that means his chakra recovery during sleep must be several times normal, and he has precise control over his large reserves. His growth rate is remarkable. Now I understand why Sarutobi-sensei sent him my way. This child can learn things in a fraction of the time it takes for others. His talent, his skills, and his abilities, it's truly amazing. As Tsunade stood there looking at Daichi, he completed his work and was done for the day. The 2 clones dispelled themselves as soon as the original walked into the room. Using your clones to heal is impressive, but don't overdo it. Daichi nodded his head to the advice. Soon the trio of medic ninjas left the hospital. Daichi had a thoughtful expression. What are you thinking about? Shizune asked the boy. My friends back at the village. I miss them, Daichi answered. I'm sure they're feeling the same. Shizune placed a hand on Daichi's shoulder, as if to comfort him. Daichi appreciated the sentiment. He looked at the sky, and the faces of his friends flashed through his mind. Midterm exams must be going on at the moment. I wonder how they're doing right now. Leaf Village, Academy. The students at the academy were having their midterm exams. Currently, Daichi's class was on the academy grounds preparing for the taijutsu test. Iruka called out the names of 2 students and began the test. Sasuke Uchiha and Kiba Inuzuka, step forward. The Uchiha and Inuzuka stepped inside the large ring with different expressions. There were a few girls cheering for Sasuke, but he paid them no mind. For Sasuke, due to his strength, he rarely sparred with any of his classmates since Daichi left. He knew his strength and was completely calm and nonchalant, while Kiba was nervous. Kiba knew his chances of defeating Sasuke were 0. The other members of the future Rookie 9 were also paying attention to the fight. Both of you make the seal of confrontation. At Iruka's words, Sasuke and Kiba raised their hands and made the seal. Begin. Kiba slipped into the Inuzuka stance as soon as the match began. He was still for a few seconds, but seeing Sasuke not even entering a stance and just watching him made Kiba slightly angry. Deciding to attack first, he rushed towards the Uchiha. Kiba might have been moving as fast as he could, but for Sasuke it was pitifully slow. The Uchiha looked at the incoming assault and sighed. He parried or redirected the attacks with one arm. He's so slow. His attacks are wild and predictable, and they lack the necessary strength. He's so pitifully weak. Sasuke looked at the sweating and panting face of Kiba as the boy tried to land a successful strike on him. As the battle progressed, the Uchiha had a strange feeling in his heart. Is this what Daichi feels every time he battles me? As this thought crossed Sasuke's mind, he caught the punch aimed at his throat with the intent to incapacitate him. Sasuke had a strong grip on Kiba's hand. The Inuzuka boy couldn't retrieve his arm from Sasuke's clutches and sent a kick to Sasuke's midsection. The young Uchiha easily sidestepped the attack and looked into Kiba's eyes. A second later, he let go of his enemy's arm. He saw Kiba jump back and gain some distance to prepare for the next round of attacks. I think I understand Daichi a little better now. Even though Sasuke only said this to himself, Kiba and most of the students heard it. Kiba raised an eyebrow at that. He was confused as to why Sasuke would bring up Daichi's name at this moment. What? What do you mean? Iruka and most of the students were also curious. Sasuke looked at his sparring opponent, let out a sigh, and answered, "There is no point fighting and defeating the weak. It's just a waste of time and energy and not worth the effort. Especially if the enemy is so weak, they can't even force you to use both hands." Why you? Kiba was mad when he heard that. Daichi's not like that. At that moment, Sasuke and Kiba heard Naruto shout out from where he stood. The Uchiha only had a smirk as he heard that. He had fought Daichi at their secret training spot several times over the course of last year, so he had a good understanding of his training partner's mentality. If you believe that, then you don't know him as well as you think. He looked at Naruto and had a cold smirk on his face. Naruto gritted his teeth. Why that jerk? Calm down, Naruto. It will only become more troublesome if you interfere in the test. Shikamaru was able to keep Naruto from blowing up and saying anything more. At that moment, when Sasuke was looking at Naruto, Kiba launched a quick sneak attack, or at least he tried. The moment Kiba's fist neared Sasuke's face, it was as if Sasuke disappeared and reappeared behind Kiba. Sasuke sent a few fast jabs aimed at Kiba's joints and lower torso that sent the boy tumbling down in seconds. Match! Iruka ended the fight, seeing the results of the match. Once Kiba was up on his feet, he made them do the seal of reconciliation and called out the next two students. Kiba had a scowl on his face as he slowly walked towards his group of friends. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino were together, while Ino, Sakura, and Hinata were on the other side. Naruto and the gang were waiting for their turn. He's so arrogant right now. Man, I wish Daichi was here to knock him down a peg or two. Kiba said as he rubbed his arms to relieve some pain. I'm definitely gonna challenge and beat Sasuke when it's my turn. Naruto said confidently as he looked at the Uchiha standing on the other side of the ground. Be serious, Naruto. Sasuke is a lot stronger than he's letting on. It was Kiba who said this, and he was unusually serious. What makes you say that? Choji asked him. Aside from the whole fight, it was when he attacked me at that last moment. I could tell. He was holding back. A lot. Kiba might be hard-headed and arrogant at times, but he was smart enough to assess the strength of someone he fought against. It makes sense when you think about it. Choji turned towards his friend and asked, What do you mean, Shikamaru? For the last 4 years, Sasuke's only goal was surpassing Daichi. He only had Daichi in his view and kept pushing himself every day. I wager that he's the only person other than Daichi who trains harder than anyone in our class. So it's no wonder that he'd be that strong. And now that Daichi's gone and he's at the top, Sasuke's realizing just how far ahead of us he is. So I suppose it's natural that he has no interest in fighting us. You really think so, Shikamaru? Kiba asked. The Nara just shrugged. It's just a guess. As Naruto heard those words, he had a metaphorical fire in his eyes as he looked at Sasuke. I'm gonna make him take us seriously. Shikamaru just sighed as he looked at the blonde. This guy! Getting in the middle of his new obsession would only be more trouble than it's worth. I'm just gonna lay down, look at the clouds, and ignore this whole thing. With that thought, Shikamaru sat down under the shade of the nearby tree and looked at the sky. Still, I can't help but be curious. What are you up to right now, Daichi? Whatever it is, I'm sure it must be important to you, and I know you're not one to waste your time. Good luck with your endeavors, Daichi. See you when you get back. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 128, Interlude 08, The Power of Senju and Uchiha. Chapter 128 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Location: dozen miles away from the Leaf Village. It was a snowy December night. A team of ninjas covered entirely in black battle gear was moving through the woods near the Leaf Village. They were speeding through the trees in a diamond formation. In the center of the team was an old man with his entire body shrouded in darkness. Several meters behind them were 4 other teams composed of ninjas wearing the same gear. Each of them, a formidable group of shinobi capable of battling against even the strongest jonins, and together, the teams of ninjas would be capable of taking on and even killing S-rank nins. As the teams all sped through the forest silently, a figure with half-black and half-white face appeared from the earth without being detected. Only half the body of the strange creature was present atop the earth. He was Zetsu, the spy of the Akatsuki. Zetsu looked at ninjas who vanished from his sights after a few seconds. He already analyzed and found the organization they belonged to. They're from the Root, but this many teams, this is unusual. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Danzo's chakra coming from the lead team. He's usually not the type to leave the village and expose himself like this. And the number of ninjas protecting him. Something significant is going down. I need to find out what. I wonder what they're up to. Let's follow them. The gruff voice of Black Zetsu replied to the question of his white counterpart. After some time, the team of Root ninjas reached their destination. They came to a stop in front of a small cave. Fu! The man in the lead team only said a single word, but it conveyed his intentions. A ninja from the lead team raised his right hand, made a half-ram seal, and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he looked at the man in the center. All clear, Lord Danzo. I can only sense one chakra at the base. The man Danzo Shimura removed his hood and walked forward. At that moment, another man from the other team also joined Danzo's group. Let's move. With Danzo's orders, several of his Root walked into the cave, and then Danzo and the rest followed. The cave looked small and ordinary from the outside, but the interior was much deeper. As they reached the end of the cave, Danzo made a hand seal and an entrance opened up. Fu, Torune, Shigaraki, you're with me. The rest of you, secure the perimeter. Danzo gave the order and went inside the cave, followed by his 2 most capable ninjas and the scientist of his organization. The wall closed behind them and a barrier came into existence. As the Root ninjas began securing the area, one of them was concerned about what was happening. When Lord Hokage tasked me with infiltrating the Root, I never could have imagined that things would be this bad. I know he's meeting with Orochimaru right now, but that's it. I don't know what's going on or what this is about, but whatever it is, it must be huge. Danzo doesn't even trust his own people with what's happening in there. Fu and Torun are the most loyal and some of the strongest of the Root ninjas, and I know that Shigaraki is the researcher. What exactly is happening in there? Damn it! I can't get any closer without exposing my intention. At that moment, several meters away in the shadows, 2 yellow eyes popped up from a tree. Zetsu looked at the guards and then sensed the barrier surrounding the interior. This was once an old base of the Shimura clan during the Warring Era. I'm pretty sure they didn't have a barrier here at that time. It seems Danzo added a few modifications. It will be difficult to get inside, but not impossible. But if I force myself in there like that, I'll be detected. After thinking about the next move, Zetsu abandoned that plan. The less they know about me, the better. It's not the time to make rash decisions. I'll find out what he's up to sooner or later. With that thought, Zetsu disappeared back into the ground without anyone sensing his presence. Danzo walked forward through a small tunnel and soon entered a large room. There were several medical equipment set up all around the place. He saw Orochimaru waiting for him with a devilish grin. "Is it ready?" Danzo asked the man. Orochimaru led Danzo to a special glass container with several seals all over it. Inside it, a pale white arm with numerous Sharingan could be seen. "So you were able to replicate the Sharingan and implant it into the arm, huh?" "Yes. I took Itachi's blood and bonded it with Shin's DNA. But these are still eyes made from clones, so the effects are not as powerful as the original." Danzo didn't say anything and just inspected the arm. Orochimaru had already sent him a sample Sharingan a few months ago, and Danzo made sure to confirm that it was able to use the Izanagi technique. Danzo inspected each of the Sharingan in the container. "For my plans, for what I need to do, this will be enough. They will be my trump card." "I wonder what Sarutobi-sensei would say if he found out what you were doing?" At that moment, Orochimaru asked, chuckling. Danzo narrowed his eyes. He wasn't in the mood to chit-chat. "What Hiruzen thinks or says is not your concern. Now stop wasting time and let's proceed." "Very well. Did you bring the item?" At that, Danzo motioned to Shigaraki. The scientist stepped forward with a scroll and unlocked its contents. There was a vial of blood and some brown synthetic flesh. This is Lord Hashirama's blood. The other is a cultivated flesh of his blood and the specimen sample you've provided. You've come far in your research on the first Hokage's power." Orochimaru was not one to give out any praise, but he was mildly impressed with the progress Shigaraki made. Danzo began disrobing and got on the operation table. He knew Fu and Torune would keep vigilance, and Shigaraki could spot if Orochimaru did something harmful to his body. Orochimaru injected Danzo with a special serum, and within moments Danzo was knocked out. Beginning surgery. Orochimaru and Shigaraki began the operation. Danzo's crippled right arm was severed, and Orochimaru placed several seals on his body. Each one meant to keep Danzo alive until the end of the procedures. The Snake Sannin took the Sharingan arm and brought it to the table. The first Hokage's strength and the Sharingans. "I wonder what you'll do with this power, Danzo?" The thought somewhat excited Orochimaru. He knew Danzo had his own plans and was extremely dangerous, but he couldn't help but take the risks. He still had use for the man's connections. Several hours went by as Orochimaru and Shigaraki operated in Danzo. For the Sharingan arm to be of proper use, the first Hokage's power was needed. They added his blood and grafted the synthetic flesh onto Danzo's right shoulder, and then attached Shin's arm. The surgery lasted for over 7 hours. It took 2 more hours for Danzo to regain consciousness. He could already sense the change happening throughout his body. As he tried to get up, Shigaraki quickly stopped him. "Lord Danzo, please, not so quickly. It's still healing." Danzo just ignored that advice. "You're underestimating Lord Hashirama's power. He was able to heal his wounds in seconds without even using medical ninjutsu. I can already feel that power flowing through me." With those words, Danzo got up from the bed and stood without a problem. He inspected his right arm. The numerous 3 Tomoe Sharingan sent a thrill up his spine. A total of 10 Sharingan and the power of wood-style jutsu. Finally, now I have the power of both the Senju and Uchiha. At that moment, Orochimaru came near him. "I'm sure you can already tell, but your chakra is undergoing a massive change. You will need a few months of rest for your body to fully adapt and for your chakra to stabilize." Danzo nodded as put on a cloak. At that moment, Torune stepped forward with several steel couplings. "So that's your plan?" "I assume they have the seals that can block the Byakugan and chakra sensors." Orochimaru looked over the contraptions and deduced their purpose. Torune stood silently without giving the Sannin an answer. His master was Danzo and no one else. Shigaraki covered Danzo's right arm in bandages, and then Fu took the couplings from Torune and secured them around the arm. With everything complete, Danzo and his root members exited the room. It was dawn. Once outside, Danzo ordered the other teams to head back to the village. He then took out a map and threw it to the Sannin. "The materials and equipment you wanted are marked on that location. Let's not meet for a while." With a dark chuckle, Orochimaru burst into snakes and disappeared into the forest. Hokage Residency, Private Chamber. Hiruzen had a grim visage as he heard Bear's report. It was only after a week that the Anbu spy was able to make contact with the Hokage without arousing any suspicions. This is truly troubling. You have no idea what Danzo wanted with Orochimaru? Forgive me, Lord Hokage, but I couldn't find out what happened. I didn't want to do anything that jeopardized my position. No, it's all right. I need you where you are. Hiruzen thought about everything Bear said. He had several theories as to why his former teammate would meet his former student like this. But he needed to confirm a few things before coming to an answer. You said he had the head scientist of the root with him? So Shigaraki was present and he attended the meeting? Yes, Lord Hokage. It's strange, taking Shigaraki to such a place with a possibly dangerous enemy, and Danzo himself went. The whole thing is bizarre. And after Danzo came out of the cave, his whole chakra felt strange. I might have an idea as to what might have happened, but I need to confirm a few things first. In the meantime, gather as much intelligence on his organization as you can. Make sure your position isn't compromised. Yes, sir. With those words, the Anbu disappeared. Hiruzen then made his way to the vault hidden beneath the Hokage Tower. It contained some of the most dangerous information, jutsu, and materials of the village. He opened the vault and went to a special spot that held a preserver. Hiruzen opened the container and looked at the content. They're gone. 3 vials were missing from the row. 3 vials of Lord Hashirama's blood are gone. Danzo would be the only one capable of taking it without alerting anyone. You bastard. I knew it. The second I learned that Shigaraki was with you, I knew you were performing some kind of experiment with Lord First Blood. Hiruzen took the remaining vials with him. I can't let anyone else get these. Hiruzen got what he needed and closed the vault. He made his way back to his office in deep thought. Danzo must have performed some sort of experiment on himself. Orochimaru and Shigaraki are the 2 people who know the secrets of the first Hokage's blood, so that must be why he met them. But Lord Hashirama's blood is too strong. The chakra is potent and will react violently with anyone it is injected with. Danzo knows this. So for him to still perform some kind of experiment on himself, he must be absolutely certain that he will survive and get some benefits from the experiment. Hiruzen sighed as he reached his office. It seems there is no choice. I need to move forward with my plans, even if it goes against my morals. Hiruzen took the forbidden scroll from its secured location. He went through each and every jutsu in there until he found the few he needed. Among the jutsus Hiruzen had his eyes on was the one with the most potential and danger. Summoning Jutsu, Reanimation. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 129, 6th year begins. Chapter 129 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. $497, $498, $499, $500. Daichi was in a handstand position and completed his 500 push-ups. At that moment, the quest was updated and gave him the tasks that needed to be completed for the 6th year. Ongoing quest, Path to the Strongest. Okay, what do I have to do this time? Tasks to complete this year have been updated. Training clothes in your inventory have been modified. Wear them when completing the daily quests. Conditions. Complete 500 push-ups daily. Complete 500 squats daily. Complete 500 punches daily. Run 10 kilometers. Complete at least 1 dungeon before the end of March next year. Master at least 2 advanced nature transformation skills. Complete academic assignments before the final exam of this curriculum. Reach level 50 before the end of next March. Rewards, status recovery daily. Random reward weekly. +3 stat points weekly. Plus 10,000 XP clearing a dungeon. Reward for clearing additional dungeons. 2 levels increase in the skill chakra affinity for successfully learning 2 advanced nature transformation skills. New title, plus 35 stat points. The daily and weekly rewards are still the same. Plus 2 levels to the chakra affinity skill? 35 stat points? That'll definitely come in handy. New title? Wonder which one it'll be this time. Failure, 100 stat points. Death, Wow, the penalty this time is massive. Taking away 100 stat points, that's not good. Well, it's not worse than death, I suppose. I need to reach level 50 before next March. Looks like I might have to complete more than one dungeon this time. Without wasting time, Daichi accepted the quest. Rare item. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow, each weighing exactly 30 kg. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes, each weighing exactly 70 kg. 260 kilos. It'll be easy if it was just for the workout, but since I'm wearing them all day, that's going to be a drain on my stamina. Well, since that's the only way I'd get to improve my physical stats, I have no choice. I gotta do what I gotta do. At that moment, a new notification appeared. It seemed more like a system warning than anything else. Once the conditions for this year's quest are successfully cleared, you will be given the choice to graduate or wait 1 more year. Choose carefully. Daichi's eyes widened as he read that. Graduate at the end of this year? That means I'll be graduating with Lee's year group. I'll be a genin ninja 1 year ahead of everyone else in my class. But should I take it? I'll make a decision at the end. Right now I need to focus on getting stronger and completing the tasks assigned to me. The month of April went by quickly as Daichi began training in his wind chakra nature. He was able to completely max out the leaf-cutting skill in just 10 days. He also perfectly performed his tasks as a medic at the hospital. He learned almost everything from Tsunade regarding medical techniques. He also challenged her to some form of gamble every week only to win, and it made Daichi somewhat frustrated, which had Tsunade and Shizune confused. As the month came to an end, Tsunade called Daichi over to her temporary home. She had 2 scrolls in her hands, a green scroll and a slightly larger red scroll. Daichi had a serious look on his face as Tsunade handed him a green scroll. I believe you are more than capable of mastering this. Daichi looked at the scroll and his eyes widened. He had an idea as to what it is. Wait, is this what I think it is? Tsunade smiled and nodded her head in confirmation. The Strength of the 100 Seal. This is a jutsu I learned from information I read in one of my grandmother's journals. This scroll contains the information on how to store your chakra, maintain it in your body without loss, and when completed, use it without restriction. To use this jutsu, one must have absolute control over their chakra. So this is perfect for you. But make sure you read everything in there before you get started. Daichi held the scroll as if he was holding something precious. Yeah, Tsunade continued, with the release of the chakra stored, you'll easily be able to use ninjutsu that would otherwise have been too taxing for your body. But that's not all, is it? You mastered this and used it as a parent jutsu for the creation rebirth technique. Yes, I've watched my grandfather heal without even needing to weave hand seals. I wanted to reach that level. But during my early years, I learned that it was impossible to reach that feat with just normal level jutsus. And after having witnessed the horrors of war, I created it with the purpose of protecting my comrades. Tsunade had a sad smile as she remembered the faces of her lost friends and families. 2 significant people stayed at the forefront of her mind. She sighed and looked at Daichi with a certain fondness. Over the course of last year, she had grown to like the boy. His determination, strength, abilities, and personality made her smile. Daichi had a realistic yet optimistic view of the world which fascinated her. He was the first person aside from Shizune she felt close to in a long time. She didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Daichi, make sure to learn the creation rebirth jutsu. That should be your first priority once you've mastered the Strength 100 seal. I will. Tsunade then asked Daichi a question he was half expecting. I'm sure you know that I hold a summoning contract. I'm the summoner of the slug Katsuyu from the Shikotsu forest. If you sign a summoning contract with Katsuyu, you'll be able to symbiotically link your seal to Katsuyu and have her use healing chakra. There are also other benefits, but I'm sure you can learn them when the time comes. So what do you say? Do you want to sign the summoner contract with her? Daichi was somewhat dreading this question. He already promised Kensei that he would sign a contract with the Tiger Clan. I already gave my word to the old man that I would make a pact with the Tiger Clan, and he told me they won't like it if I sign a contract with another creature. Then again, I have to pass some tests to become their summoner. So, Tsunade could see that Daichi was having trouble answering her question. It only took a few moments to figure out the reason. Don't tell me. You already signed a contract with the Tiger Clan? She asked the boy. No, but before I came to the capital, he had me meet one of them. He said I would be allowed to take the test and become a summoner. Told me not to sign any other contracts. Daichi replied with an awkward smile. A tick mark formed on Tsunade's forehead. That sneaky old geezer, she mumbled to herself. She looked at Daichi and then sighed. What do you want to do, Daichi? Tsunade asked calmly. Daichi thought about it for a few more seconds and gave his answer. I already made a promise to him. I can't break it. The slug Sanin let out a sigh. Are you sure? You won't get this offer again? I'm sure. I know it would be great to have Katsuyu as my summoner, but I feel that I belong with the Tiger Clan. Since you've made up your mind, I'm not going to force you, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. With those words, she punched a nearby table, crushing it to small pieces. You have sensed killing intent. Seeing Tsunade mad, Daichi immediately took the contingency he had prepared. Oh, look what I have, sensei. With those words, Daichi took a bottle from his sleeve and shook it in front of the angry woman. Tsunade's eyes followed the bottle in Daichi's hand. This is the finest sake from the mountains of the Lightning Country. I remembered you saying that it was great and wanted to try it, so I got it for you. Daichi bought the bottle at the Fire Capital's auction house at a great price for just such an occasion, and at this moment, he felt that it was worth every ryo. Tsunade took the bottle from Daichi's hand in an instant and smelled the sake inside. She smiled as soon as she got a whiff of that fine, aged alcohol. She laughed and looked at the kid. You're a great student, Daichi. I'm glad I taught you. With those words, she took a swig from the bottle and then sighed happily. Seeing his teacher appeased, Daichi let out a sigh of relief. Crisis averted. At that moment, he noticed the red scroll in her other hand. What is that? Another medical ninjutsu technique? What's in that scroll, sensei? Tsunade looked at the red scroll when she heard Daichi's questions. After a few seconds of silent contemplation, she replied, This is a taijutsu style developed by my grandfather and granduncle. Daichi was shocked when he heard that. A taijutsu style created by the first and second Hokages? Holy shit, that must have some incredible techniques. The knowledge in that thing must be worth a fortune. Wow. Daichi was amazed that the two Hokages created a martial arts style together. It must be powerful if it was created by the first two Kages, Tsunade nodded. Yes. My grandfather had the ability to be one with nature. He observed every aspect of nature to achieve his pinnacle strength. Daichi slightly narrowed his eyes. She must be talking about Sage Mode, Tsunade continued. He observed all the elements and all the different creatures that roamed the world. It took several years, but he finally understood their essence. The problem was that he couldn't properly create the martial arts style he wanted based on the essence of nature on his own. That's where my granduncle comes in. With his intelligence and technical skills, he helped grandfather create the ultimate taijutsu style. They called it the pinnacle of martial arts. But before he could learn and master it, he passed away, and Uncle Tobirama didn't have the time to learn it as well. Wait, if it's so powerful, then why haven't you learned it? There are several things a person must understand before they learn this taijutsu style. What they created is something more than just punches and kicks. Before you try and even learn it, you need knowledge. You need to understand the world, or more precisely understand nature. I couldn't do it because I wasn't talented enough, and I was more focused on improving my medical skills, so I didn't bother with it. This taijutsu style is special. Even if a person were to get a hold of this scroll, they wouldn't be able to utilize it at all. Without proper knowledge, the techniques in this scroll are useless. Daichi was somewhat confused. Did Hashirama learn this after becoming a sage? Is that what she means when she says understand nature? If that's the case, then that must also be why the second Hokage Tobirama Senju didn't try and learn it. Damn. Does that mean I have to be a sage if I want to learn that style? I can't exactly ask her that, since information on Saijutsu and Nature Chakra are so secretive that most people don't even know about it. I'm giving this to you. I believe you're talented enough and have the time to learn and master this style." With those words, Tsunade handed him the scroll. A quest popped up at that moment, but he ignored it for the time. His eyes were on the scroll. Daichi looked at the red scroll in his hand. It had a label on the top: Flowing Fists of the Natural Order. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 130. Path to Transcendence. Chapter 130 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. You really think I'll be able to do it? Daichi was happy that she had that much trust in him. Tsunade smiled and replied, "I believe you are the only one capable of accomplishing it." At that moment, a new notification appeared. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I won't let you down." "You better not. Now come on. Let's celebrate. I got us a booth reserved on the exclusive second floor of the Phoenix restaurant." With those words, Tsunade and Daichi made their way to the famous restaurant of the Fire Capital. Shizune joined them midway, and the three headed to their destination with smiles on their faces. As Daichi made his way through the streets of the capital, he looked at the new system message boxes piled up. "Tsunade has truly acknowledged you as her student. You have gained the title Slug Sanin's Apprentice. This title will give 30 points to Strength and Vitality stats. Reputation increases with Leaf Villagers and its allies." Wow, I've been wondering why I hadn't received a title even when I was learning under her. Now I know. It's only now that she truly sees me as her student. Regardless, this is a good thing. Daichi read the effects of the title and was impressed. 30 points to Strength and Vitality, huh? Makes sense it would be those stats. She is known for her strength and healing powers. Daichi closed the title notification and looked at the quest that had popped up when his teacher gave him the scroll. He read the contents, and as he kept reading, his astonishment grew, and by the time he completely read everything, he was dumbfounded. He stopped dead in his tracks with his mouth slightly open. "What the frack?" Daichi couldn't help but exclaim out loud. A couple walking nearby looked at Daichi like he was an idiot. Daichi quickly composed himself and resumed walking. He went through the quest details again, just to make sure he didn't misinterpret anything. Quest created: Observe and understand. Observe the various living creatures, phenomena, and different geologies of the world, and understand their essence. When you have an understanding of the flow of energy of the world, you can learn and use the taijutsu style created by Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Time limit: none. Conditions: observe the various aspects of nature such as land, water, plants, animals, and insects. Observe and understand at least 7 different types of creatures. Observe and understand the creational aspect of nature: plants, forests, lakes, and oceans. Observe and understand the destructive force of nature: raging ocean waves, forest fire, natural lightning strikes, tornado, and volcanic lightning. Explore and understand the different geologies of the world: forest, desert, frozen tundra, and volcanic lands. Rewards: ability to use the energy of the world, limitless access to nature chakra. Knowledge required to learn and master the taijutsu style Flowing Fist of the Natural Order. Completing 1/2 of the conditions required to become a transcendent. New title: Very limited access to nature chakra. This only applies if at least half the quest is completed. Will not be able to master Flowing Fist of the Natural Order. Will never become a transcendent. Possible death. Holy shit, energy of the world. Limitless nature chakra and becoming a transcendent. My god, this kind of a quest. Daichi couldn't believe the rewards of the quest. Becoming a transcendent. No. It says completing 1/2 of the conditions required, so there is probably another quest I'll need to complete to become a transcendent. At that moment, another thought popped into Daichi's head. If I can become a transcendent being, then can I fight the Otsutsuki on my own? Questions for later. Hey Daichi, quit spacing out. We're here. Tsunade's yell brought Daichi out of his thoughts. He accepted the quest and decided to look into it later at home. The trio made their way up the floors and soon reached their booth on the second floor. They ordered fancy dishes and celebrated Daichi's successful year. Daichi asked his 2 companions what it was like to travel and see the world. Hearing Daichi's questions, Shizune recalled her adventures throughout the country. They had a fun time, and after a couple hours things were winding down. Daichi, since Kensei has already approved, will leave the capital in a few days. There are still some things for you to learn regarding medicine, and the next destination is perfect for that. Where exactly are we going, Sensei? To the land of medicine. It was midnight. Daichi was laying in his bed looking at the conditions of the latest quest he had received. He looked at the first condition of the quest. Observe and understand 7 different types of creatures. Somehow I get the feeling that the list should include birds, reptiles, and amphibians, so which ones should I focus on? After thinking on it for a while, he had a few options in mind. Birds, lizards, tiger, snake, toad, fish, and human. The quest didn't say I couldn't observe and understand humans. Not sure what more there is to understand about us, but I'll give it a try. Daichi moved on to the next part. Understand the creational aspects of nature. Plants, forests, lakes, and oceans. They are ecosystems that give birth to life. Is that what the quest meant? I need to see the birth of new life in these terrains. Daichi pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Gah! This quest is so complicated. Then again, given what the rewards are, I suppose this is only natural. He then moved on to the last 2 parts of the quest. The destructive force of nature and exploring different geologies. It's going to take me a long time just to find some of the places mentioned in this quest, and I'll need to spend even more on understanding whatever it is that I need to understand. Oh, man. That's going to eat up so much of my time. At that moment, a new idea popped into Daichi's head. What if I find dungeons with landscapes like these? Then I'll be able to spend as much time as I need there. That's an idea. But I'll need to be prepared for failure. Besides, does observing the environment in a dungeon count as observing and understanding the world? I guess I'll have to find out. Up until now, Daichi couldn't focus on training in the dungeons because he would get attacked every often and had to be on guard at all times. He had a very little rest period, and he focused on healing himself during such short, peaceful moments. Once he eliminated his enemies in a certain area, then more would show up to that spot after a while, forcing Daichi to fight again or move away. So during the dungeon times, Daichi couldn't effectively train his skills. I would always get attacked after having just sufficient resting periods. It was as if the dungeon wasn't permitting me to get strong quickly. I'll need to find a way around that. This is a long-term quest. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to complete it before the end of the Sasuke defection arc in the series. I need to make a solid plan if I want to complete this quest. Since it was a long-term quest with a great difficulty, Daichi decided to put it aside for now. He hadn't opened the Strength of the 100 Seal Jutsu scroll yet. He was saving that for tomorrow. I'll start on this with fresh eyes once I get some sleep. The next day, after completing his morning workouts, Daichi opened his status page. He focused on the stats and points accumulated till now. His goal was increasing his primary stats. Strength, 227 Vitality, 228 Dexterity, 157 Agility, 192 Intelligence, 153 Chakra, 294 Wisdom, 163. Thanks to Tsunade's apprentice title, my strength and vitality stats have gone up by 30, but aside from chakra, none of the others in primary stat have gone beyond 200. I have 759 points saved. Time to put them to some use. Without wasting time, Daichi started adding points to his primary stats. SDR, 227 plus 3 equals 230. Via 228 plus 2 equals 230. Dex, 157 plus 43, 200. AGI, 192 plus 28 equals 220. INT, 153 plus 17 equals 170. CHK, 294 plus 36, 330. WizD, 163 plus 7, 170. Daichi used a total of 136 stat points. He immediately felt the strength and chakra in his body increase several times. Several notifications also appeared before his eyes. Chakra stat has reached 300. The skill Chakra Affinity has evolved to Advanced Chakra Affinity. The skill Chakra Regeneration has evolved to Advanced Chakra Regeneration. This increases the chakra points and chakra regeneration speed of the player. CP formula is revised. Advanced Chakra Affinity, Passive Active, LV97. This skill increases the user's talent and ability to use chakra more thoroughly. The user's chakra has now become much stronger than others. Effects: 40% growth rate of chakra stat, plus 118% strength increases to all chakra-based skills, plus 118% defense increases against chakra-based attacks, 100% increase to maximum CP, Night 45% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. Advanced Chakra Regeneration, Passive LV, 95. This skill gives the user the ability to regenerate chakra at a faster pace. Effects: regeneration increased by 125% of base CP, 35% increase in regeneration speed, 30% growth rate of chakra stat. Note: meditation increases CP regeneration to 150%. Skill chakra manipulations level has risen by 1, x5. Skills that use less than 20 CP can now be used without chakra consumption. All chakra-related skills will now gain experience and level up faster. Oh wow! It's a good thing the old man isn't here. He definitely would have felt the chakra spike. Daichi felt his chakra coils expand and become stronger. He could sense that his chakra has become much more powerful and much denser. Daichi went through all the blue boxes and was extremely happy. Looks like skills that use a small amount of chakra can now be used at any time without CP reduction. And the level up speed of chakra-related skills, ninjutsu and genjutsu, will be faster. Excellent. He called upon his status window. Status. Name Daichi Hekima. Class student. Age 11 title. Capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner, assassin, mighty healer, slug Sanin's apprentice. Level 47, 2104, HP 17270, CP 444946, SP 77782, MP 6820. Primary stats: Strength, 230 Vitality, 230 Dexterity, 200 Agility, 220 Intelligence, 170. Chakra, 330, Wisdom, 170. Special stats: Sense, 113, Stamina, 190, Indomitable, 23, Charisma, 51, Persistence, 25, Dignity. Locked. Stat points: 6 Ryo Zintleo. Oh man, 44,000 CP? Awesome! Seeing his stats now and remembering what it was when he first opened the status page when he was reborn in this world brought a smile to Daichi's face. My struggles, my endless grinding, they're not in vain. He went over everything and his eyes fell on the mana points. 6 to 820, huh? I haven't had any time to practice my mana powers or level up any of my mana skills these last couple years. I've been so focused on my chakra affinity training and medical ninjutsu that I completely neglected that. I'll need to start on mana training once I become a Genin. Got too many things to focus on this year. As Daichi was making plans for his future, someone else was as well. Goodbye, you guys. I was hoping you'd join us for some fun, but oh well. Goodbye, Ramya. A staff member at the Fire Capital Hospital parted ways with her co-workers after her shift at the hospital. She had a bright smile that could charm almost anyone. She had a kind, gentle smile as she walked through the streets. But as soon as she reached her home and closed the door, that smile disappeared as if it was never there to begin with. "What have you found out?" A voice came from the shadows. The boy has completed his training at the hospital. His talent in medical ninjutsu could rival Lady Tsunade's. It seems he's exceeded our expectations. There is something else. The boy will be leaving the capital. The woman told the stranger. How accurate is this information? It was a coincidence that I stumbled on this information, but I believe it's credible. I heard Tsunade's apprentice Shizune telling Daichi that they are planning on a trip outside the capital. Destination? Unknown. Orders? Maintain your cover at the hospital. I will take it from here. With those words, the mysterious man vanished. The woman known to her colleagues at the hospital as Romeo went to her bedroom. She opened her dresser, and at the bottom was an Anbu uniform, and a white mask with no markings was on top of it. Cover identity, Romeo. Job, medical records keeper. Real name unknown. Affiliation, The Root. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 131, 25 million chakra points. Chapter 131 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was studying the green scroll Tsunade had given him. Strength of 100 seal. Once created, it appears in the form of a rhombus shape on the forehead. If I remember right, then Mito Uzumaki, who was Tsunade's grandmother, also had a similar marking. Does that mean this jutsu was something originally developed by the Uzumaki clan or something the Senju already had? Daichi decided to ignore its history and focus his attention on its creation and applications. The reason the forehead is chosen as the concentration point for the chakra storage is because it's the easiest and most efficient way to gather chakra and maintain it. Well, for someone with excellent chakra control anyway. It's the same principle as the leaf concentration exercise, but on a whole other level. The scroll described how to maintain chakra and create the seal. Daichi studied every inch of the scroll and was preparing himself. This is the parent jutsu. Once the strength of the 100 seal is created, I can release it with the yin seal release method. I can use the massive chakra that's available for battling or healing. The ninja art creation rebirth is a subdivision of this technique. I'll definitely need this skill in the future. And since my chakra will be far stronger and larger than Sakura's, this will be more effective for me. But I wonder how long it will take for me to gather the needed chakra. It shouldn't be long, right? Daichi opened his status page and looked at his chakra points. 44946. At that moment, a skill notification appeared. You have learned a new skill. Strength of the 100 seal, active 00. This powerful, unique skill helps the user store chakra into a specific spot on their body. Once the necessary chakra volume is reached, a seal is created which the user can activate at any given time and use the stored chakra to boost the user's abilities. This skill redirects the desired CP to the specific location on the body every day. This limitation can be removed at higher tiers. Note: this is a unique skill among the skill list and is represented by a tier number. There are 7 tiers in total. Currently, inactive, 0. To reach the next tier, the current goal must be completed. Chakra points needed to reach tier 01, 0, 25, 5, 0. Daichi read the description and was astonished. This was the first time he saw a skill like this, and his eyes almost popped out of his skull as he read the last number. 25 million. Holy crap! How long will it take me to reach that goal? And it says I'll only reach the first tier after gathering that much chakra. That's insane. At that moment, a system message appeared. This skill is currently inactive. Once this skill is activated, the system will automatically direct the allocated amount of chakra to the specific location of your body. How much percentage of your chakra do you want to redirect to the skill? With that question, a small red box popped up below the blue question box. So the gamer system will automatically store the chakra, huh? That's nice. Now how much should I give? After a couple seconds, Daichi answered in his mind. 10%. After a second, a new message box popped up. 44946 star 10% 100 equals 4494. 6. Estimated at most 562 days needed until completion and creation of Tier 01 seal. Not an accurate time frame due to various factors. The time required for completion will vary due to the additional chakra directed to the spot when you meditate, growth in your chakra reserves, and absorption of non-lethal foreign chakras or chakra generated during sleep. Would you like to proceed? Daichi read the box and was disappointed. Over 5,000 days. That's like almost 15 years. No thanks. No. The last message disappeared, reading Daichi's intent, and the question came once again. How much percentage of your chakra do you want to redirect to the skill? Daichi pondered as he thought about the information he just learned. This is just a rough estimate. So it looks like with sleep, meditation, and other methods, I can reduce the time required to create the seal. Huh. It's logical now that I think about it. The system can't predict when I will sleep or meditate, and the additional chakra would be like a waste if it isn't used for something. Daichi looked at the system message and gave his second choice. 30%. 44946 30 cent 100 equals 134.83. Estimated at most 954 days needed until completion and creation of Tier 01 seal. Not an accurate time frame due to various factors. The time required for completion will vary due to the additional chakra directed to the spot when you meditate, growth in your chakra reserves, and absorption of non-lethal foreign chakras or chakra generated during sleep. Would you like to proceed? No. It's almost 5 years. That's still too long. But I can't direct too much chakra to this because I'll need a decent amount when I'm Jinin. After thinking about it for a few more minutes, Daichi gave his third and final answer. 50%. 44946 times 50% 100 equals 22273. 112 days needed. Yes, I suppose this will have to do. Today is the last day of April, so I still have a year before Lee's year graduates, and even if I decide to graduate at that time, it won't be a major problem. I have more than 2 years before the Chunin exams business, so there is time. Well, 112 days, huh? And I can reduce this time even further with meditation and other methods. I'll need to learn a skill that can absorb chakras from others, like that guy Sasuke fought at the Chunin exam, but something much more efficient. I'll need to look into it. Yes. Concentrate chakra to the spot on your body where you want to store your energy. Without even needing to close his eyes, Daichi concentrated his chakra to the middle of his forehead. Location confirmed. Strength of the 100 Seal skill activated. 50% of your CP will now be directed every day to the center of your forehead due to the skill. Excess chakra your body produces can now be reallocated to the skill if you wish. Daichi saw a decrease in his CP points. CP 44930. Almost 15. 6 CP points reduction per minute. In 24 hours, that accumulates to 22743. 50% of my current total CP. I see. So that's how it is. This is the bare minimum that will be allocated a day, and if I use other skills and increase the chakra redirected, it can be a lot more. What a fascinating skill. May 1st. The next morning, Daichi headed to Tsunade's apartment. He had said his temporary farewells to his grandfather the previous night. The two of them had gone out to celebrate Daichi's last night at the capital for a while. When Tsunade saw Daichi the next day, she noticed his massive increase in chakra reserves. Has he been suppressing his chakra this whole time? No, that can't be. I would have noticed. His reserves are in the same range as high-level Jonin. It's almost as if his reserves had increased overnight. How strange! A strong chakra, great vitality, and powerful physique. He is truly blessed with a heavenly body. She also noticed something else. I see you've started on that jutsu. Daichi knew exactly the one she was talking about. Yeah, I'll be storing a small portion of my chakra every minute to that point. The Sannin nodded. Who knows, with your progress, you'll be able to manifest the seal in about 4 or 5 years. Actually, by my estimates and with the amount I have in mind, by the time I'm done, it'll be completed in less than 2. Daichi had a smirk on his face. Tsunade chuckled, seeing Daichi's confidence. You really think so? Yup. Guess we'll find out in 2 years. At that moment, Shizune appeared with her pig tauntaun in her hands. It's done, Lady Tsunade. I've packed up everything we need. We're ready, she said with enthusiasm. It's been a few years since she spent a whole year in one place, but now she's excited to travel again. Since we're not in a hurry, it'll take a few weeks to reach the land of medicine, but I doubt that's a problem for you, kid. Tsunade asked Daichi. Nope. In fact, I'm looking forward to traveling on the road. I've always wanted to explore new places, and I'm excited for this trip. All right then. Let's hit the road. And like the trio left the capital for their next destination. They began their journey, and the first place they reached was Shakuba Town. Why don't you explore the place, Daichi? I'm gonna go have some fun. With those words, the slug Sannin left Daichi to his own devices. Wait, Lady Tsunade. Here, Daichi. When you're done, come to this address. I better go after her. Shizune shoved a paper in Daichi's hand and quickly followed after their teacher. Daichi looked around the place and he remembered something. If I recall right, then isn't this the town where Itachi and Kisame attacked Naruto when he was out searching for Tsunade? Yes, I'm sure of it. He looked around and saw plenty of people going about their business. Daichi spent his time enjoying the sights and delicacies from around the different places. He saw a large window in a shop and Daichi could see his reflection. Man, long hair is indeed cool. Daichi looked at his reflection and admired himself for a moment. He had long, spiky brown hair that reached several inches below the shoulder. He had a lean, muscular frame for someone his age. He had black eyes and tan skin and was wearing a light green shirt, black cargo pants, and open-toed shoes. Damn, I look good. Daichi suddenly had the urge to pose in front of the mirror, but he suppressed them. Now that I think about it, I kind of look like that grown-up kid from One Piece. What was his name? Oh yeah, Momonosuke. I kind of look like his adult self. Well, my face does anyway. After a few more seconds, he left. Daichi walked, and he then came upon a street sign that read, Fun Fun Avenue. Daichi chuckled, looking at the sign. One day, he left and enjoyed the sights. He would also train the second step of his wind nature chakra when he could, but its progress was much slower compared to the others. Daichi believed he had plenty of time to master the wind nature now that he didn't have much else to do. Tsunade would visit a few gambling dens and small casinos whenever she found one. The ones that knew her reputation would welcome her with open arms and would treat her like a VIP. As usual, Tsunade would lose her money, and she would spend the evening in a restaurant bar getting drunk. Daichi didn't mind, as he knew she knew her limits. He would spend the night in an inn and would only be asleep for only 4 hours, and would complete the daily part of his quest. They quickly reached Tanzaku town next and spent a couple days there. Just because Daichi slowed down didn't mean he became complacent. He trained every day and meditated for a couple hours to speed up the creation of his strength of the 100 seal. A few days went by like this with nothing out of the ordinary happening, but that all changed on the 6th day of their trip. A few days ago. Danzo looked at the agent he assigned at the capital. So the boy left the capital? Yes, and he is traveling with Lady Tsunade and Shizune. Did you find out where Tsunade is taking him? Danzo asked the man. No, sir. Unfortunately, Tsunade kept that information to herself. But based on what I found out, they are heading northeast. Based on their current route, they would reach the land of hot water in a few days. Danzo's mind went through the different lands to the northeast side of the fire country. As he thought about the different places, one stood out. The land of medicine. That is most likely their end goal. Since the boy is training under her and has completed the training at the hospital, it is logical that she would take him there. That place holds dozens of different medicines and herbs. If I remember right, then she spent a few months there during her childhood to learn about the various plants growing there and their herbal effects. Yes. It's most likely it. Danzo had a frown as he came to this conclusion. Should I wait for her to finish teaching him? After he thought about it for a few more seconds, he dismissed it. No, there is no better opportunity. Kensei isn't with him right now, and there are a couple of bloodthirsty factions in the land of hot water. I'll make use of their name. I might not get another chance, and based on the reports, he is plenty good already. The land of hot water is the ideal spot, and if a commotion happens in the land of iron, then Mifune will become a headache. Danzo made a decision. Buh! Gather your team. Intercept them in the land of hot water. Yes, sir. The Root Ninja Boo replied. Make sure to take the boy alive and relatively unharmed. Avoid a fight with Tsunade and Shizune if you can, but if you have to engage, make sure not to kill Shizune. And I'm sure you remember what I said about Tsunade. Yes, sir. I'll only resort to it in the most dire circumstances. Danzo nodded. If you're forced to use it, then make sure you erase her memory of it. Even if she is away from the village, drinking and gambling her life away, her name itself is enough to strengthen the image of the village and deter some enemies. If anything happens to her, then the other nations will become bold and take advantage. Not to mention what Hiruzen and Jiraiya will do. That's not what I need right now. Go. With that order, the Root Anbu disappeared from Danzo's sight. Author's note. Hey guys, I'm back. For those who might be a bit confused with the calculations, I'll break it down. 44946, not 10 parent 100 equals 4494, 6. Estimate at most 562 days needed until completion and creation of Tier 1 seal. Now if Daichi chose this option, then the minimum chakra allocated to the seal would be 4494, 6 CP per day. And if he only spends this much chakra on the seal, then it would take him 562 days maximum to complete the seal. 2,54494. 6 equals 55562. Now there are various other factors that come into play. Absorbing non-harmful foreign chakra, chakra buildup when meditating and sleeping, With these factors, the daily chakra redirected to the seal increases and the time decreases. I'm already envisioning the moment the mark appears on his forehead. I have the scenario in mind. But I don't know how that scene will come out. Well, that's a long way into the future anyway. I'll try to give it my best shot. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 132, My Luck and a Surprise Attack. Chapter 132 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. May 6th. Tanzaku Town. It was early morning. Daichi completed his daily workout and was on his bed. He looked at the chakra number in the strength of the 100 seal skill on the 6th day of their journey. Daichi let out a sigh as he looked at the number. The chakra directed to the seal each day comprises 50% of Daichi's max CP, the excess chakra generated in his sleep and meditation. I was too cautious, 22,743 CP. That's the minimum chakra the system transfers to the seal every day. Before I activated this jutsu, I didn't know how it would operate. If it had taken half my chakra every day all at once, it would have been problematic in the future. Going on missions and suddenly losing half my chakra would have invited trouble. But it seems that's not the case. The minimum chakra needed is divided, and a fraction is taken from me each minute. Daichi closed the system messages and sat up. And the chakra that I lose each minute to the seal is quickly restored thanks to my chakra regeneration skill. Since I didn't know how the skill would work, or how it would take my chakra after activation, I only gave the seal a 50% supply. But if I had known it would be like this, then I would have made it like 400% or 500% of my total chakra to be redirected. My chakra regen skill and meditation could have made up for the decrease in CP. I could have significantly reduced my time to create the seal. Daichi let out another sigh and got out of bed. Hindsight is 20/20. I guess, but this is also valuable information. By the time the first tier seal manifests, I'll be a lot stronger and my chakra will be much greater. I'll be able to significantly reduce the time for the ones that come after and level it up. Daichi got out of bed and quickly packed his stuff. Since most of his belongings were in his inventory, he didn't have to waste much time on getting ready. Once he put on a new set of clothes, he headed to where Tsunade and Shizune were. Those who know Tsunade and her abilities will definitely recognize my seal once it's manifested on the forehead. I'll need to be prepared. The three travelers were in an inn and deciding their route to the land of medicine. All right, we've spent enough time here. Why don't we pack up? We can leave in an hour. Do you have a map, Tsunade-sensei? At Daichi's question, the woman took an old map from her belongings and handed it to him. Daichi looked at the map, and at that moment, the mini-map was updated. The land of medicine is at the other end in the land of iron. We can reach the land of iron through the final valley, or through the land of hot water. I've always wanted to see the final valley. It's an iconic place, after all. But I think going through the land of hot water would be better. I can enjoy and relax in some hot springs. Just hope none of those Jashai nutjobs comes. Why don't we head through the land of hot water? It's much better than just traveling through the route near the Valley of the End, Tsunade said. Shizune and Daichi agreed with Tsunade's choice and packed. Before they left, Daichi, as usual, made his weekly bet with Tsunade. Aren't you getting tired of this, Daichi? Shizune asked in an exasperated voice. Nope, Daichi turned to look at his sensei. Bet is for 500,000. What do you say, sensei? Unless, of course, you're afraid of losing again. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she heard him. She knew he was just pushing her buttons, but she couldn't let it go. All right, you brat. Let's do it. Daichi took out a cup and put one dice in. We'll do best of 3. If it's the first 3 numbers, then I win. If it's the last 3, then you win. Deal. Daichi flipped the cup upside down and shook it for a few seconds and stopped. He raised the cup and saw 6 on the dice. He was shocked. 4, 5, 6, and she wins. And it's 6. Is this it? Daichi was excited. But Tsunade and Shizune were shocked. Daichi rolled the dice inside the cup 2 more times, and both times the results came up as 6. Oh my god, you've won, Lady Tsunade! Shizune was surprised that her teacher had won. But Daichi and Tsunade didn't say anything, as they knew what this signified. Tsunade looked at the results and couldn't help but feel anxious. I won? This is not good. Why now? I have a bad feeling about this. While Tsunade was worried about what might happen, Daichi was going through the new notifications that popped up in front of him. You have won and lost a bet against Tsunade Senju. Conditions for unlocking special stat luck reached. Special stat luck is now open. This stat increases the opportunities the player might encounter. It can be good or bad depending on the actions of the player. This stat also has a 0.001% chance to trigger a good luck moment every minute. This percentage increases with stat growth, and during battle or luck-based events the player is participating. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward, 500 XP. Finally, I have the luck stat open, so it increases my opportunities and it depends on me to make the most of it, huh? Daichi went through the details of the new stat. A 0.01% chance to trigger every minute, and it's good luck. That's nice, but I doubt it would activate at all since its percentage is so low. It says it'll increase during battle and other events, but not by how much. Daichi let out a breath and decided to wait and see how his luck stat would work. At that moment, the slug Sanin spoke. Change of plans. We're leaving right now and we're going through the path near the Valley of the End, Tsunade told the other two. Shizune was surprised. But my lady, what about the Land of Water? I was looking forward to some relaxing time in a hot spring. We'll visit there on our way back. It was at that moment Daichi remembered the bet. He took out a scroll and tossed it to his sensei, who caught it out of reflex. A deal is a deal. Here's 500,000. Daichi had a smile on his face even as he lost his money. Tsunade looked at her student. You sure about this, kid? Daichi smirked at that. Yeah. And good news. I think this cures my gambling addiction. Ha ha! Daichi was genuinely happy. He lost a good chunk of his cash, but he was able to unlock another special stat. It was a trade-off that was worth it in his mind. Seeing Daichi's reaction, Tsunade shrugged and pocketed the scroll. She wasn't going to say no to that much money, even if he was her student. The trio quickly packed up and left Tanzaku town. They changed their directions and headed in the direction of the Valley of the End. Daichi was on alert. Since she's won, that means something bad is about to go down. I need to be careful. Some ways behind the traveling trio, a man was following them secretly. Before long, he was joined by 4 others. A 5-man Root Anbu team with the mission to capture Daichi Hekima. Captain, it seems they have changed routes. They're headed in the direction of Valley of the End. A ninja in the lead, wearing unidentifiable clothes, spoke to his leader. Did they find out about us? A woman in a similar getup asked his teammate. No, that's unlikely. Something else must have happened. Did they encounter anyone else? The captain of the team asked his recon specialist. No, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then it must be a coincidence. A few dozen miles ahead of the valley is the entrance to the Land of Iron. We need to intercept and capture Daichi before they reach that place. Orders. They will most probably be traveling non-stop till they reach the Land of Iron. We need to adjust our plans. Since separating and acquiring the target secretly is no longer possible, we need to engage directly. Gino and I will handle Tsunade. Doka, your goal is to keep Shizune in place. If the need arises, I'm sure she'll put her teacher's safety ahead of the boys. Ichimaru Toga, you two will subdue the target. Make sure not to reveal techniques that expose your origin. The Root Anbu Captain Bu gave the orders. The speed of the Anbu team increased, and they went around Daichi's group in order to get ahead of them. Daichi was the first one to notice it. Sensei, we have company. Tsunade and Shizune immediately searched the area. They could sense 3 presence surrounding them. The trio slowed down and sensed that the 3 chakra signatures were moving to intercept them. 3 figures covered in black gear appeared in front of them. Shizune got into a defensive position while Tsunade appeared calm. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at the 3 ninja blocking their path. Is this why I won? Are they the cause of my worry? What exactly are they after? Daichi sensed only 3 presence when he used his chakra sense, but when he used Mana Scout, he found 2 more hidden some ways from them. Daichi used Observe on the 3 present and cursed inside. Gino. Age 30 HP. 1785T CP 25900 affiliation. Doka is a member of the Root Forces under Danzo Shimura. He was taken into the Root program at 4 years of age and has been trained in several fields. He carries out missions with no questions asked and will complete a mission at all costs. Proficient in ninjutsu. Primary chakra nature is fire. His current mission is to capture Daichi Hekima alive and bring him to Danzo. STR 253, AGI 247, Int 70. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. Damn, they're Root, and they're here for me, which means Danzo has decided to make his move. The fact that he knew to attack now means he's been keeping an eye on me for a while, so most likely in the capital. He must have had someone at the hospital. Damn, I made sure to check out every nurse and doctor that I met there. Was it someone else or was the agent not at the hospital? Daichi let that thought go for the moment. He had more important things to worry about. What do you want? Tsunade asked in a rather impolite tone. You're one of the legendary Sannin, right? We just wish to fight you, and maybe take that bounty on your head. You've racked up quite a bit during the war. The one in the center spoke. Shizune sneered, hearing the words and the arrogant tone from him. Is he an idiot? Does he not know what Lady Tsunade is capable of? How presumptuous of him, to think he can defeat someone like her. Daichi had very different thoughts from Shizune as he heard what the ninja said. That's a load of crap. Based on what Observe says, their mission is to capture me. Since there are 2 more hiding, they would most likely be the ones to come after me. So this must be some kind of diversion. These 2, Bu and Gino. I can't read their stats, so that means they're over level 92. Most probably high-level Jonin bordering S rank. But I doubt they would be confident in fighting Lady Tsunade one-on-one. So since they're the strongest, they will most likely stall Tsunade, and the one called Doku will keep Shizune busy. And I'm guessing the 2 hiding will try and capture me during that chaos. Isolating the target and capturing, huh? That must be their plan. Or the most probable one. Daichi analyzed their words, information, and mission goals and quickly came to this conclusion in seconds. Daichi's intelligence and battle tactics had improved quite a bit due to his many battles in the dungeons. But now he was facing real live people. Daichi knew this would be nothing like his fight with the 3 ninjas from the village hidden in the waterfall. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. You really think the likes of you can take me down? We won't know unless we try. With those words, several shuriken flew towards Tsunade and Shizune. For Daichi, at that moment a new quest box appeared. Quest created, kill your enemies. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 133, Attack of the Root, Chapter 133 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi quickly read the details of the new quest. Quest created, kill your enemies. Do not let the Root ninjas capture you. Make sure all the Root enemies present are dead and protect your teachers. If even one Root ninja escapes, or if you get captured, this quest is considered a failure. Time limit, 6 hours. Conditions, death of all 5 enemies before the time limit. Do not let the enemy escape or reach the Leaf Village. Rewards, +1 level new jutsu. Reputation increases with Kensei Yasagi, Tsunade Senju, Shizune, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and others. Reputation decreases with Danzo Shimura. Failure. Possible death of Kensei Yasagi. Only if captured. Becoming Root Ninja for a short time. Only if captured. Danzo and Orochimaru will learn about you and your abilities. Accept. Daichi read the contents and quickly accepted the quest. The shuriken flew at the 3, and Daichi read its path. The way they're coming at us. We can only dodge, and it would force me to create some distance from my team. They're not making it obvious, but they're definitely trying to separate me. Tsunade, Shizune, and Daichi easily dodged the shurikens, and as Daichi predicted, he was forced to land several meters away from his team. Daichi looked at his enemies with a narrow glance. I'm not going to let you dictate the battle. Since I'm going to have to kill them all, it's not a big deal if they see my real strength. But still, I need to be cautious. Who knows who else is around watching outside of my sensor range? If someone like Zetsu gets wind of me, I'll be in trouble soon. Without wasting a second, and before the root ninjas could make the next move, Daichi threw several kunai with lightning chakra coating them. He then made a hand seal and immediately used body flicker, and reappeared near Tsunade and Shizune. The root ninjas dodged the fast projectiles with minimum movements. The 6 people kept their eyes focused on their enemies. Tsunade and Shizune had heard what Daichi was capable of from his grandfather, so they had some confidence in the boy to hold his own. But still, Tsunade warned her student. Daichi, be careful of the 3. Actually, it's 5. 2 more are hiding approximately 123 meters north-northeast of us. Tsunade and Shizune were surprised when they heard it. The 3 Rudanbu heard him and was shocked as well. Bu looked at Daichi and was impressed. His senses are extraordinary and sharp. Ichimaru and Toga are specialists in stealth, and yet this brat found them? He must be a natural-born powerful sensor. I didn't know you'd taken on another student, Lady Tsunade. Perhaps my colleagues can test him and see how far he's come under your tutelage. Bu spoke. Daichi was looking at the leader of the team just as he was looking at him. I need to kill all of them. But I might have to go all out, and I don't want to reveal my true strength even to Tsunade. So on second thought, it's best that I move away from the team. They'll think it's their plan to separate me, and I'll just act along. At that moment, Tsunade spoke up. Since you came for my head, why don't you leave him out of this? I'm more than enough to deal with you and your team. Bu just chuckled. No. Your opponent is me. With those words, he quickly jumped down the tree while weaving hand seals. Daichi recognized the seals. It's the Mud River Jutsu. The moment he touched the ground, it turned into a torrent of earthen river headed for the 3 medic ninjas. Before Daichi could do anything, Shizune placed a hand on him, stopping him. Daichi saw Tsunade step forward. She punched the ground in front of her and unleashed her super strength. Hiya! Shattering the ground several meters forward and stopping the jutsu. Gino, Doka, and Bu dodged the flying rocks coming their way and got to safety. At that moment, Daichi sensed a foreign chakra trying to intrude into his system. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the foreign attack. The gamer notifications popped up. Next to him, Shizune quickly made a ram hand seal. Genjutsu release. Daichi and Shizune walked and stood near their master. Daichi then said something in a very low tone that only Tsunade heard. She looked at the boy from the corner of her eyes and gave a slight nod. As this was happening, the Root Anbu Doka lowered his hands and spoke to his colleagues. As expected. It's not easy capturing medical ninjas of their level in Genjutsu. Since they are attuned to even the smallest fluctuations in chakra, they would quickly notice a Genjutsu placed on them. Proceed with Plan C. At that moment, the team captain Bu spoke. Without any more words, the 3 ninjas rushed to their enemies. Bu went straight for Tsunade, while Gino went for Shizune, and Doka appeared in front of Daichi. Daichi quickly raised his hands and blocked a punch aimed directly at his face. Shit! That punch had some serious power. If I didn't have all those damage reduction effects, that could have broken my arm. This guy is way above my level, and his base stats is above mine. And if he uses chakra, it'll increase. The punch pushed Daichi away from Tsunade and Shizune. I thought he would attack Shizune and the other 2 would join together to fight Lady Tsunade. Did I make a mistake? Regardless, my end goal doesn't change. I need to kill all of them. He slightly winced and shook his arm as if to get rid of the pain and numbness. Just as Daichi was analyzing his opponent and making plans, his enemy was doing the same. Doka looked at Daichi and was impressed. This kid's reflexes, reaction time, and response are incredible for someone his age. And he is a lot stronger than he looks. It seems the report on him is inaccurate, but I'm still confident that the other 2 can handle him. I just need to lure him to them and then get back here. I'm not sure the captain will be able to hold on if Tsunade gets serious. Daichi. Shizune's yell brought Daichi out of his thoughts. I'll be fine. I can handle him. Don't worry about me. Daichi told Shizune as he kept his eyes firmly on his enemy. Handle me? You'll handle me? Looks like I need to teach you some manners. Doka rushed forward and slashed at Daichi, who only barely evaded the sharp weapon. Daichi took out his own kunai and both of them began exchanging blows. But it was obvious to anyone watching that the rogue ninja had the upper hand and Daichi was struggling. Seeing this, Shizune became worried. She tried to get past the ninja in front of her but was unsuccessful. At that moment, her teacher called out to her. "Shizune, focus on the fight in front of you. Daichi can take care of himself. Have faith." Tsunade was also worried about Daichi and was on the lookout for the two other hidden ninjas as well, but she decided to trust the kid. She remembered what he told her a few moments ago. "Whatever happens, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just make sure to take these guys down. I have a feeling they're trying to separate us. I'll play along. I promise I'll be back before long." There was a strength in Daichi's words that made Tsunade trust him. She knew he was not a fool or an overconfident person, so she decided to put her trust in him and let him handle his battles. The root ninja Doka took his tanto and slashed at Daichi. He infused chakra into his limbs and increased his speed. The strike landed and dealt a non-lethal blow on Daichi. Gah! Daichi's arm was bleeding as he couldn't completely evade the slash. At that moment, a new notification popped up. Poisons detected. Gamer's body has neutralized the foreign compounds. Daichi looked at the wound and saw the light green liquid seeped into his flesh. He looked at the short blade the enemy wielded and saw the same liquid coating it. Based on the texture and smell, this concoction is most probably a sleeping agent. Daichi internally smirked at their strategy. Too bad for them, but I'll play along. Daichi learned a vast amount of knowledge during his time with Tsunade, so he quickly figured out how fast the effects of the poison would take place if he was affected. The root ninja rushed forward, and the fight resumed. Daichi coated his two kunai with lightning nature and rushed at the enemy. Doka's tanto was also coated in lightning chakra, and they both clashed. Daichi barely evaded the strikes and looked like he was having a difficult time. Tsunade was anxious as she kept an eye on Daichi, and when she saw him struggling, she became concerned. But that worry only lasted a second. During the battle, Daichi looked back at her for only just a split second, but those eyes conveyed a message to her. She immediately understood what he was doing. He's playing them. I see. The worry in her heart faded and she turned her attention back to the ninja in front of her. Who do you work for? She had something important to do before she got serious. She needed to find out more information about her attackers. Doka versus Daichi. The man looked at the panting boy in front of him. He's a lot stronger than the report indicates. It seems Kensei has trained the boy, but I've seen enough, and it looks like the poison is taking effect. His movements will only get more sluggish. I'm confident the other two will be able to easily subdue him. Now I need to lure him away from here. Making up his mind, he disappeared and reappeared in front of Daichi and launched a powerful kick that sent Daichi flying. Without stopping, he rushed towards the boy. Daichi regained control of himself, backflipped, and safely landed on the ground. He swiftly evaded to the right and dodged a punch to his chest. Let's see how well you do in taijutsu. Doka got into a fighting stance and looked at the boy. Doka rushed at Daichi and attacked with a greater ferocity. For each punch Daichi blocked or evaded, 2 more landed on him. The root ninja analyzed the child and came to a conclusion. I'd put him at low chunin. The others won't have a problem. He tried to knock Daichi out, but it wasn't easy. Deciding to let his hidden teammates capture the boy, Doku slowly moved the fight near their location. The fight progressed with Daichi blocking and parrying the attacks coming at him. As the battle progressed, Daichi saw that he was being forced to move to where the other 2 were waiting to ambush him. It wasn't long before he sensed the other 2 take action. Doka caught both of Daichi's fists and stepped on his right foot to keep the boy in place. At that moment, Daichi's senses picked up several senbons headed his way. Daichi didn't move and let the sharp, long needles pierce him. Poisons detected. Gamer's body has neutralized the foreign compounds. He then immediately sent a high kick to his enemy's chin. The attack came fast and struck before Doka could react, forcing him to let go of Daichi's fists and take a step back. He rubbed his chin and spit out some blood. Even a rat, when cornered, will fight back. He saw that Daichi was becoming more sluggish. It won't be long now. At that moment, a loud explosion could be heard, followed by a tremor. Looks like that Sanin is getting serious. Even with both of us working together, we have no chance of defeating her in a straight fight. I need to back up Captain Buu now. Ichimaru and Toga can take it from here. Doka disappeared, but two others appeared. Daichi used his senses and confirmed that Doka had left to assist his captain. And he used it to see if there was anyone else around watching him. Sensing no one else, Daichi let out a breath of relief. He internally smirked as he looked at the newcomers. Everything's going according to plan. Time to stop this foolish facade. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 134, Daichi's Counterattack. Chapter 134 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi looked at the two people who were just staring at him. One was a black-haired woman and the other was a man with faded blonde hair. He saw the woman quickly making hand signs. Daichi recognized the seals she made. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the foreign attack. Daichi just stared at them without making a move. Attacking me with a sleeping genjutsu. They must have thought that it would easily take effect along with the drugs in my system. It's just not their day. Still, I shouldn't play around with them. Let's see what they're made of. Observe. Age 24, HP 954-14538. Affiliation. Ichimaru is a member of the Root Forces under Danzo Shimura. He joined the Root at 6 years old after his parents died in the war. He is fiercely loyal to Danzo Shimura and values the concept of strength greatly. Specializes in assassination and capture. Primary chakra nature is fire. His current mission is to capture Daichi Hekima alive and bring him to Danzo. STR 195, AGI 162 in T61. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or special technique is applied. His stats are below mine, and even if he could increase it, I can do the same. Now that Observe skill can show strength and agility stats, I have a rough understanding of how strong Chunin and Jonin ninjas are. Specialize in capture and assassination, huh? Then he must have some techniques related to stealth and capture or movement restrictions. I need to watch out for hidden traps as well. Daichi then used his skill on the second person. Age 25 HP 111-85 CP 18300 affiliation. Danzo Shimura recruited Toga directly out of the academy due to her talent in genjutsu and poisons. She prides on her chakra control and wide variety of genjutsu skills. She also focuses on speed rather than strength. She is loyal to Danzo Shimura and will try to complete the mission at all costs. Primary chakra, nature is water. Her current mission is to capture Daichi Hekima alive and bring him to Danzo. STR 170 AGI 201 in T64. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or special technique is applied. They are quite the team. If it were any other moment, I would have taken my time with them. Tried to find out how the Root operates and their secrets, but right now, that's not possible. If I waste too much time, something could go wrong. Murphy's Law can be a bitch after all. Daichi could sense the battle that was going on hundreds of meters away. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his teachers and decided to quickly end the fight. Daichi fell to one knee and looked as if he was falling asleep. His body started swaying back and forth for a few seconds, and then his eyes closed and he fell forward. And the Oscar goes to Daichi Hekima. The crowd goes wild. Yeah! Daichi mentally chuckled to himself. Despite the circumstances, Daichi entered a semi-meditative state and relaxed his breathing. His tight muscles slowly unwound, and his breathing became stable. But it was all part of his plan. The two Root Ninja looked at the sleeping kid. Toga spoke. It's impressive he was able to hold out for so long. For a second, I thought he resisted the genjutsu. Ichimaru agreed. Yes, it's amazing, but still, he is just a child, and this is his limit. We should quickly seal his chakra and take him back to Lord Danzo. If Tsunade figures out the plan, then she won't hold back. Both the Root Ninjas approached Daichi, but were still careful. After looking at his breathing pattern, they concluded that Daichi was unconscious. Ichimaru took out some ninja wire and was about to restrain the unconscious kid in front of him, but the next second he saw that he was falling sideways. It took a second for him to see that his body was headless, standing still, and then falling to the opposite side. The root ninja Toga only saw a small twitch of Daichi's fingers before he made his move. Before she could warn Ichimaru, before she could utter the first syllable, Daichi beheaded her teammate. She barely followed Daichi's movements, and by the time she turned her head to fully look at her now-dead colleague, Daichi disappeared from the spot and reappeared several meters away from her. He was removing the senbons from his back with chakra threads. You have sensed killing intent. Daichi's senses alerted him to several shuriken coming his way. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the foreign attack. Daichi didn't care about the genjutsu attack and dodged the shurikens. How are you not unconscious? The cold tone of the root ninja only made Daichi raise an eyebrow. Daichi looked at the enemy in front of him. Wow, she isn't even looking at him. Discarded like trash. So this is what a root ninja is like, huh? The sleeping agents should have knocked you unconscious by now. But you're standing and breathing without any problems. And you've also stopped my genjutsu from taking effect without any visible action. How is it possible? The root ninja questioned him. Daichi understood what she was doing. I don't need to waste my breath on the dead. How? The ninjas questioned again, but got no reply from Daichi. Daichi narrowed his eyes at the tactic she was using. She's stalling, but that won't save her. Daichi saw the woman's muscles tense and knew she was about to make hand seals. He didn't say a word and rushed at her, stopping her from using her jutsu. He took out his 2 daggers and used sprint skill. Daichi also added chakra to his limbs and boosted his speed further and increased his strength. He added lightning to his chakra and went with the intent to kill. In a second, Daichi was in front of her and he aimed his dagger at her heart. Toga's eyes widened in panic and she hastily put up a defense. She raised her hands and barely deflected the dagger that was aimed at her heart. The dagger was coated with lightning chakra and slashed at her arm and left a deep slash. She may have been able to barely compete with Daichi in speed, but his strength was far too much for her. So she was still injured from Daichi's swift attack. The pain and lightning coursed through her body and made her lose focus for only just a second. But it was all Daichi needed. Flooding his body with more precise chakra, Daichi became a blur. He used both daggers and slashed at his enemy. A quick slash to the throat, thrust to the lungs, kidneys, liver, and stomach, and slashes along her arms and legs. Daichi severed her veins, arteries, tendons, and flesh. With one final thrust to the heart, he killed his second enemy. In just 2 seconds, Daichi decimated his opponent. He had a cold, merciless look on his face as he looked at the now-dead ninja. He let out several breaths as he stopped using his chakra and sprint. I can only maintain that state for a short time right now, and it takes a toll. I can't have my body tired out before the main battle. Daichi looked at the 2 corpses he was responsible for. Strange. I killed her in a brutal way, and yet I don't feel remorse or sadness. I don't enjoy this, but I also don't regret it. I won't hold back against anyone coming for me, and I needed to see for myself. If I could be ruthless here, just like I am in the dungeons. Daichi looked at the 2 corpses and took out 2 scrolls. He stored the bodies in the scrolls and kept them in his inventory. Daichi healed his minor wounds from before and thought back to the brief fight just now. I only won so easily because they severely underestimated me. They just saw me as a 10-year-old academy student and a medic ninja with some training, and I made it look like I was weakened and knocked out. That's how I was able to get the first one. The second ninja made a miscalculation in her judgment. She underestimated my strength and abilities, and paid with her life. Once Daichi was healed, he created 5 shadow clones. He took the Aramagai cloak from his inventory and handed it to one of them. You know what to do, Daichi said as he looked at the clone. Land a fatal blow when they least expect it. Daichi's shadow clone answered before disappearing from view. Daichi and the 4 clones disappeared from their spots as well. They rushed towards the other battlefield, and when Daichi reached there, his eyes widened at what he saw. Oh no! A few minutes ago, Boo and Jino were fighting Tsunade while Doka was battling Shizune. Shizune was confused as she fought the enemy ninja. What's going on? He's not fighting at his full strength and hasn't gone for my vitals yet. It's almost as if he's stalling me here. It must be to stop me from interfering or helping in Lady Tsunade's fight or help Daichi with his battle. Still, what's happened to him? Why did this man come back and Daichi didn't? Shizune didn't have time to dwell on her thoughts as she evaded the knives flying her way. Tsunade was having a similar thought. She hoped Daichi would be able to take care of himself until she finished her fight here. She saw the leader weaving signs and prepared herself. Water style, water bullets. Boo spit out several water bullets aimed at Tsunade. The slug Sanin kicked the boulder in front of her to the path of the water bullets. She quickly took another and hurled it towards the caster, who was already in the motion of dodging the giant flying rock coming his way. Tsunade heard the swing of a sword and tilted her head. A sword passed by her, missing its mark, and she punched her attacker. The second attacker, Gino, splashed into water and disappeared the moment her strike landed. Another water clone. Tsunade was getting irritated at the water clones who were distracting her. At that moment, something unexpected happened. She saw the real Gino turn his head, and she saw his eyes widen in surprise. Gino stopped fighting when he sensed the disappearance of the two that were sent to capture Daichi. What's going on? They're dead? He was completely unprepared for that outcome. Furthermore, he could sense Daichi's strong chakra rushing towards their location. How could that brat? He didn't waste any more time. He yelled towards his leader, "Captain! We need to use the contingency." What? Boo was startled that they had to resort to their contingency plan. He made the plan just in case, but never expected it to happen. He nodded his head and looked at Tsunade. Doka, who was battling Shizune, was also surprised. That kid managed to beat those two even after all that? Seeing the captain agree to move forward with the contingency plan, he prepared himself. Tsunade noticed the change in their demeanor. She had an idea as to what had happened and couldn't help but smirk. "Looks like my student was more than your men could handle." Boo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the woman. Not for long. His grip on his short sword tightened. At that moment, Gino turned and rushed towards Shizune, who was defending herself against Doka. Tsunade's eyes widened. "Hey, what are you?" She turned to rush towards her student to help her, but Boo intercepted her. "Get out of my way!" Boo evaded Tsunade's punch and raised his sword. He quickly brought it down on his own arm and gave himself a non-critical injury, but one that sent a large amount of blood splashing. The blood splashed on Tsunade's face and body, petrifying her in place. She turned her head and saw Shizune getting stabbed through her torso and falling on the ground. No. The slug Sanin trembled in fear as she saw the scene. At that moment, Boo wasted no time and cast a genjutsu on Tsunade that amplified her fears. She trembled and fell to her knees as tears rolled down her face. It was at this moment Daichi and his clones appeared. He saw Shizune lying on the ground bleeding with two root ninjas standing over her and the leader of the team with a sword above the trembling Sanin's neck. The leader looked at the child and his eyes showed no mercy. "Surrender, Daichi Hekima! Or watch them perish!" Daichi gritted his teeth. "Damn you, Murphy!" Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabled Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 135. Attack of the Root. Conclusion. Chapter 135 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was grim as he looked at the situation. His mind was operating faster than anything before. His eyes went to Tsunade and then Boo's bleeding arm. They know about her hemophobia. The only way they could know that is if Danzo told them. Daichi thought about the possible choices he could make. He looked at the three ninjas exuding killing intent. Time slowed down for him, as tried to come up with a plan. I knew they might use lethal force, but I put that as a very low probability. And the fact that they did means they were getting ready to deal with me. They must have a sensor. Someone on their team must have felt the disappearance of the other two's chakra. Daichi looked at the three enemies without saying a word. He had a stony expression as he looked at his mentor and sibling student. Boo moved the sword and placed it near Tsunade's neck. Release the shadow clones. Daichi's gaze shifted to the sword the root ninja held, and then to Tsunade. He has to be bluffing. If anything happens to her, then the Hokage and Jiraiya will stop at nothing to find the ones responsible. Danzo must know that. But still, can I take that risk? Daichi scrutinized Tsunade's chakra movements. Her chakra is behaving differently. She's in a genjutsu. I need to get the root ninja away from her. But I need to save Shizune first. She's critically injured. Making a decision, Daichi nodded to the demand and released his 4 shadow clones. Seeing their target obey, Buu motioned Doka to restrain the boy. Gino stood over Shizune while Doka made his way to Daichi. Daichi's mind was running through several scenarios as the root ninja approached him. I need to take out their sensor. Assuming there is only one. No, sensor ninjas are rare. It's a waste to have 2 on 1 team. Since Observe didn't show any sensor abilities for Doka, it must be one of the other 2. I can't let them knock me unconscious. Doka was careful as he approached the boy. He saw that Daichi didn't have any wounds on him. You're going to make a great addition to our organization. Daichi smirked at that. I wouldn't be too sure of that. At that moment, the sound of flesh being torn apart was heard. Doka and Buu looked towards Gino and saw that he had fallen down, dead. His chest was heavily bleeding and the light left his eyes. Their eyes widened and they couldn't believe what had happened. At the same time, Gino fell to the ground. Several smoke bombs erupted around Daichi, forcing Doka to suddenly try and grab the boy in front of him, but he was unsuccessful. He waved his hand and the smoke cleared, showing him a hole in the ground. The leader Buu sharpened his senses and looked around. He didn't know how, but he was certain that it was Daichi who killed Gino. At that moment, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. It was instincts developed as the result of years of fighting in deadly battles. He immediately jumped away from his spot and landed several meters away. He looked around and didn't see or hear anything out of the ordinary. There is nothing there. Am I in some sort of genjutsu? What's going on? At that moment, Buu saw Tsunade jerking her head as if she was waking from her nightmares. Damn it! She's free from that genjutsu. But how? Suddenly, the ground underneath Doka and Buu trembled, and they jumped away just before it exploded. 3 Daichis appeared out of the ground in front of Buu and Doka. 2 more showed up near Tsunade and Shizune. And so the battle between the 2 root ninjas and Daichi began. During that time, the clone near Shizune began healing her wounds, while the one near Tsunade examined her condition. She was clutching her necklace as if her life depended on it. She doesn't have any injuries, but she's petrified in fear. Daichi concluded as he looked at his master. Sensei, you need to get a hold of yourself. Daichi spoke in a soft tone, but it had urgency. Tsunade turned her head and looked at Daichi. You're alive. I am. Don't worry, Sensei. It was just a genjutsu. Daichi replied, and he had a small smile on his face to reassure her. Her gaze then shifted to her other student. Her eyes widened in fear. Shizune. Don't worry. That clone is healing her, but that won't matter if we don't have you for this fight. You need to stand up and be strong. The real me is fighting the leader, but I don't know how long me or my clones will last against them. But, Daichi, I don't know if I can. Tsunade looked down as she clutched her green jewel. Daichi looked at her sorry figure and slightly cursed inside. Damn it. She's not snapping out. Time for a tough love speech. Listen. I can't imagine or understand what you're going through. But right now, Shizune and I need you. So if you don't want to lose anyone else you care about, then I need you to deal with those fears. Get up off your ass and help me kill those fuckers. Tsunade looked at Daichi's stern expression, but she could also see that he was worried for her. He's right, my lady. The voice of Shizune came as she slowly made her way towards her teacher. Her wound was healed, and the clone that healed her went to join the battle. Shizune knelt down and wiped the blood off her teacher's face. You can't stay like this forever. If you keep living in your past, you won't have a future. I know you lost your most precious people in your life, but you have us now. You're not alone, Lady Tsunade. Daichi joined Shizune in helping their master and used his low mental restoration skill to temporarily reduce Tsunade's negative emotions and improve her mental state. The low mental restoration skill was a jutsu Daichi created to heal someone's phobia or other illnesses that affect the mind of a person. It was only created at the end stage of his training, and he didn't get time to level it up much. Due to that, the healing effects were reduced or temporary, but Daichi didn't care at the moment. The slug Sanin looked at her two students. Shizune? She saw that they were depending on her, and at that moment she found the strength to push away her fears. The trembling in her hands stopped, and she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. She opened her eyes and looked at the two. "Let's go get them," Daichi smirked. "Oh yeah." With a new determination, Tsunade stood up and looked at the battle raging hundreds of meters away from them. Daichi and his clones were keeping the fight away from the two, and they were making sure the root couldn't take them hostages. "Shizune, can you fight?" "Yes, my lady." "I will fight the leader, and you two will battle the other one. Try to see if you can capture them. We need to see who they are. But that's only a second priority. Your life comes first. If capture is not possible, go for the kill." Tsunade spoke as her eyes went to the masked leader. "Yes, sensei." With those words, Shizune and Clone Daichi dashed for their enemy while Tsunade made her way to the leader. Clone Daichi versus Doka. The three clones were keeping the root Anbu away from Shizune until the clone healed her. They made sure to keep themselves from being dispelled, but it was a difficult process. But with a combination of genjutsu and long-range ninjutsu, it was possible to keep the other party at bay. The clone looked around and noticed something odd. Why isn't the invisible clone attacking these guys? He could kill them easily with all the openings we made. It took only a few seconds to figure out the reason for the invisible clone's inactions. Someone is watching. I can't sense anyone, but he must have. I need to be careful. Daichi had given the order that if anyone was watching the fight, the clone under the invisibility cloak should keep his movements at a minimum. He didn't want to take any chances. A hand suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed a clone's legs. Several small fireballs and shuriken flew towards the trapped Daichi clone. An earth wall appeared in front of the clone, protecting it from the deadly fire jutsu. The next second, Daichi's clone turned into lightning and electrocuted his attacker. The hands coming from beneath the ground turned into water. Doka looked at Daichi's clones. That shadow clone substituted with a lightning clone before I captured him. Fire, earth, and now lightning. Not to mention the chakra volume needed for the shadow clones. This kid has been holding back earlier and I fell for it. He looked at the three and came to a conclusion after thinking over their tactics. Fighting and subduing him without inflicting lethal injuries is more difficult than I thought, and it's taking too much time and forcing me to use more chakra, but these three are most probably clones. They have been avoiding direct hand-to-hand combat and are trying to fight me at a distance. Doka increased his chakra output and rushed towards the clones. His speed increase was much greater than before, and he reached a clone before it could escape. Daichi's clone evaded the first couple of punches, but the next fast one to the middle of the stomach hit and dispelled him. Doka saw several chakra strings headed his way, and he skillfully evaded them. At that moment, he sensed several shuriken aimed at his back and quickly made seals for a substitution jutsu and got out of that predicament. Doka looked ahead and saw that Shizune and another Daichi clone had joined the battle. Damn, it looks like he healed her. I thought it would take more time. It seems his skills in the medical arts are greater than I thought, and it looks like Tsunade is joining the battle as well. With the other three down, this mission will end in a failure. I need to report what I learned about the boy to Lord Danzo. Doka blocked a strike from Daichi and shifted his body to escape the chakra scalpel attack from Shizune. He tried to go for Shizune, but Daichi's clones were getting in the way. Doka grabbed the clone's arm and lashed out with a fast kick. Dispelling another clone, he jumped away and got out of the poison fog that came out of Shizune's mouth. I need to retreat and inform Lord Danzo of what happened here. The captain will certainly die, but it's a price that must be paid. Lord Danzo must know about this child's capabilities. With a decision made, Doka jumped away from his spot and went through several hand seals and took a deep breath. It was a wide area jutsu that took most of his chakra, but he was going to make his escape. Fire style, fire song. A long, wide stream of flame came out of Doka's mouth. At that moment, Daichi's clone spit out an enormous amount of water to block the jutsu. Water style. Water Wall Jutsu. The two jutsu collided and created a large amount of steam that covered the area and reduced vision. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Doka lowered his chakra and turned around to escape only for a blade to plunge into his back. Gah! The chakra-coated blade slashed through his back, severing his spine and destroying several internal organs. Doka fell to his knees and looked back, but all he saw was steam. In seconds, he fell forward, taking his last breath. A clone of Daichi came and stood near the body. "Is it him?" the clone asked in a very low voice. "Yes," came the reply from an invisible ally. Daichi's clone didn't ask anything else, but his eyes narrowed as he heard that answer. "Zetsu, he's here watching. The boss needs to know if he doesn't already." With that, though, the clone dispelled himself. Daichi versus Buu. Daichi sharpened his senses and carefully watched his foe. Both the root leader and the academy student were engaged in a fierce sword battle. Whenever the root captain was about to land a critical blow on Daichi, his clones stepped in. "You're quite capable, aren't you? Why don't you come with me? I can grant you opportunities that you couldn't even dream of." Buu tried to persuade the boy. "Not interested, pal." Daichi's swordsmanship skill was increasing as the battle continued. The two clones with him obstructed the enemy's movements and attacked from the blind spot. Daichi's clones spammed genjutsu and ninjutsu attacks on the enemy and forced him to split his attention between the three. Buu had to keep his chakra moving in an erratic manner, and had to keep himself from falling prey to the genjutsu attacks and carefully evade the ninjutsu techniques. He looked at the three and hid a grim visage. "Damn, I already used the knowledge of her phobia to my advantage. They will be suspicious. If I don't erase their memories, then things will turn problematic. I need to create solid clones. But if I use the shadow clone jutsu, then they will be able to confirm that we're from the leaf, and it would only cause problems for Lord Danzo." At that moment, he saw Tsunade heading his way, and Shizune joining the battle against Doka. This isn't good. Tsunade flew and came down with an axe kick above Buu's head. The root leader disengaged from Daichi and jumped back to avoid the powerful kick. The ground crumbled under Tsunade's kick, and she stood up from her spot. She had a murderous look on her face as she looked at the man. "You're going to regret attacking us." Buu looked at the Sannin and then towards Daichi. The child was breathing hard, but Buu knew his chances of taking the child away now was slim to none. At that moment, a blast was heard from the other battle side, and steam covered the combatants. Buu looked sideways, and after several seconds, the steam cleared, and it showed Daichi standing over Doka's dead body. The clone dispelled, and the Daichi was battling took several deep breaths and steadied himself. Tsunade saw what happened and smirked. "Looks like you're the last one left. I'll deal with you myself, and I'll get the answers I want." The Sannin glanced at Daichi. "You fought well, kid. Now go rest with Shizune. I got it from here." Daichi nodded and jumped back. He landed near Shizune, but both of them looked ready to assist their master if the need came. Buu looked at the turn of events and concluded the mission a failure. At that moment, Tsunade spoke. "Don't even think about escaping. No matter where you run, I'll follow you, and I'm going to find out everything I need to know about you, starting with who you work for." "What makes you think I work for someone?" Buu asked the woman. "Because guys like you take orders. Not give them. You're a dog with a leash, and I'm going to find out who your master is, one way or the other." Tsunade slowly started making her way to the root ninja. Buu looked at the approaching woman. "She definitely will follow me. I can't let them find out my origin. Forgive me, Lord Danzo. We failed." Buu immediately made a hand seal, and his entire body was immediately covered in seals. Tsunade stopped in her tracks. "What is he?" Buu looked at Tsunade and made the ram seal. The next instant, his entire body was covered in blue flames. The flames expanded. At that moment, seals appeared on Gino and Doka's bodies as well. Their bodies, too, were burned to ash. Tsunade jumped back and got to safety. She then noticed the other two corpses engulfed in blue fire as well. "He was willing to die and even made sure I couldn't find anything from their dead. These people weren't from any ordinary organization. And moreover, that man, the leader of the team, he knew about my phobia. How?" Shizune and Daichi joined her. "It's finally over." Shizune spoke with relief. "Yeah." Daichi dispelled the remaining clone and fell to the ground. He was taking several deep breaths, and his chakra was in the low double digits. The adrenaline from the fight was starting to slowly wear off. At that moment, the quest completion notification appeared in front of Daichi. Author's note. Some people think I nerfed Tsunade and made Daichi too OP. That's not true. People think the title Sanin gives her some sort of additional strength. It doesn't. It's just a title. She's not some gamer, so that title is just that. Tsunade has wasted over a decade gambling and drinking, and she obviously wouldn't be in the fighting shape she was during the war. And the two root ninjas Daichi killed first were of Chunin level, and he killed the two so fast only by taking them by surprise. The root ninja Doka was of average Jonin strength, and Bu and Jino were around Kakashi's level. They were elite ninjas. It's why Daichi's observed skill didn't show them anything. If someone argues that a ninja of Kakashi's level can't stall someone like Tsunade for several minutes, then I don't buy it. And their goal was to stall for time, not go head-to-head with her. This was an undercover mission. If the root ninjas behaved like emotionless robots, then that's a pretty good giveaway of their identity, isn't it? And during Danzo's fight with Sasuke at the bridge, Fu and Tarun showed emotions resembling normal people. So they're not completely emotionless robots. And Tsunade was looking for information from the enemy, and someone like her wouldn't obviously summon Katsuyu and go all out from the start, and she didn't know they knew about her phobia. I wrote the battle like this after redrafts. Taking all these factors into account, I'm well aware that I'm not going to make everyone happy with my story, and I'm not going to. I mean, people complained about Zoro with his roles in the Wano arc. Anyway, these are the reasons I wrote the chapter like this. You can agree with my reasoning, or you can disagree. That's entirely your right. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 136. Short Rest in the Land of Iron. Chapter 136 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi finally let out a breath of relief as he sat down on the ground. The sun was shining in the sky, and now that everything was calm, he could hear the sounds of the birds chirping and flying back to the nearby trees. He looked at the quest completion notification. Quest kill your enemy's complete wards. 1 level. Nujutsu. Reputation increases with Kensei Yasagi, Tsunade Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and others. Reputation decreases with Danzo Shimura. I wonder what the new jutsu will be. Fire Style, Fire Wave Dance Jutsu. Active ELV1, the user needs chakra and converts it to fire and expels it as a continuous stream of flames. The flames will move in a vortex shape and completely engulf the enemy, leaving no room for the target to escape. The released flames, if strong enough, can vaporize the target to ash and scorch the surrounding area. Type, hand seals, dragon, rabbit, tiger. Cost, 440 per shot. Note, the range, power, and duration of the attack can be altered by controlling the chakra needed into the attack. Must have high fire affinity to efficiently use the technique. Not bad. Not gonna say no to another powerful technique. Oink oink! At that moment, the sound of Tsunade's pet pig Tauntaun was heard. He poked his head out of the bushes, and after looking at the surroundings, he ran to Shizune's arm. The cute pig snuggled into Shizune's bosom. Shizune smiled, looking at her pet. I'm happy to see you too, Tauntaun. Lady Tsunade, who do you think those people were? Shizune asked after comforting Tauntaun. At that question, Daichi looked at Tsunade and noticed that she had a thoughtful look on her face. Not sure. I can think of a few, but I can't confirm it since we don't even have a body to examine. But they came here with a purpose. They were after something, but I don't think it was my bounty. For Daichi, at that moment, a new quest appeared. You have the option of revealing the information you've uncovered about your enemies to your teacher family, or keep them to yourself. Both choices have different outcomes. First choice, reveal the critical information you've discovered about the root to your teachers and grandfather. Rewards. 40,000 XP. Revealing the information will have great consequences. Possible death of 3rd Hokage. Possible death of Danzo Shimura. Increased possibility of root attack on you. Possibility of Tsunade becoming the 5th Hokage, within the next year increases. Other unknown consequences. Keep the information you've discovered about your enemies to yourself. Rewards. Restrictions on Danzo Shimura. Root attacks on you will become near. And Daichi looked at the new quest and became serious. Damn. If I choose the first option, then I get a good chunk of XP. But more than that, Danzo will be dead. But it's only a possibility, and there's a possibility of the Hokage dying as well. That's not counting the future root attacks and other unknown consequences. Daichi carefully thought about what would happen if he revealed the information and tried to think of the consequences. If I tell Tsunade and the others their root, then they'll need proof. I saw the root tattoo on that toga woman, so that will be enough. Tsunade will no doubt tell Kensei and Jiraiya, and this incident will reach the Hokage and it will force him to take action on Danzo. The possible death of Hiruzen and Danzo means they will most definitely fight, and the root will come after me if Danzo survives. If Tsunade becomes Hokage, it will change canon. Orochimaru might not attack, since he mostly only had a grudge against his sensei, although that's not certain. This will also no doubt bring Akatsuki's attention to me. Zetsu has been watching me midway through the battle, but I have a feeling that revealing the info will bring even more unwanted attention to me. On the other hand, if I don't reveal it, the dangers to myself become almost non-existent, and things stay relatively the same as canon. You've been quiet for a while, Daichi. What's on your mind? Tsunade asked her student. She noticed Daichi's face and had a feeling he might know something. At Tsunade's question, Daichi looked up. He mentally accepted the quest and made a choice. He let out a breath and stood up. I don't know who they were, but they weren't some weak amateurs. And I think they might have been after me. I'm not sure, though. Daichi decided to go with the second option and keep the fact that they were root ninjas to himself. But he also wanted to make sure the Hokage would be wary and keep an eye on Danzo. The slug Sannin narrowed her eyes. What makes you say that? Daichi thought for a few seconds and then gave an answer. That guy who came at me first, he was leading me to the other two and they ambushed me. They hit me with a sedative concoction. It didn't work, though. I think they wanted to capture me. Not kill. Maybe they were after me and the rest of their team wanted to keep you too busy, or they just wanted to take me hostage to have an advantage over you. I'm not sure. If they wanted to capture you, then there were much more subtle methods. They could have laid in wait and ambushed you when you were alone, or tried to capture you in your sleep. But this was an all-out assault. Shizune gave her thoughts as she listened. Tsunade closed her eyes and went through everything she learned about the enemies. Hypothetically, if they were after you, Daichi, then Shizune is right. There were simpler ways to capture you, and based on the strength of the enemies we faced, I doubt you could have resisted much. That is if we were in the land of hot water right now. Daichi and Shizune's eyes widened as they heard that. Tsunade continued. We're near the border of the land of iron. At our pace, we would have crossed the border in about an hour. If we crossed and a battle took place in their land, then their leader Mifune wouldn't have shown mercy to any of us. And if information on those enemy ninjas were exposed, it would have created a major problem for whoever they were working for. I think they wanted to avoid that. Wait, so you're saying they were after Daichi? But why? Shizune was startled as she heard her teacher's conclusions. Don't know. And like I said, this is a hypothetical. We still don't know if this kid really was their target. Tsunade placed a hand on Daichi's head and ruffled his hair. Daichi had an annoyed expression as his teacher teased him. Tsunade chuckled looking at the boy. Regardless of their intentions, we won and they lost. That's what matters. And you did well against them. Your strength has certainly grown much faster than I anticipated. Thanks, Sensei. Yes, and his healing skills are already starting to rival mine. I'm almost jealous. Shizune said with a pouty face, even though she said that Daichi could sense not even the slightest malice from her. Looking into Shizune's eyes, he knew she was truly happy for him. You're being modest, Shizune-senpai. I still have a long way to go before I reach your level. Daichi replied in a humble tone. You have chosen the second option. Keep the information you've discovered about your enemies to yourself. Rewards. Restrictions on Danzo Shimura. Root attack on you will become near zero. With a smile, Daichi turned to his teacher. So what now, sensei? We still headed north or go back to the capital? After thinking for a few seconds, Tsunade replied, Let's head north. I know a place where we can stay and rest for a few days. At that moment, Daichi got the memories of his clone, who used Atamagai's cloak. The group continued on with their journey. They soon crossed the border and reached the land of iron. The three put on a thick coat that protected them from the snow and cold. Daichi felt the snow beneath his feet and felt nostalgic. Wow! How long has it been? That dungeon with the small snow terrain was similar, but nothing like this. The group walked slowly through the snowy terrain for a few hours. Tsunade led them to an empty cottage hidden in the nearby forest. She opened the door and found the place in a decent condition. The cottage was big enough for the three of them. This place belongs to an old friend. He just uses this as a vacation home from time to time. I'm sure he won't mind us crashing the place for a few days. Tsunade lit some wood on fire and warmed the place. We've had a hell of a day. Let's get some rest. Daichi and Shizune nodded to that sentiment and picked a room. Tsunade sat near a table and began writing something on 2 scrolls. A while later, she summoned Katsuyu. Katsuyu, I need you to take these to Jiraiya and Sarutobi-sensei. It's urgent and of utmost importance. At once, my lady. Taking the scrolls, the slug vanished in a puff of smoke. Tsunade took out a bottle of sake from a scroll and took several gulps. If anyone can find out what happened, then it's them. There are too many questions. Is this another village making a move, or someone else? And were they really after Daichi? If so, then why? Or is it something else? Too many questions and not enough answers. Whatever the case, they knew about my phobia. They had intel that shouldn't be available to most people. So that narrows down the list of suspects. She then held her necklace and let out a tired breath. Daichi had his first kill. I wonder how he's dealing with that. He acted normal, so I didn't address it till now, but I need to speak with him. Tsunade took another mouthful of her alcohol, but first I should get some rest. Daichi was in his room going over the events of the day. He was thinking about what Tsunade had said. She is right. Those guys attacked us because they had no choice. If we went through the land of hot water, then we would have stayed there for a couple days, and I have no doubt the root had been following us before we left the capital. They would have gotten me alone and would have tried to subdue me or capture me in my sleep, and I would have had no choice but to reveal my cards. Daichi sighed and went through the memories of the invisible clone. After my clone killed Gino, he immediately headed for Boo, but somehow he dodged. Was it intuition, or did he sense the clone? Based on my memories, it was just luck. And that clone sensed Zetsu's presence just when me and my clones engaged Doka and Boo. It was at the edge of my senses, so me and the other clones couldn't sense him. He will no doubt inform Tobi about the kid under Tsunade's care who can kill Jonin-level ninjas already. This is already a headache. Daichi laid on the comfy bed and thought about his decision. I'm not strong enough to bitch-slap the enemies that come my way and ignore the plans and machinations of anyone, no matter their strength. I could majorly fuck Cannon up right now, but then I would lose my advantage. Until I'm strong enough, I'll try to stick to what I know. I've already made major changes, but in my calculations, they don't take any effect anytime soon. I hope. Daichi got up and went to a nearby window. Tsunade-sensei will definitely inform the Hokage and Jiraiya. I wonder what action they will take. I wonder what Kensei will do when he finds out. Daichi's mind then went through every second of the fight he had. I took out the first one so quickly due to sheer luck. He let his guard down thinking I fell prey to his partner's genjutsu, the injuries I suffered from fighting Doka, and the sleeping poison in my system. The other tried to stall, but that didn't work. Her strength was speed, but I still outclassed her. Based on their stats alone, I would have defeated them if I had battled head-on, but it would have taken a lot longer. Daichi's memories then shifted to the second round of battle with Doka, and the fight he had with Boo. My chakra reserves, combined with my fine control, allowed me to spam genjutsu and ninjutsu on them. My teamwork when I battle with clones is good. All those battle experiences in the dungeon did wonders for me. But still, it took everything I had to survive. In my current state, I only won because I had the cheat of the invisibility cloak. Daichi also noticed something in the battle, something he was thankful for. They were holding back. If they were fighting to kill me, things would have gone a lot harder for me. And they didn't use any of the signature jutsu of the Leaf Village, like the Shadow Clone or any clan techniques. Letting out another deep breath, Daichi went back to his bed. He laid on the comfy mattress and crossed his arms behind his head. They underestimated me. Those guys thought I was just a 10-year-old kid with medical training and some shinobi skills. That tells me the information they have on me isn't accurate. Makes sense. I was extremely cautious when training, always checking my surroundings with Mana Scout and Chakra Sense. And since I mostly trained in the old man's compound and fought in dungeons, those root creeps wouldn't have gotten a read on my abilities. Still, I need to be careful. I might never know when my luck would run out. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 137, Interlude 09, Cold War Chapter 137 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Shortly after Tsunade and her students left the battle area, the spy of the Akatsuki organization appeared out of the ground. It was a mere coincidence that he was there. One of the white Zetsu clones was near the area and alerted Black Zetsu of the battle. He arrived at the battlefield just after Daichi successfully forced the root ninjas away from his teachers. He watched Daichi battle the two ninjas and witnessed how he healed Shizune. Well, that was interesting, the white half said in a jolly tone. Yes, I didn't think there would be someone who would try to make a move on that Senju at this moment. The black half replied, What do you think about that boy? White Zetsu asked his counterpart. He's strong. Well, for a brat anyway, but we've seen plenty like him throughout the years. Black Zetsu already made an analysis of Daichi as he witnessed the fight. Based on his interactions with Tsunade, I'd say he was her student. You're right. I didn't think she would take another apprentice. Do you think he's a Senju? The white half questioned. No, his chakra indicates that he's not from the Senju or any other clan. The black half replied after giving it a few seconds of thought. A clanless kid? He's quite strong for his age. He was able to kill that one ninja and fight the other, all the while healing that other apprentice. Yes. But there are several things that were in his favor. Based on what we saw, I'm certain those ninjas were holding back. There were several moments where they could have gone for the kill. I think they were trying to subdue him. Probably to use against Tsunade or the Leaf. The black spoke in a gruff voice. What do you think they were after? That child or the Sannin? Or something else? At the white Zetsu's question, the black half fell silent for a short while. He then replied after thinking it over. It's possible they were after the child, but it's a small one. Based on what I sensed, the only things he had going for him was his large chakra reserves and control. The jutsus he used had the precise amount of chakra needed, and the number of ninjutsu, genjutsu used, and the shadow clones used tells me he has great reserves, on par with high-level jonins. He also knows medical ninjutsu. He must be talented to be learning medical techniques under her. If he was the target, then that should be it. Someone with perfect control and large reserves. That's rare. White Zetsu complimented. Yes, but we've seen plenty who were like that. Granted, they were part of a clan, but still, he's nothing special. Do you think he would become strong enough to interfere with the plan? Are you going to tell Madara? No. It would be a waste of time. Our goals will be completed within the next 7 or 8 years. The boy would become strong in that time, but not enough to become a threat that would endanger our plans. He's not a Senju, Uchiha, or an Uzumaki. He's not Jinchuriki either. The boy is inconsequential. The only thing he has going for him is the large chakra reserves and being Tsunade's apprentice. And that's not all that special and won't matter when the time comes. Black Zetsu replied, dismissing Daichi as a non-threat. You're right. Still, I wonder who sent those ninjas. Only someone bold enough and has enough strength and backing would launch a direct attack on one of the Sannin. You're right about that. I have a few suspects in mind, with Orochimaru and Danzo being at the top of the list. But it's not our concern. Let's head back. Black Zetsu gave the verdict, and the strange black and white creature disappeared into the ground, somewhere in the land of hot water. Jiraiya was perched atop a roof and was peering through a telescope. His eyes were taking in the sights of the lovely ladies who were relaxing at the hot springs. "Oh yeah, so gorgeous. Take your time, ladies. I'm not in a hurry." He was writing something in his small notebook as he conducted his research, as he usually put it. Yes. So round. So firm. My next book is going to be so epic," the man said to himself as he purred on the women. At that moment, a small puff of smoke appeared near him. The mountain sage glanced at the puff of smoke and was curious as to who came. "Are you still acting so shamelessly, Jiraiya?" Katsuyu asked the man. Jiraiya was surprised when he found that it was Lady Katsuyu. He smiled and nonchalantly replied, "A man needs his hobbies. Make sure it doesn't get you killed. I'm sure you remember what happened the last time you attempted something like this with Lady Tsunade." Jiraiya grimaced as he recalled those memories. He slightly shivered in fright, but also giggled as he recalled Tsunade's furious face. Even when angry, she still had her charm. At least that's what he thought. The slug summon sighed, looking at Jiraiya's reaction. "You certainly are an odd one." The toad sage brought his attention back to Katsuyu. "What brings you here? I assume it's something important." "Yes. Tsunade tasked me with delivering this message to you as quickly as I could." The toad sage was curious now. He took the scroll and read through the contents. The smile vanished from his face, and the aura of a clumsy pervert was replaced with a cold-hearted veteran shinobi. "I'll meet with Tsunade at the Land of Medicine in a few days." The slug nodded at the reply and vanished. Jiraiya looked at the private bath and sighed. "Next time, ladies. Hokage office." It was nighttime. Hiruzen was smoking and enjoying the calm atmosphere when suddenly a small slug appeared on his desk in a puff of smoke. The Kage only took a second to recognize the creature. He made a slight motion to his guards to stand down and indicated that the visitor was an ally. "Lady Katsuyu." "This is a surprise." Hiruzen greeted the summon. "Apologies, Lord Hokage, for the sudden arrival, but Lady Tsunade asked that I deliver this scroll to you as quickly as possible." With those words, the small slug spat out a scroll. It had Tsunade's signature chakra on it. Hiruzen's eyes immediately sharpened. He knew Tsunade wouldn't resort to using her summon unless something extreme happened. "How is Tsunade and everyone else?" he asked Katsuyu as he took the scroll and unwrapped it. "Lady Tsunade and her students are fine. Considering everything that has happened, you will understand once you've read the scroll." Hiruzen had a bad feeling in his heart as he heard those words. He opened the scroll and went through every line written on it. His face went rigid as he read through the scroll, and by the end, anyone could tell that he was furious. "Please tell Tsunade that I'll handle it." He replied to the slug, who was waiting for his response. "Yes." With that, the small summon vanished. It was the right choice. I made the right choice moving against Danzo. Hiruzen pressed a button under the desk, which sent a special alert to selected Anbu members residing in the headquarters. He then looked at the ninjas hidden in the room and gave an order. "Summon Danzo Shimura here. If he refuses for any reason, consider him a traitor and bring him here by force." The Anbu and guards were stunned. They obeyed quickly and moved out of the office. Within a short time, they reached the former counselor's home. They found the man's chakra signature inside the house, and without waiting for an invitation, they entered. Danzo narrowed his eyes at the sudden arrival of several Anbu ninjas. Since publicly, he was no longer the head of the Root, he didn't have any Root ninjas as guards posted at his home, but they were hidden near the area in case of an attack. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" Danzo questioned. "Danzo Shimura." The lead Anbu stepped forward. "You have been summoned by Lord Hokage." Danzo did not like the tone in which the Anbu ninja spoke to him. He didn't like the way things were going. "Why?" "We're not here to answer your questions." Danzo tensed and clenched his fists. The Anbu who saw the subtle movements and tensions of their target began to prepare for a possible combat. But the next second, the man stood up and calmly spoke. "Take me to him." The Anbu surrounded the man, and they all disappeared. They arrived at the Hokage's office within a short time. Danzo had an impassive face as he walked in. Hiruzen summoning me like this at this time. This must be related to the mission I assigned Boo. Something must have happened. But I need to stay calm and find out what. Hiruzen was looking out the window at the Hokage monument and was smoking from his pipe when Anbu brought his old colleague. For a while, none of them spoke. After a minute of silence, the old Kage spoke. When Tobirama-sensei tasked me with the protection of the village, I knew I could do it. It wasn't because I had absolute confidence in myself. No. It was because I believed I would have you to watch my back. I knew you wanted to be Hokage, and when Tobirama-sensei made the choice, I knew it must have made you angry. But despite our rivalry, different personalities, and ideals, I had faith that you would help me in times of need. I believed we would both protect the village hand in hand, and I could sleep easily knowing that you were here if anything happened to me. The Kage fell silent. Danzo was silent as he listened to the Hokage. Hiruzen. Those days are long gone. The Hokage cut off whatever the man was going to say. His tone set Danzo on edge. Hiruzen then turned around and looked at the man. He had a calm gaze, but Danzo knew the man was furious. Tsunade and her students were attacked earlier today. It was near the Valley of the End. The attackers all died. Under normal circumstances, I would have focused on the enemies outside the village walls, but there was one detail in the report she sent that made me focus my gaze here. They knew about her phobia. Hiruzen kept his eyes fixed on Danzo as he spoke. He wanted to see the man's reaction. He wasn't surprised that the only reaction his old friend made was the small narrowing of his one eye. Hiruzen, let's be clear. You believe I had a hand in this. That's why you brought me here, isn't it? Yes. I don't have the ability to do something like that. You saw to that a couple years ago. Hiruzen didn't speak and just looked at his old colleague. Danzo continued. And there are several people who knew about her condition, like Orochimaru. He could be the one behind the attack. And what reason would he have to go after her after all these years? Hiruzen asked the man. Danzo became silent for a few seconds. If he said Daichi's name, then that would indicate he knew private information that was not easily available. Maybe he's after the Senju bloodline. He's had a fascination with the first Hokage's power. The Hokage just simply looked at the man with a steely gaze. Danzo was unnerved. Hiruzen, you're making a mistake. I'm not the enemy. And what proof do you have that I'm the one responsible for this attack? Hiruzen smiled at that. Nothing. The ninja who attacked them all used a suicide jutsu to make sure no identification was possible. It's why you're here in my office instead of the interrogation department with Ibiki and Inoichi tearing through your mind. The old Kage then took a puff from his pipe and let out a smoky breath. But the thing is, I don't need proof. I'm the Kage of this village. I can have you shipped off to interrogation at this very moment and find out the answers I'm looking for. Hiruzen. The angry shout from Danzo drew blades from the surrounding ninjas. The old Kage looked at his former rival for several seconds and made a choice. You are hereby placed on house arrest. I will have someone go through your finances and assets. If you interfere, resist, or try to escape, I will declare you a traitor to the village. Danzo's eyes widened as he heard those words. He knew if he was declared a traitor, he would never be able to become the Kage of the village. Even if he somehow takes it by force, he knew there would be a large resistance. How could you, after everything I did for the village? Just as those words were spoken by Danzo, killing intent burst forth from Hiruzen. Did you send your team to capture Daichi, injure Shizune, and traumatize Tsunade for the village? The root leader was quiet as he heard the accusation. The only reason I'm being lenient like this is because I don't have any solid proof that it was your agents who ambushed them. And if you utter one more word, I'll do what I should have done that day. Danzo remained silent as Hiruzen took a breath and reined in his intent. Danzo was channeling chakra through his body and was prepared to use Kodoa Matsukami in the worst-case scenario. But he knew there were risks of being found out if he used it here. Hiruzen spoke after several seconds of silence. I know you're aware of the boy and his talents. He would be quite the shield and sword if you were to get your hands on him. So I'm only going to say this once. If anyone goes after Daichi Hakima, I'll consider them doing so on your orders, and we will have another conversation in a very different environment. Do I make myself clear? Danzo gritted his teeth and then gave a short reply. Yes. Take him, and keep him under surveillance. Hiruzen motioned to his Anbu. After the Anbu left, Hiruzen made a signal and all his guards vanished. A few seconds later, an Anbu appeared in his office. Have you found that man, Bear? Hiruzen questioned. No, sir. It seems that individual's identity is a closely guarded secret that only Danzo knows. Anbu Bear replied. Hiruzen sighed and took his seat. I expected as much. That person is the second in command of the route. He knows every route ninja's identity, their operational details, the route's locations, and finances. His identity would be of the utmost secrecy. Danzo is one of the most cunning, merciless, and shrewd men I have ever met. To become his second in command, no ordinary person could do it. I know how intelligent, ruthless, and cunning one has to be to fill in that position. Sir, if you don't mind me asking, why did you let him leave like that? You could have taken him to interrogation, and we would have had the answers we needed. Yes. But if that was the case, then his route would have attacked, and they would have tried to rescue him. They are loyal to him first, and the village second. A serious mistake and oversight on my part. The collateral damage and life lost is not something the village can handle at the moment. I know he was the one who sent the people to ambush Tsunade. But this way, by letting him go, he would think that I have no proof and unsure of his role, and thus would drop this matter after finding no evidence. So for the moment, he's going to lay low, and his root ninjas won't make any moves as well. That's what I want too. Until we find the identity of that man and every asset under Danzo, this war must remain a cold one and in the shadows. At that moment, a jonin appeared in the office. He had pure white eyes without pupils, indicating that he was a member of the Hyuga clan, a jonin who was considered for the position of Anbu, Tsubaki. Hiruzen and the Anbu Bear turned their attention to the new arrival. What did you find, Tsubaki? The Kage asked. Hiruzen tasked Tsubaki with examining Danzo's body with his Byakugan. His chakra is much stronger and more potent than most ninja I've seen in the village. It was especially potent in his right arm, but I couldn't see more than that. There were special seals blocking the Byakugan. The jonin replied in a serious tone. It's to be expected. I believe he used the first Hokage's blood and performed some sort of experiment with the help of Orochimaru. Bear's eyes widened when he heard that. Wait, so that's what he was doing that day at that hideout? Yes, I believe so, Hiruzen replied. Sir, there's something more. Tsubaki spoke, gaining their attention once again. His right eye had chakra running through it. The eye wasn't used, but was active. I believe he has a Sharingan hidden under that bandage, and the chakra signature of that eye. I've only seen one person with that unique chakra signature, Shisui Uchiha. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he heard that name. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 138, Land of Medicines. Chapter 138 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Office. Hiruzen stood still, shocked and in disbelief at what he just heard. Tsubaki, are you sure about that? The question came before he could even stop himself. Yes, sir. There is no mistaking it. The Hyuga jonin replied. Hiruzen's mind worked faster than it had in a long time. He recalled the day when Shisui Uchiha confided in him and his advisors on his Mangekyo Sharingan powers. He also recalled the day the young Uchiha died and what the clan was about to do at that time. Shisui was going to use his Sharingan to stop the revolt, but the next thing I hear is that he committed suicide. I had no clue what drove him to do something like that, but now... The only way Danzo would have his Sharingan is if he took it from Shisui. The power of his eyes. Now that I think about it, Danzo would definitely covet something like that. He went after Kakashi's Sharingan once upon a time, so it's not a stretch to assume he'd do something like that again. Hiruzen had a startling realization. Danzo killed Shisui, but that note Shisui left. No, a shinobi like him wouldn't commit suicide unless he had nothing else. Either Danzo killed Shisui and disguised it as a suicide, or something else happened. But he is involved in this. But how do I find out what happened? Itachi! He would know. I need to make contact with him. I need to know the truth. Lord Hokage, what is it? Hiruzen raised his head and looked at the two loyal shinobi in front of him. I believe in your assessment. If it is a Sharingan, then I believe it's Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan that's in Danzo's right eye. Shisui Uchiha committed suicide over a year before the Uchiha massacre, but it seems that's a lie. Lord Hokage, not that I'm doubting you or Tsubaki, but you seem absolutely sure that it's Shisui's eye that Danzo has. Why? The Anbu codenamed Bear asked his Kage. Hiruzen let out a breath and a few seconds later replied. Shisui had something called Mangekyo Sharingan. It's an advanced stage of the Sharingan even greater than the three Tomoe. Only a handful of people in history were able to awaken the Mangekyo eyes. Those who awakened those eyes were granted unique powers. Shisui had the ability called Koto Amatsukami. It's a powerful genjutsu that allows the user to enter the victim's mind and manipulate them by giving false experiences, and the victims would be completely unaware they were being manipulated. Those who know it regard it as the most powerful genjutsu in existence. The eyes of the two ninjas in the Hokage's office widened as they heard that. If Danzo had something like that... Tsubaki was startled as they heard the power of Shisui's Sharingan eye. But sir, wouldn't there be drawbacks to something like that? Every powerful jutsu must have some weakness. Bear deduced that something as powerful as that genjutsu must have some sort of a weakness. Yes, every powerful jutsu has their risks, but with Hashirama Senju's power added to the mix, I'm not sure. Hiruzen looked at the two ninjas in front of him. I will come up with the necessary countermeasures. Tsubaki, make sure to check Bear's status from time to time. I can't have him falling under Danzo's power. Yes, sir. Land of Iron. In a cabin hidden in the snowy forest in the Land of Iron, 3 medic ninjas were taking some much-needed rest. Daichi only needed 4 hours of sleep, and after waking up he went downstairs to the small kitchen to cook something for the group. He knew Tsunade and Shizune would be mentally tired after an ordeal like this and wanted to help them. Daichi had many ingredients stored in his inventory and in a scroll in case of an emergency like this. He made the necessary preparations and began preparing the foods. Cooking relaxed Daichi. It had a calming effect on him similar to painting or gardening. After some time, several exquisite smells drifted out of the kitchen, which woke the other 2 temporary residents in the cabin. Wow! That smells delicious, Daichi. Shizune came first, and Tonton walked in as well. Thanks. It's going to taste even better than it smells. Daichi grinned and gave a cheeky reply. A few moments later, Tsunade joined them in the kitchen. It's really handy to have our own personal chef, isn't it, Shizune? Yes. The dishes are quite delicious. His cooking skills have certainly improved. I'm half tempted to keep him with us. Shizune replied with a small laugh. Oink oink! See? Even Tonton agrees. Tsunade ruffled Daichi's hair. She knew it always got to him. The slug Sanin and her first apprentice teased the young boy. They laughed, seeing Daichi's annoyed face. I could stay with you, or you two could come back to the village with me. Daichi replied back with a smile. Hearing that, Tsunade's smile slightly turned sad. But it was only for a moment. She snorted and turned her head. A tempting offer, but I'll pass. Maybe I'll visit once in a while to check up on you and see if you screwed anything up, but I like roaming around the place. Daichi shrugged in a nonchalant manner. Your loss. In a short while, all the dishes were prepared, and they set the table. The 3 ninjas plus a pet pig had a comfortable meal, and finally lay relaxed after the life-threatening ordeal they went through. At that moment, Tsunade looked, and Daichi decided to broach a delicate subject. How are you feeling, Daichi? She asked him. Daichi was confused for a moment. I feel fine, he replied, unsure why she would ask him now. Unless I'm mistaken, you've had your first kill today, haven't you? Daichi's eyes slightly widened as he heard that. He had completely dismissed it. Due to a combination of gamers' minds, his numerous kills in the dungeon, and the kill during the heat of the battle, he didn't give it any thought. If you're asking me if I had some nightmares over those kills or regret my actions, then the answer is no. Daichi replied with a straight face. Tsunade looked at the kid for a few moments and then asked, Why? Shizune was also paying attention to Daichi. Daichi was silent as he thought about how to best answer that question. After a minute of silence, he gave his reply. I understand the life I chose. One day, I'm going to have to make the choice of me or my enemy. And I know the kind of person I am. I don't feel any regret over killing them. It was in the heat of the battle. But I also didn't enjoy it. If it were just me, I might have tried to escape, or I would have tried to subdue them, and killing them would have been a last resort. But it wasn't just my life that was at stake. Your lives were also in danger. I won't take the life of every enemy I come across, but to those that threaten my life and the people I care about, to those that truly deserve it, I won't show any mercy. Tsunade looked at Daichi's resolute face and let out a small breath. You have a strong heart and mind. You are dealing with this better than most kids your age would. The piece of advice I can give you in this situation is, don't let it consume you. With your strength, it won't be long before enemies come for you. You will have to make choices like this again and again. Don't let those decisions swallow you up. Make sure you have someone you can count on to help you through in your dark times. No one can go at it alone and not change. Daichi nodded. I understand. You saved my life, you know. You're a good kid with a good heart. Don't forget that, Shizune said, smiling at Daichi. Daichi nodded, smiling. I can't help but wonder who those people were. They must have had a reason for such a brazen attack. Shizune turned to her mentor and said as she thought about the attackers, Too bad we don't have any bodies. If we did, we could have figured out where they came from. Tsunade sighed. Daichi was looking at his food and was concentrating on finishing his plate. He didn't want to let the other two know that he had 2 intact fresh corpses of the root ninjas with him. Daichi had checked the status of the first 2 ninjas he killed after taking the scrolls out of the inventory. The bodies were preserved and were still warm, as if they were only killed a few minutes ago. Daichi quickly sealed them back inside the scroll and placed them back in his inventory. Tsunade-sensei is right, but it's better that I hold on to these bodies. I could study them and figure out so many things. Their bodies contain valuable information on the root, after all. If I can learn some Yamanaka mind techniques or increase the level of my mana skills and create a skill that can read memories of the dead, then I can get the root secrets. This is a valuable opportunity, and I can't waste it, although something like this will definitely take some time to accomplish. The next morning, the trio of medic ninjas left the place and continued on with their journey. Within 7 hours, they reached their destination. This is the land of medicine. If we go inwards, then we'll reach the 3 Wolves mountain ranges. Tsunade gave a rundown of the land to Daichi. At that moment, Daichi received a system notification. Minimap has been updated. Location, 3 Wolves mountain range. Now, there are 3 villages situated at the base of each mountain. The Howling Wolf Village, Awakening Wolf Village, and Nourishing Wolf Village. We'll first be heading to the Howling Wolf Village. They sell medicines and shinobi services. I spent some time here training a long time ago. Come on. Are medicinal herbs the specialty of this place? Daichi asked his teacher. Yes. The region surrounding the mountain range is filled with medical plants and rare herbs. It's why it's called the Land of Medicine. A person with adequate knowledge would be able to make over 300 medicines with just the herbs that could be found near the Howling Wolf Village. Wow. Daichi's eyes widened with excitement. If I can increase my knowledge, I can maybe level up several skills and increase the effects of several of my medical skills. Tsunade led the other 2 through the mountain range and soon reached the Howling Wolf Village. She headed in a certain direction and soon stood in front of a small home. She knocked on the door a few times, and a few seconds later it opened. A man with dull blue hair opened the door, and his eyes widened as he saw who was standing in front of him. The next second, he quickly shut the door in her face without a word. Daichi and Shizune stood back and had an awkward expression seeing what just happened. Tsunade knocked on the door again. Come on, Denjiro, open up. Go away. A voice came from the inside. Oh, come on! Are you still mad about what happened? Yes. What if I say I can remedy that? Tsunade said in a somewhat teasing tone as she looked at the locked door. Daichi, who was standing several feet back, sweat dropped. This sounds like the start of a bad porno. Unless you have my 400,000 Ryo, there's nothing you can do. I have it. After she said those words, there was a few seconds of silence, and then the door opened once again. The blue-haired man looked at Tsunade and asked her to show him the money. Tsunade took a scroll from her jacket and tossed it at the man. He opened it and was surprised to see it filled with money. "Can I come in now?" The slug Sanin asked. The man signed. "You're just going to break my door down now if I say no. So what's the point?" With that, he slowly opened the door, and Tsunade entered the small residence, followed by Shizune and Daichi. Daichi looked at the man. "I wonder what's the story with him?" Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 139, Training in the Land of Medicine. Chapter 139 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The three medic ninjas entered Denjiru's home. Observe Daichi quickly used the ability to get a read on him. Wow, I can't read his level, so then this guy must be some kind of elite jonin. Based on the wrinkles on his skin, I'd say he's in his late 40s. And I can't sense his chakra presence. The lack of information from his observation skill and what he sensed or lack thereof had Daichi on his guard. I have to say, this is a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here, Tsunade, especially after the stunt you pulled with me. The man known as Denjiru spoke. Would you believe me if I said I felt sorry and wanted to see my old friend again? Tsunade had a smile as she said that. Denjiru didn't look amused. No, I wasn't born yesterday. The Sanin sighed and then sat down on a nearby chair. I'm looking for Shinji. Last time we spoke, he said he'd be here, but it's been several years since then. And since you're his closest friend, I figured you might know his exact location. The blue-haired man chuckled. You're a year late if you're looking for Shinji here. He's gone. Since he was on borrowed time, he went to explore the world, as he said, about a year ago. Tsunade slightly scowled as she heard that. Damn, that man is like a chameleon. It'll be damn hard to find him once he disappears. Nodding his head in agreement, Denjiru then turned to Shizune and Daichi. I remember Shizune, but who's the kid? Daichi stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, sir. My name is Daichi Hekima. I'm Lady Tsunade's student. The man raised an eyebrow at that and turned to look at the blonde-haired woman. Tsunade just smirked and shrugged her shoulders, as if it wasn't a big deal. Well, I was here for Shinji, but since that's a bust, I'll move on with my other plans. It was nice seeing you, Denjiru. With those words, Tsunade left with Shizune and Daichi following behind her. Who was that guy? Daichi was curious about their relationship. He is someone I met a couple decades ago. He's a medic ninja, and a competent one at that. But he disliked the violent shinobi life and came here to live his life in peace. What was with the money you gave him, Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked. Tsunade had a sheepish expression as she replied, I may or may not have duped him out of 400,000 Ryo and skipped town. The two students just sighed at their master's antics. The three soon found a decent inn and settled down. Daichi, I had planned on having someone train you in special taijutsu style, but that plan is now scrapped. Along with your remaining medical training, I'll be teaching you how to use my super strength. I'm sure you can incorporate it into your style. Daichi nodded in agreement. For now, just explore the village, but don't cause any trouble. Yes, sensei. With that, Daichi left the place. He looked around and saw several apothecaries. This place must have a treasure trove of information on herbs. I need to learn it all. Daichi then thought about the things he had to complete this year. I need to find a waterfall to complete the second step of the wind nature chakra. And if there isn't one, then I need to find a remote place and make one. I'll also need to find a dungeon. Getting to level 50 with one dungeon would be ideal, but if not, I'll have to do a second one. He discreetly created a few clones and had them move around the village. After a while, one of his clones found an ideal spot for completing the waterfall cutting step of his wind nature training. Daichi explored the small village and returned to the inn when it was nightfall. When he entered the room, he was surprised to see Jiraiya there drinking with his teacher. Ah! Daichi, you're here. Tsunade was just telling me about you. Lord Jiraiya, you're here? I just came to visit this place, nothing much. came the reply from the Toad Sage. Yeah, a routine visit the day after we were attacked, like I'd believe that. Daichi excused himself and went to his room. He freshened up and went to the balcony outside and looked at the sky. A few moments later, Jiraiya joined him. You, standing there looking at the stars like that. You just reminded me of someone else. The man spoke to Daichi. May I ask, who? My sensei, of course. He had that look too when he gazed at the stars, as if there was something more there. Both of them fell silent for a while. You've gotten a lot stronger since the last time we met. Jiraiya spoke, looking at the boy. Thank you. That's a high compliment coming from someone like you. You did good, kid. I haven't seen Tsunade like this in a long time. She's a lot happier than she has been in a long time. Daichi nodded and agreed with that sentiment. He saw that his teacher was drinking less and had a smile most of the time. Tell me something. Have you ever considered learning the sealing arts? Jiraiya's question startled Daichi. The boy then folded his arms and thought about the subject. A moment later, he replied, Truth be told, yes. Learning the sealing arts has been on my mind for a while, but it's not a high priority for me at the moment. I figured I'd start learning it a year or two after I became a genin, and then master it in another couple years. Daichi turned his head and looked at the Sannin next to him. Why are you asking? Are you interested in having me as a student? Jiraiya looked at Daichi for a few moments, and he had an unreadable expression. A few moments later, he sighed. The sealing arts isn't something one can master in a few years. It needs time, dedication, and intelligence. But then again, the same could be said for medical ninjutsu, and you completed it in 1 year. Something that should be impossible. So, maybe you can do it. The man looked ahead and became quiet for a few seconds before continuing. And to answer your question, no, I'm not interested in taking a student at this moment, no matter how much of a genius he is. Good luck with your training, Daichi. Patting his back, Jiraiya left the place. Daichi stood on the balcony for some time as well and soon went to bed. The next day onwards, his training resumed. Under Tsunade, Daichi had to learn about hundreds of different plants and their uses and how they would interact with other medical herbs. His time was split learning about the herbs, how to concoct medicine as well as poisons, learning Tsunade's strength technique, and completing his wind chakra nature training. He also had to spend time on his daily exercise and finishing up the academy assignments. A few days later, Kensei had also visited him. The man was furious when he learned what had happened, but after seeing that Daichi was all right, he calmed down. He spent a week with his grandson, and then left for the capital. Kensei knew if he did something reckless in anger, it could jeopardize the plans put in place. But that didn't mean he wasn't still angry. He redoubled his efforts and decided to find the spy in the hospital in the Fire Country. The months went by and Daichi was making steady progress on his training. Congratulations, you have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 expa plus 75 expa. Finally, I've completed it. Daichi finally completed the second step of the Wind Nature Chakra. He opened the skill list and checked on the 2 skills. Wind Leaf Cutting Technique, Active-Passive, Elvamax. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill Wind Affinity. Effects, 100% increase in Wind Chakra control. CP cost. Wind Waterfall Cutting Technique, Active-Passive. Effects, 200% increase in Wind Chakra control. 300% increase in power of Wind Chakra nature. CP cost. At that moment, Daichi received another system message. You have mastered the 2 steps of all 5 chakra natures. The level of the 5 nature affinities has reached 90. You have received the new title, Master of the Elements. New Master of the Elements. This title increases your chance of successfully creating ninjutsu. When CP reaches below 2,000, all ninjutsu CP costs will be halved without any reduction in their effects. Increase the level up speed of all ninjutsu. Daichi read the new title effects and was impressed. Wow, Master of the Elements, huh? I like the sound of that, increasing my chance of creating ninjutsu and the level up speed. This is a very useful title indeed. Daichi looked at the skill list and his eyes went to the different chakra affinity skills. Wind, water, earth, fire, and lightning. All of them have reached level 90. In the description, it says, I can only merge different elements that have crossed level 90. So unless I start on the third step and increase the level of the skill to 91, I won't be able to combine natures to create new ones. Daichi had a frown on his face as he looked at the skills. But is it really that simple? Or is there something else? Daichi decided to work on creating and expanding his ninjutsu arsenal next year. His mind was focused on completing the tasks for the current year quest. Opening the ongoing quest, he looked at the main conditions needed to complete this year. Complete at least 1 dungeon before the end of March next year. Master at least 2 advanced nature transformation skills. Complete academic assignments before the final exam of this curriculum. Reach level 50 before the end of next March. I've completed one of the conditions, and I'll easily be able to finish my curriculum assignments by the end of the year, so my main task should be to reach level 50. Daichi opened the status page and looked at his level. Level 48, 271145/6125. 1 dungeon might not be enough. At that moment, Daichi thought about the 1 dungeon he hadn't gone into yet. Penalty dungeon. But that's supposed to be a punishment dungeon. Landing in that place doesn't mean the quest has failed. But will I be able to gain experience there? And moreover, I have no idea what kind of place that's going to be or the enemies I'll face. So should I risk it? Thinking over it for a few minutes, Daichi made a decision. I'll complete 1 key dungeon, and if it's still not enough, I'll use the penalty dungeon. With his next move planned, Daichi left the training ground. Tsunade took Daichi to the 2 other villages situated in the 3 Wolves mountain range and taught him the different medicines and herbs growing in and around the villages. At Tsunade's request, Denjiro joined in teaching Daichi about the plants growing there. Even with Daichi's exceptional memory, it took a long time for him to learn the different plants and the various methods needed to synthesize an antidote or poisons from the plants. Tsunade was amazed at Daichi's ability to store a seemingly infinite amount of knowledge in his head. There are over 1,000 herbs around these mountains, and many of them need unique ways to be synthesized. Add in the different combinations of various herbs to create complicated medications. It's a massive headache. And he was able to learn all of that in just several months, even while training and concentrating on his other tasks. Even I remember only about half of all that, and it took me years and complete dedication to learn all that information. By the end of December, Daichi completed his medical training at the Land of Medicine. He received a new notification when he completed the training. Skill effects related to identifying herbs, creating antidotes and poisons, creating various pills, and healing using medicines have increased to 100%. Several medical skills leveled up and reached the max level at that moment, and Daichi received around 3,000 XP. Daichi looked at the dungeon key in his hand. Here I go. My 6th dungeon. In a flash, he disappeared from his spot. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 140. 6th Dungeon. Chapter 140 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The moment he entered the dungeon, the various titles activated and the quests to complete the dungeon popped up. Accepting the quest, and without wasting a second, Daichi turned off his gamer's mind and prepared himself by sending chakra throughout his body. With all his senses alert, Daichi cautiously moved through the rocky jungle. The terrain was intermingled with hard black rocks and thick trees and vines hanging low. Rokugan's Domain. That's the name of this dungeon. And I have 187 enemies to kill. The dungeon key was white, so my enemies would only have a 5 or -5 level difference. But that doesn't mean I should let my guard down. Moving through the dungeon, it wasn't long before he found his first enemy. A large gray wolf with sharp claws and red eyes was staring at him with great aggression. Awoo! The wolf howled, and the next second it dashed towards the boy. Daichi used Observe and analyzed his first enemy. A level 46 enemy, huh? And it can even use chakra attacks? Have to be careful. Easily evading the enemy due to the large difference in their speed, Daichi observed the beast's attack style. Seeing his prey escape, the wolf growled in anger. At that moment, Daichi sensed chakra rising in the beast. The gray wolf pounced on the boy much faster than before. Daichi evaded without any injuries, but his eyes widened at what happened the next second. The wolf's thick fur moved on its own. The fur on the whole body became sharp and took the form of needles. This transformation only took a second, and in the next, the needle-like fur was launched from the wolf's body directly aimed at Daichi. The fast, sharp-like needles tore through Daichi, but the next second, Daichi exploded in a splash of water. The wolf's ears twitched, and it jumped to the side, avoiding the lightning shuriken Daichi sent at it. But the next second, it felt ninja wire wrap around its body. Sharp wind blades and small rapid-fire balls bombarded its body, quickly reducing it to smoke. Plus 500 expa, plus 75 expa. Enemy killed. At that moment, a skill that hadn't worked till now was activated. Piercing Needle Hair Jutsu is plundered. Would you like to acquire this skill? Yes. Piercing Needle Hair Jutsu. By running chakra through the hair, the user can increase its sharpness and strength, and then launch the hair at the enemy like projectiles. C. Tan seals, dog, hare, snake, ram. Cost. Daichi smiled as he read through the description. I was starting to think the plunderer skill would never activate. Guess I needed some luck. Needle hair, huh? Seems similar to the one Jiraiya uses. Could come in handy. And it seems the CP cost is negligible. With defeating the first enemy and obtaining a new skill, Daichi moved forward with his hunt in a good mood. Even though the enemies in this dungeon were low in level when compared to the other dungeons, this one had both beasts and ninjas. Daichi on occasions encountered large wolves and ninjas who fought the boy together. Landing on the surface of a large river, Daichi blurred through hand seals. Water style. Water Dragon Shockwave. A large water dragon emerged out of the river and crashed into where the enemies were. The large wolf was caught by the water jutsu, but the dungeon ninja escaped. Daichi, anticipating the move, made another hand seal, and several tendrils of water shot out the blue dragon with bullet speed. The small but powerful water tendrils pierced through the dungeon ninja and finished him off. Experience acquisition points and enemy kill count notifications kept popping up, but before Daichi could check it out, he sensed movement from behind. Daichi sensed the rise in temperature and body flickered away from the spot, just in time to watch blue fire rain down on the lake. Well, now this is interesting. The gamer ninja sensed the presence of more enemies gathering and surrounding him. I've gotten a lot stronger. I need to increase my indomitable stat and persistence stat, and if I run away and heals myself to max, that won't happen. I should take the risk and fight all of them. Deciding to make a bold move, Daichi created several shadow clones, and they in turn created a few water clones. With his large reserves and faith in the proficiency of his medical jutsu, Daichi began battling them head-on. While the water clones provided distractions, the shadow clones used genjutsu and ninjutsu on their foes. Daichi was in the middle of a hand-to-hand combat with 3 level 50 ninjas. The boy blocked the incoming punch and concentrated chakra to his other fist. Within a second, he punched the ninja in the chest and instantly released the chakra upon contact. The force of Daichi's punch, coupled with the powerful chakra, destroyed the opponent instantly. It also created a powerful whirlwind that forced the other 2 shinobi to back off. So that's what using Tsunade's strength technique on someone would look like. If he hadn't been made of smoke, it'd be raining blood and guts everywhere. I need to be careful when using it in the real world. Daichi sensed several shuriken and fireballs headed his way. With a quick hand seal, a powerful wall erupted out of the ground and shielded him. Daichi suddenly jumped high into the air and used chakra strings to swing himself away from the incoming attacks from below the ground and in the air. Daichi landed on the ground and 2 ninjas appeared on both sides. Both ninjas rushed at him and Daichi expertly evaded their strikes. He blocked a kick with the palm of his hand and grabbed the limb. With a fast swing, he used the ninja as a bat and attacked the other foe, sending them both tumbling into the ground. Before they could recover, Daichi was above them with a Rasengan in both hands. Double Rasengan. Daichi expertly struck the enemy's body and unleashed the attack. The 2 blue orbs of chakra grinded into the enemy. Its power was such that it cracked and destroyed the ground they were on. Enemy killed. Enemy killed. His clones cast genjutsu and ninjutsu on the other enemies, but defeating them was a slow process. At that moment, a new enemy appeared and challenged the boy. As Daichi began fighting with his next opponent, the ninja dropped a small ball which exploded into green smoke enveloping Daichi and the ninja. Foreign toxin detected. Mental instability detected. Gamer's body has neutralized the toxin. For a few seconds, Daichi felt as if he was walking through a thick fog. His mind felt hazy and unfocused, but it only lasted a few seconds. After his body rejected the toxins, Daichi quickly regained his mental faculties. What the hell just happened? At that moment, the enemy slashed Daichi and left a small wound in his arm. Gah! Bastard! A clone of Daichi came and stood between him and his enemy and bought Daichi the time needed to heal himself. Weaving a few seals, Daichi's hand glowed green and he immediately healed the wound. I need to find out what happened. Narrowing his eyes, Daichi rushed at the enemy ninja and the clone joined him. Both sent fast, precise attacks but made sure not to use lethal force. The pressure from both Daichi forced the dungeon ninja to jump back and take another ball from his pouch. Seeing what he was looking for, Daichi rushed forward and caught the enemy's hand before he could drop the smoke bomb. Seeing the objective completed, Daichi's clone sent several chakra-powered strikes and reduced the enemy to oblivion. Daichi looked at the small ball in his hand. He needed to know what this thing was. Observe, hallucinogen bomb. This smoke bomb is created by mixing hallucination-inducing drugs made from the plants found around the Three Wolves mountain range. Once exploded, it creates a green smoke that can cause varying sensory experiences that appear real but are created by the mind. Effects of the smoke depends on the person and their physique. Will be weak against those with a strong constitution. The targets will experience different hallucinations depending on their psyche and circumstances. Recipe for creating this drug is given below. Daichi was amazed as he read the information. So that's how. I remembered Tsunade telling me that different herbs and plants can be used to concoct certain psychedelics. I didn't expect to see it in such a real-world application so soon, and not to mention here in this dungeon of all places. Sensing an enemy trying to get a shot at him, he didn't waste any more time thinking about the smoke bomb in his hand. Storing it in his inventory, he jumped away from his spot. Daichi saw the enemy take out a sword and enter a stance. Taking his daggers out, Daichi rushed and crossed blades with his next opponent. Daichi coated his blades with wind and lightning chakra. Due to his master of the natures, he was able to extend the range of his attacks mid-swing and injure the swordsman. The dungeon ninja coated his blade with chakra and rushed at Daichi. At the last second, he changed planes, and instead of a swing, he threw the sword directly at Daichi's face. Daichi tilted his body to the side and avoided the sharp blade. At that moment, he saw the enemy going through several seals. The ninja's fingers became coated with wind chakra, and as Daichi looked closer, he could see that it was in the shape of small blades. The ninja attacked Daichi with fast, deadly, precise strikes, but due to Daichi's high stats, he was able to avoid lethal injuries. He was still wounded due to battling in close contact, but Daichi was dealing more damage to the enemy than he was to him. Before long, the opportunity presented itself, and Daichi was able to get behind the enemy and plunge his blades deep into his opponent. Landing several vital strikes, the enemy vanished in a smoke. Plunderer skill activated. Wind style, drilling wind jutsu, is plundered. Would you like to acquire this skill? YN? Yes. Yes, most definitely a yes. Wind style, drilling wind jutsu 1. The user circulates chakra around the fingers and converts them into sharp miniature wind blades. These blades act as fast-spinning drills capable of piercing through even some of the toughest materials. A close-range jutsu capable of drilling through even rocks and concrete. Hand seals, bird, ox, hare, ram. CP cost, 1 on 7 drills. Note, only those who have mastered the second step of the wind chakra nature training can use this jutsu without sustaining self-injury. Not a bad jutsu. Daichi then looked at the minimap and saw that the dungeon occupants were converging on his point. It was due to the ninjutsu and the occasional explosions happening around the battlefield. Time to see how long I can battle without rest. Daichi readied himself with great determination. As each ninja and beast wolf appeared, Daichi would battle them without stopping. He focused on limiting his chakra use and landing precise strikes to quickly kill his enemies. I need to learn to conserve chakra and fight for longer periods and more opponents without slowing down. Daichi's plunderer skill activated a couple more times, but the skills that popped up were ones he already had, so he rejected them. Over 6 hours went by with Daichi fighting his enemies non-stop. His entire body was covered in sweat, grime, and blood, although no wounds were present due to his healing. His clothes were ragged and torn in several places. Daichi was having a hard time even breathing. Over 160 enemies, and fighting all of them without a break. So this is my current limit, huh? Daichi discreetly took out a small round ball from his inventory. He remembered the day he gathered the ingredients and made that ball. Special food pill, a nutrition pill created by Daichi Hikima. It was created by concentrating the essence of several nutritional plants and proteins in very specific ratios. The pill is created in such a way that it is quickly absorbed into the body and immediately provides energy for the user. This pill is capable of restoring 2000 CP, 8000 HP, and SP. Note, taking more than one within an hour of each can cause temporary negative side effects. The more taken, the more negative side effects the body suffers. Quickly tossing it in his mouth, Daichi chewed the special food pill, and a second later he swallowed it. The boy felt the stamina and chakra in his body rise. He had a mad grin as he looked at the last few enemies standing in his way. Let's end this. The final round began. Concentration chakra to his whole body, and using body flicker and sprint skill, he vanished from his spot. Daichi was like a specter appearing within the ranks of the enemy and killing one before disappearing the next second. He kept pushing himself, and due to his great speed, terrain adaptability, and vicious attacks, he was able to finish off the ninjas even though they tried hard to defend themselves. The last remaining dungeon ninja jumped high in the air, but it couldn't stop Daichi's assault. Daichi cut the ninja up in mid-air with dozens of strikes in a couple seconds. Plus 750 XP, plus 112, 5 XP, enemy killed 187. One more to go. When Daichi safely landed on the ground, his senses immediately alerted him to something coming at him at great speed. Before Daichi could escape, a blow struck his back, sending him flying forward. Daichi gritted his teeth in pain for a second, but quickly regained his composure. He controlled his body and safely landed on the ground. When Daichi took a look at his attacker, "What the fuck is that?" he couldn't help but exclaim out loud. It was a large wolf with 3 tails and wings. It had dark red fur with white streaks. Daichi could see the sharp teeth sticking out of its maw. Observe. Rokugan HP 7000 CP, 6500. The strongest beast and the ruler of the dungeon. Immune to genjutsu and is capable of using ninjutsu. His body is much stronger than normal. Due to its wings, it can move at great speeds. Despite its average level, its strength is far above normal. It wants to kill the intruder that barged into its domain and killed its pack. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind struck Daichi, forcing him to steady himself lest he get swept away. The next instant, the beast was in front of him and slammed its tails into Daichi's chest. The boy crashed through a few trees and skipped through the ground a few times before he was able to stop himself. Ow! That was a serious blow. The observe skill was right. It's a lot stronger than it looks, and that's saying something looking at its fearsome appearance. Daichi suddenly sensed the beast about to land on top of him and moved away. Creating clones to be his backup, Daichi resumed his last battle in this dungeon. The wolf launched several ninjutsu attacks at Daichi, and was swift enough to avoid some of Clone Daichi's long-range attacks. The real Daichi attacked the beast with just as much ferocity as it showed when attacking him. The battle between man and beast continued with both sides slowly wounding each other. That thing is shielding its body from my more powerful jutsus with those wings. I need to disorient this thing and cut at least one wing off, or kill it if I get the chance. Daichi created 3 clones and came up with a plan. Deliberately letting a claw strike his body, Daichi was able to quickly grab and hold on to the leg. Killing intent poured out of Daichi the next instance, and it froze the beast. The next second, it took a powerful, super strong uppercut to the jaws that rattled its brain. Two Daichi clones appeared at that moment to take advantage of the disorientation. They came at both sides of its head and also landed a Rasengan each. The last clone came from high above ground and pierced the body of the dungeon boss all the way through with a longsword and wind chakra running through it. A second later, the beast fell to the ground. Enemy killed. It's over. Daichi, tired and exhausted, fell backwards and hit the ground. Within a few moments, he was asleep. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fubbleverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 141, Returning to the Fire Capital, Chapter 1141 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fubbleverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. When Daichi regained his consciousness and opened his eyes, all he saw was nothing but darkness. He felt like he was floating in an endless void. What the hell? Where am I? He tried to move his body, but he couldn't. His mind started to panic, but after a few seconds, a memory popped up in his mind. Wait a minute. This feeling, I've only felt it once before. When I was in that void. Before my reincarnation. As Daichi tried to focus on his surroundings, he started to see small light balls far, far away. There were several of them. What is that? As Daichi tried to somehow move forward, suddenly he felt as if he was being pulled from behind. As he was being pulled, faster and faster, the small light balls disappeared and darkness engulfed him. Daichi awoke with a frightening startle. He felt his heart pounding in his chest. His breathing labored and found his face covered in sweat. Daichi looked around and saw that he was in the exact spot in the dungeon where he fell asleep. What the hell was that? Where was I? Or was that just a dream? Daichi slowly got up and walked around. He looked at the return key and saw that he had over 18 hours left in the dungeon. He walked around the place, trying to get his emotions under control. That felt too real to be a dream. And that place, I'm sure, it was the void where I was before. My rebirth. But why would I have a dream about it now? What's going on? Daichi thought about it and couldn't come up with any definitive answers. He sat down on the ground, turned on his gamer's mind, and started meditating. A few hours later, and with a much calmer mind, Daichi stood at the entrance exit of the dungeon. Without wasting another moment, he left the place. Teleporting back to his room, Daichi sat on the bed and looked at the piled-up notifications on the side. He started going through them one by one to make sure he didn't miss anything. Among them was one he wanted the most. You have leveled up. Excellent. Due to the number of enemies, I was able to get enough XP to reach level 50. Now I don't have to take the risk of doing the penalty dungeon. Closing the level up notifications, Daichi immediately opened the status page. Status. Name, Daichi Hakima. Class, student, age 11. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner, assassin, mighty healer, slug Sanin's apprentice, master of the elements. Level, 50. 345, 65 HP, 18645, CP 47891, SP 19144, MP 7015. Primary stats: Strength 247, Vitality 251, Dexterity 207, Agility 250, Intelligence 176, Chakra 351, Wisdom 173. Special stats: Sense 121, Stamina 207, Indomitable 29, Charisma 54, Persistence 29, Dignity Locked. Luck 4. Stat points, 638. Rio, 25 and 100. Nice. Very nice. My stats are in the Jonin level. Not to mention the many passives that strengthen my body. Now I don't have to worry about getting killed by some random mook. Daichi looked over the several skills that leveled up and was quite happy with his progress. He closed all the blue boxes and thought about his next move. The only things remaining are the daily exercises and academic curriculum. I'll complete that with no problem. When this quest is marked complete, the system will give me the option of graduating now or not. But should I take that option this year? Daichi's class had one more year in the academy. If he graduated now, he would be a year ahead of them. Should I take one more year and train and improve my stats? Or should I graduate now? If I graduate now, then this quest will be marked as complete, and I won't get any weekly stat points. But if I don't and take another year to train, That's 1 more year worth of stats. But is it worth it? Daichi got up and went outside. He walked through the thick snowy road and looked at the few shops that were open at the moment. He spent a few hours simply wandering around the place, and after thinking about several things, he came to a decision. He quickly returned to his inn to find his teacher. Daichi found Tsunade enjoying a warm tea as she read some scrolls. "Tsunade-sensei, do you have a moment?" Tsunade looked up from the documents her sensei sent her. She noticed that her student had an unusually serious expression on his face. At that moment, Shizune brought some more tea and joined them. "What is it, Daichi?" the Sanin asked the boy. After taking a deep breath, Daichi spoke with a determined tone. "Sensei, I would like to graduate this year." As they heard those words, Shizune's eyes widened, but Tsunade remained impassive. "But Daichi, if you graduate now, you'll be a year ahead of your class. Do you really want that?" Shizune was surprised at Daichi's desire to become a genin ahead of his classmates. Daichi gave a simple nod as a reply to Shizune. He then turned his attention to his teacher and stood in silence. A few moments later, Tsunade spoke. "What's your reason for this decision?" "I've already learned everything I could from you, and assessing realistically, my strength is much greater than a genin or even most chunin. It would be a waste of time and resources if I spent another year as just an academy student. The minimum age for graduation is 11, and by the coming March, I'll be 12. My age, strength, and skills more than qualify me to become a genin." Daichi concluded his assessment and waited for his teacher's decision. Tsunade looked at the boy for a few moments and nodded. "You're right. The truth is, I've been thinking about your graduation for a while now. As much as I like having you around, I have to agree that it would be a waste of time for you if you spent another year with me, especially now that your medical training is complete." Daichi's eyes slightly widened and a grin slowly formed in his face. "Wait, you mean?" Tsunade smirked and replied, "Yeah, kid, I believe you're ready too. I'll talk with Sarutobi-sensei." "Yes," Daichi pumped his fist in excitement. "Congratulations, Daichi. You're going to be a genin by the end of this year." Shizune smiled and hugged the kid. "Well, since our objective in the land of medicine has been accomplished, what do you say we head back to the capital? This time we can take the route through the land of hot water. I did promise us some relaxing time at the hot springs after all." Tsunade got up and stretched her hands. "Oh, that sounds wonderful, Lady Tsunade." Shizune's excitement was shared by Daichi as well. He decided he was going to take the next few months to relax and enjoy himself before the start of his next journey. Tsunade wrote a detailed report on Daichi's capabilities, along with his desire for an early graduation, and sent it to the Hokage. The next few days were spent packing things up and getting ready for their journey back to the capital. The trio left the land of medicine and made their way to the land of hot water. Tsunade found a good inn with a nice bathhouse, and soon the trio was relaxing in the hot spring. Shizune sighed and relaxed as she submerged neck deep in the hot spring. Tsunade was drinking some sake and was relaxed like she had no cares in the world. The only person uncomfortable despite the relaxing situation was Daichi. He looked at the two partially visible creamy orbs floating in front of Tsunade. "Damn this woman. She deliberately dragged me here to make me uncomfortable. The only good thing is that even though puberty has hit me, the gamer's mind will keep me safe from the temptations." Daichi slightly shook his head and closed his eyes as if to get rid of the impure thoughts. "Stay strong, man, you got this." Tsunade chuckled, seeing Daichi's state. Despite his strength and attitude, he's still just a kid. So easy to tease. "Feeling all right, Daichi?" Tsunade asked with a smirk, knowing exactly what she was doing. A vein popped up in Daichi's head as he heard that question. "I know plenty of ways to turn this situation around, but if I do any of that, it's just asking for a beating." Daichi mumbled something and submerged in the water until only the top half of his face was visible. Shizune, who looked at the two, could only sigh. Sometimes Lady Tsunade is just too much. The three spent a few days in the land of hot water before resuming their journey. Even when you're relaxing or on the move, you still do those exercises daily. Doesn't it get boring? Shizune asked Daichi as he completed the daily part of his quest. "No. This kind of training will only get boring if I think of it as a chore or something I have to do, but I think of it as something that I want to do, and I know that it makes me stronger each day. So it doesn't bother me at all. Daichi replied as he completed his push-ups. Tsunade looked at the kid as she put out the small campfire. I haven't seen him miss one day of his training sessions. It takes more than just wanting to do it. One needs extreme discipline, concentration, and willpower to keep training like that every day and not slack off. Even when he has nothing to do, he pushes himself. I have no doubt that he would one day reach the top. With his talent and abilities, it's only a matter of time. Despite completing the daily quest sets, he was only slightly winded, and with the use of status recovery, he felt as good as new. The group slowly made their way to the capital, taking their time to enjoy the sights and various places. It was more for Daichi's benefit since he would be busy with missions starting next year. By the start of the second week of January, Tsunade and her 2 students reached the capital. I'm gonna see if Gramps is home. With those words, Daichi split from the group and headed to Kensei's house. Opening the door to his temporary home, he found Kensei relaxing in the small backyard. Sensing Daichi's presence, Kensei turned around. You're back? So soon? Yeah, I learned everything needed. We figured it would be a waste of time if we stayed there anymore. Daichi replied, placing his small backpack on the floor. He took a seat and joined his grandfather and watched the sun slowly set. I've already talked about this with Tsunade-sensei, and she agrees I'll be taking the Genin exam at the end of this year. Daichi said to his grandfather. Kensei looked at his grandson and was quiet for a while. Do you believe you're ready? I do. I'm more than strong enough to face the challenges coming my way. Kensei looked at Daichi and smiled. If you think you're ready, then I'm not against it. I'm sure the Hokage would also agree with that assessment. Daichi nodded in agreement. He was strong enough to battle several trained root ninjas and take them down, along with his skills, strength, and medical techniques. Daichi would be the most talented and strongest ninja coming out of the academy in a long time. Daichi knew that the Hokage knew that and was hoping he wouldn't hold him back. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 142, Kensei's Friends. Chapter 142 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. I agree that the price is above normal, but these are some of the finest sweets you could find anywhere in the capital. Please try it. Daichi tasted the sweets handed by the vendor one by one, and he had to agree with the man. These are indeed delicious. I haven't tasted candies like these since I came to this world. No wonder it costs so much. Since we've only opened a few weeks ago, I'll sell them to you at a nice discount, young man. Thank you. I'll take it. Daichi smiled and bought enough sweets for all the kids at Aiko's orphanage. It was Reio's birthday next week, and he wanted to buy some gifts for her. But he didn't want to make things too obvious to anyone keeping an eye on him, so he bought treats for everyone. Handing the money over, Daichi headed back home with the sweets and gifts. With his grandfather's help, he was able to send the gifts and treats to Aiko with no problems. Since he had nothing much to do, Daichi helped out at the Fire Capital Hospital from time to time. Tsunade and Shizune also decided to stay in the capital till Daichi's departure back to the village. Despite spending his time healing patients at the hospital, the boy's thoughts were mainly on what would happen in the coming months. By graduating this year, I'm giving up 1 year's worth of stat points and training time. That's a huge con, but I'll be able to visit different villages and gain more information. If I need to complete my long-term quests, then I can't waste any more time training. I'll also need to see if I can become a Chunin this year. If I can become one before the Canon Chunin exam, then I'll have a significant advantage. I'll only be able to put some of my plans in motion if I get an official rank as soon as possible. At that moment, Daichi's mind drifted to who would become his future teammates. I wonder who my teammates in Sensei are going to be. They will most definitely be from Lee's class. I hope they're mature enough to work with me despite me being a year below them. Whatever the case, I just need to pass the test and I'll be a Genin. Daichi spent the remaining days polishing his skills and leveling them up as much as he could. It was during this time that he met Kensei's friends at the capital. Daichi and Kensei were in a small villa on the eastern side of the capital. Daichi looked around the small mansion that was beautifully designed. This must be the home of some kind of noble, or at least someone with a thriving business. Daichi deduced as he walked through the long halls. At that moment, he saw someone around Kensei's age coming towards them. The man had tan skin and a slightly skinny body. He had a white beard and had a few beads attached to them. Daichi immediately noticed the slash with the fire kanji tied around his waist. One of the 12 ninja guardians, or a former one based on his age. "Hello, young man, I'm Jin, a friend of your grandpa's. Welcome to my humble abode." The man smiled and introduced himself in a cheerful manner. "Hello, sir. I'm Daichi Hekima. I know. Your grandpa has spoken about you on more than one occasion. You should hear him talk." "All right, that's enough." Kensei interrupted Jin with an annoyed yet slightly embarrassed tone. "Ha ha ha! Come on, Isin is waiting in the other room." Jin led the two to another large room where another man was waiting for them. "So this is the child. I can already tell that he's strong. Tsunade certainly has been training him well." The man known as Isin spoke, looking at Daichi. "Daichi, these are my friends. Isin and you've already met Jin." Kensei introduced them to his grandson with a smile. He was happy Daichi finally got to meet his former teammates and colleagues. "How do you like your stay in the capital so far?" Jin asked the boy. "It's great. There's lots to see and places to visit, and the history behind this place is incredible." True. The Fire Capital is one of the oldest territories in the world. It is a hub that connects to every corner of the world. Your grandfather tells us that you're a genius. That true?" It was Isin who asked that question. "I do pick up things much faster than others, and everything does come much easier for me. So yeah, you could say I'm a genius." Daichi replied with a grin. "You're not even going to pretend to be modest, huh? Why should I, when it's the truth?" Despite Daichi's seemingly arrogant answer, Isin just laughed. "Ha, I like you, kid. You got spunk, can already tell. The kid's going to be a riot. He reminds me of you, Kensei, during your I'm better than everyone else phase." Jin said with a smirk as he sat down. "I'm still better than everyone." Kensei said, with a large smirk. Isin grinned at Kensei's response. "Keep telling yourself that, old man." He then looked at Daichi and spoke. "Your Gramps tells me you're looking to graduate a year early." "Yes, I came to the capital to learn medical ninjutsu, and now that I've accomplished that, I feel that it's time to move on to the next stage. I've already learned everything taught at the academy, so passing it is just a formality." Daichi nodded and replied. Isin nodded. Based on the information Kensei shared, Isin knew the boy was more than ready to graduate. He also learned of the attack thwarted by Daichi that happened last year. He didn't have any proof, but he was sure that it was Danzo who sent them. He was slightly concerned for the kid, but knew that any move against him by Danzo would result in the wrath of Kensei and the Hokage. Kensei and his friends decided to catch up. The two people asked Daichi about his training, travels, and goals in his life. As Kensei and the other two talked, Daichi used Observe to see if he could get anything from them. Daichi used Observe skill on Jin first. On Jin, the skill information confirmed that he was a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninjas. He was level 44 with health and chakra points in the low 4 digits. The information showed that he had an unknown disease that was eating away at his body. So that's why he has such low stats. He doesn't have much time left. Maybe a year or 18 months at most. I'll need to talk to Gramps about this. Daichi used the health manipulation skill. It had the ability to sense the health of a person within a certain range. At that moment, an unexpected quest appeared in front of him. Quest created, heal Jin. Jin is diagnosed with an incurable disease and doesn't have much time left. Even Tsunade Senju could not find a permanent cure. Identify the cause of his illness and aid him. Time limit, find a permanent cure within 12 months or a treatment that will increase his lifespan in 16 months. Conditions. Perform the correct diagnosis and identify the real cause of his illness. Create a treatment that will increase his lifespan by at least 5 years or more. Bonus. Completely heal Jin and save him from the illness. Rewards 1,000 XP. Reputation increases with Aizen, Kensei Yasagi. Reputation increases with Jin, Tsunade Senju, and an unknown person. Bonus reward, +2 level in health manipulation skill. Reputation massively increases with Jin and Tsunade Senju. Reputation decreases with an unknown person. Failure, possible early death of Jin. Reputation slightly decreases with Kensei. Reputation decreases with Jin, Isen. Note, this quest will only be accepted if Jin lets you examine him. Daichi read the quest details and was amazed. Wow, a quest that can only be activated on certain conditions? That's new. And it says here even Tsunade-sensei couldn't heal this guy? Even if she couldn't, maybe I can. My medical skills rival and even surpass Tsunade's. I'm the only chance he has. Now the only question is whether or not he'll accept my help. I'll need the old man's opinion, and I need to pay Tsunade-sensei a visit. Turning his attention to Isen and used Observe on the man. When he did, he only got question marks. I should be able to see up to level 95. So that means this guy is even higher than that? It was late evening when Daichi and Kensei bid farewell to the two men and headed home. When they reached their residence, Kensei asked the question that's been bugging him since they left Jin's home. What's on your mind? Kensei recognized Daichi's thoughtful expression and asked, That man, Jin, he's dying. Daichi's reply was more of a statement than a question, and the information startled Kensei. How do you know? I've been with Lady Tsunade for 2 years. Trust me, I know a dying person when I see one. Daichi replied. Kensei slightly nodded in understanding. He knew a highly capable medic would be able to tell Jin's state when carefully looking at his body's behavior. He couldn't believe Daichi had reached such a level in just such a short time. He let out a sad sigh and thought about what his friend said. He has some kind of a rare disease that's attacking his body. He caught it around 5 years ago. Jin went to every doctor he could. None of them could help him. He only had a few months to live. That's when he went to Tsunade. Even though she couldn't figure out what was wrong with him, she created a pill that would slow down the progress of this unknown disease. It gave him several more years, but it's only slowed down the illness and it's still progressing. By our estimates, he has less than 2 years. An illness even Tsunade-sensei couldn't figure out? That's rare. Tsunade was the best medic in the world, so the fact that she couldn't figure out what was wrong with the man amazed Daichi. It's going to be even more of a challenge than I thought, Daichi said to himself. Kensei heard that and looked at Daichi as if he had grown a second head. Daichi, this is something I don't think even you can help with. Even Tsunade couldn't. Just let this go. Daichi couldn't accept that. There was no way he was going to back out after seeing the quest. He looked at his grandfather and spoke with a determined tone. Gramps, I need you to talk to him. I need to examine him. Despite Daichi's resolute stance, Kensei didn't budge. Daichi, I've let you do some risky things, but on this matter, I'm going to have to say no. Just let this go. Can you tell me why? Even your teacher Tsunade couldn't cure him. Jin has already made peace with what's going to happen. Don't give him hope and then take that away from him. Hearing Kensei's reply, Daichi understood where the old man was coming from. Even though I'm a genius and learned medical ninjutsu in just a couple years, he would trust her opinion over mine. It's the logical thing to do. Can't blame him for that. She has decades of experience and is known as the best in the world, but still, I can't let this change go. Gramps, you know I'm not someone who would take a situation like this lightly. Trust me when I say, I know the weight of what it means when even Tsunade-sensei couldn't find the true cause, but I'm still asking. All I need is just a checkup. Please. Daichi made sure his grandfather knew that he was taking this with the utmost seriousness. Kensei was conflicted as he looked at his grandson. He knew his grandson was a capable medic, but he didn't think he could succeed where someone like Tsunade failed. You can even say that Tsunade-sensei sent me to examine him and check up on his prognosis. You don't need to tell him anything else. Daichi tried his best to convince his grandfather and let him examine the man. Kensei closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose in exasperation. After pondering for several minutes, he let out a sigh that indicated he would at least try. Before we do anything, we'll meet Tsunade first thing in the morning. I want her opinion on this before we move forward with anything. the old man told Daichi. Deal. That way I can get an idea as well as to what's really going on. Daichi went to his room and thought about the part of the quest that confused him. He opened the quest and looked at the rewards portion. Rewards. Reputation increases with Izen Kensei Yasaji. Reputation increases with Jin, Tsunade Senju, and an unknown person. This is strange. This reward is the one I get for increasing his lifespan, and it says reputation increases with an unknown person. Bonus reward, 2 level in health manipulation skill. Reputation massively increases with Jin and Senju. Reputation decreases with an unknown person. But here if I save Jin's life, then my reputation decreases. How the heck does that happen? Are they 2 different people? But then there is no reputation increase from unknown person when I save his life. This is strange. But still, this does prove something. There is someone involved in this matter. I bet that there is someone out there who knows more about this illness than even Tsunade. And if that's true, then the only way they could have such knowledge is if they were the cause of his illness. Due to logically deducing new information from very little, you have obtained +1 wis. Huh. So you agree with my deduction? I see. Good to know. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 143, Back to the Leaf Village. Chapter 143 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Leaf Village, Hokage Office. Hiruzen was looking over the information Tsunade sent regarding Daichi. So he wants to take the Genin exams, huh? This is certainly unexpected. I thought he would wait another year and graduate with his class, but it seems I'm wrong. With his skills and knowledge, he's certainly qualified. Hiruzen let out a sigh and leaned back in his chair. There isn't any point in denying him the chance. But this complicates my plans. Since Daichi has a good relationship with Naruto and Sasuke, I was hoping he would be the 3rd member of the team, but there goes that plan. I suppose I'll have to modify my plans a bit. I also need to see if there is anyone in the current graduation class that's compatible with Daichi's skill sets, and I need to pick a suitable instructor. But who? Hiruzen pondered on this question for a while. I need to assign a Jonin capable of handling his growth, and one that can effectively teach him. At that moment, the image of a figure popped up in his head. Yes, he might be a good choice. I'll also need to contact Iruka. I'll have to let him know of the situation. Fire Capital. Daichi and Kensei were at the Slug Sannin's apartment. Tsunade had a serious expression as she looked at her student. What's the sudden interest in this case, Daichi? I want to know the true cause of his illness. Aren't you curious? I know I am. Is it a new type of disease, or if he was poisoned, or is it something else? I have to know. If even you, the best medic in the world, couldn't figure it out, then it must be something significant. Daichi replied. Tsunade, what can you tell us about Jin's condition? Kensei asked the blonde woman. The woman let out a sigh and answered. Jin has an unknown disease that attacks his lungs, heart, and body muscles, and weakens them. The reason I say unknown is because I've done a thorough checkup on his body, and I couldn't find anything that points to a problem. I took blood samples, biopsied tissues from his lungs, heart, and even took some bone marrow. I've tested them against every disease I could think of, and nothing. Even the blood work is normal. It's as if his body decided to give up one day and started attacking himself. Could it be some kind of autoimmune disease? Daichi asked. No, the tests came back negative, and none of the treatments worked on him. Daichi was quiet as he listened. What about poisons? Tsunade shook her head. I've done a toxicology test. Everything came back negative. I couldn't find any foreign content within his body. I've analyzed his body right down to the cellular level. I couldn't find anything wrong. Like I said earlier, it's as if his body is attacking itself without any cause. But that should be impossible. Yes, I agree. At that, Kensei narrowed his eyes. Do you have a theory? Tsunade was quiet for a few seconds, and then replied, This is only just my theory, and I don't have any proof, but I believe he was poisoned. Kensei was shocked when he heard that. What? But you just said he wasn't. I said I couldn't find anything, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. What makes you think it's poison? Because I've never seen something like this before, and a disease like this at his age. There must have been a trigger that set it off. It's the only thing that makes the most sense. Tsunade replied, "Drink us some sake." So someone did this to him? Daichi could hear the anger bubbling through Kensei's voice. It's a possibility, but there is also another. It could have been some kind of environmental factor. Certain lands have rare poisonous soils, plants, and small streams that can be very harmful. He could have been affected in his travels. But you don't believe that's the case, do you? Kensei asked the woman. No, if it were that easy, I'd have found the answer long ago. My theory is that he was infected with a custom poison designed specifically for him. Tsunade replied, looking at her bottle. Daichi was impressed. Even with practically no information, she came to the conclusion that he was poisoned. She truly is a genius. And you didn't say anything to Jin about this because... Kensei wanted to know why she would keep something like this from his friend. At this, Tsunade looked annoyed. Like I told you, this is only a theory. I don't have any solid proof. It could also be a new disease, like Daichi said. How did you come up with the pills that prolonged his life? Daichi asked the question. It took some time, effort, and lots of money and resources. Luckily, Jin had the cash and I knew where to find the needed resources. Would you like to take a guess where, Daichi? It only took him a second to get the answer. Land of Medicine. That's right. I've conducted several tests and I noticed his body reacting to a combination of herbs found there. Not enough to stop whatever is happening to him, but enough to slow it down. Daichi and Kensei were both quiet, as they now had a better understanding of the situation. After some more time with Daichi asking his teacher some questions, they decided to leave and visit Jin. Daichi, be careful, not to bite off more than you can chew, Tsunade said to her student as he was about to leave. Daichi nodded in understanding and left the place with his grandfather. They soon reached Jin's home. Stay here. I'll talk to him. Whatever happens, don't say anything to him. As far as he's concerned, you're just here to examine him. Daichi nodded and sat in the guest room while his grandfather went to talk to his friend in private. After about 15 minutes, Daichi saw Kensei coming towards him. At that moment, the quest acceptance notification appeared. Come on. Kensei led Daichi to another room where the man was waiting. Your grandfather said this is going to be a routine checkup. Is that all, or is there something more? Jin asked Daichi. It's a routine checkup to see if there are any unexpected changes in your vitals. Jin nodded and lay down in his bed. Daichi got near him. He raised his palms over the man's chest and instantly they glowed green. Daichi began scanning the man's body, starting with his chest. After several minutes of scanning, Daichi came to a conclusion. Lady Tsunade was right. I can sense no foreign particles or anomalies in his body. Whatever it is, it either left his system or it's completely hidden. This will be a lot more complicated than I thought. I need to know everything about the time he was infected. The green medical chakra died down, and he took a step back. Daichi began asking Jin about his travels, the foods he eats, and family history. As Jin answered each question, Daichi couldn't reach a solid conclusion. Deciding to finish his questioning regarding the man's health, Daichi started asking about his business. Jin replied with a small smile. I started from scratch and now have business operations in 3 nations. I have a few friends like your grandpa who help me look after them. I'm sure Kai and Leo won't be too pleased with the workload after you leave them in charge of the branch here, Kensei said with a smile, trying to lighten the situation. Haha, true. It's a shame, though. If I hadn't caught this disease, I could have set up another branch in the land of rice paddies, Jin said to Kensei. Neither of them Daichi's reaction to those words. The moment Daichi heard land of rice paddies, he stilled. Only one thought went through his mind. Don't tell me, Orochimaru is involved. Daichi began subtly asking questions regarding this new information. He wanted to keep what he learned a secret even from his grandfather so as to avoid answering any unnecessary questions. After a short while, Daichi left the place. After using his medical skills and observe, Daichi had a far greater understanding of Jin's condition, and the new information gave him a rough idea as to how to heal him. Did you get everything you wanted? Kensei asked his grandson. I believe so. For the next month, Daichi spent every day analyzing the results of the blood taken from Jin and the herbs he's currently taking. The fact that Tsunade was able to find the combination of the herbs to slow the poison down without knowing what it is incredible. He also did some research and found that Jin had bought some lands in the land of Paddies. But he had to let them go due to his illness. During an extensive blood test and with the help of his medical skills, Daichi was able to find something that Tsunade missed. The drug hasn't left his system. It's invisible and can't be detected by chakra or any normal methods. That's why Tsunade couldn't stop this illness. The only way I can find out exactly what it is to make it appear in his bloodstream. And the only way that's possible is if the invisible poison reacts with a specific compound. If I had to guess, it will most probably be a custom-made chemical. The poison is something that blends into the bloodstream, making it virtually impossible to trace. I need to find the compound. And I have a feeling Orochimaru is the answer to my questions. Days turned to weeks, and soon March arrived. It was early morning, and Daichi and company were at the gates of the fire capital. "Thank you for training me, sensei." Daichi bowed to Tsunade as he spoke the words. He had great appreciation for the woman who taught him everything about the medical field. "Good luck, Daichi. Make sure to pass. It'd be a shame if my student were to fail the exam." The Sannin replied with a smirk. "Yes, of course. I won't let you down. Goodbye, Daichi. Take care of yourself." "You too, Shizune-senpai." Kensei nodded to the both of them, and then they took off. Tsunade watched Daichi's figure vanish in the distance. "Are you worried about him, my lady?" Tsunade just smiled. "No. Whatever the obstacle, he can overcome them. He'll be fine." Daichi and Kensei spent half a day on the road before they saw the giant walls of the village. A smile formed on his face as he looked at the place. "You know, I kind of missed this place." Kensei smiled at that sentiment. It is home, after all. Confirming their identities at the village gates, both of them made their way to Kensei's home. Upon entering the place, Daichi felt happy. He looked at the garden that was unattended for 2 years. "Need some trimming and some pest control, but I'm sure it's nothing we can't manage," Kensei said with a smile. Daichi nodded, and both of them went inside. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 144. 6th year end Chapter 144 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The next morning, by the time Daichi was done with his workouts, he found a team of genin waiting outside his home. They were there to deliver a scroll to Daichi from the academy. "Daichi Hikima?" "Yes." "Here, this scroll is for you." The lead genin handed the scroll to Daichi. D-rank mission. Deliver scroll. Done. Mission completed. "Let's go," said the jonin of the team, and the others followed him. Daichi opened the scroll. "This might be regarding my graduation exams." The boy read through the contents of the scroll quickly. "So Iruka-sensei wants to meet, huh? He also asked me to bring this year's assignments." "All right." Daichi noted the time and place set for the meeting and went to get some breakfast. "Will the graduation exam be different for me?" Daichi asked his old man. "No, I don't think so. It'll be the same as the ones the current graduating class is taking. What I worry about is the team. Your strength will definitely cause an imbalance in the team dynamic, at least for the first few weeks or so." Kensei was also worried about something else. "I just hope whoever becomes his sensei isn't part of the root. That could become a serious problem fast." But keeping his thoughts to himself, he continued. "Whatever the case, go meet the academy instructor." Daichi nodded. Once he was done, he took the necessary items and headed to the academy. Daichi felt a smile as he walked through the streets of the village. It wasn't long before he reached his destination. "Daichi!" As he was about to enter the building, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. Daichi turned around and saw Lee sprinting towards him. "Lee! Oh, I have missed you so much, my good friend." Lee jumped in and hugged his friend. Daichi awkwardly pried the bowl-cut boy off him. Yes, I missed you too." Daichi looked at Lee. He was wearing a green jumpsuit and had a big wide smile on his face. He looks a lot happier, and it seems he's met Guy and began training under him. You've gotten taller, Daichi, Lee said with a boisterous laugh. And you've gotten stronger. I can tell that you've been training hard these last 2 years. Daichi complimented his friend. Of course, I never gave up, and I found someone to help me with my training after you left, Lee replied with a smile. I thought you would only be back by next year. What happened? Well, the thing is, I've decided to take the graduation exam this year. What? Yes. But keep this to yourself. You're the first to know. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. So you're becoming a genin alongside my class. I hope we can be teammates. Now, knowing that Daichi was going to graduate with him, Lee hoped he could be on a team with his best friend. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Let's hope so, Daichi said with a smile. He wouldn't mind having someone like Lee be his teammate. They chatted as they entered the academy and soon split. Daichi quickly headed for the teacher's lounge. He soon found Iruka going over some papers. Morning, Iruka-sensei. The academy instructor looked up, hearing the voice. His eyes slightly widened as he looked at the boy in front of him. Daichi, welcome back. You've certainly grown. Well, I'm reaping the benefits of puberty, constant training, and a proper diet, Daichi replied with a smirk. The instructor chuckled at that. When did you get back? Just last evening. Iruka nodded and then got serious as he looked at the kid. Daichi, are you sure you want to graduate now? I've made up my mind, sensei. Very well. Did you bring your assignments? Daichi handed several stacks of paper to Iruka. The man gave a brief overview of the papers and then turned to Daichi. Since I know your work is impeccable, I'm pretty sure everything here is in order and perfect. But these are the written assignments. Since you've been away for 2 years, I will need an accurate assessment of your taijutsu skills, Iruka told Daichi. Daichi nodded and asked, So when do I take the taijutsu test? 2 weeks from now on, March 15th, the final exam for all classes will be completed. But for the graduating class, there will be another exam a week later. It will determine whether a student becomes a genin or not. Since you've been away, I can't have you competing in your class's taijutsu exam. So on 22nd, you'll report to the academy. We'll spar. And if I see that your taijutsu skills are passable, then I'll let you take the graduation exam taking place that day. Do you understand? Yes, sensei. Looks like I'll see you on the 22nd. Daichi bowed and quickly left the room. Iruka sighed and took the textbooks for his class and soon headed out. A minute later, he was in his classroom. Seeing their teacher, the students quieted down. As Iruka was about to begin the class, a hand rose from the person he least expected. Yes, Sasuke. What is it? Sasuke put down his hand and stood. Is Daichi back? I saw him head to the teacher's room. The whole class was shocked when they heard that. There were murmurs going around throughout the room. Wait, Daichi's back? Naruto yelled at Sasuke. Is it true, Iruka-sensei? Ino Yamanaka asked her teacher. Iruka Umino could only let out a small sigh. Well, Lord Hokage hasn't told me to keep Daichi's graduation a secret, and rumors of his return were bound to spread. A few seconds later, he replied. Yes, Daichi Hekima is back. He just got back to the village yesterday. Why did he come to see you, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked. He's going to take the graduation exam in a couple weeks. The class instructor replied. What? The whole classroom exploded as everyone excitedly talked about the matter. Iruka, annoyed with the turn of events, took a deep breath, and the next second, be quiet and pay attention. The students clamped down and looked at the man. At that moment, a student stood up and questioned Iruka. But Daichi wasn't even in class the last 2 years. How can he take the graduation exam if he hasn't attended the classes? Iruka sighed. I knew they would ask that. Daichi was given special permission from the Hokage, and he has been completing academy assignments during his time away from the village. At that moment, Sasuke spoke up. Sensei, I'd like to take the graduation exam. Hey, you're not getting ahead of me, Sasuke. I want to take the graduation exam too. It was Naruto who jumped to his feet and said it. Neither of you or anyone else here can take the genin exam. You'll have to wait until next year. The reason Daichi was able to take the exam is because he put in the request months ago, and he completed additional academy assignments. Now sit down, both of you. Let's begin the class. At that, Sasuke sat down without a word, while Naruto pouted and took his seat with his arms crossed. while Iruka was teaching, his mind went to the meeting he had with the Hokage a few months ago. Flashback. But Lord Hokage, are you sure? I know Daichi is strong for his age, but should we let him graduate early? The truth is, Iruka, he could have graduated within the first or second year. It was only the rules I implemented that kept him in place. What about the others in his class? If Sasuke finds out Daichi's taking early graduation, he'll want the same. Daichi is the only one Sasuke considers a rival. He wouldn't want to get left behind. Iruka already knew it was going to be a problem. Yes, but you can't let that happen. While I'm sure that Sasuke will pass, I need him to stay for one more year and graduate with his peers. Do you have something in mind, Lord Hokage? I'm thinking about creating several specialized teams: tracking, interrogation, heavy assault. Your class consists of students from several clans. Most of them are children of prominent jonins. I believe they, along with a few others, are the ones with the most chance to pass next year. I had hoped Daichi would be a part of those teams, but I've changed my plans. What I need you to do is keep them in the academy and polish their skills for one more year. Yes, Lord Hokage. Flashback end. While Iruka was in his own thoughts, the students were the same. Shikamaru leaned back in his chair and thought about the new turn of events. If he becomes a Genin now, he'll be a year ahead of us in mission experience and training. Well, not like he already wasn't when it came to training. Still, the fact he's taking the Genin exam now means that whatever he had to do at the capital came to an end. Shikamaru glanced to the side and saw Ino in a depressed state. I won't be on a team with Daichi. She mumbled as she drew her finger in circles on the desk. Seeing his friend in such a state, the Nara sighed and gently patted Ino. Ino, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. I know you've been looking forward to being on his team. The Yamanaka girl just sighed and sat there listening to the lecture. Kensei's residence. That night, Daichi was in his room when the ongoing quest notification appeared. He looked at the rewards of the 6th year. All right, let's see what I got. 10,000 XP clearing a dungeon. +2 levels increase in the skill chakra affinity for successfully learning 2 advanced nature transformation skills. A genius of the continent. 35 stat points, huh? I won't say no to more points. But now that the quest will come to an end this year, I guess that's goodbye to the weekly stats. Now let's see what the title does. New title, A Genius of the Continent. This title gives you the skill Analyze. Daichi opened the new skill Analyze. Analyze, active, LV1, a skill given when the user receives the title A Genius of the Continent. This skill allows the user to analyze a person's technique or fighting style, and with enough understanding, perfectly copy or recreate it with modifications. Note, this skill has certain limitations. The user can only understand the skills the target is using. Stronger effects will be added at higher levels. Effects: 5% faster understanding of the target's technique when using the skill. CP cost. Daichi read the new skill and was impressed. Oh man, this is a skill that could be used without any chakra cost. If I can use this to understand my enemy's fighting style, I can increase my arsenal. This could be used to learn taijutsu styles more easily. I need to find the limitations of this skill and push past them. I need to level this up after I become a Genin. At that moment, another system message appeared. Would you like to graduate this year? No point in saying no. Yes. Daichi pressed the Y and a new message popped up. Quest will be marked completed after you become a Genin. Daichi let out a breath and laid on his bed after closing the system messages. A few weeks from now, I'll be a Genin. Time to prepare for the next arc of my life. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 145. Graduation. Chapter 145 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was the next day after his visit to the academy. Daichi was moving along the streets of the Leaf and soon reached Aiko's orphanage. As he entered the compound, he saw children playing in the small playground and having fun. There were a couple adults who Daichi used observe on and made sure were working for the orphanage, were watching the children to make sure they were safe. As he looked around, his eyes soon focused on a girl who looked very familiar to him. She was playing on a swing with her friends. It only took him a moment to figure out her identity. No way. Is that... After watching her for a few seconds, Daichi headed to the matron's office. He knocked on the door a few times. A couple seconds later, he heard the voice of Aiko from inside. "Come in." Daichi entered the room and greeted the head matron. "Hello, Miss Aiko. It's been a long time." "Daichi, you're back. I'm so happy to see you." Aiko got up and went to give Daichi a hug. "I'm happy to see you too. How have you been?" "I've been good. I hired a few people these last 2 years to help with the kids, so things are going somewhat smoothly. I can't complain. What about you? When did you get back?" "A couple days ago. I've decided to take the graduation exam this coming month." "Wow, I have no doubt you will ace the test." Aiko was truly happy for Daichi. "Miss Aiko, how's Reo?" Daichi asked at that moment. Aiko smiled, expecting that question. She got up from her seat and went near the window in her room. She motioned for Daichi to come, and he went near her. "Look at the swings." Daichi looked at the girl in a red and blue dress riding the swing. "She's grown a lot from the last time you saw her, huh? 4 years old. It feels like only yesterday when you brought her to me." Aiko said. "Yeah, time flies. She's beautiful. She has Kimiko's face, but Ren's smile." A smile formed on his face as he looked at the girl playing with her friends. "You know, she's smart too. Learns things much quicker than most, and she often asks me who it is that sends her special gifts and sweets on her birthdays." Daichi turned to look at the matron. "What did you tell her? Did you tell her about me?" "No, I just said it was an anonymous donation. You should meet her." "And say what exactly?" "I can't exactly go up to her and say, 'Hey, I'm the guy who saved your life when you were a baby from a psycho who murdered your parents and were about to kill you.'" Aiko let out a small breath. "I wouldn't phrase it like that." "Why are you hesitating?" she asked the boy. Daichi thought back to his discussion with Kensei. "Right now, you're about to become a genin, and I have some work remaining back at the capital. And you and I both know there are elements within the village that could prove problematic if your relationship with the girl got out. Her life would be in danger. For the moment, let things pass. Once the threat is removed, we'll adopt her. Or at the very least, you can openly communicate with her. It's still dangerous for her. I can't let her be in danger. But Itachi is long gone from the village. It's not just Itachi. During my time in the capital, I've encountered some forces that were hostile to me. I'm not sure who, but they must have some backing from the village. If I associate with Reo, it might put her in danger." Daichi didn't want Danzo to have any knowledge of Reo. Hearing his words, Aiko didn't say anything more. "She seems happy," Daichi said as he looked at the small girl. "Yes, she's smart, made some friends, and gets along well with everyone. So despite being an orphan, she can smile and laugh. I'm sure one day when you tell her who you are, she'll look at you like a big brother." Daichi nodded. He stood there near the window and watched Reo play amongst her friends. Some time later, he handed a scroll which contained some money to Aiko. "Daichi, this isn't necessary. We're doing quite fine. Please, Miss Aiko, take it. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it," Daichi said, placing the scroll on the desk. The matron nodded and took the scroll and stored it somewhere safe. "After a couple more weeks, you'll be busy with missions and stuff, huh?" Aiko asked the boy. "Yeah, not sure who the Hage would pick for my teammates and sensei. Just hope it's someone strong. I'm sure Lord Hokage will assign one that befits your talents." Daichi spent an hour at the orphanage, and before long he left. He wandered around the place, and before long reached the academy. It was lunchtime, and he was looking for his friends. Before long, Daichi found Naruto and company eating food at their usual place. As Daichi got near them, he saw Akamaru quickly raise its head and look at Daichi. Woof! It let out a bark that turned everyone's attention to him. Daichi smiled as he looked at them. Got room for one more. "Daichi! Come on, join us. Welcome back, Daichi. It's good to see all of you." Daichi smiled at his friends. "Hey, what's this about you taking the graduation exam? I thought we would take that together next year." Naruto suddenly asked. Daichi was surprised to hear that. "You guys know about that?" He let out a sigh and replied, I've been doing some training at the capital and it ended sooner than expected, and I didn't want to waste a year. So I said to my teacher that I wanted to take the Genin exam this year. Wait, you were training at the capital? I thought you were going to learn about your grandpa's business or something. Kiba spoke. That was the plan, but things changed once I reached the place. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as he listened to his friend. I knew it. I knew he was training, but what kind would require him to leave the village? What kind of training did you do? The young Nara asked. That is a secret, Daichi said with a small laugh. Oh, come on, Daichi, you can tell us. Naruto wanted to know if he could do the training Daichi did. Sorry, Naruto, but like I said, it's a secret. Now tell me about you guys. How have you been? Well, nothing significant happened. Naruto pranked a bunch of people last week and got in trouble. But other than that, nothing much, Kiba said with a small laugh. Oh, before I forget, I have something for you guys from the capital. With those words, Daichi took out a scroll and opened it. Pushing chakra into it, he took out its contents. There were 2 bags. Daichi took one and opened it. The best candy currently available at the fire capital. Oh, sweet. Choji and Kiba dug into the small candy-contained bag. Hey, Naruto, how's your clone jutsu coming along? Daichi asked the blonde kid. Hearing that question, Naruto's face soured. Oh man, don't remind me of that. I still can't make a good clone. Hearing that, Daichi then took another scroll from his sleeve and gave it to his friend. Here, this contains a chakra control training method and my notes on it. Mastering this should help you with your clone problem. Naruto took the scroll and looked at the title. Tree Walking Chakra Control Techniques. Hey, I can climb trees just fine. Thank you. Daichi let out a sigh, half expecting that. Just read the scroll, Naruto, and you guys can use it too. It'll be necessary when you become a genin. This is important stuff. Naruto and some of the others' eyes widened as they heard that. Daichi then opened the other bag and took out a shogi board. It had a stylish design and the pieces in the container were created with excellent craftsmanship. Here, this is for you. I figured you might like something like this. Daichi handed the board and its rulebook to Shikamaru. Looks interesting. Thanks. Daichi then took out 2 small books. He gave one to Hinata and the other to Shino. Hinata, yours has recipes for various healing ointments and how to cook one heck of a Cinnabon. Thank you, Daichi. Daichi then turned to Shino. Your book contains records of various rare insects. Don't know if that will be useful for you or not, but I bought them for you anyway. Thank you for the gift, Daichi. Shino slightly bowed his head as a show of appreciation. Daichi then took out a small golden bracelet with red and green jewels. He handed it to Ino. The guy I bought this from said it had a lucky charm. The luck of whoever wears it improves. I figured this would help you, and it would look good on you. Ino blushed and took the bracelet. Wow, it's gorgeous. Thank you, Daichi. I was tempted to keep it. That bracelet has +3 luck stat. It's the first time I'm finding an item like that. I was half tempted to keep it. Daichi then turned to Sakura. And last but not least, Sakura, here is a small guide to anyone looking to become a medic. I think this could help you out very well. Thanks, Daichi. So now that you've bribed us all with these gifts, you're expecting us not to stay mad at you for early graduation, huh? Shikamaru asked Daichi with a smirk. Is it that obvious? To me, yeah. Daichi laughed, hearing that answer. Don't worry, Daichi. It's only a year. We'll catch up with you in no time, Naruto said with a big smile. I'm looking forward to it. Daichi spent time with them until the end of their break, and then he left the place. Daichi prepared himself in the coming weeks. On March 22nd, he went to the academy and found Iruka. Iruka took Daichi to a sparring area. Try to land 3 hits on me. Daichi and Iruka made the seal of confrontation. They began the spar, and within a short time, Daichi was able to land 3 successful hits on his academy instructor. The first hit came too fast for Iruka to block. The second came behind the feint of another punch, and the last struck when Iruka was busy blocking Daichi's kicks. Well done, Daichi. Your taijutsu skills are certainly up to par. Now come on, I'll take you to the waiting room. When the time comes, someone will come to call you. Head to room 21, it's the examination room. Your test will be the clone and substitution jutsu. Daichi spent some time in the waiting room before being called. He went to the examination room and found Iruka-sensei along with Daikoku-sensei. Daichi, How have you been?" Daikoku Funeno had a smile as he looked at the child he considers a prodigy. "Good, Sensei. I'm happy to see you." "Likewise. Now are you ready?" "Yes." "Good. Perform the clone jutsu." Daichi weaved a sign and created the perfect clone. "Good. Now use the substitution jutsu." The next second, Daichi swapped himself with a chair, showing that he could perform the technique flawlessly. "Well done. Step forward." Daichi stepped forward and stood in front of his two teachers. Daikoku held out a metal plate with an insignia to Daichi. "It is my honor to present to you the leaf headband. Wear it with pride." Daichi slightly bowed and took the headband, tied it loosely around his neck. "Make sure to be here on the 29th. You'll meet your teammates and sensei at that time," Iruka instructed him. "Yes, sensei." With those words, Daichi left the academy. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 146, Teammates. Chapter 146 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Tower. Roof. Daichi, along with several other kids with the leaf headband, were having their identification photo taken. Each student, when their name was called, would step forward and have their picture taken. Since Daichi and Lee knew each other, they stood together to the side. "See, I told you, Lee. I knew you would pass if you gave it your all." Daichi told Lee. "Yes. Thank you for believing in me. It still feels so surreal to hold this headband." Daichi noticed several students looking at him. He ignored them, since he knew most of them were going to fail at the real Jinin test. As he looked through the crowd, his eyes soon found a long-haired kid with the iconic white eyes of the Hyuga clan. "So that's Neji Hyuga. Looks just like in my memories. I can sense his arrogance from here." Daichi dismissed him immediately and looked around. Aside from Neji and Tenten, he didn't find anyone else interesting. As Daichi's name was called, he stepped forward in front of the camera. He could hear several students murmuring his name, and could hear their conversation. Neji Hyuga looked at the brown-haired kid who walked up when the name was called. "So that's him. Daichi Hekima. The one Daikoku-sensei calls a prodigy. Looks like he took early graduation. I wonder how strong he is. He doesn't look like he's from any clan, and he's associated with Lee, so he can't be that strong." Tenten also looked at the underclassmen who graduated with them. I wonder whose team he's going to be in? Several students had different thoughts as they saw Daichi fill out the ninja registration form and leave without even acknowledging them. There were several who had frowns on their faces that someone a year younger than them was graduating with them. Hokage office. Hiruzen went through each and every report the academy instructors prepared on the graduating students. He read their strength, their weakness, and the field they would most likely be proficient in. It seems this year only has a few good prospects, and based on the report Tsunade sent me, Daichi is the best among them by a wide margin. I need to pick a team that balances as well as suits him the best. But that's one problem. I need to select a capable jonin for his team. Hiruzen's mind went through several candidates. Guy said he wouldn't mind having Daichi on his team, and since Lee and Daichi are good friends, they'll get along splendidly. But that leaves a problem. The Rookie of the Year. Neji Hyuga. Guy will no doubt be a tremendous help to the boy and help in improving his taijutsu strength. But if I put Lee, Daichi, and Neji together, the team will be completely unbalanced. Hiruzen read through Tsunade's report and noted Daichi's skills and areas of training he focused on. Daichi had mastered the second step of all 5 natures. It's truly unprecedented. Putting him under Guy won't help him much in terms of ninjutsu. I remembered the kid telling me he's interested in that field. And based on the training he's been doing the last few years, he's following that path. It seems Kakashi will be a much better suited teacher to the boy. He'll be able to protect them if any problem arises, and being a prodigy himself, he'll be able to keep up with the boy. Hiruzen decided on Kakashi Hatake as Daichi's jonin instructor, and now looked through the class roster to find 2 students to put on the team. After some time, he made his choice. Daichi will need capable teammates. If this team is going to be efficient, then I can't put just anyone as his teammates. The Hokage looked through the students that graduated and found 2 acceptable candidates. These 2 should do. His taijutsu skills are good. Only behind Neji Hyuga, and under Kakashi he should grow nicely. And the girl is excellent in stealth and weapons. A long-range fighter and infiltrator. After Neji Hyuga and Tenten, these 2 are the best in class. They'll do. I just hope these 3 can pass Kakashi's test. He stamped his seal of approval on the candidates and all the teams and sent them to the academy. Once his work was done, he stood from his chair and looked out the window. Let's see if your team will be the first to pass his test. Surprise me, Daichi. I'm curious to see your strength. 29th March, Academy. Rock Lee was in his class early. He could see that his classmates were buzzing with excitement. He was also anxious about his team. I just hope I'm in a team with Guy-sensei and Daichi. After a few minutes, Daikoku-sensei entered the room. He looked at his students with pride. As of today, you are all ninjas. You've gone through difficult ordeals to get to this point, but things will only get more difficult from here on out. Right now, you're all genin. All genin are grouped into a 3-member team, and each team will have a jonin leader. Your teams were selected after careful review of your skills and to create a balanced team. These are final, and there will be no change. Once he was done with his speech, Daikoku started calling the teams. Team 01 is Team 07. Mari Michiaki, Seto Tomoya, and Daichi Hekima under Kakashi Hatake. Team 08. Wow, hold on, teach. Who's Daichi Hekima? Yeah, we heard his name being called at the ninja registration site too, but we've never seen him before. Daikoku paused and then replied to their questions. Daichi Hekima is someone who's taken the graduation exam a year early. He's a year below you, but don't let that fool you. He's a prodigy and the best. You're lucky to have him on your team. Now moving on, Team 08. Team 09, Rock Lee, Tenten, and Neji Hyuga under the Jonin Might Guy. Neji's eyes narrowed as he heard his name being called. So I'm on his team, huh? The Jonins started coming in and calling their teams one by one. Before long, only 2 people were left in the classroom. Mari Michiaki and Seto Tomoya. Where the hell is our Jonin and that other kid? Yelled Seto to an almost empty classroom. Daichi was patiently waiting on a seat in the hallway. Daikoku-sensei had come to him earlier and told him about the team. Daichi was surprised to hear that he'll be under Kakashi. I never expected to be part of Team 7. And under Kakashi, too. This will be interesting. He'll definitely give us the bell test. I need to make plans to work with my team. He'll only pass if we show teamwork, and I have no intention of failing this Genin exam. As Daichi sat there thinking about how to proceed in the real Genin test later, he saw several Jonin pick up their students. Daichi let out a sigh, already knowing where this was going. He's late. Daichi sat in the hallway for a few more minutes before he decided to go meet his teammates. I need to make sure they will work with me. It would be the only way to get the bell. Well, unless I get serious anyway. He opened the class door and was met with 2 curious stares. Seeing he had their attention, Daichi was about to introduce himself. Hi, I'm... We know who you are, the kid that took an early graduation exam. Listen, you might be the best in your class, but that doesn't mean anything to me. Just don't slow us down. Seto Tomoya said with an arrogant smirk. Daichi kept quiet as he listened. Great, an arrogant jackass. He immediately used observe on the kid who spoke to him. The boy was wearing a white shirt with black pants and open-toed shoes. He had the leaf headband tied in his forehead. He had black eyes and had an arrogant smirk as he looked at Daichi. Age 12, HP 21822, CP 2150. Seto Tomoya is a newly graduated student from the academy. He joined the academy to move away from the family merchant business. He is slightly more talented at the ninja arts than most of his classmates and is in the top 3 of the class. He is proficient in taijutsu and prefers close combat. He has a crush on his teammate Mari Michiaki. His dream is to become a famous ninja. STR 67, AGI 60, Int 37. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. Great. His stats are so far beneath me, it's not even funny. And he had the gall to say I'm the one who's going to slow him down. Daichi then turned his attention to the girl in the room. She had long black hair tied in a ponytail and was wearing a violet dress. Age 12. HP 214462, CP 1950. Mari Michiaki is a newly graduated student from the academy. Due to growing up with several brothers and sisters, she is headstrong and competitive. Although she is talented, she wants to prove herself on the battlefield. She does not like the fact that she has to work together with her junior. She is proficient in shuriken jutsu, traps, and weapons. Her goal is to become the best ninja and follow in her father's footsteps. STR 58, 50, int 45. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. Her stats are even worse, and she doesn't want to work with me either. I got a bad feeling about this. Kakashi will test us on teamwork, and I'm not sure they're going to listen to me. At that moment, Daichi sensed someone's presence outside the room. He quickly turned around and faced the closed door of the room. The next second, the door slowly opened, and a man with most of his face covered and silver spiky hair slowly walked into the room. He looked at the three kids in the room for several seconds and let out a sigh, ruffling his hair. "My first impression of you. You're all boring." Daichi crossed his arms and looked at the man while the other two narrowed their eyes. "Are you our Jonin-sensei?" Seto asked the man. "I'm Kakashi Hatake, if that's what you're wondering." "Now, whether I'm your Jonin-sensei or not..." Kakashi chuckled for a few seconds and then replied, "That remains to be seen." "Wait, what the hell does that mean?" "All will be explained shortly. Now meet me on the roof." With those words, Kakashi vanished from their view. I could stay here and go with them, but something tells me that won't solve my problems. Daichi didn't waste another second and used body flicker and followed behind Kakashi and reached the roof in seconds. "You're a fast one, aren't you?" "Yeah, it's been a while. Didn't think you'd be my sensei of all people," Daichi replied, looking at the man. Kakashi tilted his head and looked at the boy. The expression his single visible eye portrayed was one of confusion. "Have we met before?" Daichi was silent as he heard that question. He looked at the man for a few more seconds and then replied, "Either you really don't remember me, in which case you have a very poor memory, which is not a good trait for a ninja, especially a jonin, or you're just trolling me. So which is it? Poor memory, or are you just messing with me?" Kakashi looked at the kid for a short while without any change in emotions and then reached into his bag. He then took out the book Make-Out Tactics and started reading, ignoring Daichi entirely. Daichi had a few veins pop up above his head and he took a few deep breaths to calm down. "This guy is getting on my nerves. All right, Daichi, calm down. No point in getting worked up. You know how he is. Just keep cool and everything will be fine." Daichi decided to stay quiet and sat on a nearby bench, and the two waited for the others. A couple minutes later, they were joined by the other two graduates. Kakashi looked at the three students in front of him. "I can already tell that this team is doomed to fail. But who knows? Maybe they can surprise me." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 147, Genin Test Part 01. Chapter 147 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The two late arrivals picked a spot on the bench opposite Daichi. They both had frowns on their faces as they looked at the boy. Reputation slightly decreased with Seto Tomoya and Mari Michiaki. Daichi ignored the system message and kept his eyes on his soon-to-be teacher. Kakashi clapped his hands, bringing their attention to him. "All right, now that everyone is here, let's begin." Kakashi leaned back against the railing and looked at the three kids in front of him. Several thoughts were going through his mind. He let out a sigh and spoke. "All right, why don't you introduce yourselves?" "What do you want us to say, Sensei? I'm sure you already got a look at our files from the academy," Seto said to the silver-haired Jonin. "I did, but I'd like to hear it from you. Tell us your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams, if you have any. Why don't you go first?" Kakashi replied in a bored tone. "My name is Seto Tomoya. I like coming up with new moves for my taijutsu. My hobbies include helping Pops with his business sometimes, and just playing around. I dislike pipsqueaks who think they're better than others." Daichi noticed Seto looking his way when he said that. "And my dream is to be a famous ninja." Kakashi turned his attention to the girl of the team. Your turn. My name is Mari Michiyaki. I like my brothers. My hobby is to train and improve my shuriken skills. My dream is to become a ninja like my father. What I dislike is arrogant brats. Kakashi nodded and finally looked at Daichi. You go. My name is Daichi Hekima. I like a lot of things. Mainly training. My hobbies include cooking and painting. I hate people who try to stab their friends in the back and bullies. My goal is to become the strongest in the world. You? Strongest? Get real. Seto laughed when he heard Daichi's goal. Daichi kept quiet since he didn't want to start an argument at that moment. Now, I believe it's my turn. I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I like and things I hate. I'm not going to tell you those things. Dreams for the future don't really have one right now. And as for hobbies, I have lots of hobbies, and it doesn't concern you. The silver-haired Jonin said with a smile. Typical. Why did I expect anything different from this guy? Daichi didn't say anything and just looked at Kakashi. When do we start missions? He asked the man. Tomorrow. The 4 of us are going to do something together. The 3 graduates paid attention. 2 of them were excited, thinking about their first mission, while the 3rd was weary. Tomorrow, we're going to do a survival exercise, Kakashi said to the 3. Wait, survival exercise? Like the ones we did in the academy? Wait, aren't we supposed to do missions? We've already completed the survival-type training at the academy. Seto and Mari asked the man. This isn't going to be like the ones you've had at the academy. This will be entirely different. So what kind of training are we supposed to do? At Seto's question, Kakashi suddenly started chuckling. Daichi narrowed his eyes. Here it comes. What's so funny? Seto clenched his fists and was getting angry. I'm laughing because you're not going to like my answer. What's that supposed to mean? Mari narrowed her eyes. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Of the 30 graduates in this year, only 9 students will be accepted as genin. At most. At least 21 others will be weeded out and sent back to the academy. That means you have a 70% chance and above at failing this exam. This is a make-it-or-break-it pass-fail genin test, Kakashi said in an ominous tone. Seto jumped to his feet hearing that. But then what was up with the exam we just passed? Oh, that? That was just a selection process to see who has the potential to become a genin. What? That's how it is. Tomorrow I will decide whether you pass or fail. Now, be at this training ground tomorrow at 4 a.m. We'll begin the survival mission then. Make sure not to forget your ninja gear. Kakashi threw a paper slip to Daichi which indicated the location of the test. Daichi looked at what was written on the paper. Training ground 3. Oh, and you might want to skip breakfast. There's a good chance you'll puke. Without words, the silver spiky-haired ninja vanished. Seto and Mari came near Daichi and looked at the paper in his hand. Training ground 3, huh? And at 4 a.m. Oh man, I better sleep early. He then looked at Daichi. You better not be late and mess this up. Daichi was getting irritated with the kid's attitude, but he didn't say anything because he needed them to work with him tomorrow. He decided he would help them out a bit. Did you hear what he last said? Daichi asked the 2. Yeah. He told us to skip breakfast. No, he suggested we skip breakfast. There's a difference. We're going to need the energy if we're going to have some kind of intense training tomorrow. With those words, Daichi walked away. He thought about the strategy to use against Kakashi tomorrow. It's most likely the bell test. I need to make a show of working with the other 2. And I need to convince them that it's in their best interest to work with me. But if Kakashi even thinks I know about the test beforehand, then he might disqualify us. I need to play this carefully. Before long, Daichi reached his home. He found Kensei tending to the garden. So, did you meet your team? Yeah. Let's just say I didn't give off the best first impression to my teammates. Kensei nodded and asked the question that's been on his mind. Who's your Jonin instructor? Kakashi Hatake. Kensei stopped what he was doing and then looked at Daichi. He let out a breath and then spoke. Daichi, teamwork will be important, and make sure to analyze the situation. Good luck. It was all he said before he went inside. It seems the old man wants to help me but still keep things fair. I can dig that. That night, Daichi packed the necessary tools into a few scrolls and stored them in his inventory. I know he's going to be late, so should I arrive late, or... No. If by any chance I arrive late and he's already there, that'll be a problem. I can just spend the time meditating if he's late. With a plan in mind, Daichi quickly went to sleep a couple hours early. He woke up at 3 a.m. and got himself ready. He packed his things and left the house, and at sharp 4 a.m., he was at Training Ground 3. Daichi looked around and saw that he was the first to arrive. At that moment, he sensed the arrival of his other two teammates. Both of them looked half asleep. Neither of them greeted Daichi, and he could see that they didn't take his advice on eating breakfast. They waited for several minutes, and there was no sign of Kakashi. "Arr! Where the hell is this guy?" Seto asked as he sat down on the ground. "He's probably late, just like yesterday," Daichi replied. He used his senses and was absolutely sure that Kakashi was nowhere near the place. Daichi looked around the training ground. "I should get a good look at this terrain. This is going to be our battlefield, after all. I'm going to take a walk. It doesn't look like he'll be here anytime soon. You two should get some sleep." Daichi walked away from the other two. He walked around the large training ground and took note of various locations. Plenty of places to hide, set traps, and ambush someone. He thought about what to do with his teammates. I could use my mana skills and try to make them work with me, but that won't help me in the long run. I need to know what kind of people they are. And this is a good opportunity. If I force them to work together with me, then I won't be able to trust them in the future, and it could become a problem. Before long, Daichi got back to his teammates. He saw the two of them huddled together, discussing something. When they saw Daichi coming their way, they quieted down. "Since we're going to be teammates, we should get to know each other better," Daichi said to the other two. "All right, sure. We should talk about who's going to be the leader of the team. Since Mari and I are older, we have seniority. I'm really good at taijutsu and hand-to-hand combat, so I'll be the leader of the team. The best way we're going to pass this survival test is if you follow my lead." Daichi narrowed his eyes. This guy is definitely going to be a headache. "I don't remember agreeing to you being the leader, Seto." Mari spoke in a slightly cold tone. "Oh, come on, Mari. You know that after Neji, I'm the best in the class. I'm the obvious choice." "Did you guys eat any breakfast?" Daichi asked them. "Look, we can't take the chance that he'll fail us just because we ate breakfast when he told us not to." Daichi sighed to his teammate's reply. "These two, even Naruto or Kiba, were better than this. I need a clear head if I'm going to pass this thing. I'm going to meditate." Daichi went to a nearby tree and sat under it. He took several deep breaths and soon slipped into meditation, but still kept a vigilant attention on his surroundings. Daichi spent almost 3 hours in meditation. It was almost 7 a.m. Daichi stood from his spot and stretched himself. He walked to the nearby stream running through the training ground. Daichi looked at the reflection in the water and pondered on his life till now. Everything feels so surreal. I'm in the Naruto world, and right now I'm standing at a pivotal point in my life. But how did I get here? How was I even born here? What is the truth of this universe? How did my soul enter this plane of existence? In fact, how did this universe come into existence? And since this one is real, isn't it possible the others are? Is it possible? Can I get into other worlds? How can I even accomplish such a thing? I will need to breach the barrier of space, at least. You seem to be immersed in some pretty deep thoughts. Kakashi's voice brought Daichi out of his musings. Daichi turned around and met the man's gaze. Care to share? Kakashi jovially asked Daichi. Daichi looked at the man for several seconds and then replied, I was contemplating my birth, the existence of this universe, and how to breach the space-time continuum. The space-time what? Seto looked confused at that, while Kakashi raised an eyebrow, hearing that answer. He looked at Daichi without a word for a few seconds and then decided to move on with the task. That's nice. Now let's get started. Why were you late, Sensei? Daichi asked. You see, a black cat crossed my path and I had to take the long road here. The Jonin smiled as he replied. That's an obvious lie, Mari said under her breath. Kakashi took out a clock with a large button at the top and placed it on one of the 3 stumps in the training ground. This is set to go off exactly at noon. Your task is simple. At that moment, Kakashi took out 2 small bells. Your goal is to get these bells from me. That's all. If you can't get the bells by noon, you'll be tied to the posts and I'll eat your lunch in front of you. Seto and Mari both frowned as they heard that news. Damn it. He tricked us. We should have listened to that brat. Kakashi saw the reaction he expected from the two, but when he looked at Daichi, he was surprised. Daichi, you don't seem to have a problem with it? I have no problem not having my lunch. I'm pretty sure I won't be hungry. You had breakfast? Yup. You only suggested we skip breakfast. Not in order. I ate before I came here, and it's all digested by now, so I'm sure I won't be puking. Daichi replied with a small smirk. At least one of you has a good head on their shoulder. Kakashi nodded and continued. Now, whoever has a bell before the clock rings will become a Jinin. Seto looked at the bells and raised his hand. Sensei, there are only 2 bells. There's 3 of us. Oh, that? The reason there's only 2 bells is because that way one of you will definitely fail in completing the mission and will be sent back to the academy. Mari was alarmed when she heard that. Wait, so only 2 people are allowed to pass? What kind of rule is that? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and the jovial atmosphere around him changed into one of menacing. It's my team, and it's my rules. I can do whatever I want. Those are the terms. Only 2 of you have a chance at passing this test. Well, that is if you get the bells. There is also the possibility that all 3 of you will fail and go back to the academy. The 3 academy graduates got serious. Kakashi looked at the 3 and spoke in a serious tone. You can use any weapon, including shuriken and kunai, and use any tactic you deem fit. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you won't get these bells. Begin. And like that, Daichi's Jinin test began. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 148. Jinin Test 02. Chapter 148 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. While Seto and Mari disappeared from their position and hid in the forest, Daichi only jumped back several feet and gained some distance from his opponent. He looked at the new quest that appeared in front of him. Quest created. Get the bells. Complete the task Kakashi Hatake has assigned you. Obtain the 2 bells. There are 2 ways you can complete this test. Time limit before noon. You have 2 options. Option 1, work with your teammates and successfully retrieve the bells. Rewards, high probability of becoming Jinin. 5,000 exp. Option 2, use your strength and obtain the bells on your own. Show off your skills to those watching the test. Rewards, very low probability of becoming Jinin. 10,000 exp. If you cannot retrieve the bells in the designated time, the quest is considered a failure. Will not become a genin for another year. Note, you can use either method anytime. This quest is automatically accepted. The rewards will only be given after the official announcement of the results. Daichi quickly read the contents of the quest and came to an understanding. So to pass, I have 2 options. Either I go solo and get the bells on my own, or I work with my team. But if I chose to play solo, then the probability of becoming a genin is very low. But whatever the case, I need to get the bells to pass this test. How should I proceed? Daichi looked at the man standing nonchalantly in the middle of the field. He's someone who cares about teamwork more than anything. If I ignore the other 2, then even if I get the bells, it won't matter. It seems the choice is obvious. I have to work with them. But I doubt they feel the same. I need to show them that cooperation is the only way we're going to make it past this test. You're an odd one, aren't you? Kakashi's voice took Daichi out of his thoughts. What makes you say that? Your teammates have hidden, but you. You're just standing there not even bothering to hide. Why? Daichi smirked, hearing that question. You're a jonin, and a pretty good one from what I hear. I doubt ordinary genin would be capable of escaping your senses. They're still within your range, aren't they? I can tell because they're within mine. If I know where they are, then I'm pretty sure you do too. And it's best to make the first move and gain intel, rather than waste time. Kakashi's one visible eye narrowed as he looked at the child in front of him. He still remembered how the kid took on 3 hidden waterfall ninjas without the slightest difficulty. I need to keep my eye on him. He's far ahead of the other two, and I have no doubt he's only improved these last few years. Everything about him tells me he'll fight me alone and ignore the other two." Mari and Seto, who were hiding and listening, were surprised. Their eyes widened when they heard that their location was compromised. But they decided not to move in case Daichi was wrong. Daichi wanted more info on his enemy, and used Observe skill on Kakashi. Damn. Nothing? I guess his level is higher than 95? I can't waste any more time, but I can't go all out. I'll use 1/4 of my strength. Daichi's body slightly tensed, and the next second he rushed at his foe. Daichi reached Kakashi in a second, and sent a fast, precise punch aimed directly at his chest. Kakashi blocked the punch and then raised the other hand to block the kick aimed at the side of his head. He saw Daichi going for the bells tied on his waist, and he quickly gripped Daichi's leg and flung him away. The Jonin quickly analyzed his opponent. He's fast, and he had some serious power behind that punch and kick. His strength is amazing for someone his age. This kid's talent is incredible. Daichi twisted around in midair and landed safely on the ground. I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Daichi got into a taijutsu stance and prepared himself for round 2. Kakashi also got ready, so it seems he's decided to fight me on his own after all. Let's see how this goes. Since you're so eager, let's begin. First lesson, taijutsu. The silver-haired Jonin said in a serious tone. Daichi made a hand seal and created 3 shadow clones. With a plan in mind, the real Daichi rushed at Kakashi, and the second round of battle began. Kakashi could sense that Daichi infused his limbs with chakra. This is going to be tricky. He blocked the punches and kicks and redirected them. At that moment, a clone would attack him from his blind spot, and another would try to take the bells. Whenever Kakashi tried to land a solid hit on the clone, the real Daichi interfered and blocked his attack. The pace of the taijutsu battle was intense. Daichi used the newly acquired skill Analyze to identify Kakashi's fighting style and attack pattern. But it was a slow process since the skill was only level 1, but it wasn't completely without merit. Kakashi noticed that Daichi was becoming more and more familiar with his fighting style the more the battle went on. His battle insights are sharp. He's able to read and somehow predict how I'm going to block his next attack and move accordingly. It's not perfect, but such insight is truly incredible. But Kakashi was Jonin for a reason. Even with Daichi's abilities and clones helping him, not a single solid hit landed on the man. His senses and skills were top-notch. Kakashi blocked a kick coming at his left side and grabbed onto the leg of the attacking clone. He added a bit more force to his grip, and the clone dispelled. The next second, Kakashi's senses alerted him to several shuriken coming his way, and he easily dodged them. "Your taijutsu is certainly impressive," the man complimented his opponent. He blocked another punch and jumped over a leg sweep that came from behind. At that moment, another shadow clone burst out of the ground, its hand going for the 2 bells. Kakashi grabbed onto the fist he was blocking and flung himself out of the way. He sent a quick jab that dispelled the clone and vanished from the spot using body flicker jutsu. Daichi and the remaining clone turned their heads to look at the Jonin standing a few meters away. "You're just as strong as I heard. Looks like this test is going to be a lot harder than I thought." The clone Daichi went through several seals and tried genjutsu on Kakashi. He felt his chakra connect with Kakashi's, and then the next second, Kakashi's one eye glazed over as if he was caught. At that moment, the real Daichi threw several shuriken at the man. It had ninja wire attached to them, and the shuriken curved around Kakashi's body. Daichi pulled the wire and trapped the man in tight ninja wire. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. A hot stream of flame rushed from Daichi's mouth and engulfed the Jonin. The next moment, Daichi sensed movement beneath his feet. He let go of the jutsu, and he, along with the clone, jumped away. But an unexpected attack came from above a second later. A powerful punch that turned Daichi's clone into smoke. The real Daichi landed and turned around to look at the man. "You knew that I knew you wouldn't be defeated like that. So you tricked me into thinking the attack was coming from below to draw my attention away from any movements above." Kakashi Hatake nodded. "You're quick on the uptake, and you should have known. Genjutsu and tactics of that level won't work on a jonin, especially on someone like me. Daichi gritted his teeth and sent chakra throughout his body. Supercharging his muscles, he got ready. The next second, he was in front of Kakashi and sent a fast high kick aimed for his neck. Kakashi barely had time to lean back and dodge, but a moment later, a hand burst out of the ground, nearing the two bells tied on his waist. The clone Daichi that came from below got his hands on the two bells, and the next second, the jonin above him vanished and was replaced with a wooden log. Daichi opened his palms and saw two crumpled leaves. Substitution jutsu. His reaction time is incredible. At that moment, a smoke bomb went off near Daichi and his clone, blinding them. Daichi sensed a presence coming near him, but before he could react, he got the memories of the clone, and the next second, he felt his arm being grabbed and twisted behind him. Gah! A leg tripped him, and Daichi fell forward to the ground with his right arm trapped behind him, and a leg placed on his neck, pinning him to the ground. The smoke cleared, and everyone could see Kakashi had Daichi immobilized and pinned down. Kakashi looked at the struggling boy beneath him. You certainly are a cut above the rest, and most definitely much better than your teammates. I've had to get serious for a second there. Your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu skills are certainly impressive. On par with a chunin, no doubt. And you only just graduated from the academy. You truly are a genius. He then increased the pressure on Daichi's arm. You are certainly talented. It's true. But tell me, Daichi, do you have the resolve to become a ninja? Daichi struggled and turned his head to look at the man. You have no idea of the strength of my resolve. Then show me. Show me you have what it takes. Daichi gritted his teeth and tried to pry his right arm away from the jonin, but it was futile. Kakashi had a strong, tight grip on his arm. Well, what now? I thought you were going to show me. These types of situations happen all the time. In impossible situations, you'll have to make sacrifices. And without a strong heart and the resolve to do what needs to be done, you won't survive. Do you want me to tell you how to escape? Daichi was getting angry at the situation. I can't believe I let myself get caught like this. There is only one way to get free. The only way you'll get free is if... Before Kakashi could finish, Daichi made his move. Rich. Daichi increased his chakra flow throughout his body and put pressure on his right shoulder. He forcibly twisted his body around, and the sound of bone breaking was heard throughout the clearing. Kakashi's eye widened in disbelief, and he failed to protect himself against the powerful fast kick that Daichi sent his way. It struck his midsection and sent him flying to the other side. Kakashi backflipped in the air and landed on the ground and looked at Daichi in amazement. He broke it. He broke his own arm without hesitation to escape. A normal shinobi with a couple years of experience would be willing to break or even cut their limbs off if it means escaping death. But a fresh out of the academy genin. I didn't see that coming. Unbelievable. Daichi looked at the negative status screen and ignored the pain flaring in his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he made a few seals and brought his palm to his broken shoulder. The calm, healing green chakra soothed the pain Daichi felt, and it started mending the broken bones. Kakashi saw Daichi making a few one-handed seals and green chakra lighting up the left palm and bringing it to his injured shoulder. He can use medical ninjutsu with one arm? The Jonin ninja watched in amazement as Daichi healed his arm in less than half a minute. He looked into Daichi's eyes and was impressed. His will and resolve is strong. He's a rare gem indeed. Daichi looked at the man with a serious face. He took several deep breaths and calmed down. A few seconds later, a small smile appeared on his face, which confused Kakashi. Guess now I'll have to go with Plan A. With those words, Daichi vanished from his spot. Seto and Mari were watching the battle with amazement. They saw how Daichi rushed at their teacher and started attacking him without hesitation. Seto clenched his fists as he saw the taijutsu fight between his teammate and sensei. I didn't think that kid would be so strong. Damn it. He's even stronger than me. Mari looked at the Jonin, who was blocking all attacks Daichi sent with ease, and remembered what her brother told her. They say he's one of the best Jonin in our village, and rumor has it that no one has passed his Genin test. She clenched her fist in anger. I have to pass, whatever the case. Both of them watched the battle between their teammate and sensei. They were surprised at Daichi's speed and strength. They could barely follow his movements. Both of them were shocked when they saw Kakashi getting caught in a fire jutsu. No way. Did that kid just kill our new Jonin? The shock turned into surprise when they saw Kakashi come out unscathed. They saw the battle play out and looked on as the man pinned Daichi down and talked to him. You certainly are a cut above the rest, and most definitely much better than your teammates. I've had to get serious for a second there. Your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu skills are certainly impressive, on par with a Chunin, no doubt. And you only just graduated from the academy. You truly are a genius. Seto and Mari gritted their teeth in anger when they heard those words. They didn't think someone a year below them could be so much stronger and better than them. It was a harsh blow to their pride. Both of them watched on and were amazed that Daichi would break his own arm to get free and use medical ninjutsu to heal himself. So he can use medical ninjutsu too? Where did this kid come from? The next second, Daichi vanished from their view. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 149, Genin Test. Final chapter 149 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Seto looked around and tried to find Daichi, but he failed. A few seconds later, he felt someone tap his legs. He hastily turned around and his eyes widened when he saw that it was Daichi. What? How did you? Like I said before, you were always in my range. Now come on, we need to find Mari. Why? It's important. I'll explain after we get to her. Seto looked at Daichi for a few seconds and then slowly nodded. Daichi led the way and both of them soon reached their third teammate. What are you two doing here? Mari looked at the two in suspicion. Don't look at me. He's the one who insisted. Seto pointing towards Daichi. All right, Daichi. Why did you drag me here? I don't have time to waste. I need to figure out a way to get the bells, Seto said to the boy. Daichi sighed and then spoke. There's no way either of you are ever going to lay your hands on those bells. Seto and Mari narrowed their eyes. What are you saying? We're not good enough? Yes, Daichi replied somewhat harshly. You saw what he can do. You just saw what an elite ninja is capable of. Do you really think you can fight him on your own and get the bells? At that question, both of them lowered their heads. After watching the battle earlier, they knew it was an impossible task if they went at it alone. So what are you suggesting? Mari asked Daichi. We work together to get the bells. If we go at it alone, we won't stand a chance. Time will run out quickly, and we will fail. But if the three of us work together, then there is a chance we can get the bells. But teamwork won't be helpful for us. There are only 2 bells, so one of us will definitely fail, Seto said in a low tone. Daichi sighed and answered the boy. Listen, we need to get the bells first before anything else. Without them, all 3 of us will definitely fail. But if we work together and get the bells, then 2 of us have a chance at passing. Damn it. I can't tell them that the bells are designed to turn teammates against each other. If I do, Kakashi might sense that I already knew the specifics of the test, and might disqualify all of us anyways. So on the off chance we somehow do get the bells, who passes and who fails? Mari asked the 2. Look, we'll decide that once we have the bells. Without them, this argument is pointless. Agreed? Daichi said to the 2 of them. Mari and Seto reluctantly nodded their heads. Do you have a plan? The boy asked Daichi. I do. Earlier when I came here, I took a look around the training ground. I made a map and marked the best spots to stay hidden and set up ambushes. Who amongst you is good at traps? I am. I can rig up some good traps if the location is right. Mari raised her hand and told her teammates. Daichi took out the map and gave it to Mari. I've marked some spots that I think would be ideal. We need to draw him towards the river. Use shuriken jutsu and cut off his escape routes if necessary. Seto and I will engage in close-quarter combat. Once he's on the river, I'll take it from there. Agreed? Mari and Seto looked at each other and then nodded their heads. All right, I'm going to engage him again. Seto, when you see an opening, take it and then lend me a hand. Daichi gave the instructions and left the 2. He appeared in the clearing and saw Kakashi standing there reading a book. Seeing Daichi, Kakashi put the book back in his pouch and got serious. So what's the plan, Daichi? Are you going to try your luck a second time? Something like that. Daichi weaved seals and placed his hands on the ground. Earth style, Great Mud River. The ground turned to fast-flowing mid-river almost instantly, and Kakashi seemingly lost his footing. Daichi quickly took out several shurikens and aimed them directly at the unbalanced Kakashi. The star weapons flew and perfectly struck Kakashi before his body was covered in smoke, and a wooden log was in his place. 2 hands appeared out of the ground underneath Daichi and latched onto his leg tightly. The next second, Daichi was pulled underground with only his head above the surface. Kakashi was standing in front of him with a nonchalant expression. Your execution of the jutsu and your chakra reserves are impressive for someone your age, but there is still much for you to learn, Kakashi said, looking down at Daichi's head. Daichi smirked, hearing that. I know. The next second, his entire body turned into lightning and struck the silver-haired Jonin. A second later, the man vanished into a puff of smoke. Several meters away, Daichi was looking at the scene from behind a tree. A shadow clone? He's careful. Daichi used the Mana Scout skill and found Kakashi to be nowhere near him. That's strange. If he isn't here, then where? Daichi's eyes widened in realization. He quickly took off and rushed to his teammate's location. Shit! I should have known he'd go after the others. I'm not the only one on this team after all. He sensed Kakashi's presence near Mari and quickly rushed to her location. When he reached the location, he saw the girl on the ground unconscious with a few tears rolling down her face. He sensed the fluctuations in her chakra and immediately understood the situation. He trapped her in a genjutsu, probably the hell viewing technique or something similar. Daichi placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and focused chakra into her. Making the Ram seal, he dispelled the genjutsu. Release. Ga. What? Where? Father. The girl was disoriented for several seconds and then looked at Daichi and then to her surroundings. At that moment, she realized what had happened. Genjutsu. Yes. Whatever you saw, it wasn't real. I need you back in the fight. Can you set up the traps? Daichi asked the girl. She looked at Daichi with a complicated expression for a few seconds, and then nodded her head. At that moment, Daichi's senses picked up the sounds of battle coming from the other side of the forest. Looks like Sensei found Sato. I'm going to help him. Remember the plan. With those words, Daichi left and came near the battlefield. He hid behind a large tree and observed the situation. Kakashi was fighting Seto with only one arm. He looked absolutely bored and didn't even move from his spot as he blocked and parried the slow kicks from the academy student. He slapped a punch aimed at his face and jumped over the student. Come on, take this seriously. Seto gritted his teeth and shouted at the Jonin. See, the thing is, I don't need to if you're my opponent. Now, if it was Daichi, I'd be more cautious. But since it's just you, I won't bother. You think I'm that weak? Yes. Compared to his skills and talent, you're just ordinary. If you ask me, he's the one who should have one of the bells. Seto grew angry hearing that and ran at his foe. Daichi, who was watching the battle from his spot, understood what was happening. His eyes narrowed as he realized Kakashi's strategy. He's deliberately antagonizing him, trying to make Seto think that I'm the enemy. He's making it more difficult for us to work together as a unit. That son of bitch. I knew it. He could sense us the whole time. He knew I was with the other two, and he probably figured out that I know this is about teamwork. That's why he targeted those two while he kept me busy. He's creating friction among the team to make this more challenging. I need to attack and take control before things get out of hand. Daichi had kept his presence to the bare minimum the moment he left Mari's side. He wanted to take Kakashi by surprise. He waited for his chance to take an opening. A minute later, he got his chance. Daichi saw Kakashi holding both of Seto's arms and holding him in place. Daichi made a few clones and then rushed at Kakashi from his blind spot. The Jonin's sensing movement from behind threw Seto towards Daichi. Daichi stopped and caught his flying teammate. Get off me. I don't need your help. We need to work together. That's the only way we can get the bells. Daichi said to the boy. Seto looked angry, but after a few seconds nodded. Both of them rushed at Kakashi and started attacking him. Daichi used Analyze skill on both Kakashi and Seto and used the information to his advantage. Kakashi evaded a kick from Daichi and parried a punch from Seto. He noted their teamwork and was surprised. It seems Daichi is adjusting his speed and fighting style to match Seto's. He's not working with, but around his teammate. For a new, fresh out of the academy kid, that's actually not bad. Daichi and Seto very slowly pushed Kakashi near the lake flowing through the middle of the training ground. Daichi looked at the position of the sun. It's nearing noon. We don't have much time left. When Kakashi tried to jump back or gain distance, several kunai and shuriken came from the trees surrounding their battlefield. Kakashi looked around and sensed movement in the forest. So they're working together, huh? I didn't expect that given their behavior. It seems Daichi is the one who came up with that plan. Daichi used genjutsu and kept Kakashi distracted while Seto fought him in hand-to-hand combat. And with the hidden projectile ambushes Kakashi had to evade, the three graduates slowly forced their teacher near the river. Kakashi evaded another set of projectile shurikens when Daichi launched a few of his own. They struck the shuriken Mari threw earlier and changed their trajectory to Kakashi's new location. The Jonin's eyes widened as he saw the scene. He's still as sharp as ever. It reminds me more and more of Itachi's shuriken skills. Kakashi took out a kunai and deflected the weapons when he saw Daichi coming at him fast and head-on. Kakashi crossed his arms and blocked a powerful punch that shook his body and sent him sliding backwards. So he was still holding back. That punch had enough strength to knock out an ordinary Jonin. At that moment, a Daichi clone appeared near him while weaving through hand seals and taking in a great amount of air. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful blast of wind knocked Kakashi off his feet and forced him to land in the center of the lake. The second his feet touched the center of the lake, water erupted all around him and swallowed him completely. From inside the water sphere, Kakashi saw water rise up from the surface of the lake and take the form of Daichi, a water clone. He was surprised that Daichi was able to trap him with the water prison jutsu. I didn't even sense his presence under or near the lake. His stealth abilities are incredible, not to mention the chakra reserves he has. To pull off so many jutsu without suffering from chakra exhaustion. Amazing. The real Daichi landed on the water surface and placed his hand on the surface of the sphere. Chakra stings came to life from his hand and quickly attached to the two bells tied on Kakashi's waistband. With a careful yank, Daichi had the two bells in his hand. Look at that, sensei. I got the bells. Yes, you did. I never thought the day would come when a genin would get the bells from me, Kakashi said, looking at him through the water sphere. Now that you have it, what are you going to do? Daichi smirked at that question. He was about to answer Kakashi when he sensed several shuriken coming at him from behind. A kunai appeared in his hand and he easily deflected the weapons away from him. Daichi looked at the people who attacked him. Damn, we missed. Seto and Mari both had a kunai and looked ready to battle. Both of them looked deadly serious as they looked at Daichi as their new enemy. Some time ago. All right, I'm going to engage him again. Seto, when you see an opening, take it and then lend me a hand. Seto and Mari watched as Daichi left them to battle their sensei. Hey, do you want to pass this exam? Seto asked Mari. What kind of question is that? Of course I do. Look, there are only two bells, so only two people can pass this test, and no matter what, I'm going to be one of those people. Mari clenched her fist as she looked at her teammate. What he said next surprised her. And I'd like for you to be my other teammate. Wait, you want the two of us to pass? Yes. But then what about Daichi? You heard what Sensei said. He's a genius. And you and I both know what they're like. Arrogant and self-serving in that they only care about themselves. At that statement, the image of Neji came to her mind. And she could see that Daichi had some similarities with their Rookie of the Year. You don't think he would give up one of the bells, do you? Mari asked Seto. No, he's a lot stronger than us, so there is a chance that he'll take both bells and keep them. There is only one way we can pass, and that's if we take the bells from him. He'll be tired after battling Sensei for so long, and there is no rule that says we can't take the bells from our teammates. Mari thought about it for a few moments and came to a decision. All right. Seto then left to join the battle against Kakashi, and Mari left to prepare her traps. At that moment, she heard a sound from behind, and when she turned around, there was nothing. She turned back and suddenly found herself standing on the courtyard of her house. She saw the stern, disappointing visage of her father. "You are a disgrace, Mari. You couldn't even pass the Genin test." "What? No, father. Please." Mari cried and tried to reach out, but it was as if her father was moving away, and she couldn't catch up. "You are a disgrace to the family." That voice was all she heard as she kneeled on the ground and cried. Suddenly everything vanished, and she regained her senses as if she was woken up from a bad dream. She saw Daichi looking at her with a slightly concerned face. She looked around and realized what had happened. Genjutsu. Yes, whatever you saw, it wasn't real. I need you back in the fight. Can you set up the traps? At Daichi's question, she looked at him. I have to win this test, no matter what I have to do. She nodded her head and watched him leave. Seto was battling Kakashi as hard as he could. He wanted to show that Daichi wasn't the only talented graduate on the team, but no matter how much he tried, no matter how hard or fast he attacked his sensei, the man only had a bored visage. He lazily slapped away and dodged all of his attacks. Come on, take this seriously. Seto yelled in frustration at the Jonin. He saw Kakashi smirk under the mask. See, the thing is, I don't need to if you're my opponent. Now, if it was Daichi, I'd be more cautious. But since it's just you, I won't bother. Seto was furious when he heard that. You think I'm that weak? Yes. Compared to his skills and talent, you're just ordinary. If you ask me, he's the one who should have one of the bells. The way Kakashi said that only made Seto angrier. He rushed at Kakashi and attacked with renewed vigor, but it was for naught. He threw Seto away from him, and the next second, Daichi caught him and landed safely on the ground. Get off me. I don't need your help. Seto angrily pried himself away from his teammate. We need to work together. That's the only way we can get the bells. Daichi said, looking at him. Seto kept quiet and looked at Daichi for a few seconds. No matter what, I'm going to become a Genin, one way or the other. He nodded, and both of them started attacking Kakashi together. The battle continued, and somewhere along the way, Daichi took the lead. He used a wind-style attack and forced Kakashi to land on the water where he and his clone trapped him. At that moment, Mari came out of hiding and went near Seto. She asked in a low tone, Are you sure about this? Seto nodded. This is the only way. Both of them took some shuriken and got ready. They saw Daichi take the bells from their sensei, and they made their decision. Both of them launched their shurikens when Daichi was distracted talking to their Jonin instructor, or so it seemed. They saw a kunai suddenly appearing in Daichi's hand and watched in amazement as he perfectly deflected all the weapons away from him. Damn, we missed. Seto couldn't help but curse at their failed sneak attack. Flashback end. Looking at the two, anger bubbled inside Daichi. You fucks! You useless fucks! We had it! We won, and you blew it. You two better have a good reason for what you just did. The anger was palpable in Daichi's voice. Sorry, Daichi, but we've come to an agreement. We can't let this opportunity pass. I want the bell, and so does Mari. Seto replied, gripping his kunai. Daichi clenched his fists. His expression turned into one of righteous anger. But he tried to rein in that anger. He needed to salvage the situation. Are you sure you want to do this? We have the bells. Do you really want to fight me for it? He asked the two. Both Seto and Mari gripped their kunai and got into a taijutsu stance. Kakashi watched everything with a sad expression on his face. Another team that was doomed for failure. Seeing his teammates' response, that instead of negotiating with him, they were willing to attack him, Daichi could no longer hold back his anger. Killing intent burst forth from him, freezing his teammates on the spot. Their grim, determined faces turned to one of fear and horror. Kakashi was surprised at the potency of Daichi's killing intent. He tensed and got ready for action. In a chilling tone, Daichi spoke as he looked at his two petrified teammates. Do you know what I hate? Bullies and people who try to stab their friends in the back. You useless fucks just ruined our chances at passing this test. Daichi concentrated his chakra and turned it to wind nature. The next second, he sent a powerful burst of wind at the two, and combined with his killing intent, it knocked them unconscious. At that moment, Kakashi burst forth from the water prison. Seeing that Kakashi had escaped, Daichi turned his attention back to the Jonin. You got out of the jutsu so quickly? You've certainly trained in the change in chakra nature of water, but I can tell that you aren't very familiar with the water prison jutsu. If that had been used by a true expert, then I wouldn't have even been able to move. Daichi nodded his head as he agreed with that assessment. He only learned the jutsu just in case he ever needed, and it hadn't leveled up all that much. The silver-haired man looked at the two graduates on the ground and to Daichi. He was disappointed at how things went down. He looked at the angry Daichi and spoke in a low tone. I was right. Looks like you and your team was going to fail the test after all. Daichi looked at the man in confusion for a few seconds before the answers clicked in his head. His eyes widened as he understood what had really happened. You deliberately didn't escape the water prison jutsu earlier. You wanted me to take the bells. Kakashi simply nodded. Yes, it was to see how they would react to you having them. It's why you antagonized those two and played on their fears, isn't it? Kakashi nodded at that statement. I wanted to see if they were willing to trust you, and I also wanted to see what choice you'd make as well. I had some hope when I saw you three working together. Kakashi sighed and spoke. But it seems they really weren't going to trust you with their lives. Daichi Hakima, you and your team failed the Genin exam. You? Daichi gritted his teeth and clenched his eyes shut. For the first time since he came to this world, he has experienced true failure. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 150, Team 7, Fail, Chapter 150 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't know nor the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was furious as he heard the verdict. Damn it! Damn it! Killing intent and chakra rose as he looked at the man in front of him. Sensing Daichi's murderous intent, Kakashi tensed and prepared himself for any attack the boy might launch. But it was unnecessary. Daichi looked at the man for several seconds, and then took a few deep breaths. His gamer's mind did its job and kept him calm. Daichi took one last deep breath and looked at Kakashi with a calmer attitude. He then looked at the two bells in his hands and had a sad smile on his face. I guess it was just never meant to be. Without wasting another second, he threw the bells at Kakashi, who caught them and tied them back on his waist. Since there's no point in sticking around any longer, I'm going home. Daichi turned around and was about to leave, but Kakashi stopped him. Wait. What? Daichi turned back and looked at the man. The bell test? You knew, didn't you? Kakashi looked at Daichi and he had a serious expression. Daichi thought for a few seconds and decided that lying would be pointless. He had a feeling that Kakashi would know if he was dishonest about the answer. I did. How? When I was traveling with Lady Tsunade last year, I asked her about her Genin days, and she told me about the Genin test her sensei gave her and her team. The bell test is something the third gave his students, and she told me what it was about and what had happened. Daichi replied. Kakashi nodded. The Hokage had informed him that Daichi had been training with Tsunade the last few years. I suppose the test was bound to come up during one of their conversations. If you knew the only way to pass was teamwork, then why didn't you tell them about it? Kakashi asked the kid. I think you know why, Daichi replied with some snark. The man sighed. So you figured out that I would have disqualified you and your team if you had said the specifics of the test to either of them. If you had told them, then it would have made this whole test pointless, and I would have sent you all back to the academy. It's what I would do if I was in your shoes. Daichi said, agreeing with the man. But you realize that you just manipulated them into helping you? What you showed wasn't real teamwork. You only sought their help as a means for you to succeed. Just like I did. Those words went unsaid. Daichi shook his head at that. I didn't manipulate them into doing anything they didn't want to do. I only stated the facts, and besides it worked, up until they screwed everything up. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the kid in front of him. A means to an end. That's what they were to you, isn't it? You never even considered forming a genuine bond with them, did you? You had a day and several hours to get to know your teammates and at least form a rapport. But you didn't. Daichi got angry hearing that. I've been training since I was 5 years old. I study everything I could get my hands on to improve myself. I sleep less than 5 hours a day and train until my bones feel like jelly. I know what kind of life I'm walking into, and I know I'm the most talented kid in the academy, but I also know full well that talent alone isn't enough. So I push myself to go beyond my limits, and you've seen the results of that. So tell me, Kakashi, do you really expect someone like me to play nice with some arrogant brats who hadn't even shown a fraction of the dedication I have? Who thinks this is just another game? Kakashi looked at Daichi and felt the anger coming off him. His standards are high, I see now. He only respects those who put in just as much effort as he does. I think I understand how he's friends with that Lee kid. Daichi values dedication and hard work and sees those who don't give it their best as useless. Daichi was once again calm. He looked at the Jonin and spoke. And since we're on the subject of manipulation, why don't we talk about yours? Kakashi just narrowed his visible eye to that. Seeing the man's silence, Daichi continued. You played on their fears. You knew both of them wanted to be genin more than anything. They spent several years together in the academy so they would trust each other more than a stranger like me. So instead of turning the three of us against each other, you turned those two against me. Daichi didn't say anything more, but Kakashi saw the boy's clenched jaw. If you have something to say, Daichi, then spit it out. The Bell test was the wrong exam for this scenario, Daichi said boldly, looking at the man. Kakashi just stood there without any visible reaction to the assessment. And why do you think it was wrong? His tone gave no indication of what he was feeling. This test would have worked for 3 Genins who were together in the academy. The years spent together studying, sparring, and competing with each other would have at least helped in forming some trust between 3 Genins. But in our situation, I was virtually a stranger to them. In their eyes, this test determined their future, and failing it would have destroyed their careers before it even began. With the way this test was set up, and with how you played on their emotions, those two betraying me was inevitable. Daichi was unusually calm as said those words. He thought about the whole test, and its impacts on himself and the other two, and came to this conclusion. Kakashi closed his eyes as he thought about Daichi's take on the test. At that moment, both of them heard groans coming from the 2 unconscious graduates. Mari and Sato slowly got up and looked ahead. Fear was present on their faces when they saw Daichi looking at them. All right, the test is over. Kakashi's voice drew their attention. Seto looked at the clock on the wooden stump and saw that they still had some time left. But it's not noon yet, we still have a short amount of time. No, it's over, because you two didn't understand the point of this test. Kakashi shook his head and denied them the chance. Point of the test? What do you mean? Mari asked as she slowly stood up. The Jonin sighed loud and looked at the two. Why do you think we put you in squads of 3? I don't understand. Seto mumbled as he tried to think of an answer. You should put that on your t-shirt, Daichi said, looking at the boy. Why you? What I mean is you two didn't even realize the true point of this exercise. You didn't even come close, Kakashi said to the two. The true point of the test? What are you talking about? I still don't get it. And there's the back of the shirt, Daichi quipped as he looked at the boy. Seto gritted his teeth, but before he could say anything, Kakashi interrupted and gave them the answer. Teamwork. This whole exercise was about teamwork. That is what determines whether you pass or fail in this test. Seto and Mari's eyes widened as they heard that answer. Wait, working together? That was the answer? Yes. It's the most basic foundation a team needs. When you worked together, you were able to force me to a corner and you completed your objective. Seto and Mari's face showed realization. But a second later, there was confusion as well. Wait, but there are only 2 bells. If we had gotten the bells, one of us would have failed. There's 3 of us, so there would have been group conflict no matter what. Mari said as she looked at her teacher. Yes, exactly. I purposely pitted you 3 against each other. Everything I did, from the 2 bells to what I said, was to see if you would ultimately turn on each other after you got the bells for selfish gains, or if you would put the needs of others ahead of your own. Self-sacrifice. That's the mark of a true shinobi. While individual skills are important, teamwork is also a necessary element. And you proved it. Individually, none of you could have gotten the bells, but together you did. And it was going well until you 2 decided to attack your teammate. If you hadn't, you might have passed. Seto and Mari looked shocked as they understood the truth behind the exam. Seto suddenly looked at Daichi. Wait, Daichi, did you know the purpose of this test? Did you know that teamwork was the key to passing? Daichi, seeing no point in lying and wasting time, simply nodded his head. Seto got angry seeing that response. Why didn't you tell us? Kakashi was the one who answered that question. Because if he did, then I would have failed all of you on the spot. If he had told you the answer, you 2 would have played along, and it would have only wasted my time. I have no interest in teaching genins who try to pull the wool over my eyes. Kakashi looked at the 3 and sighed. Whatever the case, you 3 failed the test. Go home. But that's not fair. Mari clenched her fists tight. She was holding back her tears with great difficulty, but Kakashi showed no sympathy. Life isn't fair. And in this test, I make the rules. If I say you fail, you fail. End of conversation. With those words, Kakashi vanished in a pile of leaves. Daichi, not wanting to spend another second with them, also quickly left the place. Seeing their instructor and teammate vanish without another word, Seto and Mari had a gloomy face as they looked at each other. They too went their separate ways without saying a word. Daichi was walking down the street, and his eyes were focused on the quest message that popped up after he got the bells. You have successfully retrieved the bells. Quest, get the bells, completed. You have decided to take the first option to complete this task. Option 1. Work with your teammates and successfully retrieve the bells. Rewards. High probability of becoming Genin, 5,000 XP. This reward will be given only after the official announcement. Daichi was surprised as he read the contents of the results. It's not marked as a failure, and the reward says high probability of becoming a Genin. But how? Those 2 attacked me, and in turn I knocked them unconscious. So I'm pretty sure we blew the test. At that moment, Daichi recalled the system message that appeared when he broke his arm to escape and when he trapped Kakashi. Reputation slightly increases with Hiro and Toppogi. Daichi quickly understood what that meant. He was watching. The Hokage was watching the test. Does that mean there is a chance he'll override Kakashi's decision? But still, even if he did, would I even want to work with them? It was only noon now. Daichi wandered around the streets and went to Shi's restaurant. He ordered some food and thought about the test. Should I have used mana puppetry on them? No. It's best that I knew their true colors now. If they were willing to double-cross me in this test, then they would no doubt do it again if the stakes were high. This was for the best, I guess. He ate some lunch and went to the forest where he and Lee trained. He meditated for some time and left with a much calmer and clearer head. He still had a few questions about what had happened. Why the heck didn't my charisma stat work on them? Is it not high enough, or is there something else? Daichi thought back to every interaction he had with the team and came to a conclusion. I have a high charisma stat, but I didn't put much effort into making a good conversation with them. I only interacted with them when I had to work with them as a team. Perhaps that's the reason that stat didn't help me. Daichi reached home and found his grandfather on a chair enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Kensei looked at Daichi and smiled. But that smile turned into a frown when he saw Daichi's sad smile. What's wrong? Daichi just sighed and took a seat next to his grandpa. I failed. Kensei was silent when he heard that. After a few seconds, he consoled his grandson. I'm sorry, Daichi. I know how much you wanted to be a Jonin. Daichi just looked down and nodded his head. You don't want to know what happened? I have no doubt that you've given it your best shot, and that's all I need to know. Silent tears fell down Daichi's face as he sat there in silence. Kensei looked at his grandson and felt sympathy for him. It's his first time experiencing a failure of this magnitude, and it's something as important as this. It's no wonder he's taking it so hard. Victory and defeat. success and failure. They're part of our lives. Don't let one failure define who you are. You are much more than that, and you know it. Daichi rubbed his face and stopped crying. He kept looking forward and nodded his head. Look at it this way. You have one more year to train and hone your skills. Next time, they won't even stand a chance against you, Kensei said as he tried to cheer him up. Thanks, Gramps. Daichi nodded and appreciated the kind words. Both of them sat there in silence. As time went by, Daichi felt much better. He accepted his loss and vowed to do better next time. Even though he knew the third Hokage was watching, he didn't put much stock in that belief that his team would be shown special treatment. I can't let this get to me. Gramps is right. This is only just a minor setback. I can use this time to complete some dungeons and raise my strength and skills. Looks like I'll be graduating with Naruto's class after all. But at this very moment, a meeting was taking place in the Hokage Tower that would determine Daichi's future. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.